One day, a huge tower appeared in the middle of the city. People said that the apocalypse or world disaster had come. The tower sent a sign to the people. Those who had the strength and power to resist the tower accepted the call. They became known as walkers. Before the raid on the tower, an interesting item appeared: the Stone of Return. This stone allows you to return to the past. The memory of the person who used it is preserved. To activate it, the stone must be broken. People wanted to test this stone, but it suddenly disappeared. One of the walkers said they had no choice. He wanted to use the stone. Those who had only one of two choices, to die or to climb to the top, decided that they could choose a third option, to go back to the beginning. Many walkers made the decision to go back in time. Going back in time can right any wrongs and change the course of history. The walker was left alone with the lurking danger. No one had reached the 99th floor since the tower had been built. He decided he would not go back in time. He would climb the tower. Chaos and devastation were present everywhere. A young man picked up a package of food at the store, but it was torn. It must have been a defect. The news reported that the recent sandstorms had caused dust and smog in the sky. The boy asked a girl nearby if she was a thief and was taking food from a damaged package. The announcer said that it is not advisable to leave the house in the next few days. Breaking news reported a sudden earthquake. It was not strong, so no casualties have been found so far. The guy was picking up scattered food from the floor. The news reported that, according to authoritative sources, the earthquake was beginning to gain strength. Everyone is advised to take necessary measures. Outside the window, chaos formed again. The people outside were trying to hide from the disaster. The young man grabbed the child in his arms and asked if the baby was okay. All the people in the building watched with apprehension and tension. In England, people were looking at a huge tower and weather anomalies. In other countries, a similar pattern was observed. Mysterious buildings appeared all over the world. People called these structures nightmare towers. The system congratulated the player. He was selected as the walker who would save the world. Those who accepted this role were sent to the battlefield and were congratulated by the system. However, people soon realized that this was not a game at all. Many people crowded into the open area, and no one knew what to do next. Everyone was watching the tower. The tower will soon reveal itself. People saw strange creatures and wondered, what is it? Could it be a human being? The police should be called. The great catastrophe came. The monsters began to go beyond the tower and spread across the world. They wiped out a third of the world's population. Those inside the tower could only watch what was happening. People saw that the system was selecting the walkers who would save the world. One of the walkers suggested climbing the tower because the system said they could save the world. It's worth a try now that they're here. If they can clear the tower, this nightmare will be over. Strong and brave men became the last hope of mankind. The walkers launched an attack on the tower to prevent the end of the world. They engaged in unequal combat with monsters. In front of the walkers appeared a passage covered with stones. It was impossible to go any further. One of the players suggested to clear the passage. The force helped. The passage was breached. Did it really work? One of the walkers showed the captain a glowing stone. It was the Stone of Return, which helped to go back in time. The commander said that it was quite a serious item. Huang Inchan said that he would talk about this stone after using it. The captain applied this stone and disappeared. Will he be able to return to the present after traveling back in time? Sakamoto, a former scientist, said it might be more obvious than they think. Sakamoto said that Huang Yinjiang traveled back in time, but because of the time-space rupture, he won't be able to come back here again. Sakamoto explained what happened on the basis of scientific theories, the multiverse theory or the theory of parallel universes. Now, there was a rupture in time-space. This means that the commander caught in the past is no longer the Huang Yinchan they know in the present. The walkers said it was terrible. From the expression in their eyes, Sakamoto realized they didn't understand anything. Huang Yinjiang has traveled to a different time-space, but his journey into the past won't change the present. Sakamoto said that the tower items had never been fooled yet. The stone will send them into the time rift. That's just a theory, though. It's quite possible that everyone who uses the stone will enter the one world. The effects of the items of this tower are beyond the human mind. Then there was another strike of the tower. A huge bolt of lightning flashed at the top of the tower. Before all of humanity is destroyed, a solution must be found. Will they use the Stone of Return and travel back in time? Or will they stay in the tower and perish? Monster, chaos, and destruction were spreading everywhere. The walkers thought it was the end. There was no more hope. No choice left either. Everyone had a crystal in their hands. One walker wondered, why did so many of his colleagues run away? Those who didn't use the Stone of Return remained a unit charged with the fate of humanity. At some point, things went wrong. A monster appeared and tried to attack the walkers, but was effectively attacked and destroyed by them. There were no casualties among the walkers during the confrontation. The wounded needed some rest for recovery. The walkers said they had a good chance of making it to the top floor. There was a dragon suppression sword lying on the floor. This sword was imbued with the energy of the sun and moon. The master had forged it to destroy the dragon. The walker took the sword in his hands and said that they now had a more powerful weapon. As Yun Huan said, they have a good chance of reaching the top floor. The player thought that everything was working out in their favor. But on the 98th floor was the Purgatory Chamber. It was inhabited by a huge monster. Everything seemed useless now. Everything the walkers had been through together made no sense, because now they could die for nothing. After a bloody confrontation, one of the walkers was seriously wounded. Previously, a smile had never left his face, even in this ill-fated tower. The walkers began to call him the Knight of the Smile. However, now for the first time, the smile was off his face. The wounded walker told his friend to get out of here immediately. The two of them can't save themselves. He'll distract the monster. The wounded walker, with difficulty leaning on the wall, was climbing up the stairs above. The warrior, bleeding, was at the top of the tower. His friend had given him confidence that it was possible to reach the top. The walker was glad he had stayed here. The snowy plain appeared before the tired walker's eyes. Snow Monster asked the lone walker if he was going to give up. The boy replied that it would never happen. Had the monster gotten tired of chasing him? The walker noted that he had been on the 99th floor for 10 years. On the 98th floor, he faced many challenges. However, this floor did not compare to him in terms of difficulty level. The boss of the 99th floor, the ice dragon Velkisus, breathed an icy stream. It was the dragon's breath from the Forgotten Lands. It was difficult to endure even those with top-level cold resistance. If not for the gear left behind by the departed walkers, the hero would have perished long ago. The dragon suppression sword obtained from the 85th floor, the ice demon armor given by Yun Huan, and the Flame King bracelet. The young man found himself sitting at the table. The blacksmith asked if Jae Huan wanted to try again. The young man nodded affirmatively. He believed he could do it this time. Atopos blacksmith Jae said he was relieved by those words. The settlement reclaimed after defeating the 50th floor boss, Altaminus, was called Adipos. Even though each day brought dead or injured walkers, people did not give up hope. Priests founded rescue units to help wounded soldiers. Blacksmiths forged equipment for those who fought in the name of humanity. Jae Huan said that Jae is now the last blacksmith of Atopos. Jae replies, so Jae Huan doesn't remind him of that. That guy is the only one he keeps working hard for. There's no more equipment coming in from the lower floors, even though there were plenty of supplies until a few months ago. Jae Huan thought it was to be expected. The young man thought that there were hardly any people left in the village. He didn't even know what year it was. There had already been more than 10 tremors of the tower. At some point, people stopped coming up, and the first floor was empty. Jae Huan thought that humanity had been humiliated. Jae asked if anything seemed strange to the young man as he studied the tower. The boy remembered that where the Stone of Return had been found, the tower was inside the tower. A nightmare within a nightmare. He saw strange writings on the walls. It could have been a message from the man, but he didn't know what it meant. 2 days ago, Halen's grandmother had disappeared. Time runs differently in the tower, so if someone goes missing, there are 2 reasons. Either they went back in time, or they jumped off the tower. Halen of Halen's potion and Jae of Jae's workshop were among the few remaining walkers. Jae Huan asked that Jae teach him blacksmithing. Snow Monster asked if the man had played hide-and-seek yet. No man had ever made it to the 99th floor alone. The monster recognized that the man was amazing. The man said that he would be lonely when the monster died. The monster replied that this was impossible. The walker noticed that even the armor that the monster was proud of already had cracks in it. After a short but bloody fight, the walker was wounded. The monster was surprised. Did the man dare to fight to the end? But even if he survived, he would receive only overbearing loneliness and emptiness. A wounded walker said this monster talks too much. The young man decided to use the lunge again. But the monster told him to give up. He couldn't win alone. The walker thought he started the raid later than the others, and missed out on a lot of skills and hidden abilities because of it. So he abandoned all skills and focused on one. The guy intensively practiced hand-to-hand combat techniques on a mannequin. The walker used lunge. He used it to destroy more than 50 million monsters. His comrades thought that Lunge was his middle name. He could feel the skill changing. He became faster, more precise, and stronger. Eventually, he gained such strength that he became more effective than any hidden skills. This technique was not considered a skill. It did not take away strength, and therefore the walker never got tired in battle. But even so, it was always hard to fight. Bleeding, the walker attacked the monster again. The monster was surprised. How dare a human behave like that? The walker said that wasn't enough. He had to take his head off. The monster replied, so that his opponent would not be caught off guard by a single blow. The monster said that if there were 10 more walkers around, they could overpower him. The monster added that if people hadn't been tricked by the Dream Demon Stone, things would have been different. The guy asked what rock we were talking about. It's been 5 years. The walker had successfully captured the 99th floor. His endurance level had reached its limit. The system received many messages. The young man was curious about the Dream Dragon Stone. He was told that he would understand everything on the top floor. The hero got the sword of the ice dragon. Suddenly, a passageway opened further in front of the walker. At last, the last floor was ahead. The young man opened his eyes and images from his memories appeared before him. Was this what the tower looked like now? The voice said he thought as if the walker would return to the village first. However, do not be nervous. He completely forgot about the walker and did not have time to prepare something important. We'll have to wait a little longer. The walker was congratulated. He was the first to pass the 294th world training. Hodok wondered, what kind of training were we talking about? The voice suggested that Hodok would soon recover from the shock, or he would be overtaken by emotion. The voice added that it was too late anyway. The walker shouldn't be upset. He had achieved an excellent result considering the fact that he was human. The young man was left alone with his emotions. The voice said the man came to his senses much faster than he thought he would. Slightly inquired who was in front of him. The monster admitted that he had actually forgotten to introduce himself. He was just too excited about this appearance. The man reached the 100th floor. There had never been one like it before. He revealed that he was the devil Bistron, and that he was the master of the Tower of Nightmares. The walker thought, if all this was just training, then the game itself hadn't even started yet. Bystrand said the man is savvy. But first the walker has something to show him. The guy saw the image and thought it looked like a game. Bistron pointed to the image and said they looked happy. He hadn't seen one of those in a long time. Better 3 than 2. Bistron showed the story of the 3 friends in pictures and said it was a sad story. He even let a tear fall while watching. Bistron asked if the person remembered tears, anger, regret. Does he experience useless emotions when remembering the past? Bistron said he would give the man a second chance. He could go through the game again. Isn't that a great opportunity? Bistron added that in their world, such a thing is only possible in the pages of books. A person would be able to start over, already knowing what awaited him. The boy wondered, wasn't this the end? Wasn't he supposed to save the world after taking over the tower? The young man thought he had been deceived all this time. The people had no chance to save themselves. All they could do was keep trying to take over the towers. Saving humanity was only a false hope. Bistron said the man already knows everything. Hodok stated that he would not go back in time. Bistron explained that no object or phenomenon could send him back in time. The man was surprised, for he had seen the Stone of Return. Bistron said, if people hadn't been deceived by the Dream Demon Stone, things would have been different. Bistron corrected himself. It wasn't the Stone of Return, but the Stone of the Dreaming Demon. The Dreaming Demon Stone is not capable of sending a person back in time. It just locks them in demonic dreams. He hadn't even realized that there were people so concerned with fixing the past, until they got to the 77th floor. Only humans have that kind of obsession. Bistron said they will now get down to the actual game. It's not a return to the past, it's the start of the game from the get-go. Bistron added that he believes the man will make a reasonable decision. The young man said that thanks to his interlocutor he understood everything. He had already been to the Dream Demon's dream. The man said that he intended to destroy this devil and go further. Bistron said there was nothing further. That was the end of the tower. The man replied that he didn't believe anyone else. The devil asked, is it because of false objects and accomplishments? Is man really that sick of it? Bistron asked what the man wanted. A hidden skill? A skill? He will give whatever the person desires. Jae-hwan had already accomplished a lot. The walker replied that he didn't need anything. Bistron wondered, did the man really not want to return to his normal life? Jae-hwan realized that he was in the dream of the Tower of Nightmares, so he should be able to guess. There were no monsters. Hodok recalled the past, when people discussed domestic problems. The young man wondered, what was going on? Beastren said the man finally realized no one was dead. Does that surprise him? Friends and family are all alive. That must be amazing news, especially for someone like Jae Hwan. Beastron added that he wanted to show the most important thing. Jae Hwan saw a hospital room in front of him that contained many patients. However, none of them had come to their senses yet. One of the patients was himself. Beastron asked, surprised at the man's appearance. Decades had passed in the tower, but no more than a month in the human world. Beastron adds that Jae Hwan will never be able to defeat him. After all, he's barely trained. There is an unbridgeable gap between humans and dragons, the walker said, even relieved. It was a dragon, and he had fought them before. Hodak walked into the room, bottles of potions in his hands. He told Jae he was back. In Jae Hwan's hands was a huge hammer. 72 days had passed, and he had fought every day. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't even leave a scratch. On the other hand, he's alive. Somehow the dragon doesn't want to destroy him. It doesn't matter how many days go by. He has to hold on to it. This is a product that can be successfully sold. A very special product. Beastron said that as a cultivator, this is the first time he's seen something like this. The cultivator must make sure that the product is taken to the Great Earth. Through secondary processing, the product becomes better. It sifts out the substandard elements and leaves the best ones. It is through training that the best products are selected. After training, the selected products start to mature in the real game. Therefore, secondary processing provides the selected elements with water and fertilizer for growth. However, there is one product that refuses to move to a new stage. It can simply be destroyed. The soul of the one who died in the tower remains alive. But what happens if you accidentally damage a soul? Reapers won't just sit around. We need to grow it and sell it sooner rather than later. It's time to take it to the next level. You need to pay off the debt for the purchase of the tower. This person is such a special product that even the gods who are not related to the demon world have contacted him. Beastron asked what the man wanted. Better to listen and get on with the real game. People say there should be one measure for everyone. Why doesn't he just listen? Beastron grabbed the man by the throat and once again asked him what he wanted. He is willing to bestow any skills and items on him. Why does he keep insisting on what he wants? Jae Hwan replied that he would destroy that monster and move on. Beastron shouted loudly. What could he do to get the man to agree to join the game? Beastron said so Jae Hwan wouldn't be surprised. But the universe isn't made up of one dimension. Jae Hwan replied that he knows that. He knows about parallel universes and the multiverse too. Beastron said he would then clarify there is one main dimension, the all-powerful Earth. And there are many alternative dimensions branching off from it. Earth is a small planet in a large system of dimensions consisting of many alternatives. This planet is called the 294th world. Beastron said that in the Tower of Nightmares, walkers can build skills and obtain items to increase their level. They will be able to adjust to the structure of the Great Earth and have a chance to enter another world. Beastron added that people like him can run the game. Jae Hwan asked, "Why do it?" Beastron replied that this is not something a person is really interested in. Of all the alternate worlds, why did the Tower of Nightmares end up on Earth? Isn't that what humans are interested in? Why were Jae Hwan and his family forced to face this? Their world was chosen by chance. Jae Hwan told his interlocutor to stop. He asked, "Why is Beastron running the Tower of Nightmares? What's in it for him?" Beastron laughed. It's kind of his hobby. The monster assumed the man didn't believe him. However, he had many different hobbies. Among them, there are those who simply observe the outstanding walkers. There is a place called Paradise, where monsters and demons live in peace with humans. Jae Hwan saw the message. The Lord had sent him a message. There was no more time. You can't destroy him, and you can't have a conversation with him. Beastron asked, "Does the man believe him now?" Jae Hwan decided it was all nonsense. Jae Hwan drank the strengthening mixture and thought that now he has nowhere to strive. But he still can't defeat this monster. Could humanity really be destroyed? Jae Hwan grabbed his chest and felt a strange sensation. The guy thought, is he hallucinating? Jae Hwan clenched his fist. A glow appeared from the fist. What were those small particles? They took the shape of pieces of sugar and then turned into a completely different object. Are these particles a component of the world? The shape doesn't matter, for he realized it at once. Jae Hwan asked Beastron, "Who is the monarch? Is he in charge?" The monster realized that he was able to interest the man. Monarchs are contemplators of the Great Earth, those who have managed to get through the game, head to the Great Earth, and receive power support from the monarchs. Beastren said that a person's future will change depending on the monarch they choose. Beastren added that if you listen to him, he is willing to swear on his own name that he will use all his power to help the man get to the great monarch. But this will only be the case if one is willing to go through the game all the way to the end. Jae-hwan said that the monster talks like a salesman in a store, however he is willing to do what is asked of him. Hodak added that he will start playing in 10 days. 9 days passed. All this time, Jae-hwan had been practicing hand-to-hand combat techniques intensely. Beastren watched the man and said that he was moving around all the time, probably to attract attention. Beastren thought that he should wait a little longer. It would soon be over. He was forced to buy this tower because of deceit. It was all because of those lying scoundrels. It is said that the tower was personally built by the Lord. The seller said that it was a very favorable deal. It was a first-generation ancient structure whose age could not be estimated. If this tower was a third-generation tower, there would be a function to voluntarily complete the training without sacrificing achievements. Beastren decided to shake everyone out himself if they couldn't get out. Beastren thought he couldn't get out of the game because of this tower. Beastren once again thought that tomorrow it would all be over. The monster asked the man if he remembered everything he was told. Jae-hwan replied that he remembered everything. Beastren was excited. He had waited a very long time for this day. He was excited to the point of tears. The monster wondered, what is the man doing now? Jae-hwan replied that he would now hunt Beastren since he's in the game. The walker thought that after the particle hallucination, it had become harder for him to control his sword. Every time he wants to strike, he has a strange feeling. It's like an awakening. On the 91st floor, there was a breeding plant called Black Ironwood. Beastren said that he hadn't seen anyone like this walker before. It should have happened a long time ago. It would have been easier for everyone. Jae-hwan found himself captured and asked what the monster was going to do. Beastren replied that the man wouldn't be able to finish the game without his consent. Beastren said he had already given up trying to talk the man down. Beastren asked, what makes a person think the training has a continuation? The Tower of Nightmares would automatically close 100 days after the training was completed. The monster added that he needed the man to survive and agree to participate in the game. Jae-hwan told Beastren that on the Great Earth, his name was Teasing Sanctuary. He had already lived for 784 years and traveled to 184 worlds, and now he continues his dirty selection among his chosen squad of walkers. Now the monster is going to hand him over to the Black Monarch, the mathematician. Beastren wondered, how had the man guessed that? Jae-hwan says he's the gift the monster here has been waiting for. Beastren was outraged at what was happening and the man's defiance. He said that this could not be happening. A game restart was activated. Our hero began to have doubts. Could it all be just a dream? Could the monster really not destroy him? Could he be reborn after his death? The constituent of the world shattered into particles, and the text appeared. After much doubt, Jae-hwan finally reached the stage of absolute certainty. He pierced through the understanding. The time limits that had been set were lifted. Beastren said he wouldn't spare the man any more pity. He should give up before it was too late. The monster recognized that man had accomplished a lot in this world in such a short time. Beastren said the man still has to be in the game. By his actions, he is only making it worse for himself. Monster realized, however, that it wasn't just a reboot. Jae-hwan told Beastren to listen to him very carefully one last time. People aren't just commodities for sale. They aren't insignificant enough to be digitized in some game of his will. They are not things to be put a price tag on. The man added that he was no longer going to follow the monster's plan. At that, the walker raised his sword to the monster's head. Jae-hwan once again said that he would destroy further and climb the tower higher and higher, destroying the mortal world, the world that these scoundrels had created. Beastren asked the man to stop. There's nothing higher than that anymore. Jae-hwan disagreed and said there was something above. Jae-hwan thought that he had been sent here for a reason. He was interested in the inscriptions. Was the Tower of Nightmares really the creation of the demon at the top of the Tree of Illusions? Jae-hwan was sure that the records of Mulark, the creator of the Tower of Nightmares, also existed. The walker assumed they were at the root of the Tree of Illusions. Beastren asked what he was up to. Jae-hwan stated, if it's the root, then there's also a trunk. If he breaks through the ceiling, there will be a passage higher up. Beastren said you can't do that to his tower. The training has been suspended. An unknown error occurred during the download. A search for other walkers in the Tower of Nightmares is in progress. No walkers have been found. The man was in the middle of a pristine forest. He said he had finally found it. Numerous monsters appeared in front of the armed warrior. The battle was bloody. However, they were all destroyed. The warrior said that the monsters here were not so strong. After the aggressive monsters, strange green creatures appeared. One of them asked how dare the man do such a thing. However, these creatures spoke in an incomprehensible language, and the man could not make out what they were saying at all. Maybe they are talking about the horn of the monster behind his back. The man decides to make a deal. He gives them the thing, and they tell him what this place is. However, no agreement was reached, and the young man had a battle with these creatures as well. The boy fell one of them on his back, and threatening him with his sword, asked him where he was. There was no way to get information, and the green creature was also destroyed. Jae Hwan thought that these creatures seemed weak to him, but it turns out they're not so simple. Jae Hwan still couldn't recognize the items here. He dragged the bodies of the destroyed monsters aside. The system prompted the player to use a backpack to store inventory. The guy thought that the system stopped working after he left the Tower of Nightmares. Jae Hwan thought he would be able to access the system of other dimensions, but that was a mistake. Good thing he had some access to information. Among the items he received were all sorts of crystals. Among others, there was a spirit stone whose energy could be increased. The color of this crystal was different, but the essence was the same. But someone here is creating these stones. They must be quite valuable. Jae Hwan found a map that said, Tree of Illusion, Chaos, among other items. Jae Hwan noticed that the type from the tower hadn't told him about this place. The woman was approaching the monster, followed by some other people. The woman apologized. She didn't mean to hurt the man. She would try to change her hunting spot. The warrior stated that the only thing that saved her this time was that she was pretty. The warrior at the top of the cliff remained unnoticed and watched these men. Jae Hwan thought that this girl seemed stronger than the others, but they don't get along for some reason. At this rate, they might die. How did they manage to get out of the Tower of Nightmares with such skills? The monster attacked one of the warriors. The girl shouted for Hyun to be careful. Jae Hwan had to intervene, and with a mid-lunge, he destroyed that monster. The girl asked, who was he? If he destroyed Bighorn, could they have him for themselves? Jae Hwan replied that he didn't mind. The girl noticed that the trophy horn behind the man's back was somehow special. The warriors knew that it would take at least 10 people to defeat a Bighorn. The monster that Jae Hwan had destroyed had 5 horns, so I guess the more horns, the stronger the monster. The girl asked our hero who he was. Chaos is not a simple world. No one can destroy Bighorn with a simple lunge. Jae Hwan inquired, what does chaos mean? One of the warriors asked, what is this man doing here? His name is Jae Hwan? The warrior said it doesn't happen here very often. Could they really take the monster's body? The warrior thought it was suspicious. This guy said it was only a passageway here, yet he had destroyed a fatty monster without using skills. The woman in this case was also unable to use the skills. Even the powers didn't help her. This guy's powers must be outside the system. Who is he really? The girl said she had a few questions, and explained that chaos is not a simple world. There are only a few transition points here. No one can destroy Bighorn with a simple lunge. Jae Hwan asked again, what does chaos mean? The girl was surprised. Is he really joking? Why would he ask such a question? The girl was surprised. Did this man not understand what she was saying? After all, she had asked who he was. Jae Hwan replied that he understood everything. The protagonist thought that his entire past on Earth had lost meaning after being trapped in the tower. He had new comrades with whom he created many new memories, but after graduation, they disappeared like a mirage. His comrades probably live somewhere on Earth. He could keep all the memories if he started over, but they wouldn't remember him and everything they went through. Jae Hwan replied to the girl that he didn't remember anything. The girl asked, would she really think he had amnesia? An amazing sword appeared in the guy's hands. The girl decided that it was a super weapon. It turns out that it's all about powerful weapons, not about strength. The other warriors wondered, was there really a super weapon in front of them now? Why did this guy decide to show off his weapon? The girl thought the man had ruined her assignment. However, she said she didn't want to count on him. She wanted to suggest something. The girl who introduced herself as Mino told about the chaos, and they started discussing the squad. It was a nefarious team of Red Fox clan guys. Jae Hwan thought to himself, does the girl really want him to deal with those guys? Mino said that those guys would get to him soon, and he'd understand. One of the warriors stated that it was already getting dark, so they would stay here. It's not a good idea to travel at night so as not to provoke the monsters. Jae Hwan thought that, according to the map, there should be a village nearby. One of the warriors told the boss that this guy's energy level was below the threshold. It turns out that he was only able to defeat Bighorn because of the superweapon. But a superweapon is an item that can only be obtained in the Abyss, where there is a tree of illusions. Jae-hwan assumed that these people were really up to something bad. They would be horrified if they found out that that was where he had gotten that weapon. Is there really someone after this weapon? At some point, Jae-hwan realized that someone started moving towards him. The girl wondered why he was lying down since those people were already coming after him. "We need to use the sword against them." Jae-hwan replied that he didn't have a sword. He'd lent it to someone on the night shift. The girl was surprised. Did he really give his sword to a stranger? Isn't that the limit of carelessness? Soon, Jae-hwan and Mino found themselves surrounded. One of the attackers said he would find a use for the weapon. The guy should remember. He had contacted the Red Fox clan. The girl asked, "Do these rascals really want bloodshed?" Now Jae-hwan realized what she was really like. The villains rushed upon the propagandist with the intention of destroying him, but were violently repulsed by the girl. She said that these villains had condemned themselves to a terrible fate. The leader of the villains admitted that he immediately realized Mino was a real witch. There's a reason she sicked the monsters on them. One of the villains asked who exactly had turned to the Ghost Warriors. Mino replied that what difference does it make? Those rascals had destroyed many newcomers who didn't understand anything. She's sure. Many of the inhabitants of Chaos are eager for their demise. The villains stated that Ghost Warriors would not help such pathetic people. It was most likely just an isolated incident. So the witch dies here and now. Mino asked, "Does this rascal really only count on superweapons?" The villain replied that he had another plan as well. About 40 more of the clan came out from behind the bushes. Did she really think he would go into battle without training against a ghostly witch and a guy who had slain a bighorn with one blow? Another warrior appeared and said, if he knew he could easily obtain a superweapon, he wouldn't have gone this far. Mino wondered, was Black Fox really here too? There had to be little going on in his life lately. Black Fox was the head of the Red Fox clan and was at the third step. The clan head said that more than half of his men were here for her. Mino didn't think she could slay the clan head alone. He was at the third step after all. The girl told Jae-hwan that she couldn't protect him. He'd better run. With that, she tossed him the Nightmare Stone. Mino explained that it was the Stone of Return. It could be used to travel to the nearest fortress. It was the only one she had. Jae-hwan thought that the stone doesn't return to the past. It saves in the present. He asked the girl if she had the ability to go back in time. Would she do it? Mino was surprised. Is this really the time for such questions? The girl replied that she had worked all her life. If she died, it would be today, and she would never go back to the past. Jae-hwan pulled his sword out of its sheath and said that she wouldn't die today. The protagonist activated the 14th transformation of the Flame King and used the lost spell. Mino realized she was wrong. This guy is very strong. The girl asked who he really was. Jae-hwan wondered, had she forgotten? Does she have memory problems? He thought he was the only one who had that problem. Mino demanded the return of the stone he got from her. Jae-hwan replied that he had just lost it. Mino was furious. How could he have lost such an expensive item? The girl searched the neighborhood, but she couldn't find the stone. Should she really waste her time on it? Jae-hwan replied that he was human. The girl thought he was kidding. Sitting by the night fire, Mino thought, is it really enough to just be human in this world? The next morning, while driving along the forest road, Mino asked if the young man had really forgotten all about the almighty earth when he fell into the chaos. She said he was lucky if he could forget anything. Jae-hwan wondered, what good is memory loss? Mino replied that many locals would envy him. She hinted that she knew how and why everyone ended up at Chaos. He asked how she ended up here. The girl said that if he knew what he was talking about, he would regret it once he heard the answer. The young men arrived at the Gorgon Fortress. Jae-hwan thought it was similar to the first floor area in the Tower of Nightmares. Everyone present was asking for help and wanted mercy. Jae-hwan knew such facial expressions well. Mino said that there were now 1,000 times more of them. The boy realized what she meant. She asked him not to ask him any more questions about how she ended up in Chaos. The girl said, welcome to the realm of the fallen, Chaos. If you die on the almighty earth, you can go to Chaos. But if you die here, it's the end. The soul will be turned into nutrients for the Tree of Illusions. An officer appeared and ordered everyone to line up and go to work. The officer told one man that he died because he was weak and threw a cape over his naked body. An officer named James asked why Mino came to the north entrance. The girl replied that she was just dropping by. They already knew each other, so she would appreciate being let through sooner. James said that things have changed. They are now under orders to check the identity of everyone who enters the fortress. Mino said she completely forgot her ID. As payment, she placed the bighorn horn in the palm of the officer's hand. The officer hid his horn and said he checked the girl's ID. Turning to Jae Hwan, he stated that he wanted to see his ID. Jae Hwan replied that he didn't have any. What to do now? Mino looked at the young man and said that he was in a predicament. If he said he needed help, she would help. James stated that entry into the fortress without identification is strictly forbidden. Jae Hwan replied that he understood. Mino wondered what he was going to do. Jae Hwan drew his sword and deactivated the guards near the officer. Mino was surprised. Is he really capable of doing such a thing? Jae Hwan asked if she was coming with him. Suddenly, a noble figure appeared, the most famous checkpoint captain in Chaos. Mino had said they were in trouble now. It was Carlton, stubborn and stern. The captain asked James what was going on here. An officer reported that a man was trying to enter the fortress without identification. The captain replied that it was impossible. Jae Hwan asked why. The captain explained that if there was a problem with identity verification, he had the right to keep the visitor out. Jae Hwan thought that the captain was applying the law of fortress skill. Our hero declared that his laws were of no concern to him. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and asked what should be in the ID card at all. And then he added that he didn't need any ID. He wasn't going to prove his identity. The captain wondered why the skill wasn't working. In that case, he would be forced to arrest the young man according to the point of law and put silver shackles on him. The soldiers watched in amazement as the stranger easily freed himself from the shackles. The captain inquired how he had done it. Jae Hwan asked Mino if she could do what she did. The girl wondered. What exactly did she do? Jae Hwan threw something into the captain's palm. James shrieked, accusing the young man of bribing the captain and demanded immediate execution. Captain Carlton asked if the man's name was Jae Hwan. The young man confirmed it. The captain said he had been expecting him because he was Gossip Girl's envoy. Message received. The degree of soul destruction has exceeded 15%. Urgent medication is required. The captain marveled that the soul had fallen under the influence and said the girl would know what to do. Mino confirmed. Jae Hwan asked what soul destruction was. Mino was surprised that he didn't know anything. Soul destruction is a chronic disease that gradually consumes the soul of all caught up in the chaos. That's why the bighorn horn is such a valuable item. Mino recalled how excited James had been when he found out. The horn is the only tool against soul destruction. The girl said that thanks to this young man, she was able to get the horn. Captain Carlton scanned Jae Hwan's retinas and found no soul damage. The captain said he had checked the stone with the young man and was returning it. Jae Hwan was surprised. He didn't want the stone? The captain said that the spirit stone was an item that shouldn't be given to the first person he met. Jae Hwan countered that he wasn't a messenger at all. Jae Hwan and Mino headed into town. James asked the captain if it was okay to let these people pass. Carlton asked James if he knew what a spirit stone was. James answered, an object that increases spiritual energy. The captain looked at his hand, which was covered in blisters. The officer explained that it was because of the spirit stone. No one but Gossip Girl's messenger has power over the stone. The captain isn't sure if the young man is the messenger, but he can control the stone. James asked if the man could be trusted. The captain replied that he trusted his soul, rather. The captain added that the device would not be able to detect soul destruction in only one case. This happens if a person's soul is the purest in the chaos. It doesn't matter if he's a messenger or not. What matters is that he controls the spirit stone. It was up to the fortress to decide what to do with it. James asked if it was related to the fortress master's illness. The captain replied that he didn't know. The captain stated he heard rumors. Someone wanted to let these people through for a bribe. The rumor is that person is James. Jae Hwan thought that the streets of the city were very confusing, and Mino was keeping up with him. Seeing the young men off, the captain told Mino not to forget his ID. This time we'll close his eyes since Jae Hwan personally asked for it. Bribes are unacceptable. The captain thought Mino would come to his senses after those words. The officer wished them a pleasant stay in the Gorgon fortress. Jae Hwan was surprised that the effect of the spell lasted so long, but the captain looked like a man best not to mess with. The young man told a passerby that he was looking for a good blacksmith. The passerby replied that he didn't know anything. Jae Hwan noticed that the girl had come to her senses and wished her good luck. He turned around and walked in the other direction. Mino was indignant. How could he just leave like that? After all, he was angry that she wanted to leave upon entering the fortress. Jae Hwan replied that he had helped him through, and now she would be in the way. The young man said they were too different, and she should go her own way. Mino was indignant that he didn't even know where to go. Jae Hwan replied that he'd ask passersby and added, I need a horse. Mino said she knew where to find a horse and could take him there. Jae-hwan says he wants to do one thing with one person first. The young men were accosted by strangers and asked if they were the one with the sword that emitted heat. Mino warned them to leave if they value their lives. One of the villains notices that the youngest is going through puberty and reacts violently to Mino's rudeness. The villain added that if the two didn't want to get hurt, they'd better give up the sword. They would have to pay if they wanted to stay alive. The healthiest of the villains inquired if his co-workers could work things out quietly. The villain swung his axe, saying they would have to answer for their rudeness. Jae-hwan said he met some noisy people along the way and used his sword to deactivate them. Mino marveled. He had dealt with everyone in one blow. Jae-hwan replied that he only knew how to lunge. Light, normal, and strong. Mino asked what the last punch was for and why it blew the roof off. Jae-hwan explained. During the fight, one of the opponents became invisible. He wanted to scare him. Mino was surprised. What normal person would blow up the roof just to scare someone? Jae-hwan was also surprised and asked, "Isn't that normal?" The young men approached an establishment called Twilight's Fall, the most famous forge in Gorgon. The blacksmith asked how he could help the young men, but warned that the order would have to wait. Even if he left the request today, it would take time to make. The craftsman's name was Naven. Mino wondered, did they really have a lot of orders? Naven explained that only the deputy master of the forge was on site today, and they had a lot to do. He advised that it would be better to buy a finished product rather than wait for manufacturing. The blacksmith showed a dagger made from the horn of a quadruped. The piece will be completed after the slit on the hilt is created. One of the young men said he wanted to help and work on this dagger. The blacksmith, deputy owner Michael Garnard, asked if the young men knew that quadruped horn is a very hard material, and if they were sure they could handle it. Michael noted that he liked the attitude of the young ones, and whoever could make the gash on the hilt would be the deputy owner of the forge for a day. None of the young men were up to the task. The blacksmith stated that they were very weak and did not even leave a scratch. A customer entered the forge. Naveen warned that it was not allowed to go in there right now. Jae-hwan asked if he could try it. Michael Garnard wondered if he was the wandering blacksmith. The blacksmith replied that it was impossible, and said that the stranger was mistaken in thinking that it was easy. Our hero said that he could do it, for he was extremely skillful and knew that the horn of a quadruped was a hard material to work. Jae-hwan completed the task and asked if he could now be the deputy blacksmith for the day. However, the knife cracked and fell apart. The blacksmith was furious. Did the boy know how much such a horn was worth? How dare he break it? Jae-hwan admitted that it was easy to break, but hard to make a gash on the hilt. He expressed regret. The blacksmith wondered, does the guy really think apologizing solves anything? This is incredibly expensive stuff. The blacksmith wondered what he would tell the customer. The weapon was completely broken. The young man promised to compensate with a better horn. The blacksmith was surprised. How could he have a more expensive one? Jae-hwan took out what he was talking about from his pocket. The horn of a 5-horn. The blacksmith was very surprised. Jae-hwan asked if this horn was enough since he didn't have another one right now. It was indeed the horn of a garnick. The blacksmith stated that it would do. Our hero was relieved that he could now do a little work in the forge, but was still a customer. The blacksmith said that the forge is considered the best in Gorgon Fortress, with the best craftsmen and tools there. Since the boy is the master's assistant today, he can use whatever he wants. Jae-hwan thanked the blacksmith for the opportunity. Michael wondered where the guy got the horn from. Jae-hwan replied that he had gotten it by hard work. The blacksmith wondered if the young man was saying that he had killed the 5 horns on his own. The assistant nodded affirmatively. The blacksmith repeated the question with surprise, wondering if the guy really did it alone. Jae-hwan said he needed his help. He needed a sword scabbard, even though it would be his first time doing it. The blacksmith wondered, was the young man really going to use the horn of a garneka? Jae-hwan showed the blacksmith his sword. The blacksmith was surprised again. Was it really a copy of the Ice Dragon sword? The blacksmith said that making a scabbard for such a weapon was too difficult. It would be better to forge a new sword from this horn. The blacksmith was even more surprised when he realized the spiritual weapon in front of him. The spiritual energy indicated absorption by a higher race. The blacksmith noted that the sword was evolving. Due to evolution, the sword changes shape. At the end of the process, the young man will have to give it a new name. The blacksmith noticed that the material had already been absorbed by the sword. Jae-hwan replied that it was fine, he still had a reserve. The blacksmith asked the deputy if he could help. The young man said he wanted to see how the blacksmith worked with the material. Smith replied that he was ready to show what he could do. In the fortress, the commander was reported to the commander that all bandits were destroyed, but after that, the target was lost from sight. The minister of Gorgon Fortress Yershin Zieber asked how this happened. The man replied that he couldn't explain. He blacked out and woke up on the roof. The minister thought, had the target sensed his presence? How could he sense the high-level invisibility skill of a third-level master? Then he himself was no lower than the 5th level. Zieber said to gather more men and search the fortress. Everyone in the tavern was following the news. The girl from the news channel said it was time to say goodbye, but she wanted to tell about the last clip, about the lone hero from the 99th floor. Everyone was wondering where he was now. Someone said that the tower had suspended the cultivation process. Perhaps the owner was trying to cheat and got caught. There are rumors that he's abandoned everything and fled. But it's impossible to clear the tower alone. For a demon with resources like that, it'd be strange to destroy everything and walk away. Someone suggested that the logical thing to do would be to sell everything off first and then leave. No one just abandons property. Mino entered the tavern spectacularly, attracting attention. A visitor asked her if she had come alone. Mino rudely told the man to fuck off. The guy realized it was better not to bother her. Mino ordered a large mug of liquor and said she wanted to drown in alcohol. She was angry, talking to herself out loud. Why is this guy so crazy? Why is he making such a big deal out of himself? The tavern owner, Mrs. Claire, told Mino to calm down. She hadn't gotten drunk yet and was already talking incoherent nonsense. Claire added that there are a lot of men around. Why would she be attracted to one? Mino replied that when she sees him, he becomes infuriating, destroying everything in his path, swinging his sword like he doesn't care about anything. Mino added that he says some very strange things. Mino said that everyone is struggling to live, and this guy just shows up out of nowhere. He looks down on her all the time. Claire tried to calm the girl down and said that she was acting like a child, so she shouldn't even go near this guy. Claire added that if Mino stayed with him, she could die. Suddenly, a bird flew into the tavern. It had a scroll in its paws. The scroll fell right in front of the girl. It was a letter from the captain of the Northern Gate Carlton. The recipient was the Storm of the Dark Forests, Mino. As the girl unfolded the scroll, she got some sort of uneasy feeling. A man nearby grabbed the girl's arm and asked, "Is she really the Witch of Carnage?" The man said he didn't like such cavalier behavior, but he was busy right now, so he wanted to put the conventions aside for later. Mino has to help him with something. The blacksmith working on the horn said he can't do it anymore. Even his tools won't listen to him. It's too high-level material for him. Jae Hwan says it's not about level, it's about understanding. The first stage of rebirth is the power of doubt to destroy the world essence. The second stage is the ability to realize and accept the destroyed world. After these words, the horn began to transform and change its structural formula. The blacksmith did not understand what was happening. The blacksmith and the walker saw before them the image of a huge monster arising from that horn. Jae Hwan said that there was a blacksmith taking over. If he took it upon himself to help, he should do it properly. The blacksmith asked fearfully, "Was this monster really Garnek's horn? Was he really trying to use his pathetic skill against such a monster?" The blacksmith couldn't believe it, thinking he must be dreaming. He'd have to wake up soon. The blacksmith decided to call for help and ran out of the forge. However, there were skeletons and other undead everywhere in front of him. Did such a world really exist? How could he have gotten here? In this world, there are limits beyond which it is impossible to go, and it does not matter how much a person tries to do so. There is no way a person will ever break beyond his own limits. He will never be able to reach the level of a nightmare. The blacksmith thought he was too old to deal with Gornek's horn. He should have come here sooner. The blacksmith said he knew. The walker expected to meet the owner of the Nightmare Forge, but he hasn't been here for a long time. He feels sorry that only a pathetic man like him is left here. He can't be considered a true apprentice. He hasn't even created a single tower. Jae Hwan said that it doesn't matter. Guy added that the blacksmith is good with guns. You don't want to put your hands down. The blacksmith stated that he has tried hundreds of times. Jae Hwan remarked that in such a case, one must try millions of times. The blacksmith noticed that he tried again and again. He never gave up. The blacksmith added that he had honed all the skills associated with blacksmithing. He could now say with complete confidence that he could repair any weapon in the Tower of Nightmares. But as soon as he achieved success, strange thoughts began to visit him. Instead of aiming for a 99% success rate, he was trying to run away from a 1% failure rate. Jae Hwan recognized that this person had worked harder than the others. But does he know the working principle of the craft skill? The nightmare crafting skill appeared much earlier than the others. It existed from the very beginning, like fire and water. But is man capable of knowing the structure of the world? And why try to explain it? Jae Hwan asked. Did the blacksmith really mean to say that he used the skill without understanding its essence? The blacksmith noticed that the spiritual force imparts power to the hammer and chisel, and the tools adjust to work with the horn. The young man asked, if it was so simple, why didn't these students succeed? The blacksmith suggested that they hadn't fully learned the skill yet. The blacksmith thought if the principle of the skill was so simple, there was no point in mastering it. Jae Hwan wondered, the blacksmith has no idea what the skill is and he keeps using it? The blacksmith asked, does anyone really know the essence of all these skills? The master inquired if the young man knew how the craft skill worked. Jae Hwan tells the blacksmith to take a closer look at the horn and tell him what he sees. The young man noticed that hard work made the blacksmith's world more stable. There was nothing wrong with that, but did the master still not understand anything? If he couldn't succeed even after so many attempts, then it wasn't him, it was the world. The blacksmith was surprised. He had never thought of such a thing. Monster used to say that the blacksmith's approach is good for nightmares, but not for humans. But then, what is good for humans? Monster said he should be thankful he was born human. Humans can't jump above the rank of apprentice. The blacksmith clutched his head. What should he do? Is this guy really suggesting he challenge the world? Jae Hwan said that this world repays all the effort. The result justifies the effort. What's wrong with that? After all, the existing world makes him believe in his own inability. The blacksmith is not so young anymore, but he is able to keep fighting. Jae Hwan said for the master to take a closer look. You shouldn't blindly believe everything. It's better to see for yourself. The blacksmith thought, has this guy always known this world existed? Without ranks, skills, or levels. It's a world devoid of deception. How has he not gone mad? The blacksmith struck the hammer on the chisel again with all his might, inquired if he had actually continued on his way. The interlocutor replied that he had gotten what he wanted. Now he had to go. The boy admitted that he liked the scabbard. Now all that was left was to choose a name. Smith stated that he could offer his option. He was inspired by the language of martial arts. The name he picked is related to the ability to enjoy solitude. There is only one name for this sword: Loner. The blacksmith and his apprentices wished our hero a happy journey. The blacksmith asked the guy what he looks like in the world the young man sees. Jae Hwan said that he sees the blacksmith as a human being. At that, the guy didn't look back. Jae Hwan never liked to look back. Would anyone be able to understand his lonely world? Without turning around, Jae Hwan asked the girl why she kept following him. Mino responded by asking if he thought she was doing it out of bad motives. Jae Hwan wondered if she was up to something again. Mino asked, how did he know that? Mino said that she would deal with him. Jae Hwan wondered what she would do with that. The girl said that in that case, she would get his soul stone and live life to the fullest. Mino noted that her words somehow didn't impress the young man at all. In that case, he could ignore them. The girl held out a package to him. Jae Hwan asked what it was. Mino replied that it was his clothes. He could take it as an apology. At least he'll look like a human being now. Mino asked what the guy would do if he didn't meet a nightmare. Jae Hwan replied that the blacksmith had explained where to find him. We should find him and ask him about the Tree of Illusion, and then go to find the path to the abyss. Mino wondered why he would do that. Let's say he gets lucky and makes it to the abyss. I mean, he knows what happened to everyone who came back as the abyss champion. Jae Hwan countered that he wouldn't come back. Mino asked in fury, who was he anyway? What made him think he could do that? Who gave him that right? Mino didn't calm down. Who was he to do whatever came into his head? Why doesn't he pay attention to the opinions of others? She added that Jae Hwan is arrogant and heartless, and he doesn't think of others as human beings. The girl said she was human. They are all human, even if not as strong. Jae Hwan said he wouldn't go back to the past, even if they were to die today. The girl's inner voice was telling her not to cause trouble. If she breaks her promise, this old woman will be the end of her. She should flatter this guy and lure him with sweet speeches. Jae Hwan thought they have a hostage. These guys are on the opposite side of the street. He'll have to risk it to save the hostage, but it's useless, isn't it? The guy thought, no matter how many people he saves, the point doesn't change. Doubt allows him to learn the whole truth about this world. This is a world that is ruled by money and information. In this world, people sell their souls for power and wealth. Jae Hwan decides to get rid of them and goes in search of a nightmare. Mino said that from that point of view, he's not a person at all. Jae Hwan tells the girl that they are no longer on their way. He can't stay with her for such a purpose. Mino got even more angry and said they wouldn't see each other again. Jae Hwan thought, why does this woman look so much like a human? The villain on the other side of the street has decided that she has betrayed them and urgently needs to report it. All their plans for the nightmare are ruined. Mino stood in front of the door and pondered how things could have gotten to this point. The girl went inside and apologized to her aunt for keeping her waiting. Inside, everything was ruined. Claire said she knew it. She should have stopped Mino earlier. In the middle of the tavern stood a huge warrior with a sword in his hands. Claire said this girl could die now. The perpetrator told the old woman to shut up. Gramila asked why the Witch of Carnage had come alone. What about their deal? It was the eldest of the Gyumjongbang brothers, Genya. Mino told the bulky man that he was more naive than he looked. Has he ever seen a witch keep a promise? Jae Hwan isn't coming. The girl added that the guy was off to destroy the world. Genya shouted that the Witch of Carnage was out of his mind and ordered his warriors to attack her. In the forests, this girl became known as the Witch of Carnage because of her ability to lure creatures. Would she be able to do it now? Genya said another nickname would suit her. The thug added that the noise insulation is great in here and no one will hear her, so she can stop screaming. However, she could get this guy in here before it was too late. Mino stated that the Dark Forest would take revenge on them. Genya said that there was no need to make things up. They know perfectly well that this guy is not in the Gorgon Fortress, and by the time they realize it, Mino and that old woman will be dead. Genya declared that he would rip Mino to pieces with his bare hands. Mino only now realized that she wanted to go back in time. The door to the tavern swung open and Jae Hwan appeared. Mino said she hated being barged in like that. Wasn't he planning to destroy the world? Why did he come here? Was it to save her? Jae Hwan replied that the clothes didn't fit him enough. Mino wondered, did he really come back just because the clothes didn't fit him? Genya asked the hero, is he the master of the spirit weapon? It turns out this guy made their lives easier by himself. Jae Hwan asked the bandits if they knew where the nightmare was. It was necessary to bring him here immediately. Genya said that guy was crazy. He had heard that Jae Hwan had gone against the rules of the fortress, and now the rumors were true. Mino told Jae Hwan to be careful. Genya is on the 4th step. He should not be underestimated. Genya said that this young man was being very arrogant and rushed with his companions to attack. Now they will show what real power is. After the failed attack, Genya said in surprise that the rookie in front of him was not an ordinary rookie. How was he able to dodge? Could it be that he was the Abyss champion? Genya added that up to this point, the only one who had been able to evade his lunge was Fivehorn. Are they really on the same level? Genya held Claire by the collar and said he didn't guarantee her safety. Claire told the young man not to hesitate and to attack. Genya slapped the woman's cheek with the palm of his hand. Mino told Claire to be patient. They will save her. Mino asked Jae Hwan if he would help, right? Jae Hwan wondered, why would a girl turn to him with this? After all, he came here for a nightmare and will destroy everyone in his path, be it enemies or allies. Mino took the young man by the shoulder and said that Claire was human too. Claire shouted, what are they waiting for? It was necessary to attack immediately. Jae Hwan saw that the people in front of him were not human. The knights watching from the side saw a powerful beam emerge from the tavern, piercing through the roof and pointing upwards. What's really going on up there? Bandit told his leader Janier that they were in trouble. This guy had broken the barrier of silence. Knights burst into the tavern and their leader asked what was going on here. Jae Hwan says the captain showed up just in time. The guy in front of them is breaking the laws of the fortress. Jae Hwan, pointing his finger at Genya, added that the latter had violated the 4th paragraph of the Gorgon Fortress Criminal Code article. He must have decided to take this place and destroy the world together with the nightmare. Mino asked in surprise, wasn't that his idea? The leader said that the villain would be arrested without parole for taking hostages and damaging private property. Genya shouted that it was time for them to retreat. Captain Carlton said he would not let them go and used silver fetters against the outlaws. He added that resistance was useless. Genia attempted to resist, but Captain Carlton tackled him and captured the villain. Genia stated that he is giving up. Carlton stated that it was a wise decision. There were crystals in Genya's hand. He noticed that Captain Carlton was as pious as he was naive. The crystals turned to smoke, and visibility in the room deteriorated dramatically. Genia and his accomplices managed to escape. The villain confessed that he had not expected that he would have to resort to such measures. One of the criminals informed the boss that one of their comrades had inhaled black smoke. Genya was angry. He had warned them to wear masks carefully. How dare they use smoke spraying without his approval? Is the Massacre Witch really that strong? The head of the Forbidden Heaven clan, Hyuk Seol Ran, recalled that he had been promised this girl. Genya replied that it wasn't the witch, it was the silver shackles used against them. Hyuk-seol asked if the captain was still there. The villain said he inhaled smoke, so he's probably dead by now. Hyuk-seol noticed Mino and Jae-hwan coming out of the bar and asked, "Who is that guy?" Genya replied that he himself would like to find out. How did his spirit not decay under the influence of the black smoke? He'd never seen a messenger without antennae before. Could it really be him? But why did he come here? Jae-hwan wasn't going to resort to such measures, and didn't want to rely on objects. But he activated Garnek's greatness, and the head of a huge monster appeared above him. Hyuk-seol was startled and asked, "What kind of monster is that?" Then he turned around and said that they would deal with it themselves. Genya saw the clan leader running away and cursed at him. Genya kneeled in front of Jae-hwan and couldn't believe what had happened. The young man said that his opponent had a chance to save his life if he confessed where Nightmare was hiding. Genya thought, if he gave up, his life would lose meaning, for he would not forgive the betrayal. However, Genya declared that he didn't care, his fate was sealed, and swallowed the crystal, the Soul Stone. It may seem like everyone in Chaos is addicted to some kind of drugs, but they are not drugs. Mino notes that the drugs are needed to reduce the level of soul destruction. No one wants to die. Suddenly, Genya turned into a huge monster, terrorizing all the villains. Looking around, Jae-hwan saw only undead around him. Is that really the essence of this world? What was good here? What was he afraid of when he could be truly free? However, the monster didn't understand how a mere human ended up in this world. Jae-hwan replied, "Does it matter?" He thought, could it really happen again? But he asked to find someone here to tell about the nightmare. Why did it rain? At the tavern, one of the soldiers told the captain that it was urgent to warn the fortress. Looking at the girl, Jae-hwan thought that she was indeed human. He caught himself thinking that he couldn't use the skill against her. Why the doubts arise? The young man decided that there was no room for emotion in this world. He must be unshakable. Claire asked Jae-hwan if the girl had any chance of surviving. He replied that if the decomposition process from gas poisoning continued, she had no chance. The leadership of the fortress reported that a dead man had appeared among those present. Panic ensued. Everyone rushed to escape. They were ordered to leave the fortress immediately. But where to? Warriors appeared and began to effectively deal with the undead. Claire wondered if Mino had talked about this guy. Had he decided to go against all the rules of chaos? She said she understood such people well. She knew someone like him. The woman added that people who get here adapt not because of stupidity, but because they have no other choice. Claire said they just lacked courage. But what is courage for? To go outside the box? The woman assumed that this guy was one of those guys who was always going somewhere. Maybe he's right, but she can't understand him. She lacks that courage. Claire confesses that she knows for sure that this young man is dangerous, and she hopes he will leave. He should leave this place because he gives people hope, but at the same time drives them into despair. Jae-hwan asked the military how much medicine they had left. The medic replied that most of it had been used in trying to save Captain Carlton, with almost nothing left. Officer James shouted to immediately bring in all the medicine the fort had. Jae-hwan saw the horn in the hands of the military medic. He was trying to grind it into powder. Jae-hwan thought, is this really how he's being used? Captain Carlton took the prepared potion, but he did not feel any better. Couldn't even the horn of Throrog help? Jae-hwan asked James if they could bring the captain back to life if he became a dead man. He replied that he didn't know. Jae-hwan tried to bring the captain back to consciousness. James was outraged. How dare this man treat his master like this? Carlton opened his eyes and saw Jae-hwan. He called him by name and asked for one thing, that he should be the one to deal with him. The young man was surprised. Didn't people usually ask to be saved? The captain explained that according to the 4th paragraph of the Gorgon Fortress Law article, all destructible souls were to be destroyed. Jae-hwan thought that Carlton was very dedicated. If there were more people like him around, he wouldn't be stuck in the tower for 40 years. It's been reported that the soul's destruction has reached 94%. The decomposition process is about to begin. The captain of the demonic annihilation squad, Jaher, entered the room and ordered everyone to disperse. Jaher said that the 4th clause requires him to destroy Carlton, the captain of the North Gate, and one Jane Doe. Jae-hwan says he won't let this man accomplish what he's planned. He still has questions for the captain. Jaher marveled. This guy was able to stop his blade with his bare hands. The captain of the demon squad said he didn't know who was in front of him, but Carlton would soon be a dead man. If that happens, there will be a terrible disaster. It must be prevented. Jae-hwan pulled out a horn and said he had to help the captain. The medic exclaimed, "It's Garnek's horn. It can be used to bring the captain back to life." Jae Hwan clenched his fist and shattered the horn. The medic cried out in horror, "How could such a valuable item be destroyed?" Jae Hwan put Garnek's horn powder into the captain and Mino's mouths. James was relieved to see that the patients were no longer feeling worse. Claire rushed over to the girl. The medic said that her stamina level was too low, so the rotting process was faster. It was reported that the soul destruction level had reached 99%. The rotting will begin soon. Jaher took up his sword again. Claire said to call Chang-ho. He would be able to do the dead man's strike. Claire added that she had heard, a dead man's punch can help with soul destruction. The woman was told that the divine medic is only called upon on special occasions. He should not be disturbed for such a small thing. Jaher approached our hero and said he didn't want to discuss anything. The young man should step aside. Jae Hwan said he would destroy that woman because she asked him to. Claire yelled for the guy to stop immediately. What is he doing? Jae Hwan experienced doubt. Suddenly, an old man appeared nearby and asked how his dear Mino had brought herself to this point. The old man decided to help the girl and touched her body with his hand. Jae Hwan wondered, who was that old man? The old man also wondered, how did this guy get into his world? The old man asked in surprise, how could such a big soul be in such a tiny brain? Jae Hwan thought that doubt doesn't work on this old man. This old man is the source of soul destruction. The old man wondered, how was this guy able to stop his sword? The old man shouted in rage, how dare he behave like this in his world? Who was he anyway? Jae Hwan broke the old man's favorite sword from the Trirog. The old man was the divine medicine man, Chang-ho. Jaher asked what the divine medic was doing here, since Captain Carlton was the master of the fortress there. Chang-ho stated that a beautiful woman was about to die. What does it matter who is the master of the fortress? The old man asked what the guy was going to do. Why did he prevent him from doing the dead man's strike? Why did he destroy his sword? This strike could only be done with this sword. The old man saw the young man's weapon and asked where he had gotten such an incredible treasure. Even a sword made of Garnek's horn. Jae Hwan asked the old man if he could save this woman if he lent him a sword. The old man grabbed the young man's sword and said he could do it. Chang-ho was surprised. Did this guy really give his sword to the first person he met? He seemed very confident in his abilities. However, that wasn't what was important right now. The sword had a strange aura. It was an exact replica of its master. Chang-ho grabbed his sword with both hands and said that he was about to see what the weapon could do. The young man thought he was seeing hallucinations. It was like the effect of the doubt skill. Could such a world really belong to this old man? The old man couldn't handle the young man's sword, and the boy took the weapon into his own hands. Chang-ho said that this young man was not familiar with his world and would not be able to repeat such a blow. Jae Hwan said that he doesn't know how to do the punches and won't be able to repeat everything exactly. Chang-ho yelled for the guy to stop. The dead man's kick isn't that easy. Jae Hwan told the old man to shut up. This was the first time he was taking a swing of his sword to save another person. Jae Hwan thought Mino is very energetic and stubborn. She's quite sensitive for a hitman. There's no way this girl would betray her neighbor. The young man added that Mino is very gullible. Jae Hwan did the right thing, and the soul destruction went down. The rotting process was stopped. Jaher was surprised. How could this be possible? Claire said the guy doesn't seem so narrow-minded now. Who is he really? Jaher wondered how the young man had learned the dead man's lunge. It was more like a dead man's lunge. Would the divine medicine man say that? The old man admitted that the young man had succeeded. However, Chang-ho said that his dead man's kick is not a skill. That's the reason why no one is able to replicate it. So this guy is just like him. He's awakened. They are a few in number. They are beings who have transcended the system. They are those who have rejected the process of adapting to the system and have gained incredible power. These people have power far beyond that of chaos. There are only a few awakened ones in all the great lands. Jaher wondered if this guy was also an awakened one. Chang-ho reassured the warrior that it was too early to draw conclusions about him. Jaher said that if there was another person capable of making such a strike, they could save the master of the fortress. A man entered the room and said that he had received permission from the fortress. Everyone needs to disperse. It was the captain of the Shadow Squad, the internal security squad. The old man was surprised, for the Shadow Squad had nothing to do with the dead. What's he doing here? The captain of the Shadow Squad kneeled before our hero. He said he was paying his respects to the messenger. The captain asked to be taken to the fortress and inquired what the Annihilation Squad and Divine Medic were doing here. The captain of the Shadow Squad called our hero by name and said they had finally met. The man stated that before proceeding to the conversation, he would like to introduce himself. He is Jurgen Cheever. He deals with the internal affairs of the Gorgon Fortress. Jurgen Cheever decided to ask directly, "Is Jae-hwan the messenger of the messenger?" Our hero answered in the negative. The Shadow Squad captain said he thought so. The old man said that the Soul Stone could not only increase spiritual energy, but also establish affiliation with the Messenger clan. If the guy is not related to them, how could he have a Soul Stone? Jae-hwan replied that he had found it. Jahair asked what happened to the owner of the stone. Jae-hwan replied that he had died. The captain of the Destruction Squad wondered, who would dare to destroy a representative of one of the 5 Great Lands squads? Jae-hwan replied that he did. Jahair was indignant. How could this be possible? Jurgen Cheever told the captain to calm down. There must be some reason for this. Jae-hwan said they were the first to attack him. They wanted to steal the horns he had gotten, so they had to fight back. Jurgen Cheever thought the messengers were very greedy when it came to materials. Jurgen Cheever asked if Jae-hwan could elaborate on his fall into chaos. After the story, the squad captain said that he wanted to summarize what he had heard. The young man had accidentally fallen into the chaos, then accidentally got the Soul Stone, and accidentally got into the Gorgon Fortress. After that, he accidentally got into a mess with a divine medic and was able to replicate a dead man's strike that he saw for the first time in his life. The captain said he was clear about this young man. Chang Ho wondered, did Jurgen Cheever really believe a single word he said? The captain told the old man that to gain someone's trust, you have to learn to trust yourself. Jurgen Cheever asked if Jae-hwan was a human being. The guy thought, did not join the game and left the world, destroying the Tower of Nightmares, so his soul does not have a clear form. There's a good chance that the Tree of Illusion perceived him as a dead man and sent him into chaos. His body must still be on Earth. How did the captain realize he was alive? How did Jurgen Cheever realize he was accidentally caught up in the chaos? Cheever said no one in chaos would describe their demise that way. The guy doesn't want to reveal his identity because he's afraid of threats. The captain said he wanted to apologize. The young man has been followed by his men for the past 4 days. Jae-hwan stated that he knew that. Jurgen Cheever said that, as expected, the young man was already aware of it. He's much stronger than they thought, so it wasn't so easy to follow him. But they did get something out of it. The threat level of the targets was determined to be SS. The force level couldn't be determined. The damage caused was around a few hundred million. Did Jae-hwan know what the common name for people like him was? Chan-ho said that they were the Odd Fellows. Jurgen Cheever didn't realize whether he was a hero or a villain. The old man called him crazy. The captain said that he calls men like the young man heroes. Such heroes have special traits. Jurgen Cheever noticed that this guy is not that well known. Someone's trying to keep him out of the public eye, and he seems to have a hostile attitude. If it wasn't for him, Jae-hwan wouldn't have had any problems with the documents. Jurgen Cheever said that the young man is the main character who is haunted by an incredible force beyond his control. That's why he got into the chaos by mistake. Jae-hwan thought he was being pursued by a force. He can't say for sure, but is it possible that a monarch is behind it? He is one of the 12 monarchs of the Great Lands. Just how powerful are they? The captain said that he does not ask the young man who he is, nor will he ask for reparations for the damage done to the Gorgon Fortress. They are prepared to protect the young man. Is the Gorgon Fortress strong enough to resist the 12 monarchs of the Great Lands? Jurgen Cheever inquired if the young man was haunted by the monarchy. The lad replied that he might be one of them. The captain stated that monarchies have no right to interfere in the affairs of chaos. Jurgen Cheever asked the young man to do him a favor. It is necessary to save the master of the fortress. It's been 2 hours. The captain of the Northern Gate and the unknown woman are recovering in the healing room. The companion asked our hero if he really wanted to go to the training field and not the special guest room. Chang Ho said the young man's lunge and the young man's punch. Doesn't the guy want to make up by force? The old man said that the guy also cleaned out the master's tower. Jae-hwan asked if the old man knew anything about it. Chang Ho replied that he knew everything. The old man stated that if Jae-hwan was victorious, he would answer any questions. Jae-hwan immediately defeated the old man. The old man shouted that he needed a rematch. Jae-hwan said that the old man had already lost and had to answer questions. The old man shouted that he hadn't had time to use his strongest technique yet. Jae-hwan remembered that the old man had said that before. Chang Ho called the young man soulless and asked, "How old is he?" Jae-hwan replied that he was about 60, saying he was about 1,000 years old and much more experienced. Jae-hwan asked if the old man had only been throwing punches for the entire 1,000 years. The old man confirmed. The young man said that judging from the old man's technique, he hadn't devoted more than 10 years to it. The old man attacked the guy, and the guy flew back far away from just a normal punch. The old man said that this young man's technique is quite interesting. What's it called? Jae-hwan says it's a regular punch. Chang-ho remarked that it's a terrible name. Who would have thought that a gimmick with a name like that would carry any kind of threat? Jae-hwan stated that he has something stronger in his arsenal. Chang-ho said that he was interested. For a moment, looking at the young man, the old man remembered the Chaos King. How could he have forgotten him? The thought of the Chaos King made him terrified. Would he be able to repel this attack? It might be different from the king's blows, but it would definitely be no less powerful. Jae-hwan warned him that he was approaching. The old man swayed in fear and said he was admitting defeat. Great Lands, Steel's 5th region. The warrior inquired as to what this dark rogue had done. The kneeling man replied that as far as he knew, the monarch of pitch darkness currently had ties to the chaos. Steel monarch, unbending steel. Ho Yu asked, why with chaos? All the monarchies of the Great Lands have signed a treaty of non-interference in the affairs of the chaos. The assistant replied that it was a bit more complicated than that, and suggested looking at the screen. Jae-hwan could be seen on the screen with a sword in his hand. It's a video called 99th Floor Hero that went viral in its day. What does Fake have to say to that? Fake said that the Monarch of Darkness was going to be contacted with this product. However, this guy refused to join the game and broke through the roof of the tower. They say he escaped into the chaos. Ho Yue said that the cultivator on the 100th floor was supposed to be following him. Fake said that guy destroyed the cultivator. Steel Monarch asked if the Monarch of the 9th region had a connection to the chaos. Fake replied that they had just found out. But the Monarch of Pitch Darkness had been doing business with chaos for a long time. Several associations from chaos have long maintained a tight connection with the Monarch. Ho Yu ordered a notice to be sent out that he was leaving for chaos. Fake wondered if the Lord wanted to interfere in their affairs. Ho Yue said that he would look from the outside to figure out what is going on. We should send the top 10 gold rank warriors, and He Young. This should be handled by the 5th level people. Steel Monarch wondered how Young Ho was doing. He would have lived a long life if his temper had been softer. But nothing would bother him there. Jong Ho clung to his sword and asked loudly, "Doesn't the young man know that elders should be respected?" Jae-hwan replied that he understood, and told the old man to get down. Jong Ho didn't understand how this was possible. He had been practicing strikes for 40 years. How could a young man learn such a thing? Jae-hwan claimed that he had performed this punch about 10 billion times. The old man naturally didn't believe it. Does the lad mean to say that he didn't eat, didn't sleep, and did 8 strokes in a second? The young man replied that he could do 100 strokes in a second. Why does the old man think that such a lunge can only be done with a sword? Yong Ho thought, was this really the same alien energy he felt when he saw him? It's not even energy or fighting spirit. It's his anger and his desire to change the world. Jong Ho looked at this guy and couldn't believe it, because he himself had become a punch and was beating this world every moment. Jae-hwan repeated that he had performed this stroke about 10 billion times. Does the old man remember this paper? The young man showed the contract. This is the contract they signed before the fight. The loser will have to fulfill the winner's wish. The contract says that the divine healer Yong Ho swears by honor and all the beauties of the world that he will fulfill all the terms of the contract. The old man asked if the guy really wanted to make him his slave. Jae-hwan replied that he didn't need it. Jae-hwan said that his request is simple. You have to answer one question honestly. The old man agreed, but suggested we take a walk first. Jae-hwan asked who is the owner of the tower. He knows that towers create nightmares, right? The old man explained, towers are divided into ranks from F to S, but there are nightmares who are not interested in this. A master is someone who, as an apprentice, has already built an S-rank tower and has become an exemplary craftsman. But just because a tower is built by a master doesn't mean he owns it. Master tower could only be called a special tower that wasn't related to the cultivation process. Jae-hwan asked why such towers were needed. The old man admitted that he didn't know. No one can understand what the masters are thinking. They say they are behind the truth of the universe. Among the master tower sweepers, sometimes awakened ones appear. Jae-hwan asked, is the old man from such a tower too? Yong Ho replied that he was from Melville's 4th tower. This tower is known as the White Whale Tower. A huge white whale appears on the first floor and starts hunting people. It may seem like nothing now, but back then it was a real disaster. Countless fighters died. The old man added that it was a miracle that he had cleared the tower. Yong-ho assumed that this guy was also from the Master's Tower. Whose tower did he clear? Jae-hwan replied that it was Mulark's tower. The old man was naturally surprised. Is there really an awakened one who has cleared the towers of Mulark? The young man asked. Does the old man know him? The old man replied that they had traveled together, and added that it was a long story. The old man ordered meat on skewers, and asked Claire if she was going to be in the stall on the street selling now. Claire replied that some guy had torn her place apart. The old man noticed that Claire had found the strength to open the shop after all this time. She must have needed the money badly. The old man said that chaos is a blessed world. It was a place where souls weary of war in the great lands could finally exhale. Each soul here healed in its own way. The warriors were able to put down their weapons, and the singers sang of peace instead of war. The drunken townspeople were about to start a fight. The old man said it wasn't a drunken brawl. They were just pretending. No one here could get drunk, hungry, old, or even fight. On this earth, however, people do miss the past and begin to behave as they did when they were alive. In this world, you can't go hungry if you don't eat, and you can't get drunk if you drink. In this world, there is a body, and the heart beats again. The old man added that there were individuals who went against the rules, a team of madmen who dreamed of the impossible. They came together to return to life. It was a squad of depth explorers. Jae-hwan wondered, why did they need to explore the depths? Jong-ho replied that they were looking for the fruit of rebirth. This fruit grows on the tree of illusion. Jae-hwan wondered if the dead could come back to life. The only way to return to your life is to eat the fruit of rebirth. A squad of deep-sea explorers had been formed to search for this fruit. The old man added that he himself had become awakened at about the same time, so he had nothing to fear. At that time, he had only turned 150 years old. Jae-hwan wondered, did even Mulark participate in this expedition? Young-ho said that Mulark was the leader of the squad and was special. Mulark said that the awakening process was quite interesting, but Young-ho didn't fully manifest and didn't fully awaken. It seems like he went his own way. Mulark asked, it must be hard? He must not be feeling well after cultivating? Young-ho replied, why would a nightmare go to the depths? They create towers because they don't like small enclosed spaces. Mulark noticed that he had nothing to say. His apology on behalf of all nightmares would mean nothing. He had never heard of it. It's just a job he has to do for the rest of his life. Jong-ho said he couldn't believe that there was a nightmare who regretted creating the tower. Mulark said he decided to find the Tree of Illusions and explore the depths just because of the tower. Mulark said that he wanted to stop cultivating, which was why he was participating in the expedition. Jae-hwan asked if he had managed to stop cultivating. The old man replied that he hadn't gotten to the end and was only at the entrance to the depths. But it seemed like Mulark had reached the Tree of Illusions. Jong-ho added that fruit began to fall from the branches of the tree, and the squad was able to return to the chaos not empty-handed. Jae-hwan wondered, if the old man had gotten the fruit of rebirth, why was he still here? Claire told the guy to at least say the right things. He knows the expedition failed, right? The old man repeated that they had gotten the fruit. However, on the approach to the chaos, someone was waiting for them. They were the lords and leaders of the great lands. They were afraid to venture into the depths by themselves. Even the masters of all the fortresses and the units that took part in the expedition could not resist them. The difference in strength was too great, and they were from another dimension, so they stole the fruit. At every death, they would absorb the stolen fruit and be reborn. This lasted for 900 years. They even had a special rebirth palace. Jae-hwan realized why people are so depressed. They realize they'll never get the life they miss so much, and they'll never get the fruit. Jae-hwan noticed that the old man fell asleep right at the table after drinking. Jae-hwan assumed that no one else had seen the nightmare after the expedition ended. Claire remembered that he had said something and disappeared. James appeared and thanked our hero. If it wasn't for him, their master might have died. James added that the young man could not have forgotten him. He would now pass him near the north gate without a pass. The Annihilation Squad leader appeared nearby and said that they had gotten into trouble. Jae-hwan followed the leader of the Annihilation Squad. The warrior said he was worried about the energy. He assumed the fortress master was in a dead man's state. The spiritual pressure is 10 times greater than what he felt from the deceased before. This is deep beneath the fortress. Jae-hwan inquired, Is the fortress master already decomposing? The squad leader confirmed. He goes into a sudden rage. It usually doesn't happen more than once a week. The squad leader warned, lest there be any misunderstandings. The master of the fortress was a good man. He was incredible before the decomposition began. The master of the fortress was one of the travelers to the deep. The squad leader said that because Jae-hwan can also do the dead man's kick, so he could help them if the divine medic wasn't around. Jae-hwan replied that he was just repeating the old man's move. He wasn't that good. Although the old man could teach him. Suddenly, the whole place shook. Is it really an earthquake? What will happen to the master of the fortress? The squad leader said that a destruction tower captain and a despair tower captain appeared. One of the captains who appeared said that he hadn't seen the captain of the destruction squad in a long time. The captain of the destruction squad said that he has with him someone who knows how to do a dead man's kick. These two should retreat immediately. They know that very well. The captain of the destruction squad said there would be a problem with that. They had orders. The destruction captain asked, "Do they really intend to go against the rules of heaven?" The captain of destruction replied that their heaven was a forbidden paradise. The captain of destruction saw the two moving quickly and realized that they would not be easy to deal with. The captain of destruction told Jae-hwan to stand aside and confront his opponents. He didn't expect that Forbidden Heaven had its own people in the fortress. Captain Destruction noticed that these two have changed quite well in that time, but does he know who he is? Captain Despair said he shouldn't think as if they were the same as before. The captain of destruction suggested that the opponents think hard. If they retreated now, the master of the fortress would grant them forgiveness. The captain wondered in despair. What master of the fortress could he be talking about? Could he be talking about someone who was decomposing underground? This man can't even keep his powers under control and doesn't distinguish good from evil at all. This is not the kind of heaven they serve. Is the captain of the Annihilation Squad still loyal despite everything going on around him? The commander of the Annihilation Squad replied that he believed the master of the fortress would return. The opponents said that if this warrior had been any smarter, there would be no need to fight now. However, the captain of the Annihilation Squad was determined and with sword in hand was ready to defend the master of the fortress. The opponents are at the 4th stage, there are 2 of them, but they can't defeat him. However, the captain of destruction and the captain of despair were still very fast and strong. This wasn't just an enhancement. There was definitely something wrong here. The divine medic must immediately escape to avoid getting hurt by the attackers. Jae-hwan threw the old man into the hands of the Annihilation captain. The guy said, "That's for pushing me." The captain of destruction asked our hero if he really knew how to do the dead man's kick. The guy confirmed it. The commanders thought this guy looked nothing like them. It's hard to tell if he's telling the truth. Did he really commit a dead man's strike? Jae-hwan wondered if this was the kind of blow the destruction captain was asking about, and delivered a powerful blow. A scuffle broke out between the captain of the Tower of Despair and Jae-hwan. The warrior called the young man a weakling. Our hero felt a stronger energy. Could it really be the energy of retribution? The tower captain asked in despair. Did the boy really think that someone like him could save the master of the fortress? Jae-hwan wondered, would the rivals really be willing to betray each other with such abilities? But that's ridiculous. Jae-hwan thought that he can't save the fortress master. That's Jong-ho's job. He needs to prepare the ground for that and stop his opponents. The young man said that these two he would defeat. Not even 24 hours after the dead man's blow, nobles descended into the dungeon. How did the master of the fortress get to such a state? Jürgen Cheever thought, for he had seen with his own eyes how the doctor had come to see him. After that, the decomposition had slowed down. Why did he lose control again? Why did it happen just when there was the slightest hope of a cure? Jong-ho said that there was nothing he could do now. His dead man's punch would only be a pathetic semblance anyway. The master of the fortress is in a more dangerous position than Mino. A normal man would have been a dead man long ago. He's only surviving this long because of his strong will. Jürgen Cheever looked around at the people present and thought that one of them definitely knows about Jae-hwan. There's definitely a traitor among them. It was reported to the leader that people who knew how to control the process of soul decay had come, and they were messengers of the messenger. The man stated that he would like to meet with them personally. Jürgen Cheever said that dealing with soul decay is very dangerous. Cheever asked why not send the captain. The leader wondered if his interlocutor didn't believe in his powers at all. The leader said that he had been through the hell of war. He should not be underestimated. He may have lost the fight for the fetus, but he would never sit idly by when it came to the people of Gorgon Fortress. Jürgen Cheever was frightened. Was it really the keeper of the fortress? The caretaker went on a scouting trip and returned with a crumbling soul. The leader said for everyone to use caution. This is very serious. Jurgen Cheever said that it was very dangerous and suggested that they go in accompanied by a doctor. The leader said that the Gorgon fortress would come to an end if they continued to stall. Cheever warned that they could not perform a dead man's strike without the doctor's help. Does the leader really wish the death of the caretaker? The leader remarked that they would not be able to deal with him even by joining forces. The leader added that he himself would commit a dead man's strike. Cheever was surprised. Jurgen Cheever said that these are extreme measures. The leader added that they can't wait any longer. They need to save his spiritual energy with a dead man's strike. Cheever noticed that they didn't have the ghost crystal. The leader said that everyone had known that for a long time, and there was no point in hiding it anymore. The shadow of the man who said he was here appeared out of the darkness. It was the captain of the Dark Shadow. Jurgen Cheever couldn't believe that the traitor was the commander's crony. With him was a chest that contained Mr. Jae-hwan's crystal. The leader said that the future of the Gorgon fortress depended on them. Why was such an important subject withheld? After all, Cheever knows better than anyone what will happen if the decomposition process is completed. He's not going to turn the master into a real dead man, is he? He had seen what a threat to the Gorgon fortress an ordinary dead man could pose, hadn't he? Special worshippers bring disaster and destruction to all places they enter. Is this really what the interlocutor wants? Jurgen Cheever thought, the fortress keeper is raging. The doctor is not around. The leader's decisions are justified. However, possession of the crystal meant nothing. Dead man's strike is a special skill of the messengers of the messenger. Where do you get one of those nowadays? The leader said that there was no need to worry. He had already found people trained in this technique. And indeed, behind the captain of Dark Shadow appeared figures whose faces were hidden by hoods. These people were not messengers, but they could perform a dead man's strike. Jurgen Cheever thought that this was all terribly wrong. If one were to strike like this, the Lord's spiritual energy would be imprisoned in the crystal. Since the energy doesn't directly belong to chaos, anyone who took possession of the ghost crystal would be able to gain the caretaker's spiritual energy and become the master of the fortress. If the Gorgon fortress falls into the wrong hands, is there anyone other than Mr. Jae-hwan capable of using the crystal? Jurgen thought. Are these people really able to control the process of soul decomposition? Half a year ago, the caretaker's soul began to decay, and now he couldn't control his own powers at all. Was this really in the commander's plans? Jurgen Cheever stopped hesitating and gave the order to stop the commander. However, those present continued to watch coldly, not reacting in any way to Cheever's words. Cheever realized that they were all in on it. There was nothing he could do about it. In his mind, he apologized to the caretaker. He had failed to protect the Gorgon fortress because of his own complacency. He was truly sorry. Suddenly the roof was destroyed by an outside influence. Jae-hwan and the captain of the Tower of Annihilation entered the room, their handiwork. The leader shouted, "Who is he? How dare he come here?" The captain told the steward to stop. The warrior added that the treacherous deeds of the steward had already been spread across the heavens. His companions had long ago uncovered everything. The dispatcher assumed that the two men had decided to settle their scores in this way because of the truth that had been revealed. Can he be blamed for failing to prevent a voluntary death? It's preposterous. The captain of the Tower of Annihilation, with an old man on his shoulder, said that everyone needed to pull themselves together. This was a mutiny. However, he thought that they should hurry. If the rotting process continued, the dispositor's plans would become a reality. The rebels pointed their swords at the captain. The warrior asked, "What are they doing?" One of the rebels replied, "This is the will of the steward. No one dares to go against the rules of Forbidden Paradise. The captain must remain in place until the process is completed." The captain of the Annihilation Squad said that the fortress would guarantee him safety for saving the fortress master. The rebel objected that the Gorgon fortress could not guarantee anything. The dispatcher remarked that in such a case the terms would have to be changed. Jae-hwan said he would save the master of the fortress and destroy all the traitors. The castle master was outraged. Jae-hwan added that he would repeat the walk to the depths, and everyone present would help him. The orderly said he was hearing some nonsense. He had heard the story about the guy who destroyed the dead man Janyu with a single blow. He thought it was a fairy tale, but now he doubted it. "In that case, they'll go too," said the steward. At the order of the caretaker, the rebels attacked Jae-hwan. However, our hero resisted and made a normal lunge. The caretaker realized that the blow could not be blocked. The attackers couldn't overpower the hero. What should they do next? After all, they can't continue with the plan. Jae-hwan turned to Mian Kildegran, the overseer of the external affairs of Gorgon Fortress, and the elder of the Forbidden Paradise Squad. The young man said that he didn't understand what the steward was trying to accomplish and why he was destroying souls. The boy added that he didn't like people like the Orderer. The manager ordered the young man to be destroyed. Jae Hwan said that thanks to people like the steward, he would easily destroy this world. The hero drew his sword and activated the energy amplification. A powerful beam of light shot from the sword into the sky. Everyone looked up and saw an incredible glow, an all-consuming hope that no hardship could break. It was hard to believe that a man from the world of destruction could have such a hope as the master of the fortress had spoken of. The orderly was summarily eliminated. As he died, he said that Jae Hwan was too late anyway. The Gorgon fortress and its master could not be saved. Jae Hwan swung his sword and finished the job. Jae Hwan asked, "Is Jung Ho still sleeping?" The Annihilation Squad captain replied that nothing would wake him up. Jae Hwan grabbed the old man and threw him with all his might against the wall. Jung Ho cried out in surprise. The old man yelled out that he was experiencing familiar feelings. His back still hurt. Jae Hwan said that the old man might as well wake up himself. "We have a report of 99.9% soul destruction. It is beginning to rot." The old man asked, "What's all the commotion?" The system concluded that the man was completely dead. The automatic warning of the Gorgon fortress has been activated. Everyone needs to evacuate immediately so as not to cause further problems. The old man told the captain of the extermination squad to evacuate immediately with the fortress caretaker. Jung Ho asked Jae Hwan to help clear the way. His lunge was too harsh to save. Jung Ho approached the Gorgon fortress master with his sword. Moments when they had spent pleasant time with the master of the fortress flashed through their memories. The old man said that Dead Man's Punch unleashes long-forgotten memories. Vivid memories can help avoid the worst outcome. Jung Ho looked at the fortress master and thought, "Something is wrong here. It's not the castle master. It's a completely different person." The old man who appeared said he was surprised. He didn't think he could descend into this world with a body, but the body's owner had died anyway. Looking at Jung Ho, the old man said that he saw a familiar face. Half awakened. Why is he still in chaos? Didn't he find what he came here for in the depths 9 years ago? Jung Ho thought that it was the master of the Palace of the Dead located at the center of chaos. Only he is the only one capable of opening the gate to the depths. It's King Catastrophe. Jae Hwan thought that he couldn't figure out what was going on even with doubt. This old man looks a lot like a dead man, but he isn't. Who is he? King Catastrophe asked Jung Ho why he didn't leave chaos. Was it to save this miserable world? Jae Hwan thought that King Catastrophe had wiped out the entire world he had created with a flick of his finger. King Catastrophe said that this young man was an interesting, fully awakened person with a lively heart. The royal privilege is the condescension of the deceased. This may have been how the condescension of the deceased was applied on the master of the fortress. Jung Ho said it was just his clone. However, he couldn't believe that his doppelganger could be so frightening. Everything looked very realistic. Jae Hwan said that it didn't work out for the old man, so he'll think about straightening out that man. Disaster King laughed. Is the young man really talking about me? What an interesting man he is. Jung Ho told the boy not to do that. There was nothing he could do against this old man. Even Mulark couldn't go up against the King of Disaster. Maybe it's just a doppelganger, but it still won't work. Jae Hwan told Jung Ho not to worry, he'll do fine. Jung Ho wondered, why was this young man so calm in the face of doom? King Disaster said he wanted to see this young man's best shot. He looks like a foolish, awakened man with a lively heart. The Disaster King had a sword of emptiness in his hands. Jung Ho said that it was a terrible weapon that turned the entire expedition team into dead men in an instant. He couldn't believe that he was seeing that weapon again. Disaster King said he was familiar with that look. Is the young man striving for depth? Our hero knew nothing about this old man. Could it be that he too was going to the depths? Catastrophe King said that there are still those left here who are striving to reach the edge of the world. However, this young man is very weak. It doesn't even reach the level of the nightmare of 400 years ago. Jae Hwan attacked the old man and wounded him. Our hero said that he had already partially gotten rid of his opponent. King Disaster said that soul destruction is the disease of all time. The old man added that with one swing of the Void Sword, several millennia would pass. Souls that have not stood the test of time grow old and decay. They become lost. Jae Hwan, clutching the sword in his hand tighter, said that he was about to rip this old man to shreds. Disaster King laughed. This guy just cut off a part of a dead soul. He has incredible fortitude, but that's all he has. Disaster King said as he looked at this young man's sword. Did he really have the nerve to bring a copy from the Tower of Nightmares? The guy's doing pretty good considering he's holding a regular nightmare toy. Jong Ho yells again for Jae-hwan to be careful. The Disaster King said that the young man's soul wouldn't last long if he kept fighting like this. Jae-hwan thought that the old man was right. He wouldn't last long at this rate. Jae-hwan couldn't figure out his opponent's weaknesses, even with the help of doubt. And he couldn't concentrate because of the particles flickering in front of his eyes. Jae-hwan thought that his world was white. In this world, he can recreate the images of the people who have left his life through the power of imagination. Every awakened person has their own amazing world. The world is built from a special word spoken upon awakening. It is usually an expression of desire or emotion. Strong, awakened ones can draw more creatures into their unique world. A huge eye appeared above the opponents. It was the moon's eye. Yong-ho was horrified. Had he really been living in such a world all this time? It's a horrible world built on hate and disgust. The Catastrophe King asked, "Is this really his ideal world? It's even interesting." The particles in front of the young man disappeared, and visibility improved. It was now easier to control the situation. The Catastrophe King wondered, why would his opponent rush at him without knowing what to do next? The old man pulled the young man to the ground and stepped his foot on his chest. He said that this guy was the kind of guy who would never give up his sense of hatred for anything. He hadn't met such interesting creatures in a long time. King Disaster swung his huge sword over the young man. It had been fun. Too bad it was time to call it a day. However, our hero was able to resist and avoided his opponent's blow. He said that the old man's fun was over. Jae-hwan rose to his feet, leaning on his sword, and said that he had just started. Disaster King said that it was just ridiculous anyway. The opponent wouldn't be able to leave even a scratch on him. The Disaster King transformed and multiplied in size. However, our hero was not the least bit afraid. The old man said he had been observing the inhabitants of this world for thousands of years. Everyone tried to reach the top of the tree to satisfy his own curiosity. Man doubts everything and tries to find answers in his world. But what exactly is it that troubles him? The Catastrophe King said he finally understood it all. This young man's world is doubt. What is his world? Destruction, annihilation, maybe extermination. The end is the only appropriate definition of his world. This world is saturated with arrogance. The common man doubts the value of the Tree of Illusion. The young man turns to his world to understand its purpose. Jae-hwan frankly confesses that he doesn't understand a word of what the Disaster King is saying. Jae-hwan remembered that something like this had happened to him in the past. A doppelganger had descended into the fortress master's body. The old man had said that the young man's insolence was limitless, and that he realized that he would never be able to defeat him. The Disaster King said that he was bored with this, and wanted to end it quickly. At the same time, he grew even larger and opened his mouth to try to swallow his opponent. Jae-hwan logically assumed that this Disaster King must be connected to his physical body and headed towards the fortress master. The old man said he would wait for the guy at the approach to the depths and disappeared. Jae-hwan, as always in such cases, thought that he should definitely get stronger. His lunge wasn't strong enough already. Strong lunge was good against the crowd. However, against a powerful loner, the radius is too small to do damage. This time he managed to use it as a distraction to buy some time. It is necessary to learn the skill to fight particularly strong loners. Jae-hwan lingered near the body of the fortress master. The old man opened his eyes and asked if the young man could come over for a while. The master of the fortress said he had become a dead man, but continued to watch the young man. He took Jae-hwan's hand and thanked him for fighting the King of Disaster. It was time for a change in Gorgon. The old man told him to accept it from him, and the young man's hand lit up. The fortress master added that Jae-hwan reminds him of someone, filling him with warm memories. He said the guy should take his living heart. As the survivors made their way out of the dungeon into the fresh air, they checked on their well-being and looked to see who was left alive. Our hero appeared among them, and everyone noticed the mark on his arm. Everyone present knelt down and bowed their heads. Jae-hwan looked around in surprise. The closest person to him was Jurgen Cheever, who was greeting the new caretaker of the Gorgon fortress. 2 days had passed. Jae-hwan was in the Tower Master's office. Jurgen Cheever approached him and called him caretaker. The protagonist was outraged. He wasn't going to be a caretaker. Jurgen smiled and reminded him of his promise. A promise he could not break now that he was the new caretaker. Jae-hwan thought that something had gone wrong. He can't waste time in the fortress. There are many difficulties ahead. He needs to get to the depths. Maybe the position could be given to someone else. Cheever said that the Gorgon does not recognize another keeper. It is impossible. The mark on his arm is a symbol of the fortress, and a change only occurs after the death of the previous one. He placed the papers on the table for study. only the highest priority ones. Jurgen promised to help if he needed anything. Jae-hwan noticed a piece of paper on the table. Why is it here? It was labeled 17th Keeper. The shred unfolded and turned into origami. A small man appeared out of the paper and greeted the young man. He said that if he had found the note, he was the new caretaker and was probably thinking about how to rule the Gorgon. Jae-hwan wondered, was it really a magic note? The paper man explained that the caretaker had only one task. One should seek pleasure and have fun. Public safety should be left to the Department of Administration, internal affairs to the Minister of Interior, external affairs to another minister. This is the wisdom passed down from generation to generation. According to Big Brother's statistics, many caretakers took on too many cases, which accelerated the decay of the soul and led to death. This advice is important not only for the young man, but also for the fate of the Gorgons. The old overseer hoped that his follower would know the measure and would not change anything. Everyone in the world knows, nothing can be changed. The inhabitants of chaos do not need change, but a long life. It is better to save the majority than to change the lives of the few. The caretaker must not be insatiable. A good caretaker is one who does nothing. Jae-hwan began to realize what kind of life the Gorgon caretaker was living. His existence is rendered meaningless for the sake of staying alive, and it robs the world of change to save the majority. Jurgen Cheever asked what the caretaker was thinking so hard. Jae-hwan replied that he wanted to eliminate the Gorgon caretaker. Cheever was surprised. The protagonist inquired about the castle. The interlocutor replied, "A castle is a fortress, a military structure for defense against enemies." Jae-hwan asked if there would be no enemies, and then what? The existence of the fortress would lose meaning, and the caretaker wouldn't be needed either. Cheever wondered. There are no castles without enemies. It's impossible. Jae-hwan said probably because he's going to unite the chaos. People are not buried in chaos. To say goodbye to the forever departed, a ceremony of the floating soul is held. If funerals are a way of honoring memory, the ceremony is a way of forgetting forever. During it, the life story of the deceased is repeated until it is erased from the world of chaos. It is the last thing chaos can give to those who leave its confines. Cheever said they remember Imel Groshek but can't bury him. He is gone, the eternal memories will become food for the Tree of Illusion. Sooner or later he'll be forgotten too. While the ceremony is going on, they remember him one last time, talking non-stop so that nothing is left behind. Jae-hwan now knew the name of the person who handed him the position of caretaker. Those present thought that this stranger was the new caretaker. He is not even 100 years old. One of the women doesn't mind competing with the hero. The man asked Jae-hwan if he was the new caretaker. The woman said that the guild leader of the Holy Maiden Guild was lagging behind, and the old raccoon from the Forest Scholar Guild had overtaken him. She inquired about the doctor's bets. The man looked at Jae-hwan carefully and asked about his age. The young man replied that he was about 60. The man wondered, had the order of inheritance changed? Could it be a son? Those present remarked that calling him son was not appropriate. Age was not important. The man extended his hand in a gesture of hopeful cooperation. He was the leader of the Forest Scholar Guild, Jang Il-han. Rumor has it that the new caretaker is an outsider. Jang Il-han decided that he could finally return the humiliation he had suffered 10 years ago when the caretaker asked for permission to form a new government in Gorgon. Jang Il-han was then caught by a persistent commander while trying to bribe the guards of the North Gate. The caretaker wondered, how on earth could he establish a representation that was in the business of bribery and in trouble with the law? Jang Il-han was put in chains and punished. He was also brutally rejected by the fortress keeper. But now that man is dead, and the commander of the Northern Gate is in a treatment center. The new caretaker was some boy, inexperienced and inauthentic. The leader of the Forest Scholars Guild decided that this chance had been granted to him by the heavens. After exchanging handshakes, our hero sensed the highest level battle formation skill. Jang Il-han thought that the caretaker looked strange. Did he really use the 8th Hell Gate against the caretaker? Jang Il-han thought that the new caretaker would appreciate his battle formation skill for a taste. He must be watching the hellfire of the Red Dragon Tiamat right now. Soon he would start screaming and pleading. He should listen carefully. Jae-hwan said that chaos has a very interesting greeting. Jang Il-han was surprised to see that the caretaker was completely calm. Jae-hwan looked into his interlocutor's eyes and said that he had to repay his debt. The young man activated the lost enchantment. A heavenly eye appeared at the top. Jang Il-han lowered his head in consternation. He couldn't believe that this young man had broken through the 8th Hell Gate. Jae-hwan says there's a public corporal punishment for insulting the caretaker, but he's being kind today. Jang Il-han shouldn't do that again. Jung-ho wondered, Is this really it? This is really boring. The woman was indignant. Who is he, this new caretaker? The people present decided to listen to the new caretaker's welcome speech. Jong-ho thought he had a bad feeling. The protagonist says his name is Jae-hwan, and he is the new caretaker of the Gorgon Fortress. He doesn't know Imel Groshek, so he doesn't know what the man did or how he lived his life, nor does he know what kind of caretaker he was. The young man added that he didn't care about that either. The boy added that he sees and understands. Everyone present is already displeased with him. They think that he is a talentless novice, and it is unclear how he became the fortress keeper. There is some truth in this. He took the position of caretaker without wanting to. Jae-hwan said that the locals are not happy with his candidacy either, and he is not interested in that position. So how will they be able to achieve the common good? The guy added that after thinking about it, he found a solution. Jae-hwan said, "Whoever can defeat him one-on-one will become the new caretaker. Whoever manages to do it first will take his place for a fee." The leader of the South Sea Guild, Kamen, said that this young man was a true daredevil. Imel chose an incredible man. Guy added that whoever challenges him but is defeated will be forced to join the expedition squad to the depths. The contest will take place in 2 months. Jürgen Cheever believed in this young man. He saved the Gorgon Fortress and was recognized as the lost caretaker. Even despite his ridiculous decrees to destroy or, on the contrary, unite chaos, he is ready to accept the challenge of anyone who wants to become a caretaker. Even despite his strange behavior during the welcoming speech, it was decided to give him a chance. The townspeople wondered, could a stranger really be the caretaker? Is he from the Renaissance Palace? What now awaited the chaos? Many candidates were clamoring to be given a pathway. They have a fighting chance against the caretaker. Captain Carlton went into the caretaker's office and saw a huge number of reports. He was surprised. You can't just sit there and pretend to be active in such an environment. He was even more surprised when he realized that Jürgen Cheever was the caretaker in the office. At this time, Jae-hwan was practicing hand-to-hand combat techniques on the statues. Jong-ho was indignant. This kid didn't even know how much it cost. Jae-hwan said to make the old man calm down. He could develop a new skill. Jong-ho recognized that the young man's stance was more graceful than usual right now. Judging from the sword movements, the boy must have been inspired by his strike. Jong-ho said he came up with a name for this skill, Chung-hu Kick. Jae-hwan asked if he wanted to experience this kick for himself. The old man was surprised. What's wrong? After all, he had come up with a wonderful name. This guy does whatever he wants, not realizing that heaven has its limit. The old man said he would bring the young man to his senses today and become the caretaker. After a small confrontation, Jong-ho said indignantly, "Is this guy also giving dachshunds? Wasn't he taught to respect adults? Respect is an unspoken law, doesn't Jae-hwan know that?" One of the candidates for the caretaker position was deactivated by our hero. The old man asked in surprise, wondering if he had accidentally bred from the Thunder King clan. It was indeed the leader of the Thunder King clan, Yoon-young. Yoon-young asked if the caretaker was really practicing. The assistants replied that they had already seen it. Yoon-young didn't stop. The Thunder King clan leader was confident that he would become the new caretaker today. Even if he is called a coward, for him annihilation is the result of a fair fight. Yoon-young asked in surprise, "Why is Divine Medic Jong-ho here? Who is this Jae-hwan guy anyway?" Jong-ho said that this guy is the caretaker of the Gorgon Fortress. That's all there is to know about him for today. The candidate said that nothing is heard of this guy in the Great Lands, also unknown about him in all of Chaos. Jong-ho agreed that it didn't make any sense. Everything about this person is meaningless. The Thunder King clan leader said that he would still win if he tried to fight again. Jong-ho was surprised. Could the future caretaker be so cowardly to attack from hiding? Jae-hwan beckoned the candidate with his hand and said he could try again if he so desired. Yoon-young tried to get closer to his opponent and said that he was faster than he looked. However, will Jae-hwan be able to dodge his punch? Yoon-young said that he didn't intend to resort to such measures, but in this case, he is forced to use the Thunder King's power. Jae-hwan disappeared from his opponent's sight and suddenly appeared behind him. It was a complete surprise to the clan leader. Jae-hwan said that his opponent's skill was taking too long. After a while, Yoon-young reported the latest news. The caretaker had slain the leader of the Thunder King squad. At the same time, the challenger had a huge bump on his head. Jong-ho told his mentee that it was a great job. Now the guy has the support of the strongest. The young man thought it had taken him exactly 100 years to get here. Yoon-young was a member of one of the 5 famous squads in the Great Lands, the Yu-on squad. Or rather, He was a slave, with all the consequences that entailed. The players who had cleared the tower also became members of the squad, deciding to spend the rest of their lives together. Eventually they all died, some on the battlefield, some in slavery. Yong labored for all of 100 years, watching his comrades perish. However, he miraculously managed to survive. Thanks to the trust earned during this time, Yong was given the official status of a minister. It was then that the young man defied his fate for the first time. He wasn't going to live like that. After betraying the hard-won trust, he stole Yuhi's secret treasures. The guy had gotten the highest level skill, Lightning God. This skill rejuvenated the cells of his body at the moment of appropriation. The skill also transferred knowledge for future use. This was the treasure of Yuhi's squad. For 20 years, it was hunted down by Yu-On, but was eventually beheaded. After being drafted into the Chaos, Yun ranked 9th in one of the 10 Centennial squads thanks to the God of Lightning. It was a shame that the guy, having lived not even 100 years, was already a caretaker. How could he become a caretaker? Does that make sense? The divine medic recognized that this young man was really hard to figure out. Yun wondered, is Jong-ho really the medic who understands the feeling of despair after an expedition to the depths? Why is the old man smiling? After the lost fight, Jong-ho said that the candidate was still lucky. He can consider it went easy. Yun met this guy before he knew true despair. The head of the Thunder King clan wouldn't be able to realize that there was something special about this young man. A week ago, the Gorgon Fortress was almost captured by a squad of Golden Heavens who had been preparing for the attack for a long time. However, it was this man who saved the fortress from destruction and slew the king, who had taken over the caretaker's body. That was why Jae-hwan had become the new caretaker. Yun remarked that he should have told him earlier, but Jong-ho pointed out that the clan leader jumped on him without even wanting to listen. A new candidate has emerged, declaring a desire to fight the caretaker. The leader of the Flame King squad, Gang Hwan, said that he came with the leader of the South Sea and was ready to start first. Jae-hwan remarked that it wasn't necessary at all. The two of them could fight together. The caretaker added that he was busy practicing techniques and had little free time. Gang Hwan was indignant at this insolence. Jong-ho warned meaningfully that many people might get hurt today. Gang Hwan told the new caretaker that he would regret his words and rush to the attack. Gang Hwan used a fire attack. Jong-ho was indignant. Did he really want to burn down the entire hall? Yun remarked that he wouldn't be able to hear anything in that state. Gang Hwan asked his opponent if he was afraid of the flame of his sword. Jae-hwan replied that he was not afraid of anything. In response, our hero asked his opponent to tell him later if he was afraid of his punch. The leader of the Flame King squad hadn't expected such aggression and weapons mastery from such a young ranger. Jae-hwan struck with such force that his opponent broke through the wall and ended up in another room. The caretaker admitted that he still finds it difficult to use force. Jong-ho looked at the hole he had made and regretfully asked how to explain it to Jurgen Cheever. Jae-hwan reminded that two challengers can attack at the same time. Another candidate said he can't stand fire, but is now ready to fight the young caretaker. Jae-hwan thought that first electricity was used against him, then fire, now water. This candidate looked stronger than the previous two. Jae-hwan attacked first, but the candidate fended off the attack. The ranger thought this guy was different from the others. He didn't rush forward mindlessly, but controlled himself. Kamen was able to dodge another attack from the caretaker. The candidate thought that if he had missed the blow then, he would have been left in splinters. The third candidate conceded defeat. Jae-hwan said that his opponent hasn't shown everything he's capable of yet. Kamen replied that it was clear how it would end. Warrior noted that, having lost, he can now talk about going to the depths. Gang Hwan was most annoyed about the defeat. Jong-ho said that the clan leader had only himself to blame. Gang Hwan realized that he really had himself to blame. Divine Medic asked what the losing candidates were going to do. Jong-ho replied that they lost, so they should join the expedition squad to the depths. Kamen said that's why he came here. Jae-hwan asked in surprise if the leader of the South Sea squad was joking. Kamen confirmed. Gang Hwan thought it was quite in the spirit of the South Sea leader. As the best friend of former fortress keeper Imel, Kamen was unable to join the first trek into the depths. He wasn't strong enough. Then the fruits of the expedition were stolen, and everyone lost hope. Kamen witnessed the disintegration of the detachment. It happened 900 years ago. Kamen honed his knife in anticipation of today. Kamen said that he was going to join the expeditionary force in the near future anyway. Jong-ho didn't expect such an admission from the squad leader. Jong-ho asked, what was the purpose of the Fire King coming here? Gang Hwan replied that he lost anyway, so he had no choice. The lightning god, Yun angrily said that he too had already made up his mind and headed towards the caretaker. Jae-hwan asked in surprise, where was he going? The divine medic indignantly asked, Did Yun Young really want to try again? Jae Hwan grabbed his sword, however. The lightning god knelt down in front of the caretaker. Everyone present looked at Yun Young with surprise. Yun Young lowered his head and said that from now on, he, the leader of the lightning god squad, swears to honorably serve and obey the overseer. Jae Hwan said that there's no need to swear allegiance. Yun Young replied that he guarantees his loyalty and is willing to die for the caretaker. Yun Young added that he is willing to be even a simple captain. Yun Young explained that he wouldn't hide the secret treasure and asked to be accepted into the expedition. He said that because he had stolen the lightning god art after being accepted into the clan. Jong Ho was surprised. After all, Yun Young is the leader of the lightning god squad. How could he say such a thing? What about his squad? Yun Young said that the lightning god squad no longer existed. It died in the chaos. At that, Yun Young turned away. He didn't want to make eye contact with anyone. The divine medicine man wondered, what does the warrior mean? How can it not exist? Yun Young said there were only 7 survivors left, including him. He added that the lightning god squad had been destroyed a week ago. Jong Ho asked in surprise, did the lightning god squad really disintegrate? Yun Young confirmed it. So, the lightning god squad disintegrated at the same time that the Gorgon Fortress announced the selection of a new caretaker. It turns out that Yun Young had convinced himself that he could become the new caretaker. He was convinced he would win. However, as soon as he tried to strike the first blow, he was broken. The divine medic concluded that the squad had been destroyed, and Yun Young couldn't become a caretaker. Now he's applying to be a caretaker, not knowing where else to go. However, if the lightning god squad had disintegrated a week ago, why weren't there any rumors about it? Even considering the distance between Manticore and Gorgon, 1 week was too short. Yun Young reminded the healer that the caretaker had saved the Gorgon Fortress. Jong Ho confirmed. Jae Hwan had saved them from the Golden Heaven squad. Kaiman wondered. It turns out that the disorder in the fortress a week ago was caused by the actions of the Golden Heaven squad. Yun Young confirmed that the Golden Heaven squad had destroyed his squad. They weren't the only ones who were hurt. A rank 3 Shadow squad and a rank 1 Heavenly Dragon squad. No one was able to resist the Golden Heaven squad. Jong Ho asked, what happened to Manticore Castle? Youngin said that the castle was completely taken over by the Golden Heaven squad a week ago. The old man said that everything was clear to him now. It was simply impossible to hide this information for a whole week, which means that the Golden Skies squad that took over Manticore's castle is controlling the skill system and blocking communication. Gang Huan said that he didn't understand. Had 3 units been destroyed at the same time? Was it all done by a rank 10 Golden Heaven squad? Kamen added that he had heard as if the Golden Heaven squad was building up strength. But how did they manage to become so powerful in just a few years to take control of Manticore Castle? Jae Hwan wondered. Did the lower the rank, the greater the strength? Yun Young asked. Did the caretaker only realize it now? The caretaker was blazing with anger. Yun Young was frightened and shouted that he would explain everything. There are 4 great castles and 10 squads. They are called the 10 Squads of Chaos. These 10 squads are differentiated. Each troop has a rank from 1 to 10. The first ranked unit is the most powerful. The 10th rank is considered the weakest and is very different from the first rank. The first rank is also different from the 3rd rank. A 9th ranked Lightning God unit and a 1st ranked Heavenly Dragon unit were defeated by a 10th ranked Golden Heaven unit. Even the Manticore was captured. Yun Young said he doesn't know whose support they've enlisted, but someone is definitely behind them. Jae Hwan at first thought that they were just ordinary people keeping in touch with Nightmare. However, these people attempted to take over the Gorgon Fortress and had already captured Manticore. They are storming the fortresses one after another. They must have the same goal as him. The young man wondered if the Nightmares and that particular he were in Manticore's castle. The leader stated that they had failed to obtain the Guardian's horn. Was there nothing that could be done about it? The decapitated bodies of the warriors lay before the leader. It was the leader of the Golden Heaven squad, Lim Jin Hong. Yun Young welcomed all the newcomers to Chaos and decided to tell them what the 10 Chaos sects were. These are the main Chaos squads that originated back 900 years ago, when the first Deep Expedition Squad was formed. Each squad has a leader, a deputy, and a petty officer. They prefer to stay in the shadows because Mr. Jae Hwan is too powerful. But the leaders of the squads are not ordinary people either. They are capable of destroying dozens of high-level souls. The lower the rank number, the more powerful the squad. Kaiman was the leader of the 5th-ranked South Sea Squad. Gang Huan was the leader of the 8th-ranked Fire King Squad. And Yun Young was the leader of the 9th-ranked Lightning God Squad. Yun Young said he would now talk about the strongest leaders. The invaders captured the leader of the Heavenly Dragon Squad, but first cut off his ankles. The leader of Shadow's squad is still fighting, but it won't be long before he surrenders as well. After these words, the performer was destroyed. The leader of the Golden Heaven Squad said that it was great to have managed to catch the leader of the Lightning God Squad. The other performer lowered his head and said that he hadn't managed to catch him yet. The warrior knelt down and begged for mercy but got none. The leader of the Golden Heavens asked if they knew where Yun Young had escaped to. The surviving warrior replied that he was probably at the Gorgon Fortress. The leader of the Golden Heavens didn't think that the rival leaders would be able to unite after capturing Manticore. He had heard that some lunatic had appeared in Gorgon Fortress, recruiting people for an expeditionary force into the depths, playing the caretaker's position. Was there really anyone left in the chaos that ambitious? He sent slightly smaller units there than he did to Manticore, so he had no success. However, his assistant is doing his best to strengthen the position of the Golden Heavens. Now meeting with the Monarch of Pitch Darkness seems ridiculous. The leader learns that the new caretaker's name is Jae Hwan. The leader of the Golden Heavens thought that the new caretaker of Gorgon Fortress reminded him of someone. The commander was informed of a message from the Monarch of Ultimate Darkness. The leader was angry, thinking that he would once again be assigned to the off-plan product. He said he doesn't want to be responsible for the system's error, and it needs to be made clear that they understood. The leader of the Golden Heavens said that what was happening was becoming increasingly meaningless. Did they really mean to say that some product was able to destroy a tower cultivator? And that it was able to destroy the tower itself and fall into chaos? He wondered with surprise if it made any sense at all. After all, it seems ridiculous and crazy. The aide asked what to do with the Lightning God's squad leader if he escaped to the Gorgon Fortress. The commander replied that you could leave that weakling alone. The aide noticed that rumors were circulating. The leaders of all 10 squads had begun to converge on the Gorgon Fortress upon hearing of the selection of a new caretaker. The leader said he was going to deal with them anyway in the name of uniting chaos, so it was even a good thing. Soon the Gorgon Fortress will be flooded with the dead. A week ago, the Gorgon Fortress was infected by an evil entity. It was definitely the King of Disaster. His traces quickly disappeared, but the king's descent wasn't the worst part. The dead summoned their own kind. Now all the inhabitants of the chaos will understand why the king is called a catastrophe. Jae Hwan suggested that there was a patron behind the Golden Heaven Squad. Yun Young said that perhaps one of the monks of the Great Lands was behind it. Gang Hwan was surprised. Monarchs are forbidden to interfere in the affairs of chaos. Yun Young replied that no one else could sponsor such a powerful organization. Gang Hwan said he heard about the war in the Great Lands, and maybe someone is using this as an opportunity to meddle in politics. Kamen wondered, why not contact the Renaissance Palace? The Renaissance Palace is the site of the resurrection of monarchs, 5 noble families, and members of the fetus-owning organization. But if even one monarch dares to interfere, doesn't that mean a violation of the oath? Yongho recalled that for taking the fruit for the Renaissance Palace, the monarchs and members of the 5 noble families vowed to no longer interfere in the political affairs of the chaos. Gang Huang said to bring it up. Kamen replied that they had no evidence, and he did not want to ask for help. Divine Medic asked what they would do if it turned out that the Rebirth Palace wasn't on their side. Jongho noticed that the situation was much more serious than they thought and asked what to do now. Manticore Castle is captured. 3 leaders of the 10 squads are captured. If this continues, war will inevitably break out. The caretaker said it didn't matter. Enemies are enemies, you'll have to fight them anyway. Jongho remembered Jurgen Cheever's words that Jae Hwan wants to unify the chaos and get rid of the enemies, because without the fortress, there will be no caretaker. Jongho asks if Jae Hwan is really going to unite chaos, because that's not the same as taking over 4 fortresses. The Rebirth Palace is a far more formidable enemy than all the leaders combined. The old man added that Jae Hwan wouldn't succeed with such abilities. There are things in the world that can't be done alone, regardless of strength. Jae Hwan says it doesn't matter. That's why the old man is here now. Jae Hwan admitted that he didn't have much experience, but as long as the old man was around, anything was possible. Jongho was surprised. Why would Jae Hwan think the old man would go too? The caretaker asked, isn't that right? Jongho remained silent. He couldn't believe he was so timid in front of a boy of 60. Jae Hwan asked the people present, didn't they hear that he was recruiting people for the expeditionary force? The caretaker said that he wanted to unify the chaos first. After that, he will destroy the Palace of Rebirth, which won the fruits 900 years ago. And after that, the expedition into the depths would begin. Jae Hwan added that he needs loyal comrades who are willing to work for common goals. If those present are unsure of themselves, it's best to leave right away. Kamen asked what the caretaker was going to do if no one went. The young man replied that in that case he would go alone. Kamen remarked that this plan could not be carried out alone. Jae Hwan said that he came all the way here alone. Cayman smiled and said he would join the caretaker. The depths, the palace of rebirth, he'll go anywhere. Yoon Young also said he would join. Jong Ho asked, "Why is the Fire King silent?" Gang Hwan scratched his head and said he hadn't decided yet. Everyone looked reproachfully at the Fire King. Gang Hwan said that it was quite normal. How could one spontaneously accept a stranger's proposal? Gang Hwan wasn't sure if Jae Hwan could lead the expeditionary force. The enemies are too powerful. The Fire King wanted Jae Hwan to prove that he was worth something. There are already 6 leaders on the side of the Gorgons. If they are recognized by the remaining 3 leaders, not including them, he will side with Jae Hwan. It turns out that the Fire King is interested in public opinion. Jae Hwan said, "So be it." Gang Hwan was surprised. Is it really that easy? Jae Hwan says he has one condition. If those present want to recognize him, he has to recognize them. There has to be a competition. The caretaker said he was building a competition among the best. You have to get into the top 8. That would be enough for him to recognize them. After that, he would accept any assignment. Kaiman said that made sense. Squad leader status didn't guarantee them unquestioned power in a world of chaos. He asked when the competition would start. There was a sudden loud knock on the door. Everyone turned in that direction. The doors swung open and Jurgen Cheever appeared on the threshold of the fortress. In his hands, he held a scroll with a message. Jurgen Cheever was ready to read out the message. Jae Hwan said that the competition would start right away. Cheever informed the townspeople, anyone who wants a leadership position must participate in the first Gorgon competition. The elimination of the worst candidates will begin tonight, closer to tonight. Gang Hwan said that the caretaker seems to have already thought of something. What is his plan? The military reported that the situation was even worse than it was. The outer borders of the Gorgon fortress are already flooded with strong chaos fighters and passing gawkers. All the gates are having a hard time establishing identities right now. Captain Carlton said the Secretary of the Interior is not very happy with the caretaker's decision. Jurgen Cheever said it is not so much a matter of personal preference as of principle. Carlton asked if the formalities could not be dropped if the majority agreed. Plus, the overseer has already received approval. Cheever said he could comply if 3 of the 5 consenting ministers were newly appointed. Among the newly appointed ministers was also Claire, a tavern waitress. During the calamity, 4 of the 5 ministers of the fort were destroyed. One survivor was left with a large number of mutilations. Then new ministers were appointed from the cronies. Claire as Minister of Finance, Zaire as Minister of Security, Carlton as Minister of Justice. Because of this, everything in the fortress began to go haywire. How did a second-rate waitress become Minister of Finance? Claire wondered. Is someone not happy with their master's policies? Did the Home Secretary know what values they were aligning? Claire remarked that she shouldn't be looked down upon just because she was a waitress. Cheever wanted to object, but Claire said she could see everything in a face. The money is always where the people are. The Gorgon Fortress is experiencing the biggest influx of visitors right now due to the competitions. The finance minister noted that the competition is being held on North Trade Street on the outside of the fort, on the very street that was destroyed in the disaster. Residents who lost their jobs are now fixing the street and helping to run the competition. Cheever knew about the competition, but in no way expected he would be able to find people and a suitable venue. Claire recalled that the disaster had caused total damage to the fortress worth more than 12 billion units of gold. But did the Minister of the Interior know how much they had already earned in the past 2 days of competition? Jurgen Cheever didn't know the answer and tried to dodge it. The Minister of Finance slammed her palm on the table and said that there were already over 13 billion units of gold. And the competition wasn't over yet. Claire said, no matter what world she is in, counting money is her life's work. But she doesn't know what exactly the master is up to. Does he really want to form a squad to the depths or rebel against chaos? But she knows something for sure. The finance minister added that in the chaos, it is time for change. At the southern end of the chaos, a vast expanse of sea stretches out. The acropolis of these lands is Dryad. There rises a celestial fortress made of mighty stalks sprouted from behind the plant monster guardian Dryad, which has absorbed the seawater. A woman told the Dryad that trouble was coming. It was the Dryad fortress keeper, Asa Lincroft. Her advanced skill was clairvoyance. Asa scanned her gaze over all available surroundings. Why are there dead men heading for the Gorgons? There's a walking Magritte among them. She must alert the caretaker of the Gorgon fortress immediately. The caretaker of the Dryad fortress turned into a bird and flew in the right direction. The northern gate of the Gorgons. The stands were filled with spectators. The competition continued. 16 matches were played in 4 days. One of the candidates noticed that the caretaker was in too much of a hurry. It was the leader of the Infinity Squad, Shin Mu-gyuk. Jung-ho said it was because of Jae-hwan. He went on a rampage and said he was going to destroy everyone. The old man said hello to Shin Mu-gyuk and noted that they hadn't seen each other in a while. Jung-ho assessed the warrior's appearance and said that he definitely hadn't been sitting idle all this time. Jung-ho was surprised that Shin Mu-gyuk, being a medic, refused to participate in the tournament. Shin Mu-gyuk replied that he likes fair fights, and these tournaments are useless scuffles. Jung-ho said that Jae-hwan would definitely not appreciate such a statement. In the current battle, Gang-hwan was defeated and lay in the arena. The old man stated that the warrior had lost. Mu-gyuk noted that the divine law skill seemed familiar to him. Jung-ho admitted that it was his own skill. Ha-yu, the Green Wind Steel Lord, was the one his subordinate defeated the Fire King. Mu-gyuk was surprised that Ha-yu's subordinate was here. Jung-ho replied that he didn't know the reasons, but it was clear that many lords were interested in the tournament. The host announced the end of the 16th round. It was time for the long-awaited fight of the top 8. Mu-gyuk wondered if it was too fast to reach the quarterfinals. He explained that the custodian did not tolerate delay. The audience was eagerly waiting for the leader of the followers to come out. It was hard to believe that they would get the chance to see Jagal-man, the best chaos fighter and leader of the followers, in action. Jung-ho called Jagal an arrogant type and said he needed to be taught a lesson. Mu-gyuk pointed out that he was only 400 years old. Jae-hwan came into the arena to fight Jagal-man. Jagal-meng said he had heard of the caretaker's plan, but thought it was useless. Mu-gyuk said that this is what their new caretaker is like, and admitted that he didn't know about him before. Mu-gyuk wondered if this guy would be able to defeat Jagal-man. Shin Mu-gyuk noticed that the caretaker reminded him of someone. Is he really Jung-ho's disciple? The caretaker attacked, and Jagal-meng flew far back after the first blow, hitting the wall. Jung-ho asked his interlocutor if such a person couldn't be his disciple since he was a monster. Jurgen Cheever decided to tell us about the 4 fortresses of chaos: the Gorgon to the north, the Manticore to the east, the Garuda to the south, and the Dryad to the west. Fortresses are built to protect souls from the dead. The majestic walls prevent the dead from entering the castle. The main task of the forts is to get rid of the dead people who have appeared inside. Zaire tried to destroy Carlton, who had almost become a dead man, for it was his direct duty to do so. Each fortress has its keeper, each has its mark, its guardian beast. The Dryad Fortress is associated with the plant guardian Dryad. Jagal-meng noticed that the quarter-finalist is not listed as his opponent. When he realized that his rival was the keeper of the fortress, he rejoiced. He came here to talk sense into the keeper. It has happened before. People begin to hope and build expectations of the life they have already lost. But unfulfilled hopes lead to the great despair. Jagal-meng has been in the business of destroying hope for 400 years. He will never admit defeat. He cannot lose. If he admits defeat, everything he's done for 4 centuries will become meaningless. Jagal-meng recalled that his opponent warned of a one-on-one fight, but did not specify the format. Jae-hwan said that he would hand over the position to anyone who could defeat him in such a fight. Jagal-meng suggested having a battle of wits. He believed that such a format would be fair. The audience scoffed, calling the scientist leader pathetic. Jung-ho said that was exactly what was to be expected. Shin Mu-gyuk began to doubt the outcome of the battle of wits. Jung-ho assumed that Jae-meng wanted to use military trickery. Jae-hwan agreed, and asked what the battle of wits was. Jagal-man explained that the caretaker had accepted his challenge. Our hero found himself in the world of military strategies. The landscape around him has changed. This world is just a pretty name. One of the 13 hosts, Nightmare Maris, was inspired by military strategies to create this game. All strategists in the Great Lands love to play it. Jagal-man considers himself the best chaos player. The scientist asked if the caretaker would need time to learn the rules. Jae-hwan replied that the game was easier than he thought. The game is based on the confrontation of 3 races that must accumulate resources and train troops. The goal is to destroy the enemy's defenses and win. Jae-hwan remembered that there was a similar game known to everyone on Earth, Power PC Zone. The young man thought he had over 10,000 games under his belt. Jagal-meng asked if the chosen location was suitable for the battle. He chose the Lost Garden as the battlefield. Jae-hwan said he agreed. Jae-hwan from the human race performed in this fight. On the other side of the ring was Jagal-meng from the dead man's race. Jagal-meng thought it was surprising that out of the 3 races, he chose the human race. He acts arrogant, but in reality, he's a novice. The race of the deceased gets stronger in the second stage of the game, but can sometimes triumph even earlier, already by the middle. Jagal-meng planned to first train the warriors, build fortifications and a base, and then descend upon the opponent with dozens of fighters. However, the human race proved to be energetic and effectively attacked Yagelmeng's warriors. The scientist wondered who was attacking so quickly, and also uses farmers. Before Jagelmeng could blink an eye, enemy towers appeared in his territory. Is the opponent really using towers as defenses? What kind of strategy is that? Jagelmeng thought if he tried to destroy the towers, the high-endurance farmers would break into his territory. But he had no other choice. He had to stop the invasion of the opponent. In this situation, it is impossible to accumulate resources and build structures. Our hero's opponent again thought this was a very stupid strategy. How could the caretaker think of such a thing? How did the rookie figure out this strategy? It turned out to be quite devastating for the opponent. Jagelmeng angrily asked, "Isn't it customary not to attack for the first 10 minutes of the game?" Jaehuan asked in surprise. "What do you mean, customary?" Jagelmeng said that usually in the first 10 minutes, players build structures and build up their strength. Jaehuan wondered, where is it written? If there are no such rules, then it doesn't matter. Our hero's opponent thought this guy was ignoring common sense and bypassing any conventions. Jagelmeng decided that in that case, there was nothing he could do to even things up. The scientist realized he could no longer defeat the caretaker. Jagelmeng thought that perhaps all these 400 years he had been waiting for this very moment. The scientist fell to his knees and admitted defeat. But who trained this guy in military strategy? Zhang Ho thought that Jaehuan only knew how to lunge. The new rift technique was partially inspired by his punching, so it's not as if he's only interested in lunges. Against Jagelmeng, the caretaker used the spiral rift technique. Zhang Ho said that's the best name for such a move. Jaehuan replied that he only uses lunges. The divine medic noted that the technique was inspired by his punch, which means it's a punch, not a lunge. Cayman said both the punches and lunges are aimed at destroying the enemy. The word irresistible might be added. Jaehuan said he was fine with the name Spiral of Annihilation. Jaehuan looked at Shin Mugyuk and said that he looked imposing and strong. Would he agree to one round? Mugyuk said that the caretaker here is not a fan of ceremonies. Zhang Ho admitted that this guy has no respect for his elders, even daring to attack first. Jaehuan has noticed that everyone here is not a weakling, but an experienced fighter. He doesn't see the point in formalities. Young Ho added that this guy always wants to have the last word. Mugyuk thought that this was the first time he was seeing Yang Ho so animated in the 900 years since the disintegration of the squad to the depths. Mulark was captain of the squad 900 years ago. He inspired hope in the chaos, but in the end he left behind only bitter despair. Mugyuk wondered, could this guy be compared to Mulark? Would he be able to replace him? Judging from the last fight, the caretaker is incredibly strong. It's possible he's as strong as Mulark. However, Shin Mugyuk was more interested in this young man's soul. He didn't see any piety in it. Jaehuan is the opposite of the wise and cautious Mulark. The old man wondered why this guy was so overwhelmed with bloodlust. Mugyuk asked if he was awakened. Zhang Ho replied that Mugyuk had made a good point. He was fully awakened. Zhang Ho announced that the next quarterfinal match was starting. The old man wondered where Jaehuan was going. It wasn't his turn yet. Jaehuan said that he didn't see the point of sitting idle and waiting for something to finally happen. Mugyuk thought that this guy had overcome the third stage of awakening. Zhang Ho became alarmed. What was this young man up to this time? Jaehuan thought that everyone except Kaiman and Yoon Young looked pretty strong. This was especially true of the woman with the sickle. Even doubt doesn't help to understand her nature. Who is she? Zaire said it wasn't the caretaker's turn yet. Why is he here? The spectators have noticed that the keeper has entered the arena. What will he say now? Jaehuan asked for a moment of attention. The caretaker said that he had already assessed the strengths of the participants and made conclusions about everyone. Watching the gray masses is boring, so he wants to change the course of the competition. Suddenly, priest clan leader Jia Gyokryong asked in surprise, "What is this caretaker up to?" The woman was indignant. Who gave the caretaker the right to change anything? Why does he make all the decisions? Jaehuan said he wants to cancel the one-on-one fights. Jae Kyokryong asked if the caretaker was suggesting fighting in squads. Jaehuan replied that it could be said that way. The leader of the priest clan said that it wouldn't work that way. Separating the participants would cause a lot of problems. How will they determine the winner? The caretaker said that he was misunderstood. He was not going to divide everyone into squads. There will only be one squad of 6 people. To everyone's surprise, the ranger replied that he was going to repel the 6 alone. Jaehuan promised to hand over the position of caretaker to the person who would be the first to slay him. One of the rivals headed toward the caretaker. The girl looked intently at our hero. Jaehuan waited for the decision his opponents would make on his proposal. The rival said the caretaker was her type. The girl added that it would be a great pity if he were to die now. Her opponent turned around and said that was the end of it. The girl noticed that soon this silly ordeal would be over and the one would appear. Young raised his hand and said he was giving up too. He didn't think he could overpower a caretaker with such abilities. Jong-ho thought that Young was a treacherous rascal from the Thunder King clan. So he's willing to join the squad to preserve his dignity. Kamen said that the faithful servant also refuses to compete. He admitted that he wouldn't be able to hurt even a hair of the caretaker. Jong-ho thought, is the leader of the South Sea clan really reasoning about justice right now? They're only ruining everything. Jae-hwan thought, even if everyone else is killed, the plan won't come to fruition. Ja Gukryong noticed that things weren't going the way the caretaker wanted them to. Ja Gyeokryong said that the overseer's arrogance knows no bounds. Everyone is just trying not to embarrass themselves in front of him. The assistant said for the mistress to show the caretaker what she could do. His strength doesn't matter, because he won't be able to repel a simultaneous attack. The clan leader said they weren't here to slay the caretaker. Jae-hwan wondered, weren't they here to fight? The assistant asked what Hee-young was going to do next. We still need to watch the developments. Who will cover the Forbidden Heaven unit, forcing the Steel Lord to make a move? The clan head said that there was a lot she couldn't tell. She would just do what she came to do. In fact, the representatives of this clan wanted to know who this caretaker was. They wanted to see what kind of pawn he was. Ja Gyeokryong said that they weren't going to fight the caretaker of the Gorgon Fortress. Jae-hwan wondered if they were giving up. The head of the clan said it was a misnomer. Unwillingness to conflict and raising the white flag are very different things. The clan head said that they were willing to volunteer to join the expeditionary force. Jae-hwan asked what their motives were. Ja Gyeokryong wondered. What motives could they be talking about if they were trying to help people stuck in chaos to return to normal life? The woman offered to talk if everyone was here. Jae-hwan wasn't going to be the caretaker, was he? Doesn't that make sense? Originally, it wasn't about the caretaker spot. It was about recruiting for the depth squad. Since the failed campaign 900 years ago, no one had ever attempted something on the same scale. Ja Gyeokryong remarked that she was proud to be here. She believes that everyone here feels the same way. Everyone here is probably not here because of the caretaker position. Ja Gyeokryong removed the mask from her face, and everyone saw her unique eyes. The woman looked around at everyone and said she wanted to hear their true motives. Those present noticed that those eyes saw the whole truth and made them sink into the depths of reason. It was the highest skill, the eyes of justice. Jia Gyeokryong expressed her confidence that chaos had not forgotten their prayers. Jae-hwan thought that everyone present was mesmerized by this skill. The elder who appeared said that he was supporting the leader of the Divine Lady Squad. He added that he had not come from the north for a normal battle. It was Sword General Han Myung-gwan. He is as strong as all 10 squads combined. Did he not realize what had happened to them all? Had they all conspired? Captain Carlton gripped the door handle of his office. The man opened the door and stepped inside. At that moment, a bluebird landed on the desk through the window. Carlton wondered if it was the messenger eagle. No one had been in the office for a long time when he flew in here. The Eagle Herald brought a disturbing message. The dead were on their way to the Gorgon Fortress. The author of the message was the master of the Dryad Fortress. Ja Gyeokryong said that they should not stir up internal conflict. They should work together. It's time to put an end to this competition. The woman added that they had already achieved their main goal. There were countless souls behind her willing to risk their lives for the expedition to the depths. Ja Gyeokryong noticed that one question remained unanswered. Who will be the captain of the expeditionary force? Jong-ho said that that girl was at it again. Mu-kyuk agreed. She applies the eyes of righteousness and the highest illusionary skill. Right now, she is just using her tricks. What is the leader of the Divine Lady Squad doing? Ja Gyeokryong asked. Would the fortress keeper take on such a responsibility? She thinks that the current caretaker of Gorgon Fortress is a unique genius in the history of chaos. His strength and intelligence surpasses all the leaders of the 10 squads. Han Myung-gwan said that the position of squad captain could not be taken by strength and resourcefulness alone. Ja Gyeokryong asked, in that case, what else does swordsman think a captain should possess? He should be able to lead countless people. It should be his natural trait. One must look closely at the fortress caretaker to determine this. The leader of the Divine Lady Squad could do that. Why not use the righteous check on the caretaker? With this skill, you can easily figure out what kind of person he is. Zaire asked the leader of the Divine Lady Squad to apply a righteous check. Everyone except the caretaker must leave the field. The girl said she would comply with the majority's wishes. It seems there's nothing to be done. Ja Gyeokryong asked if the caretaker would agree to undergo a righteous test to become captain of the expeditionary force. Jong-ho said that this woman had them wrapped around her finger. Mu-gyuk remarked that almost everyone knew about the Divine Lady squad leader's outstanding ability. People at a high stage of adaptation are asked to go through a righteous test to fill in missing characteristics and move on to the next stage. Divine Medic thought, if this guy just blows the place up again, the expedition will never get started. No one would want to follow a captain who could ruin everything at any moment. But if you don't intervene, his soul will be put to the test. It is, after all, an immersion in his personality. Jae-hwan agreed to undergo a righteous test. The sailing vessel broke in two under the pressure of the raging hurricane. This time, the location for the righteous test will be the ocean. The ocean is predominantly divided into dangerous seas. Ja Gyeokryong said that sometimes there is a shipwreck. The man in the boat put his oar overboard and told the people in the water to grab onto it. Gokron said it was fortunate that a rescue boat showed up just in time. The man in the boat pulls one of the injured people on board. People are screaming that there's one more person overboard. But the boat can only hold 10 people. It will sink if you take anyone else. You have to leave the person overboard, or everyone will die. The men said the captain must make a decision immediately. Jae-hwan didn't realize how he ended up on this boat. Gokron said that the keeper of the fortress has two choices. Save the majority and sacrifice one, or leave no one behind and then drown altogether. What will the keeper do? If he chooses the first option, he'll be accused of being heartless. If he chooses the second, he'll be accused of being short-sighted. Whatever the caretaker chooses, the people will inevitably question his candidacy as captain of the expedition. Jae-hwan said he's choosing third option. Ja Gyeokryong was surprised. There are only two. But Jae-hwan reiterated that he was choosing to save everyone and keep the boat from sinking. Gokron thought, had this man found a secret way out? The only way out is to find your own solution. It's the only way to save everyone without losing your humanity. The woman thought she intended to make the caretaker look short-sighted by offering only two options, but her plans were disrupted. Ja Gyeokryong said that in that case, she was willing to listen to the caretaker's option. Jae-hwan said, because people are in trouble because of the sea? The young man added, in that case, it would simply split the sea. Gokron wondered, what was the caretaker talking about? She thought that this guy had lost his mind from overexertion. Jae-hwan drew his sword and stood on the side of the boat. Gokron shouted for the caretaker to stop. What is he up to? Chong-ho saw the young man's posture and shouted for everyone to immediately disperse to the sides. There was a crushing explosion, and everything went flying in different directions. Those present were frightened and wondered, who solves problems like that? At that moment, a message was received that an error had occurred in the system. When things had more or less settled down, a large hole appeared in front of the protagonist. It was a miracle. Everyone was saved. The men thanked the captain for saving them. The righteous test had come to an end. Ja Gyeokryong shouted in anger, what is the fortress keeper doing? Jae-hwan said it's time to stop this nonsense. The Gorgon fortress was ordered to unite. Ja Gyeokryong was extremely surprised by the caretaker's behavior, but the young man was no longer paying attention to her. Jae-hwan abruptly turned around and ran off in the opposite direction. From now on, all activities are cancelled and the fortress gates are closed. All residents need to evacuate to the north side immediately. A lot of people didn't realize what was going on. It turned out that dead people were heading towards the fortress. The Black Blur unit has been completely wiped out. The Lightning God squad was destroyed in Manticore, and today they faced a crowd of dead people in Gorgon Fortress. Yoon Young said that today might be the last day. Gang Hwan asked, in that case, who would go with the squad to the depths? Jong Ho thought that this guy, who hadn't even lived for 20 years, was now presiding over chaos. Boundless, captain of the South Sea, is a scholar. Divine Lady, Fire King, Lightning God, 6 leaders gathered in the Gorgon Fortress. The Divine Medic didn't think he would ever witness something so amazing. It reminded him of the events of 900 years ago. Mu-gyuk asked the Divine Medicine Man, is he the one talking about worshippers? There was indeed something similar back then. It is unclear why it is happening here and now. The deceased summons other deceased. When a medium-level deceased appears, small deceased flock to him. When a huge deceased appears, medium-sized deceased gather around it. A disaster has arisen in the Gorgon Fortress, the King of the Dead. This calamity forced every fortress to erect high walls. A terrible catastrophe looms over the chaos. A mega-dead man, the walking backwards Magritte. People were calling for help and thought the end of the world had come. Ja Gyeokryong thought so too. She hadn't seen such a calamity before. A sinister monster devoured every living thing around it. Honorable Sword. General Han Myung-gwan decided to come to the rescue. Ja Gyeokryong was relieved and said that people needed help. However, after seeing the scale of the disaster, the old man turned around and said that fighting such a dead man was too dangerous even for him. There was absolutely nothing that could be done. In this world, any choice made ultimately leads absolutely nowhere. Ja Gyokryong thought, is it possible to get justice in this world? There is nothing left here but blind hope. However, the mega monster was resisted. There were brave men. Ja Gyokryong, cowering in terror, continued to watch the scene. Yun Young was not afraid of his opponent and tried to attack him. The warrior shouted for the leader of the Divine Lady Squad to pull herself together. Kaiman and Gang Huan also decided to resist the mega monster. Ja Gyokryong picked herself up and joined the resistance team. Although the woman realized that retaliating could only buy a little time, such a monster could definitely not be defeated. Watching Yun Young, the leader of the Divine Ladies, thought that this warrior was acting fearless because of frivolity. Ja Gyokryong looked at Yun Young's hands and thought that he was afraid after all. His hands were trembling. But then what makes him fight? It didn't turn out to be that easy. Enough of these pathetic cries. There are many more powerful enemies waiting for them. They just have to fight back. There is someone who is not afraid and is capable of fighting monsters alone. Jae Hwan went one-on-one against a mega monster with a sword in his hand. The caretaker showed what he could do, and one of the monsters was decapitated. The other undead, frightened, ran away. In the process of retreating, everything around was crumbling. The caretaker said that it was not a good idea to carelessly destroy buildings. Jae Hwan said that the mega monster raises objects in the air when it gets close, and our hero was annoyed by this ability. Divine Medic Yong Ho, with sword in hand, was also among the ranks of the Gorgon Fortress defenders. Jong Ho thought that all the events were repeating themselves, just like back then. Is there nothing the common man can do in the face of absolute despair? The old man thought that the people living here needed hope that nothing could break. All 6 leaders participated in this combat encounter. Jong Ho resisted while on the ground, and Jae Hwan climbed onto the shoulders of the huge mega monster. The old man, marveling at the young man's abilities, asked who he even was. Jae Hwan replied that it should have been done earlier. Jae Hwan decided to deal with the monster the same way he had split the sea earlier. The leaders of the 6 factions watched the caretaker's actions in amazement. Shin Mu Kyuk was also delighted, but said that the young man was being careless. Jong Ho agreed, but added that he had long ago made a decision to protect this careless guy. The faction leaders said they were joining the Divine Medic's actions. Jong Ho irritably asked where they had been all this time. Yun Young called out to the Fire King, but he said he was busy and shouldn't be distracted right now. However, the monsters continued to advance with aggression and fury. Gang Huan said his body is starting to slow down due to fatigue. The Fire King attacked the mega monster again. The coordinated work of the warriors resulted in the mega monster being entangled in chains. Jurgen Cheever and Captain Carlton came to the aid of the resistors. They said they had come here to do their duty. After another massive attack on the mega monster, a bright flash illuminated the entire fortress. Gorgon Fortress, 10 days after the great deceased Magritis was destroyed. This news has stirred up all the chaos. What could now be considered the biggest change in the chaos after what had happened? One of the warriors had a huge monster horn on his shoulder. 6 of the 10 leaders of the Chaos Squads had moved to this place. Therefore, there were significantly more resources and horned monsters. Due to this, there was a major economic jump. One of the local employees said that overall things are still looking very bad. People are still removing debris and dealing with the aftermath of the deceased. However, the community was much more lively and welcoming. A warrior with a horn on his shoulder asked the town clerk, had he not seen the Way of the Waves? Then the Black Sea of the Dead was split with a single swing of the sword. Everyone who witnessed this, as if enchanted, rushed into the wave and began to fight the dead men. At that time, countless people lost their lives. What was it that people saw then? The warrior said that only the inattentive would assume that life has gotten much better. To argue that life in chaos is possible, the people in the Gorgon Fortress began to live. Something rumbled in the sky again, and the servant was frightened. The warrior said he shouldn't worry. It had been happening a lot lately. The man thought that there could only be such a loud explosion if the high-level adapters were fighting with soul energy. The warrior said that the leaders of the 6 squads were stationed at the Gorgon Fortress. Is there really a war between the clans? Explosions did indeed come periodically from the outskirts of the fortress. Hand-to-hand combat skills were practiced during another training session in which all leaders participated. A warrior watching the training session said 5 people were hurt today. Jae Hwan, taking advantage of the pause, decided to rest for a while and sat down on a rock. He thought that all the squad leaders still had a difficult journey ahead of them. The leader of the Golden Heaven squad said that this was some kind of mayhem. Had the deceased Magrets who had headed for the Gorgons been destroyed? But this dead man was on the 9th step in the Great Lands. It's a monster that can only be defeated by a general or someone with a higher rank. How did they manage to destroy one of the 3 unique Chaos Decedents? The leader of the Golden Heaven Squad ordered to find out immediately. The commander was sure there had been some kind of mistake. After 4 days, the news of the destruction of the Forbidden Heavens Northern Squad near Gorgon Fortress instantly spread throughout the chaos. As they were going through another training session, the caretaker said that everyone present had performed very poorly. What had they been doing for centuries? Yun Yung thought that the caretaker couldn't be defeated at all. Jae Huan turned to the beaten Lightning King and said that this warrior had nothing but fast legs. Gang Huan is strong but too slow. Yeagle Meng takes too long to think. Divine Lady is agile and has great reactions, but has poor stamina. Cayman has proven himself to be the best of all the people here. He's pretty good at the basics. He doesn't have any weaknesses, but he doesn't have any strengths either. Jae Huan said that everyone present had a common problem. They could accomplish something with almost no effort. Jongho said it's sobering to hear that from the caretaker's mouth. Jae Huan remarked that these old men are also too weak considering they've lived for over 1,000 years. 900 years ago, the leaders of the 10 squads were at the 7th step or higher. The leader of the Heavenly Dragon Squad was at the 9th step, and Mulark was even stronger than all of them combined. The expedition was not easy even for such strong fighters. Such are the depths. During the battle with the Northern Forbidden Paradise Squadron, half of the people present were on the verge of death, and they hadn't even attacked their base, Manticore. The ranger said they barely managed 1 troop. So how can they go on an expedition? Because of this, from today onwards, everyone will undergo special training. Yeagle Meng noticed that all the leaders here were adapters. It wasn't easy to jump to the next step by becoming stronger. An ordinary person would need more than 10 years to reach at least the 1st step, and then another 20 years to reach the 2nd step, 40 years to reach the 3rd step, and finally about 80 years to jump from the 3rd step to the 4th step. Most people would not live to see this point. This is why everyone above the 4th step is called a high-ranking adapter. Gang Huan asked, does the leader really want to make them into awakened ones? However, the awakened do not accumulate strength. The awakened ones are only able to reach the next stage by sudden enlightenment. Jae Huan said that's exactly what he's trying to accomplish, but only if those present can leave the motherland. To reach full awakening, one must pass through 3 stages. In one of them, warriors will be forced to destroy their world. Those who find themselves able to do so will destroy their world and know its true nature. Ja Gyeokryong said it's about giving up things like status, which is a distinct advantage. Divine Lady couldn't believe that the leader of the Lightning God Squad was able to hold such a position. Young said that despite his mental ability, he was also a perfect adapter. Perfect adapters have a strong direct link to skills and the system. They can become 10 times stronger and 100 times faster than normal adapters. They are the minority who have received the blessing of the system. Most of the strong fighters, including the 12 monarchs, are part of this minority. Gang Huan said that everyone present is a perfect adapter. No one would dare to give up such talent. Cayman said he wasn't in that minority. He is willing to give up any skills if it will help him become stronger. He has nothing but hatred for monarchs. Ja Gyeokryong wondered, does the leader of the South Sea Squad realize what he's saying? He's offering to give up everything they've worked so hard for, and it's quite possible that it won't end there. Could anyone really have forgotten about the Great Disappearance? The woman recalled that it all started with the appearance of the Rift. 700 years ago, they started appearing in the Great Lands. They fought the cultivators. The terrorist group known as the Rift was brutally destroyed by the monarchs of the 4 corners of the world, who struck back in a major retaliation and proclaimed the following: those who wish to awaken must come to the Forgotten Lands. A distraction from the world is necessary. At that time, no less than 1,000 adapters of various stages gathered in the Forgotten Lands. However, almost no one knows what exactly happened that day. According to rumors, they simply ceased to exist. Ja Gyeokryong added that only a few people managed to return. Among them were her comrades. They said they had awakened, but they were only in the 1st stage of awakening. Jae Huan inquired as to what had happened to them. The head of the Divine Ladies replied that they had all committed suicide. They had to go through serious shocks. Some went crazy, some lost their memory. They all had different symptoms, but they had something in common. Ja Gyeokryong added that they couldn't realize who they were. Jae Huan clarified that he has nothing to do with the Rift, but understands why there might be suspicion in his direction. Jae Huan agreed that awakening could be dangerous, so he was only willing to accept those who really wanted to awaken. Ja Gyeokryong asked what would happen to those who refuse. Jae Huan replied that he would still help them become stronger. The caretaker added that he has to help them raise the adaptation step. Jiagel Meng reminded us that it is impossible to raise a step in a week. Jie Huan says he'll solve the problem. You just have to follow him. The caretaker led everyone to the new structure, the installation work of which was still in progress. All present were amazed. Was this building really made of horns? Are they ready to accept the call of the Tower of Nightmares? Zhang Ho was surprised that someone managed to create such a nightmare tower. It's amazing, even though they haven't even seen the second floor. Jiagel Meng admitted that he was excited. He's not here for power, but to get rid of it. Yun Young noticed that he wanted to say the same thing. Jie Huan explained that all training would now take place here. Time flows about 100 times slower inside the tower than outside. 1 day outside equals 100 days inside. However, the rate of soul deterioration is inversely proportional to time dilation. Time density and soul wear increase. To avoid the danger, an automatic disconnection from the system occurs when the soul is more than 80% destroyed. The horns of monsters would always be at hand, so soul destruction could be feared. Afterward, Yung Yong noted that the caretaker had seemed cold-blooded and heartless to him before. Jie Huan says he'll now divide them into those who want to awaken and those who don't. Those who want to awaken should stand on the right, the rest on the left. During the training session, Jia Gyukryong angrily asked how Yung Yong could look down on the Divine Lady's skills. The Lightning King said that it wouldn't matter soon, because then she wouldn't be able to keep up with him. Gang Huan admitted that speed wasn't that important. Destructive power was much more important. He added that the Fire King had everything he needed. Jiagel Meng pointed out that his opponents looked pathetic, so they were not getting stronger. The leader remarked that Cayman seems to be the only one who really wants to go through the awakening. Jie Huan asked how on earth those who don't want to go through awakening are going to level up. It's not easy for high-level adapters like them. To increase mastery, you need to reach a certain level of insight or learn special skills. Jia Gyokryong noted that it wasn't easy to find the highest skill book. Is someone really going to look for it in the cellars of the 5 great clans? The caretaker said they don't necessarily need this particular book. They need a good teacher. Jia Gyokryong asked if the caretaker wanted to teach them himself. Jie Huan shook his head negatively. From now on, they would be their own teachers for each other. Shin Mugyuk thought that skill sharing was indeed a novelty. After all, clan leaders were too proud to think of it. The old man hoped everything would go according to the caretaker's plan, but worried about how Cayman was feeling on the second floor. Cayman practiced hard, no longer remembering how many times he repeated the exercise. Probably over 1 million. Jie Huan told Cayman to increase his speed. The warrior doubted if it would help, but the ranger was surprised that the guy was still asking such questions. Cayman admitted that he didn't have much talent, and that's why it was hard for him, since he hadn't fought any other adapters. Jie Huan emphasized that the warrior was characterized by perseverance and consistency, which made him stronger. The strength of spirit helped him not to lose himself, even when reaching doubt. It's not talent that leads to awakening, but fortitude. Jie Huan says he believes in Cayman and wants him to trust him. A woman with a vessel of wine noticed that the alcohol tasted good. The Tower of Nightmares catches man-made moments. They still believe they can make a difference, despite centuries of living. The woman called out to a divine medic passing by. The old man asked what trick Seol Ha was using this time. Seol Ha replied that Young Ho was rude for a first meeting after a long time. The old man should come back. Everyone is waiting for him. Jung Ho said he wouldn't go back. He said it many times. There's no way he'll join the ranks of the inhuman scoundrels. Young Ho stated that they are fighting for humanity. Seol Ha said that they are the only ones doing it sincerely. Seol Ha added, just the rift. The old man noticed that the rift was using people for selfish purposes. That ended after the Great Disappearance. Now it's just a pathetic gang that has lost the meaning of life. Seol Ha couldn't believe her ears and laughed. She recalled that Divine Medic was also involved in the Great Disappearance. The old man replied that this was far from the truth. The woman remarked that things didn't work out the way he wanted, and instead of preventing the Great Disappearance, he just stood by. Seol Ha said that if it wasn't for them, she wouldn't be like this now. Do they know that there are people in the rift trying to awaken by their own method, raising their swords against each other hundreds and thousands of times? Seol Ha added as they raise their swords and destroy each other over and over again. Only a small fraction of them survive and revive the sword, becoming immune to life and death, transcending human existence, and opening their eyes to the true essence of the world. This is how they acquire the first key to awakening, destruction. Young Ho objected that it was the wrong key. They haven't even fully awakened. What do they even know? Their unique world remains the same. They, afraid of losing their humanity, could not create anything in their unique world, which they were given birth to with great difficulty. Seol Ha and Jong Ho bared their swords. The woman declared that she had filled her world and became the captain of the second Rift Squad. The old man admitted that he had heard about it. She had even reached the third stage of awakening. Seol-ha clarified that she wasn't just on the third step. The woman asked her opponent, "How does it feel to look at your creation? A sea of blood filled with corpses. The living are not trying to appear dead. They realize that nothing can be changed in the chaos. The world will remain the same. The divine medic better get back to the rift." Jong-ho stated that the chaos would really change this time. Seol-ha couldn't believe that the old man still believed that. Did the caretaker really have such an effect on him? There was nothing in store for them. Like 900 years ago in chaos, and 700 years ago in the Great Lands. Like when Jong-ho abandoned them and ran away. Seol-ha said, "Let them do what they want, but Rift sees everything." The first stage of awakening manifests itself in doubt in relation to the world. The second step is in understanding the world that created the doubt. The third step is in forgetting the former self. Jae-hwan shouted for Kamen to come to his senses. The caretaker didn't want to see this pathetic side of the warrior. He told Kamen to fight to the last man. Kamen admitted that he can't even convince himself he's winning. He has no idea how strong he is. Jae-hwan's advice was different to start with. Had he gotten stronger at all? The caretaker told Kamen to forget the limits the world puts up. Kamen experienced the third stage of awakening and forgot his former self. The warrior dismissed all doubts. The moon's eye was activated. Jae-hwan extended his hand and congratulated Kamen for reaching the third step. The fortress keeper is also at the third step. Kamen didn't think he could keep up with him despite his limitations. The speaker has noticed that the expedition plan is shaky. Is the caretaker not to be made captain? The Gorgon fortress organizing the expedition is a violation of the Treaty of the Four Fortresses. It's been years since the breach, so why is it still being honored? It's being discussed at the meeting of the Four Fortresses. Young said that people sat idly by before the creation of the squad to the depths, so why should they think about justice now? Yagul Meng called it outrageous. Jurgen Cheever reminded everyone that everyone had gathered because of the Forbidden Paradise Squad incident and encouraged everyone to calm down and get back on topic. The master of Garuda Fortress, the cold-blooded golden monarch Gal Huidong, said that the captain of the squad should be re-elected after a fair evaluation of all the candidates. The mistress of the Dryad Fortress, Aisha Lincroft, agreed with this. But where is the caretaker of the Gorgon Fortress? He was expected at the meeting. Jurgen Cheever explained that they received an invitation to the meeting after the caretaker left, did not have time to send a waiver. When the adaptation team returned, the caretaker, being on the awakening team, was just on his way. So now they are in a meeting without the person whose word should be decisive. Gal Huidong asked indignantly, how could a 5-year-old be trusted with such an important matter? Does everyone really want him to become the captain? Is everyone really willing to put chaos in the hands of an unknown child? Young objected, and holding the knife in his hand, lunged at the Golden Monarch. The people present tensed up and grabbed their weapons. Would they talk about powers now? Gang Huan with the ball in his hand said that if anyone wants to change the captain, they should fight them first. No one dares to change the captain. Gal Huidong stepped forward and asked Yun Young if he was really determined and confident to win. The cold-blooded Golden Monarch motioned for the warrior to make the first move. Yun Young rushed to attack, saying that he intended to make the first move without permission as well. Gal Huidong fended off the attack and noted that Yun Young was quite nimble. He couldn't believe that the lightning god had reached the 7th stage of adaptation. How long had it taken him to reach it? Gal Huidong recognized that the opponent is stronger than expected. The Golden Monarch said that no matter how much Yun Young tried to overcome the difference in steps, he wouldn't succeed. He activated the Golden Meteor Chakram and declared that the jokes were over. The lightning god flew far back and was deactivated. The opponent remarked that Yun Young had done well. Gal Huidong stated that it was obvious. He won, so he should be the captain. The Lightning King stood up and asked in surprise, "Who said that was it?" "He is still standing on his feet." Yun Young said with arms that he was going to show his opponent something interesting. The Golden Monarch noticed that the opponent was too persistent. Yun Young is very predictable. After all, speed is his only advantage. Yun Young activated 18 Fire King strikes. Gal Huidong asked in surprise where Yun Young got such skills from. The head of Garuda Fortress noticed 8 invisible traps set against him. But these traps are the property of the leader of the Science Squad. How can leaders teach their techniques to others? Have they completely lost their pride? Young calmly asked, "What's so good about pride?" Gal Huidong replied that in that case it was time for him to use heavy artillery as well. Everyone around them scattered to the sides, while Shin Mugyuk watched coldly. The enormous fire disk, a chakram of the Golden Sea. began to move swiftly across the area, destroying everything in its path. Gal Huidong wondered where the lightning god had disappeared to and if he could be saved. Yun Young appeared from behind the disc and said, "It's time to end the game." The Garuda Fortress Master was strong, but Shin Mu-gyuk used a series of Cloud Dragon Heavenly Sword strikes, and the fire disc was destroyed. Young approached and touched the head of the Garuda head with his knife blade. Shin Mu-gyuk stopped the lightning god and said, "That's enough." The old man declared the contest over and asked Garuda, the master of the fortress, if he agreed with the decision. He wasn't going to use the horned Garuda monster, was he? Did he really want to use a weapon designed against the dead? Gal Huidong admitted defeat, noting that the lightning god had fought desperately. Shin Mu-gyuk declared victory to the lightning god and asked who was next, who is ready to fight. Mu-gyuk suggested that Aisha Lincroft should compete, and if there were more people who wanted to compete, don't be shy. No one responded. The old man asked what the divine lady was going to do. Jia Gyeokryong announced that she was changing sides. Mu-gyuk was surprised by her decision. Jia Gyeokryong joined Gal Huidong, believing that the chances of winning here are higher. Another warrior appeared, the Golden Monarch of the Jade Mask, Ban Chonil, a 9th stage adaptation. Jürgen Cheever was surprised that this monarch was here. Was he really behind the organization of the meeting of the three fortresses? Mu-gyuk called Ban Chonil an enemy of chaos who stole the fruits after destroying countless souls 900 years ago and resented how he dared to return. Ban Chonil asked Mu-gyuk to stop talking and join him. The Steel Monarch was waiting. Mu-gyuk didn't want to hear about Ban Chonil serving the Steel Monarch. His vassal's weakness is martial arts. The old man assumed that Haiyo was already finished. It was surprising that he had accepted such trash. Bang Chonil asked why Mu-gyuk was still holding on to past grudges, since Haiyo had forgiven him quite easily. Mu-gyuk shouldn't be so callous to a fellow martial artist after all, they've been through a lot together. Mu-gyuk put out his sword and lunged at his opponent. How dare he say that after betraying Murim? Ban Chonil accepted the challenge, and said it was their first meeting after 900 years. Mu-gyuk asked in surprise when Ban Chonil started messing around with Dryad, Garuda, and the Priest Squad. Ban Chonil replied that he didn't know what he was talking about. They are simply giving advice to help these squads make wise decisions. Chonil said that Shin Mu-gyuk, the caretaker of Gorgon Fortress, and a few others are living a pipe dream. The warrior urged the Dryad mistress not to succumb to this influence. The caretaker of the Gorgon Fortress is more dangerous than the leader of the Forbidden Squad. He's trying to use the expedition to the depths to unite chaos. It was the Steel Monarch's envoy, He Young. He Young says that Monarch sees the Gorgon caretaker as a threat. Threat is a marker for those who are trying to change chaos. Every time a threat appears, signs of hope are born in chaos. These signs will lead to despair sooner or later. He Young warned that if he didn't get rid of the caretaker, there would be bloodshed and chaos. He Young added that since Aisha has lived for 970 years, it is well known what happened in the past. The tragedy should not be allowed to happen again. That's why the Dryad Mistress must help. In a week's time, the Gorgons will host a meeting of the three fortresses. Aisha Lincroft questioned the rightness of that decision. Bang Chonil asked why not end things now, since Mu-gyuk wouldn't be able to defeat him. The difference in ability between stages of adaptation is great, but it is particularly huge between the 8th and 9th stages. Ban Chonil blocked his opponent and said that he had to reach the 9th step before he could return, because no one without the Monarch class would even leave a scratch. Jia Gyeokryong thought that this was the strength of a Monarch. Shin Mu-gyuk was knocked down with a single punch. The Golden Monarch ruling the 12th region is not a Great Monarch. Below a Great Monarch there are also the ranks of Lieutenant and Major, but this one doesn't even have them. He is a Brigadier. Jia Gyeokryong couldn't believe that an expeditionary force to the depths was being formed against such monarchs. They definitely couldn't win. Ban Chonil told them to give up on this blue dream. They can't handle it. Hadn't they already achieved a good position in the chaos? You shouldn't try to reach heights you can't touch with your hands if you don't want to disappear forever. Mu-gyuk jumped to his feet and leaned his sword against Ban Chonil's neck. Chonil wondered if Mu-gyuk was going to continue like this. Mu-gyuk said that 900 years ago, Ban Chonil, being subdued by the Resurrection Palace, stole the fruit, and they also lost their comrades. Shin Mu-gyuk stated that times were changing. The old man was determined. Ban Chonil said, "His opponent is quite boring." Did he really choose doom? Shin Mu-gyuk activated Holy Sword Enigma. Ban Chonil used Holy Annihilation. Ban Chonil told his opponent that he couldn't reach the sky this time either. He would not be able to understand anything. Ban Chonil stated that Mu-gyuk could blame the caretaker of Gorgon Fortress for creating this silly dream. A man appeared at the back of the corridor and apologized to Mu-gyuk for being late. Kamen said that the keeper of the fortress is delayed because he is very busy. So he's ready to fight. Cheever wondered, What could be more important than being here? The expedition into the depths was about to be shut down, even though it hadn't even started yet. Kaiman had told the Minister of the Interior that everything was now under control. Kaiman inquired, "Is Shin Mugyuk okay?" Mugyuk told Kaiman to give up. This monarch is impossible to compete with. Kaiman replied that there was no need to worry. Everything was fine. Kaiman warned that Jiagle Meng and Gang Huan should evacuate with the residents as soon as possible. Jiagle Meng was surprised. After all, even Mugyuk was unable to resist this man. It was unlikely to win even by joining forces. Kaiman looked into Ban Chonil's eyes and said he would fight him one-on-one. Jiagle Meng stated that he is not in favor of this initiative. Kaiman told the monarch they hadn't seen each other in a while. Ban Chonil wondered, did they really know each other? Although he seemed to have seen him somewhere. Is Kaiman the newcomer? The one who couldn't join the expedition team because of poor abilities? Kaiman stated that it was all in the past. Ban Chonil assumed that this man must be stronger if he was trying to interfere now. Kaiman said that his opponent would see that soon, and attacked his opponent. Ban Chonil parried the attack, and said he would now see what Kaiman could do. Ban Chonil said that it wasn't bad. "What kind of skill is that?" he asked. "It's weaker than a heavy punch, but much stronger than a normal punch," Kaiman replied. Kaiman said it's a total blowout. Kaiman warned his opponent to try his best or he would die at his hands. Ban Chonil was surprised. Did this guy really think he could destroy him? He was just an ordinary weakling in front of him. Ban Chonil was extremely angry, but Kaiman said that his rival's days were numbered. Monarch said that Kaiman should know his place and moved to attack. Kaiman remembered Jie Huan congratulating him on reaching the third step. Kaiman then asked again, had he really gotten stronger in just 2 years? Jie Huan replied that the time count on the second floor where they were now was slightly different from the first floor where the other leaders were training. Would Kaiman have been able to do 10 billion hits in any 2 years? Ban Chonil realized that the vast ocean world had been used against him. Is it really an awakened one in front of him? He had heard that the caretaker was an awakened one. But is there really someone else? Ban Chonil said it was an amazing move. Kaiman showed the unimaginable. Even his companions were surprised by what they saw. A heavy blow was activated. Kaiman repeated the effective attack. At that moment, Jia Gyokryong threw shurikens at Kaiman. Kaiman shivered. He wondered, what was the leader of the Divine Ladies doing? The caretaker had told him how she had almost betrayed them. Jia Gyokryong said for the leader of the South Sea Squad to stop. As strong as he's become, he can't pounce on a fight against a monarch after only 2 years of training. Does he even think about the consequences? Kaiman said he'd been practicing that kick for 200 years. It was a spiral impact. There was nothing left alive in the epicenter after that blow. Mugyuk said that Kaiman won. The caretaker had anticipated everything and guided Kaiman. He knew that House wouldn't rely on him alone, but would rise up on his own. Kaiman said Aisha was the only one of the leaders who changed his mind. Aisha said she was here because he convinced her to come. The woman added that they knew better than anyone else who the dangerous lords were. Does Kaiman really want to fight the lords? The interlocutor confirmed it. The descendants of the Forbidden Paradise are nothing compared to the representatives of their Rebirth Palace. Kaiman had certainly managed to defeat the Pearl General, but among the 3 ranks, he had the lowest rank of Junior General. It shows that we'll have to face even stronger lords next. Kaiman said they'd already escaped 900 years ago, and they couldn't go on like this. Aisha thought that the adapter in front of her was the one who always doubted herself for not being superhuman. He was always surrounded by despair over his inability to overcome the wall of obstacles alone. It's amazing that Kaiman has changed so much. Is this really the same person she knows? There was some kind of commotion outside the window below. There were many different people gathered there. The head of the fortress wondered, was this really the Tower of Nightmares? The woman asked, is Kaiman undergoing cultivation there? Kaiman replied that it may seem that way, but it is quite different. No one can become a product in this tower, all because the tower doesn't have a cultivator. Aisha wondered, how could there be a tower without a cultivator? Kaiman suggested that the head of the fortress take a look for himself. Kaiman said that Chaos can now stand on his own. Even regular people are now trying to enter the tower despite their fear, because of the long-awaited desire to finally make a choice. The freedom they lost 900 years ago would be meaningless if they didn't try to regain it on their own. Aisha said she understood. Kaiman is trying to believe in himself again. Lincroft asked where the caretaker of the Gorgon fortress was now. Jung-ho and Jie Huan were on the shore of the lake in the oasis. The old man said that the meeting of the 3 fortresses should be coming to an end by now. Jung-ho asked, will there be nothing for the young man not showing up? I mean, They must have brought influential people with them. Jae-hwan said that in that case, Kaiman would handle it. The caretaker remarked that Kaiman was now stronger than the old man. The old man replied that this was nonsense. Jae-hwan asked the divine medicine man, why did this happen? After all, he had almost reached the third stage of awakening. Jong-ho said that he chose the wrong path. If he had awakened with a different word, the direction would have changed. Jae-hwan noticed that they looked at the world differently. Jong-ho said that he and others from the rift awakened through the same stages. The first was annihilation. After the second stage, consciousness, one reaches the third, self-denial. The awakening he knew of was not so inscrutable, the old man added as he dissected the enemies on the battlefield. Destruction didn't make him hesitate. Consciousness did not cause anguish of conscience, so he passed the awakening without question or suffering. But it was different for Jae-hwan. Doubt caused him to doubt himself, and realization caused him to agonize over the essence of the universe. In this way, Jae-hwan went through endless agonies and doubts. He found a unique path that forced him to constantly question the fairness of the world. It was a thorny path. The old man asked if the young man had been to the third floor of the tower. They say time flows 100 times faster there than on the second floor. By the standards of chaos, he had been out of the second floor for 2 days. Jong-ho assumed he was on the third floor. How long did you train there? Jae-hwan replied that it's been 2,000 years. Jong-ho said he didn't believe it. Jae-hwan asked if that was true. Would the old man address him as you? Jong-ho replied that he wouldn't wait. The caretaker said he wasn't able to stay there as long as he had hoped. The sun was slipping towards sunset. Jae-hwan got up and said they should go. The divine medicine man asked the caretaker if he really aspired to the Palace of Rebirth. The young man affirmed. The Palace of Rebirth is not an easy opponent. The old man said it wouldn't be too late to go there after waiting for the awakened Gorgons from the fortress. Jae-hwan wondered, did the old man really think the Lord would wait for them? He would surely wait for action after gathering the awakened ones, so they should attack when they least expect it. He's not going to fight the whole palace, just take out the most important thing. Jong-ho asked if Jae-hwan was going to steal the fruit. The young man replied that he was, and something else. A treasure of nightmares that turns man into lion. Narrow gate. So you can get into chaos alive by going through the narrow gate? Jae-hwan explained that if someone steals all the fruits and destroys the narrow gate, the lords won't be able to enter the chaos. Of course they can through destruction, but who's willing to do that? In any case, to carry out the plan, you must first get there, to the Acropolis, at the entrance to the Palace of Rebirth. Jae-hwan said that Forbidden Paradise rules the Manticore right now, and these guys won't let them through so easily. Asked what he was going to do, Jae-hwan replied that it's the same as always. Jong-ho asked if he realized that the two of them would have to challenge the fortress. Wouldn't it be easier to sneak in unnoticed? Jae-hwan reiterated that he would do the usual. Jong-ho warned to conserve his strength. We shouldn't forget that the Manticore is only the gateway to the Rebirth Palace. Jae-hwan said he knows. The head of the Forbidden Paradise said it was the first time he heard that the rumors were not exaggerated. Starting with the destruction of the northern squad of Forbidden Heaven and the horrific devastation, it's all the work of one man. Surprisingly, this particular product asked to find the Monk of Tiny Darkness. If only I'd seen it sooner. Just looking at this man gives me goosebumps. No wonder he was being chased by the Monarch of Tiny Darkness. The leader of the Forbidden Paradise greeted Serena. The girl said that she had finally made it to the chaos. The leader said that Serena could only wear that vulgar outfit in her residence. The girl replied that before criticizing her clothes, he could look at his brown canvas mat. Serena sat down next to her and added that martial artists always consider their base to be murim. She looked at the image and asked what the technique was. Everything flying apart with a single blow, that was impressive. The girl wanted to tell about an interesting incident. A golden jade mask monarch appeared in the chaos. The leader said that he had already heard about it. All the troops sent to the Garuda were destroyed. The golden monarch of the jade mask did this, defeating the Garuda and the Dryads in exchange for help. The treaty that kept monarchs from interfering in the affairs of chaos should still be in effect. First, the monarch of Beyond Darkness intervened. Now, the Steel Monarch's underlings. This is an indirect war of the monarchs of the Great Lands. Serena added what she had heard. The golden monarch of the Jade Mask had been destroyed. The interlocutor wondered, who had massacred him? The girl replied that it was one of the 10 leaders. Serena asked if the leader of the Forbidden Paradise had heard of the expeditionary squad to the depths that the caretaker of the Gorgon fortress had formed. One of the participants, the leader of the South Sea Squad, had destroyed the Golden Monarch. The leader of Forbidden Heaven thought that it was impossible. Even with hidden skills, one couldn't take such a risk. The Golden Jade Masked Monarch is under the protection of the Steel Monarch, one of the 12 supreme monarchs ruling the Great Lands. All monarchs with the rank of Brigadier and above are important figures. The leader of the South Sea Squadron must know the consequences of meddling in the Golden Monarch's affairs. Serena asked what the leader of the Forbidden Paradise was going to do. The product he was supposed to look after had become the caretaker of the fortress because of his negligence. The Monarch of Pitch Darkness would be furious if he knew his product was walking around so freely. The leader of Forbidden Heaven replied that he had sent demonic dead, monsters that utilize the power of the dead, so there would be no problem. Jae Hwan and John Ho massacred everyone guarding the fortress in the region. However, the old man noticed that something wasn't right here. There was no way that the Forbidden Heaven squad could defeat the entire chaos with a single army. Jae Hwan said that maybe things aren't what they seem. Around the hero gathered a huge number of strangers. Who are they? Why do they have so much evil energy? They seem to be dead men. One of them asked if he was not the famous Pathfinder whose name shakes the paths of chaos. The striker admitted that he didn't expect to meet the evil rumor hero. The stranger noticed that the divine medic was also nearby. Jong Ho asked who it was as if they knew each other. The stranger with a scar on his face said he collected horns for treatment and transported patients. The old man recognized him. It was Heinz, a devout warrior. He said he was relieved when he met the old man. The old man asked what the guardian of the Gorgon Fortress was doing in the Forbidden Paradise unit, and why was he hanging around with such people. Heinz objected. How could a divine medicine man say that without knowing what they had to endure in the Gorgon Fortress? The old man recalled the events of 100 years ago. The Gorgon Fortress was at war with the now defunct Scarlet Battle Group. Heinz told the divine medic that in his absence, the Scarlet Squad had appeared. 50 guards, including the captain of the Southern Gate, had disappeared into an ambush for good. Only one survived Heinz. After the massacre, he was the only one left. Heinz asked the divine medicine man to help him become stronger. After all, he was from Murim and should know such a way. Yong Ho said he understood the despair of the weak. He'd seen people like that in 1,000 years in chaos. Heinz remembered the old man's words. If a warrior wants to become stronger, he must work harder. But he noticed that hard work was the privilege of those who were capable of it. Most in the chaos never made the effort. Heinz took off his mask and showed his disfigured face. He said that he had worked hard to defend his honor. Yong Ho asked why he looked like that. Heinz replied that that pious warrior was a second-stage weakling who had died 100 years ago. Aka Heinz, vice leader of the Forbidden Paradise Squad. Heinz said he had heard that the caretaker of Gorgon Fortress only used lunges and offered to fight by activating the 8 volcano fangs and the perfect carotid artery severing technique. However, Jae Hwan was so strong that it was decided to attack him with the entire squad. The leader of the Forbidden Heaven didn't understand how he was dissecting the dead so easily, and decided to join forces with the remaining troops. But on the front line, half of the fighters will have to be sacrificed, and if they die, all plans will fall apart. Serena told the leader of the Forbidden Paradise to stop annoying her. She did as requested. She found a soul stone, created a cloud of smog, and formed half of a squad of dead men. The girl asked if he wanted to make a deal with her. The caretaker of the Gorgon Fortress is a legend of the Way of the Waves, a seeker of the impossible path. Jae Hwan got all those titles in just a month, but there's nothing appealing about him. Heinz thought that even after 200 years, he was still an ordinary person. And someone who had awakened here only a month ago had already become a caretaker. He was angry and promised not to leave it that way. Heinz decided to show all the strength he had achieved through his hard work in response to the taunts. Jae Hwan said it was time to call it a day. All people in chaos are the same. He made his middle lunge. The associate was surprised. The opponent had knocked down the 9th stage vice leader. He ordered the associates to attack the caretaker first to give the vice leader time to recover. Jong Ho prevented the attack on the fortress keeper and reminded Jae Hwan to be more careful next time. Jae Hwan looked at the attackers and said that each of them is trying to give their best. In the end, everyone will say that they tried their best. Heinz, seeing Jae Hwan's next attack, frightenedly thought, what was this? Is this really the world of the awakened? The same world he had heard of? The world seen by those who went against all odds? This eye illuminates and notices every detail, watches over the world. Is this man really trying to stand up to them? He's an amazing madman. Who would have thought he would dare to fight? Heinz wondered. If he had remained pious, could he have traveled this far to his dream? Jae Hwan shattered 1,000 years of Manticore history in an instant. In that case, it should not be called a strong outburst, but a world outburst. Jae Hwan said it was time to act. He'd made his way over. Jong Ho agreed that those who were left wouldn't be able to stop them. Jong Ho wondered how the young man did it. The old man added that wherever the lunge hit, the ordinary world broke apart and turned into a unique world. Jae Hwan replied that he had just made a strong lunge. The old man wondered if this person was nearing the end of the oblivion stage. The divine medic agreed that things would be much easier thanks to the caretaker. Jae Hwan noted that he didn't feel any pressure from the lieutenants or generals. The attack brought a lot of inconvenience to the leader of the Golden Heaven Squad. The old man and the young man heard a shout, "It's too late!" and looked up. The old man said that the transcendent movement skill in front of them was distortion. Serena asked, "Why was everyone so scared?" Jae Hwan asked the girl who she was. Serena was surprised. Doesn't he know her? Doesn't he have a holographic panel at home? Jong Ho replied that the woman was a nightmare. The old man added that every soul in the chaos knew of her. Serena praised his taste. However, he probably doesn't know that you can't call a succubus a nightmare. Serena explained that all nightmares come from different races, and it's about time the old man knew that. The girl introduced herself, Serena Armelt. She's not just a nightmare. Jae Hwan thought she was a nightmare from the Golden Heaven Squad. He had a lot of questions, but there was no time for them now. He stated that if she finished her speech, it was better for her to step aside. Serena replied that she couldn't do that as she had received her orders. She added that this guy has gone too far. Jae Hwan said that there was nothing to be done then. He prepared himself for the fight. Serena wondered, why is he so impatient? Couldn't he wait a minute? The girl said that the one who asked her to stop was now dying from his punch. Jae Hwan attacked, but to no avail. Serena offered him to be her product, since the guy should realize the situation he's in. The young man realized that the soul pressure here was much stronger than outside the fortress. She must possess the rank of Major General he had heard about. Serena said that this guy is being sought by Pitch Dark, and he should know what that means. But she can help him hide. If he went to her, none of the 12 regions would be able to even lay a finger on him. Jae Hwan refused. Serena said that she would force him to join her anyway. Jong Ho advised Jae Hwan to be extremely careful. The overbearing magic of the nightmare was activated. A huge monster appeared above the hero. The monstrous snakes attacked the old man and the young man from all sides. Jong Ho said that there would be no end to it. However, Jae Hwan activated a lunge, and the snakes were deactivated. The siren said that the young man was trying to hide behind a cloud of sand. Jae Hwan straightened up the snakes and changed his dislocation. Serena said she sees everything because it's all on the screen. He can't hide from her. The girl suggested that the rival should calm down and think. He realizes that only she loses from the deal. She introduced herself as Serena Armeld, an enchanting flame who would easily take the top spot for popularity in Little Brother. Serena was surprised to notice that her opponent had materialized his images. He's a real monster. Jae Hwan got close to her, grabbed her by the throat, and pressed her into the sand. The hero asked if she wanted to continue. The guy sensed that this nightmare had no animosity towards him. If he keeps her alive and listens to her, she can help with an expedition to the deeps. Perhaps he could get information about the first nightmare, which was rumored to be at the top of the Tree of Illusions. The hero had many questions. Jae Hwan said she should go with him to the Gorgons. Serena asked if he was giving up. The girl replied that you shouldn't mess with her. There was no way she would do that. Serena pulled out of his arms and wrapped her arms around his neck from behind. The young man was surprised. Jae Hwan found himself in front of the gates of hell, Serena asked, wondering if he was surprised. Did he know about the 8 gates of hell? It was a technique he was already familiar with. She noticed that this gate was different from the lying gates that he had seen before, because 8 gates of hell was a skill created by a nightmare. The first gate is Storm Hell. The 4th gate is the Black Chain Hell. The 6th gate is the Ice Inferno. Serena said she was smitten with him. Is he really human? Jae Hwan asked if the girl still had any tricks left. Serena admitted that he was amazing, but her next attack would be heavy. Jae Hwan stood in front of yet another gate of hell, from which a huge number of hands peeked out. As the young man made his way through the gate, he saw the nightmare that reigned there. Serena said that even this guy would have a hard time, because since the skill was created, no one had yet been able to pass beyond the 7th gate. Jae Hwan looked at the people who met him outside the gate. They asked the girl who she was. The 7th gate is its own hell. Jae Hwan and those people looked at each other. Jae Hwan didn't understand what was going on here. Images of a child appeared in front of him. It was him, but in different time periods of his life. Jae Hwan stood alone against several armed men. These people didn't just look like Jae Hwan, but had the same skills. It seemed like they could even make the same decisions. Jae Hwan thought that the opponents were now trying to assess his strength before attacking. Our hero decided he could make the first move and engage them in combat to test the techniques. He was left with no choice. All the actions of the opponents were expected for our hero. Everyone here only knew how to make lunges. Jae Hwan turned his attention to the smog cloud that had appeared. However, it wasn't just smoke. At some point, Jae Hwan came face to face with his opponent. They were like two peas in a pod. Jae Hwan found himself in another room. There were bodies lying on the floor and an armed man standing in front of him. He said he was sorry. These were our hero's memories. Memories of life before the tower appeared. The armed man told Corporal Jae Hwan that he was really trying his best. The corporal himself understood. The man thanked the corporal for everything and pointed the barrel of the machine gun at his chin. Jae Hwan shouted loudly. However, he couldn't change anything. This man was our hero's successor and counselor. All the unfair humiliation in his direction forced him to destroy all his predecessors and superiors in the middle of the night. Jae Hwan was the only survivor. All leaders, platoon leaders, and even the battalion commander were replaced. Jae Hwan was cleared of all charges thanks to records found that showed he was not involved in the bullying. He was sent to jail for 15 days. Our hero thought he could have saved that guy. That must have been when Jae Hwan started to hate the system. Long before he even entered the world of skills and statuses. Jae Hwan thought that maybe he was already in the system back then. Jae Hwan lived in a world where a huge system suppresses the individual. The little child tearfully asked Jae Hwan to save him. The same child asked our hero who he was. How does it feel to pass through the 8 gates of hell? Serena stated that the awakened ones say that self-denial is rebirth and forgetting oneself. Is this true? Awakened ones who have experienced self-denial are even more vulnerable to the 8th gate of hell. Even nightmares would rather take their own lives because they simply can't handle such a huge ego. The siren tried to bring our hero to his senses and told him to wake up. Will the soul, forgotten after self-denial, be able to return in time? Our hero has left all his memories in self-denial. And this place is the world in which he must destroy himself in order to move on. Jae Hwan stood with his sword in his hand and pondered the essence of being. To be or not to be, that was the question. Jae Hwan thought. His body has become heavy, he can't see anything. What is awakening, really? Jae Hwan saw a caiman with an old man. Awakening is the ability to see. Awakening is the ability to see the true essence of the world. The old man said that the awakened ones see the value that represents the essence of the universe and are able to recognize the particles that make up the world. Adapters are able to read information that is not available to the eye and see things very differently. This is the self-denial stage. But the awakened must be careful about forgetting. With the ability to see so much detail, there is a risk of losing your vision altogether. Jae Hwan realized that this was the forgetting the old man was talking about. He who sees too much inevitably becomes blind. He who hears too much will inevitably lose his senses. But did it all matter? Jae Hwan felt that he had already done quite a bit. Jae Hwan felt that no one had gotten this far. The protagonist stood in front of a crying child, believing he was just going through a difficult time. Jae Hwan looked at the falling stars and couldn't answer the question of who he was. He had countless memories from 2,000 years of continuous training, and the connection between those memories. Our hero could not understand what was happening. Why was the 7th gate open and the opponents fleeing? There was a rollback, and the young man realized that his life spanned well over 2,000 years. Jae Hwan stood in front of the gates of hell and tried to remember what the next word for self-denial was. Before our hero was the 8th gate of hell. He decided he had to get out of here. Jae Hwan opened another gate and stepped over the threshold. However, there was nothing in front of him. The guy didn't understand why the room was empty. Some writing appeared in the sky. Someone had passed through all the gates of hell and wanted to tell their story. These writings must have been left by the one who created the 8 gates of hell. He still remembered the day the first expedition to the Deep Squadron had disintegrated. The notes left by Mulark Armelt were a memory of his defeat. Jong-ho shook the young man's shoulder and told him to wake up. Serena was sleeping next to him. Jong-ho quit, puzzled as to why the caretaker still hasn't regained consciousness. He had also brought Nightmare, who had used his technique on the young man. But he didn't seem to be waking up anytime soon. Once Nightmare loses consciousness, the illusion should dissipate. The people from the Renaissance Palace are about to arrive here. 11th stage adopter, monarch of the secret flavor. Sam Yun Garam was looking for the old man and the young man. He was sure they were around somewhere. The old man is alarmed. What has this man forgotten in the chaos? One of the most powerful has entered the fray. Yun Garam himself ordered his men to stop wandering. If these people have escaped, we need to get everyone up in Manticore and find the leader of the Forbidden Paradise Squad. Serena asked interestedly, how many times had she almost died today? Serena tried to bring our hero to his senses and said that she had saved the old man's life. Why didn't he say anything? The old man is outraged. It was he who saved her life. She had forgotten who had protected her all this time. Serena suggested that it was best to head for the Gorgon Fortress now. The girl stated that she had business with the caretaker of the Gorgon Fortress. Jong-ho revealed that he'd already sent a letter to the Gorgons by Mail Eagle, but he hadn't expected Jae-hwan to be unconscious for so long. After reading the message, Kamen said the additional troops must have already split up. Kamen added that the fortress keeper had alerted them to the fall of Manticore's fortress. Now the Catch the Moment squad and the Gorgon army will split up and head for Manticore. This will be done with the intention of hitting the Renaissance Palace. Yagul Meng was surprised. An army of 300 awakened ones. They had a real chance of winning. Yoongaram himself wondered, wouldn't it be better to accept the world order and sit quietly? They are too ambitious. Yagul Meng was surprised to see such an opponent and assessed his potential. The leader, engulfed in flames, ordered an immediate retreat. Yongyong realized that there was no time to waste and shouted, "Everyone attack Sam Yoongaram!" The Gorgon Liberation Army and the Catch the Moment squad cleared a path to the entrance of Manticore. However, with the appearance of the secret flavor monarch, the situation in the battle changed drastically, and a turning point came. In 10 days, a study of the internal politics of Gorgon Fortress. Jurgen Cheever reported that starting with a company of Stage 3 Awakened, Carlton's first squad leader, and ending at the 9th stage Adapter Gate, half the army had been wiped out in just 10 days. This is the turning point, the loss of 5 Stage 3 Awakened that were part of the main force. Aisha recognized that waging war any further would be difficult. The Rebirth Palace army was already close to the gates of the Gorgon Fortress. Gang Huan asked if Aisha was offering to surrender and hand over the fortress keeper and tower just to save her life. Kamen replied that they cannot betray the caretaker. Aisha may be farsighted, but she can't predict the future. One shouldn't blindly trust one's skills. Didn't the caretaker talk to them about it? They need to pave the way. Aisha stated that they have no chance of winning now. Everyone present realizes that. Why not ask the monarchs for help? Cheever asked. Are we talking about the Steel Monarch? Aisha confirmed. All of the monarchs sent by the Rebirth Palace were now in the 9th region of Pitch Darkness. Almost everyone knows about the age-old feud between the Monarch of Steel and the Monarch of Pitch Darkness. Jurgen Cheever recalled that they had destroyed the Jade Mask Monarch. Technically he died, because someone who enters chaos through the narrow gate simply returns to his body after dying. Kamen said that even if the Steel Monarch wanted to help, they shouldn't enlist the support of other monarchs. Chaos must be released. Jae-hwan still hadn't recovered from his trip to the gates of hell. Jong-ho and Serena were at the headboard of the caretaker's bed. The old man asked if Serena thought it was worth it to bring the guy to his senses after she'd put him in that state. What kind of spell had she used if he still hadn't regained consciousness after 10 days? Serena wondered. Wasn't the old man a divine medicine man? Serena added that if Jong-ho was so concerned, maybe he could do something about it. The old man replied, if he could, he would have done it a long time ago. Jong-ho wondered with surprise why Serena was still here. Isn't she on the side of the Monarch of Pitch Darkness? Serena replied that their contract was no longer valid. After all, there was a man who could pass through the 8 gates of hell. Serena said that the 8 gates of hell is an incredible skill. Keep in mind that the gate was not originally meant for humans. The true power of the skill is that it can only remove nightmare. Serena hoped that someone else could master this skill, so she taught it to the leader of the scientist squad. The girl added that no one has yet managed to overcome the 8 gates of hell, though she'd seen them breached a few times, but it wasn't humans using them then. Only the consciousness of the one who was there was destroyed, not the skill itself. Serena said that Jae-hwan isn't like everyone else. Not only had he destroyed her consciousness, but he had completely destroyed the skill. He broke through the 7th gate, something no one had ever managed before, and approached the last one, the 8th. The 8th gate is the gate of reward. For those who manage to pass the 7 gates, an incredible reward is unlocked. A person who could overcome all the gates and approach the 8th gate could become a Chaos King. Jagul Meng said that, and it turned out that he wasn't joking. Jong-ho asked what the 8th gate was. Serena replied that it was a legacy left by her godfather. Jong-ho and Serena saw that Jae-hwan had woken up. The old man breathed a sigh of relief. Jong-ho told our hero everything that happened during the time he was out. Jae-hwan got out of bed and said he was going to the meeting room. Jong-ho tried to stop him and said that he shouldn't go there now. There were people everywhere who were going to hand over the caretaker to the rebirth palace. Zhang Ho said firmly, if the young man wanted to go there, he'd have to step over him first. Jie Huan did just that. Jie Huan, accompanied by Siren and Divine Medic, entered the meeting room and everyone present was surprised. Gang Huan and Kaiman were glad that the caretaker was awake and said it was a great relief. Aisha and Jurgen Cheever lowered their gazes. They were ashamed to look the caretaker in the eye. Jie Huan said resolutely that he was going to the rebirth palace. Kaiman wondered, what is the caretaker talking about? You can't do that. Young Young said for the caretaker to think carefully. He definitely can't go there. Yoon Young added that while the caretaker was unconscious, they had lost several comrades. They wouldn't have died if they hadn't known hope and freedom. The Lightning King said that they didn't even have time to have a farewell ceremony. Jie Huan replied that he was very sorry about that. Yoon Young said that he hates the caretaker with all his heart for that. However, they are all in great need of a caretaker. Everyone present said that whether or not to go to the palace, they wanted him to stay here. It is better to fight and die in battle altogether. Young Ho thought that the caretaker had given these people something so incredible that they would now give their lives to protect it. Those present wished with all their hearts that the caretaker would stay with them and not go to the rebirth palace. Jie Huan says those people are deluded. He's not going to the palace to surrender. Our hero announced that he was going to the palace to get everything up in the air. Jurgen Cheever thought that once again, this man had taken his own way. Yang Ho thought that this guy was really crazy. Yoon Young said the caretaker is crazy. Jie Huan stated that there was nothing wrong with his head. Kaiman wondered, did the caretaker really want to destroy the Palace of Rebirth? Gang Huan asked when the caretaker was going to do it. Jie Huan replied that he wanted to do it right now. Serena decided that this was a very strange man. It felt like the word reality was simply missing from his vocabulary. However, people always find themselves having to bow to circumstance. No one is going to follow this guy. However, one of those present said that in such a case, it was necessary to. Kaiman and Gang Huan told the caretaker to take them with him. The others also joined in, to destroy those rascals. Serena thought they'd all lost their minds. Why are all these people getting up? They used to be ordinary souls and existed quietly. Why were they suddenly so concerned about real life and deliverance? Is it all because of this man's influence? Jie Huan said he was grateful for the words of support, but this time he would only need 4 people including him. Jie Huan added that besides him, the divine medic, Jung Ho, was needed. The old man realized that without him, the operation wouldn't work. Kaiman is also scheduled to go on the trek. The warrior was certainly excited and said that he was honored. Jie Huan stated that the last person would be Serena. The girl, on the contrary, was very surprised. What did she have to do with it? Serena was surprised. Why would she go anywhere? Gang Huan said that 4 wouldn't be enough and asked her to take him too. Serena continued to be indignant. Maybe she should listen to her first. The girl said she wasn't going anywhere. Jong Ho told her to behave appropriately. Jurgen Cheever thought, would everything really come to an end after the destruction of the Palace of Rebirth? What would happen after the unification of chaos? Aisha said that not everyone would recognize the Gorgon fortress as the center of chaos. So there will certainly be a series of rebellions. The remaining troops will deal with them. Yoon Young asked, why not save the forces for the plans following the destruction of the Rebirth Palace? In any case, the lords wouldn't be able to infiltrate the chaos if they destroyed the narrow gate of the Palace of Rebirth. The lords would no longer be a threat. Jie Huan wondered, how could he be so sure that destroying the narrow gate would end the war with the lords? The narrow gate isn't the first path to chaos. What about through doom? Yoon Young said that it's just not possible. The supervisor stated that they should be prepared for any outcome. Serena continued to assert that she wasn't going anywhere, but no one was still listening to the girl. Jie Huan asked, doesn't Serena want to know what follows the 8th gate? The caretaker added that if the girl would help him, he would tell him what he had seen at the 8th gate. Serena's personal lab. Kaiman, studying the children's figures, said that after becoming a master, everyone becomes obsessed with themselves. The old man was looking at the clothes with the image of the siren on them. The girl warned him not to touch anything with his hands. Serena, blushing with embarrassment, said that she didn't do it herself, but her godfather did it all. Serena couldn't believe she had brought people into her personal laboratory. She wouldn't have let it happen if they hadn't asked to use her devices to travel to the Palace of Rebirth. Jongho noticed that Serena even made a tower. Serena said not to let anyone look at her toys. She'd warned her about that from the beginning. The girl warned that she did it when she was only 1,200 years old. Kaiman thought, is she really one of the 500 known masters? Jongho watched with interest as the frightened girl watched those present examine her toys. I'd rather see a dancing deer than this. Yong-ho thought he had gotten old, because what he saw didn't make him feel any emotion. Kaiman said that enough time had passed, but it still hadn't gotten better. Serena looked at her figures. They had once been products. Beings trapped in the space of imagination. The very products where nightmares create towers. Jae-hwan pointed at the figure and asked, "What is the name of this tower?" The siren replied that it was the world after destruction. The girl added that this tower is not finished yet. This tower is what she imagined when she looked at Jae-hwan for the first time. Serena couldn't imagine how Jae-hwan felt when looking at that tower. The girl had never thought of the tower as a product. Serena announced that everything was ready and motioned for everyone to pass. Serena had a strange premonition that something had gone wrong. Her godfather's reason for going on the expedition had something to do with that feeling. Palace of Rebirth. General Hickmeyer, the Lord of the Rebirth Palace, said, "If there was someone here who was truly capable of being reborn, they would have been sent to the fruit storage long ago instead of being left standing in the crowd." They had already waited for half a year. Wasn't it time to give up? The general added that he could not do anything because of his limited authority. The subordinates wondered, what's the problem? After all, the Lord is not very different from them. The general energetically attacked these malcontents, and they began to gasp. Hickmeyer asked, "Do they really want to die? Why are they so talkative?" The subordinates fell to their knees and began to beg for mercy. The general said he was fed up with everything here. If it weren't for the treaty, he would have left here long ago. Lords who die during the war and return to chaos take over the powers of the Lord of the Palace of Rebirth. The term of office is limited by the death of the next lord and his appearance in the chaos. I wish the next lord would appear sooner. That way he can get out of this piece of chaos. However, there are strange rumors that the Jade Mask Lord recently appeared in the chaos and was struck down by an awakened one from the Gorgon Fortress. Now a squad is forming somewhere in the depths, intending to attack the Palace of Rebirth. How dare they come here? The people had no doubt that something had happened since the lords had passed through the narrow gate. Because of his rank as a lord, Hickmeyer couldn't leave the place. Otherwise, he would have seen for himself. Suddenly there was an explosion. Had they really been attacked? General Hickmeyer determined with an experienced eye that a double invasion had been initiated. Definitely a striker possesses the same level as him. Hickmeyer asked, "Could it be that the attacker is the one called the Lord of Gorgon Fortress?" Kaiman appeared in front of Hickmeyer and said that he was not a lord. The attacker used water energy. Kaiman reported that they had come to repay what had happened 900 years ago. Jae-hwan and Ho also happened to be nearby. General Hickmeyer counterattacked the attackers. Kaiman shouted that he couldn't see anything. Kaiman couldn't believe he was unable to locate the general despite his numerous training sessions. Kaiman remembered Jae-hwan's words, who claimed that he could do anything. He believes that, and will believe in his strength. Kaiman also believed in his own strength and tried to focus. The general was surprised to realize that Kaiman had sensed his presence. Hickmeyer decided that the warrior in front of him was a very arrogant and self-conscious warrior. Jae-hwan told the old man that he was going to grab a nightmare and head to the Lair of Revelry, and Kaiman would handle things here. The Lair of Delight stores the fruits, and, as the narrow gate, is at the top of the Palace of Rebirth. Radiating energy from the Lair of Revelry is not good news. It is better to be careful. Yong-ho said that he and Kaiman would try to get rid of the monarchs heading to the Rebirth Palace. The General of the Ring of Fire and the General of the Seven Dangers arrived to defend the palace. They said it was quite noisy. Nothing could be seen because of the smoke, but the generals said they knew where the attackers were. Why is the Healer of Despair here? They were told to bring the Fortress Keeper, and here's some obscure old man. How dare they attack the Rebirth Palace? Jong-ho thought that these two easily dodged his punch. He should be more careful. The Ring of Fire general said that it wasn't too late to bring the Fortress Keeper here. Even if they can resist, they won't be able to deal with the generals guarding the fetuses. Chong-ho, supported by his energy beast, told the two not to waste time on idle talk and attacked. The Palace of Rebirth is the upper room of the Lair of Delight. The fun is in full swing. Rat General Laika said there's some commotion at the main gate. Maybe we should check it out. The second Draconic General replied that there was no need to pay attention to it. Hickmeyer would take care of everything. Every time they visit Chaos, they stop here and are satisfied. The first Dragon General wondered why people in Chaos complained so much about life. They live in such a wonderful place. Rat General Laika thought the noises outside sounded strange. Wouldn't it be better to put everything together and go check what was going on after all? Second General said that the Rebirth Palace will take care of everything. There's no need to spoil the mood. However, if something bad happens, the Rat General will be held responsible. The general said that Laika was making a lot of noise. I wish he'd shut his mouth and have fun. If he wants to, he can go and check it out for himself. The second general asked, "Is Laika really suggesting that they do this?" Rat General Laika said he would go and check it out himself. Laika angrily thought that one day he would surely avenge them for everything. Rat General Laika saw the stare of the first general and got scared. He said he would quickly check everything and come back. The first general stated that he just can't stand loud noises. Time passed, the candle burned out, the generals retired. There was no answer from Rat General Laika. The generals sensed something suspicious. The appearance of an unfamiliar energy was felt. Is this really an attack? How could they do such a thing? Who had the courage? There was an explosion. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw the caretaker of the Gorgon fortress. He had a sword in his hand. The general asked, "Must it be the caretaker of the Gorgon fortress?" The general said that this guy showed up in person. He must have definitely lost his mind. Did he really come to keep his word? Serena said that these generals are as disgusting in their aspirations as ever. Jae Hwan stated that he came here to get rid of them all. The general wondered, how dare a worthless soul from chaos say such a thing? His arrogance knows no bounds. The general attacked the caretaker of the Gorgon fortress. How dare he even dare to approach the Rebirth Palace? Jae Hwan couldn't stay on his feet and flew backwards. The general told the caretaker to get up. He would make him pay in full for disturbing the peace. The general added that he was condemning everyone dear to this man to suffer. The general ordered everyone present to attack this guy. Jae Hwan dodged the attacks. He said that powerful blows were useless if they passed by the target. However, the attacks were intense and didn't even give the hero a break. The general said that no matter how strong this guy was, he couldn't win alone. Even a major general can't repel their attack alone. Jae Hwan admitted that it's a bit problematic for him to fight back alone. It's annoying. Jae Hwan stated that in that case, he would just blow them all up. There was another explosion. The divine medic continued to fight on his station. He wondered, why was there so much noise? He realized that Jae Hwan had entered the battle. The general withstood the hero's attack and looked invulnerable. Serena was also surprised. How could one repel such a blow? Are the defenders of the Rebirth Palace so much stronger than ordinary people? The general couldn't believe that the fortress keeper was using these tricks to lay siege to the Rebirth Palace. Does he really want to make a laughing stock out of them? It would show how far this caretaker was from them, the representatives of the Rebirth Palace. A huge energy dragon appeared in front of the hero, a representative of the opponent. Jae Hwan decided that he would give it his best, but he wouldn't back down. The opponent asked, did the young man think he could leave even a scratch on him? However, Jae Hwan didn't chicken out and attacked effectively. The general said that there was no way this kid's punches could pierce his scales. Jae Hwan replied that they would soon see otherwise. He attacked again and achieved his goal. The general thought that this young man was aiming his punches at the same place. This was already dangerous. Jae Hwan used a powerful lunge. The powerful strike reached its target. Hearing the rumble and seeing the bright glow, Kaiman thought the caretaker had done well. Silence reigned. Jongho assumed that this guy was completely finished. However, trying to keep up with him is terribly exhausting. Jongho also achieved victory at his own station. When Jae Hwan said that only 4 people would go to the palace, Serena thought that the caretaker was just rushing things. The wounded general said he would make this guy regret what he had done. He would never forget such humiliation. He'll come back and tear the fortress keeper to pieces. No matter what he does, there's no way they'll die. Jae Hwan assumed that the general was right, because they had passed through the narrow gate. The general wondered how his opponent knew that. As long as their bodies and souls are connected to the brain, they will never die. They will simply return to their real bodies in the Great Lands. Jae Hwan said it was too late to regret anything. The general realized that this guy had cut the connection. Jae Hwan asked his opponent what it was like to face the true face of doom. The general couldn't believe that Jae Hwan had cut the mind link. It couldn't be. The general shouted that he didn't want to die. Did the opponent ask what the young man wanted? Skills? Status? He's ready to ask the great monarch for it. The general said that he was willing to talk to the monarch of pitch darkness as well. He would fulfill any request. He would do anything if the young man would keep him alive. Jae Hwan didn't heed the general's plea and destroyed him for good. Rat General Laika couldn't believe it. One of the 5 monarchs was dead. Laika intended to check the main gate because of the strange noise and come straight back. This guy cut the connection. Who the hell is he? Rat General Laika decided that the major generals should be notified anyway. Yongho grabbed Laika and asked who he was, and why was he peeping here? Who was he going to notify? Kaiman, the leader of the South Sea Squadron, said he had returned after completing his mission. He had a prisoner on his shoulder. Jong-ho also brought a captive, the rat general Laika. The old man said that they had left the enemies alive like Jae-hwan had said, but they almost died themselves because of it. Jae-hwan, looking at the ratty general, asked, "Who was that?" Jong-ho replied that he grabbed him because he was hiding at the entrance. Serena said that he was a timid monarch. He had gained the spiritual power of a general, but he was despised by everyone because of his negligible abilities. She asked why Jae-hwan had asked to let them live. Jae-hwan drew his sword and said that he needed to personally make sure they were destroyed. Jae-hwan finished the job himself. Laika was frightened and pressed himself against the wall, for he was not a fighting general. After the Rebirth Palace was reborn, the monarchy gained eternity. Ordinary people have to count the days until doom because their life is limited. But monarchs who have obtained infinite life by means of the fruit are freed from this burden. It was in this way that eternity helped them to forget the finitude of life 900 years ago. He thought he was about to die at the hands of this man. He is madly afraid of the doom he has carelessly forgotten. The rat general begged for mercy, for he had not originally intended to fight. Laika lowered himself to the ground and looked at Jae-hwan with pleading in his eyes. Our hero said that he would let this general live. He needed a witness anyway. Laika couldn't believe it. Would they really let him live? Jae-hwan asked where the fruit was. The rat general pointed his finger upward and said that the fruit was stored in the dome. This vault is called Fracture. It was created by nightmare craftsmen and creates endless combinations of passwords. It won't be easy to open it without the help of the master of the Palace of Rebirth who just died. However, the chances are there if you can find a nightmare creator with exceptional skills. Jae-hwan says he'll just try to punch him with a lunge. It won't be easy, but it's the only way. Jong-ho said that the caretaker must control himself. Kamen regretted that they didn't have a creator-level nightmare. Serena said she was still here. Using her unique skills, Serena was able to open the vault. The expedition into the depths began for this. After all this time, they finally got what they came for. Jae-hwan wondered, is this really all the fruit that's here? There are far fewer than expected. Jong-ho said they had been using the fruit for 900 years. The stockpile had dried up. It definitely wouldn't be enough to distribute to the people in Gorgon Fortress, let alone the whole chaos. Jae-hwan held out the fruit to Kaiman and said he could take it if he wanted. He more than deserves to get his life back. Jae-hwan added that Kaiman should decide for himself. Kaiman thought that a lot of time had passed. It was not an easy fight, and he had to face difficulties. He had to sacrifice many souls and suffer dishonor to obtain the fruit. Kaiman figured it was a reward for everything he'd been through. However, the warrior clenched his fists and crushed the fruit. Everyone present was horrified. What had he done? Serena said that was not the way to do it. Laika added that it was priceless fruit. Jae-hwan asked Kaiman why he destroyed the fruit. Kaiman replied because there were only 10 of them left. The moment the fetus was in his hands, he realized that this 10 would sow a series of conflicts. They would start fighting each other in the hope that at least the 10 could come back to life. In that case, the chaos couldn't be saved. Jae-hwan admitted that it wasn't an easy decision. Kaiman asked if he could do the same with the remaining fruit. Jae-hwan thought that not everyone is capable of doing this, but someone from the chaos should still do it. So that's why he took Kaiman with him. Jong-ho said that everyone would be amazed if they saw it. Our hero believed from the beginning that Kaiman would do that, because Kaiman would rather be alone in despair and seek salvation in despondency. Kaiman smiled and said that he would never regret what he had done. Suddenly there was an explosion that engulfed Kaiman. Those present were puzzled. How could this happen? When the smoke cleared, everyone saw Kaiman lying motionless. His body was bruised. Someone's voice said that the insects in front of him were pathetic. It was the Major General, Storm Monarch Kaniel of the 10th stage of adaptation. He asked, "How dare they touch the fruit?" Major General, the Monarch of Silence Magito, the 10th stage of adaptation, also appeared. Kaniel said this man was completely out of line. His life is not worth the consequences of what he has done. Rat General Laika noticed the appearance of Samyun Garam, a Major General from Region 9. Surprisingly, a real monster, one of the 5 strongest Major Generals of the Great Lands, showed up here in person. Laika decided to hide. The fruit had been stolen, and doom might await him. Yun Garam himself ordered Kaniel and Magito not to touch it. This head belongs to him alone. Jae-hwan told Serena to lead Kaiman and the old man away. Magito noticed that Jae-hwan didn't have time to take care of others. As always in such cases, a bloody battle ensued. The protagonist fought honorably. The opponent attacked and stated that Jae-hwan couldn't hide or escape. The young man noted that the opponent was very fast. Jae-hwan thought that these monarchs were of a completely different level than all the previous monarchs. Garam himself admitted that he expected more. There are a lot of rumors surrounding the young man, but here he is nothing impressive. Huan must have already used up all his strength on his previous enemies. Magito added that this guy is just an insect who is building himself up to be a hero. Garam himself stated that it was time to call it a day, and Magito seconded his words. Huan fell to the ground, but he didn't let go of the sword from his hands and was about to get up. After another hit from the young hero, the building was destroyed. Zhang Ho said that this guy was a real monster. His punch divided Manticore's 1,000-year history into a before and an after. It wasn't just a strong lunge, it was a universal lunge. The old man warned the young man not to use such a lunge too often. Awakened ones can use spirit energy without limit, but they lose mental power in return. The divine medic added that with careless use of the powerful technique, the guy wouldn't last long. Huan realized that his opponents were equal to the level he was at when he first appeared in Chaos. He should get rid of them while they naively underestimate him. He decided it was time to call it a day, and prepared to fend off the monarch's attacks. Huan activated a series of 5 strikes and ended them with a universal lunge. Garam himself was surprised. Did the young man really develop such punching power purely by physical ability? This was unbelievable. Garam himself noted that even though the battle was delayed, it was worth it. Once upon a time, there lived a nightmare who sought out the monarchs of 12 regions. All of them were refused, but he did not give up. He visited the 9th region last, asking for some strength to climb the Tree of Illusions. Valuing existence and exalting life is not normal. It is important to remember the suffering experienced in weakness. This world can be changed by destroying the first nightmare at the top of the Tree of Illusion. Garam himself said that the monarch of Pitch Dark refused to meet with him, because the Great Lands is a place for the strongest. If Nightmare wants to change the order, he must prove it by force. He fought the nightmare for 3 days and 3 nights, and on the 3rd day, he recognized its power. The warrior couldn't believe the adapter in front of him. That's real bad luck. Then he thought that if his opponent was strong without magic, then he could negotiate the Tree of Illusion with him. Nightmare circled all of Chaos and headed into the depths to change the world. But after the monarch stole the fruit, all information about him disappeared. Nothing had changed. Garam himself admitted that the opponent's attacks are strong, but it's not enough. The monarch said the young man has trump cards in his hands, but he doesn't know how to use them properly. Huan couldn't believe that his opponent was blocking his punches so easily. Garam himself called him a child who had been given a sword by mistake. After another attack, the monarch told the young man to get up. The caretaker of the Gorgon fortress wasn't done yet. Garam himself beckoned Huan and demanded to show his strength if he spoke of the illusion tree. Huan realized that the opponent was stronger than all the previous ones combined, and didn't use any special techniques. Even with the help of doubt, one can only see experience. Can ordinary experience create such incredible physical potential? Huan used a universal lunge, and the opponent said that he was using cheap tricks. Is he really doing a universal lunge with his fists? Garam himself said that spiritual power does not work on him. The system does not support it. Why are the awakened ones trying to destroy the system? He grabbed Huan by the throat and lifted him off the ground, saying that this was another person's unique world. Huan thought that the opponent's strength was much more natural than spiritual strength. The world itself is the root of this strength. He realized that the monarch was the essence of the system itself. The moon eye was activated. The monarch said that the young man was still using someone else's non-fundamental technique. A unique world without original creation is no different from sorcery. A true awakening is something different. Huan was discouraged. Moon Eye's momentum was powerless in this fight. Garam himself said that he met his enemy, but it doesn't bother him. Huan must clear the way to the beginning of this world and show it. The dawning is the 8th gate in hell. Beyond them, Mulark left Message from the Depths, an account of his awakenings. The first 3 stages, doubt, realization, self-denial, are designed to destroy the old world. These stages after the fall of the old world are necessary for the creation of the new world. The second half is the 3 stages of budding. Huan felt that the next stage was incarnation, but he didn't fully understand budding. Garam himself was surprised. Does this man not know how to use his world? He is waiting for the beginning of the nucleation and intends to open it by force. Monarch noticed Serena's concern for Cayman, and thought that for them, life is all there is. Humans are different than he was, able to be reborn at any time. Huan used the universal lunge again. Garam himself felt a vague realization approaching. Their only world is their countless memories. Before, our hero never doubted the world around him. He lived because he did not question the universe. The system of this world was created because of this confidence. So in order to start budding, you need to believe in your world. Faith is a long-forgotten but very powerful part of belief. Peace can only come about through a sense of all-consuming faith. Jae-hwan figured he wasn't capable of doing it alone. The new world needed a new world, not only for the real him, but also for the many versions of himself from foggy memories. He tried to convince himself that the world he was talking about was fake, that it was time to stop running away from reality. No one should be helping him. Jae-hwan was ready to accept that there was nowhere to wait for help, and decided not to change anyone's mind. Yoon Garam himself said that the opponent was clearly already exhausted. Is Jae-hwan really going to die miserably? If he falls, everyone around him will die. Had he forgotten everything he'd gone through to get here? Jae-hwan shouldn't do anything stupid. It's better to run with all his legs. But our hero reached the climax of despair. His strength was leaving him. Yoon Garam himself had expected this guy to last longer, but now he was extremely disappointed. Jae-hwan's gaze changed as he gripped his sword tighter and asked what exactly was the monarch disappointed about. Jae-hwan almost lost his mind. He had a split personality again, but he rose to his full height and decided he hadn't given up yet. He would try to resist once more. He surpassed the limits of what was possible, and all his personalities came together again. Yoon Garam himself realized this was the nascent stage. The fourth stage, when force turns lies into truth and belief into reality, is called destruction. Yoon Garam himself said that this world is catastrophic and was created solely for the purpose of destroying other worlds. However, that doesn't change the course of events. The rivals continued the fierce battle without revealing a clear winner. Yoon Garam himself was satisfied. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The last time he had been this excited was only 1,000 years ago, fighting a nightmare. Jae-hwan helped me feel that unforgettable feeling again, but he said it would end soon. He thought for a long time. Why did he live his life trying to survive and perfect his lunge? All this time he had just been lunging, as if he didn't understand how the world worked. He imagined himself as a child holding a battle sword and crossing the road at a red light, a path full of danger. Then he was just being innocently childish. Either way, he was glad to meet such an opponent. Now he hopes this moment will last a little longer. Is that really all the system has to offer? Yoon Garam himself answered that it is not all. The monarch couldn't believe he had met such a rival in the chaos. He hadn't had this much fun in a long time. Jae-hwan told his opponent that he hoped and felt the same way as Yoon Garam. He had been perfecting his lunge for thousands of years, while Yoon Garam had been endlessly honing the same skill. Jae-hwan regretfully recognized that he was only an ordinary adapter for such a great general. Yoon Garam himself asked what the young man wanted in the first place. Jae-hwan replied, "He's heading for the depths." The monarch said that this man reminds him of a nightmare. The depths are full of creatures far superior to him. The great monarchs have given up, and so have the nightmares. So why does he naively think he can make a difference? Yoon Garam himself told Jae-hwan to show a skill worthy of such ambition, and activated the Dark Gatekeeper. Serena thought that the demigod gatekeeper in front of her had long ago surpassed the rank of general. What rank does this Yoon Garam possess? He reincarnated and said that the caretaker of the Gorgon fortress should confirm his words. A gatekeeper guarding the world system. Can a person who has adopted the system summon such a being? Jae-hwan realized this when he met the gatekeeper. He lived to destroy the world. Determined to give his all to the battle, Jae-hwan gathered his strength and struck a devastating blow. Yoon Garam himself said that a human would not be able to stop a gatekeeper who had lived for thousands of years. Jae-hwan said it was time to say goodbye to the Dark Gatekeeper. The monarch admitted that it had been an entertaining fight. Yoon Garam himself couldn't believe that he had lost. He only realized it now. The eye that rules the universe, the top of the tree of illusion, the end of the depths, and the location of the first nightmare. The opponent must get there. Jae-hwan said he had to destroy it. Yoon Garam himself said that in the depths, this man's world would no longer matter so much. This truth is cruel. It is harder to accept than to lose hope. After seeing this world, no soul would wish to live on. It's amazing that such an extraordinary world comes down from heaven. But there will still be those who believe in Jae-hwan's world. These people will be able to regain what was lost in the past, but will be doomed to despair for the rest of their lives. Yoon Garam himself told Jae-hwan to break the connection before his body returned to the Great Lands. The protagonist asked if the opponent would say one last thing. The monarch said that if the man reached the depths, he must find Gainak and tell him about it. He must beware of Miad. If anyone learns that the young man has reached consciousness, there will be no sitting on the sidelines. Jae Hwan says he wants to ask one last time, why didn't Samyun Garam straighten him out? Jae Hwan noted that the monarch had many chances to destroy him before he awakened the last stage. Why didn't he take advantage of them? Mulark asked to borrow the strength to climb the Tree of Illusion. This world is unusual because it has no value for life at all. However, this world can still change if you destroy the first nightmare at the top of the Tree of Illusion. Mulark believed that this world could not be changed. Nightmare's last words lingered in his mind for a long time. Yoon Garam himself said that in this way he repaid his debt to Mulark. The monarch noted that it was not an easy fight. The young man must finish it. On this day 900 years ago, the Mulark expedition failed. Jae Hwan finished what he started and massacred the monarch Samyun Garam. Today, the chaos was finally released from the Palace of Rebirth. Jae Hwan returned to his permanent location. The keeper of the fortress noted that Jae Hwan was still alive. However, he did not show up at the meeting. Yeagle Meng replied that he couldn't afford to die so easily. Besides, he was one of the 10 commanders. Jagal Meng had heard that the caretaker had defeated Samyun Garam. He was a great lord, great in everything. Jae Hwan wondered if they really knew each other well. Jagal Meng said that everyone in his family knows Samyun's family. It was the Samyun family that displaced the Jagal family from the Great Lands and took its place among the noble families. It was also known for raising the best soldiers. Jae Hwan said that if he attacked Samyun Garam, they wouldn't just sit on the sidelines. However, Jagal Man may not worry about that. Jagal Meng wondered, had the caretaker taken control of the narrow gate? Jae Hwan confirmed that that was why the chance of them entering the chaos was very low. Previously, the narrow gate was their only way to enter the chaos alive. However, it was too early to relax. They could get to the chaos without the narrow gate. Jae Hwan agreed, but only if they were willing to give their lives to catch him. Jae Hwan said it would be profitable to do business with them. Jagal Meng thought, this man never ceases to amaze him. Jae Hwan thought that he had been in the Gorgon Fortress for quite some time now. A lot of things had changed since he got here. He even unexpectedly became a caretaker. Those days were hard. Jong Ho said that Cayman just begged him to have a drink together. When has that ever happened before? The old man said that when grown-ups talk, Cayman should just listen and agree. You can't get a kind word out of him at all. Cayman replied that he was not a child. He was 1,154 years old. The old man remarked that he was 1,200 years old, so he was older anyway. Looking at these incessant conversations, our hero thought it was time to leave the place. Captain Carlton asked if the caretaker was even listening to him. They talked about the Tower of Nightmares and the Catch the Moment squad. Time flows abnormally fast in the tower. The number of walkers who have committed suicide is on the rise. Jae Hwan thought it was quite possible since time flowed 100 times faster on the first floor. The flow of time too fast could harm the soul, as it was not easy to survive for several years. However, awakening cannot be achieved without making an effort. Jae Hwan said to have Carlton tell blacksmith Michael that the passage of time needs to be adjusted. You cannot awaken by lunging a few thousand times. You cannot forget that. This system helps to nurture the awakened ones relentlessly. It is necessary to get rid of those who do not want to awaken through training. Awakening is not the only way to survive. You can adapt. Carlton said there are as many people as there are opinions. Awakening is not salvation. Some can find themselves by becoming an adapter. Jae Hwan looked at Captain Carlton and asked, "What's wrong?" Carlton said he recently moved into the 3rd stage of awakening. However, he never saw his unique world. Jae Hwan thought that it couldn't be. Worlds differ according to ability. But all awakened ones who have achieved self-denial find their unique world. Even spiritual energy exists only because of a system. But the awakened ones try to destroy that system. So you don't immediately realize that this world is someone else's unique world. Jae Hwan told Carlton not to worry. Maybe his world was part of the system. Carlton wondered, is that really possible? If his unique world is part of the system, then one day they'll have to fight? Jae Hwan answered in the affirmative. If of course Carlton wants to save the world. The captain asked if the caretaker really wanted to end this world. Captain Carlton asked the keeper of the fort next time to take him with him on an expedition. According to the article of the special law, all captains are required to protect the fortresses in an emergency. Jae Hwan noticed that Carlton was no longer the captain of the North Gate, and he would soon cease to be the caretaker of the fortress. Jae Hwan said he would be leaving Gorgon in a week. Carlton said if Jae Hwan leaves, the fortress will fall. Not just the fortress, but all of chaos will fall. Jae Hwan says he doesn't need to worry. He's already thought of everything. He needs to finish his last job as a caretaker. People stood in the rain with their heads down with an expression of grief on their faces. Jurgen Cheever held out the cape and said that the caretaker might get wet. Jae-hwan replied that he was fine. Jae-hwan asked those present to give him a moment of their attention. The caretaker of the fort thanked everyone for coming here on this day. The protagonist said that they were doing their best to defend the Gorgon fortress. Everyone present had done a good job. Jae-hwan stated that it was time to say goodbye to those who laid down their heads in the name of defending Gorgon fortress. The caretaker said all innocent victims will be mourned at a farewell ceremony within 3 days. Isaac Kendall. In place of his body was a broken sword. Rachel Weldor. In her place was a pendant with a stone. Kashim Zil, an ordinary warhammer. Those present were curious as to what was hidden under the huge cape. Jae-hwan noted that they all did a good job in the battle. However, everyone is well aware that this is not the end. The caretaker said the war was just beginning. Under the cloak, everyone saw the narrow gate. But what are they doing here? We must destroy them immediately. The caretaker must get rid of them as soon as possible. Jae-hwan says it's too early to be surprised. He has something else. Everyone saw the captured monarch. It was Rat Monarch Laika, the monarch of the Great Lands. Jae-hwan walked over to the frightened captive and grabbed his sword. Laika asked, "Is Jae-hwan really going to straighten him out?" The frightened monarch said to do it as soon as possible in that case. But the fortress keeper would pay for it. The monarch of pitch darkness will never forgive him. Jae-hwan told Laika to shut up immediately. The caretaker said he wouldn't destroy the monarch here. He wanted to bring him back to the Great Lands with a message for his master. Jae-hwan said that if they want war, let them come. The caretaker added that he would wait for his opponent at the top of the illusion tree. The reconnaissance birds spied on Jae-hwan and Siren. Serena was perplexed. How could someone who was about to step down as the fortress's caretaker tomorrow do such a thing? Was he really going to fight the monarch of the darkness beyond? If the caretaker is going to destroy the narrow gate, he'd better do it quietly. What does he want to accomplish by sending the monarch of Lake back? Siren said with consternation. That monstrous retribution awaited them all. Jae-hwan said to keep Siren quiet. If anyone is coming, it will be a lieutenant since the war is being fought with the Great Lands. No one with the rank of Great Monarch can escape from there. Serena asked, "Did Jae-hwan really think that only one lieutenant would come to avenge the death of the Monarch of Silence? There will be at least 2 or 3 of them. The representatives of the 5 great clans may also show up, and then the whole thing will take on an unbelievable scale." Jae-hwan said that's exactly what he wants, because only their demise can radically change reality as well. Jae-hwan asked, "Did Serena really come to ask him questions? Is she interested in the affairs of chaos?" Serena says she wants to hear what she was promised. What did Jae-hwan see outside the 8th gate of hell? Jae-hwan told her everything. The girl wondered if the caretaker was sure this was what the Mulark had left behind. Jae-hwan said it was a message from her godfather. Jae-hwan asked, how is she supposed to believe that? He replied, the cold winter. Cracking egg. The winter of the Tree of Illusion, Region 6, its very center. In these vicious lands, where a harsh ice storm had broken out, a glistening egg awaited the Mulark. It was very disturbing because it was the first time he had ever witnessed the emergence of life in an egg. He would never forget that moment. A tiny life, hatching from a fragile shell. He realized that his godmother was right. The newborn child was marvelous. Jae-hwan said that was quite the proof. Serena said not to let the interlocutor reproduce other people's memories as if they were his own. Judging from this flashback, all nightmares come from an egg. But what are the winter approaches to the Tree of Illusion? All nightmares originate through the dreams of the Tree of Illusion and hatch from an egg. Serena wondered if her godfather had left her anything. There must be a message of some kind. Jae-hwan said that the Mulark's message wasn't left in the form of a book. It was more like a star cluster of chaotic memories. Fragments of events from the past that had no beginning or end. Maybe the Mulark just didn't want his memories to be shaped into a coherent story. Jae-hwan said that's why he can't tell anything special, even though he wishes he could. The protagonist asks why Serena is looking for a Mulark, just because he's a godfather? Jae-hwan says that if the siren wants to address Mulark's memories, she'd better stay close to him. The caretaker added that it was in the depths that Mulark went missing. She's interested in that, isn't she? Serena became very angry. She realized what Jae-hwan's purpose was. How dare he fool her? The girl came to her senses, because Jae-hwan had just said that the godfather had left a message in the form of memories. In that case, she had a great idea. Serena reminded him that she had a private lab. Jae-hwan reminded him that the girl had promised not to let anyone else out of there. Already in the laboratory, our hero reminded that the siren resented the interference in her personal life. The girl replied that it was a long time ago, but now she had to prepare something. Serena showed something special and said that this thing would help them with the squeeze. The item was like a torture device. The device connects to the soul and squeezes out memories. Nightmares who have lost their spiritual power often take advantage of this. It allows them to gather all the emotions and memories together. Thanks to the squeeze, nightmares always have enough ideas. She will try it herself for the first time. The squeeze is the best thing a nightmare can experience. Jae-hwan realized that the girl wanted to look at Godfather's memories using a squeeze. Serena told Jae-hwan to take that seat. Sirens stiffened at our hero's movements and announced that she was starting. The girl wondered if Jae-hwan would remain as calm once the squeeze started. The squeeze makes you feel unbearable pain. However, this only applies to the victim on whom the device is used. However, after starting the mechanism, our hero remained calm. Serena was in more pain than Jae-hwan. His spiritual power was much higher than expected. Serena saw the inner world of the awakened man. It was incredible. It appeared that the other nightmares were not exaggerated. Could a person really hold that many memories? Serena thought as he tore open the 8th gate. She immediately realized that he wasn't an ordinary person, but she didn't think he was that strong. The girl decided to pull herself together, because if she made a mistake, she could stay in his mind forever. She had to read the memories and get out immediately. The deeper Siren delved into consciousness, the more memories she found. However, the girl couldn't find the memories she needed. She decided not to sit idly by. It is necessary to gain strength and break through the fragments of the past. Serena saw the very scraps of memory depicted as stars in the sky. The girl saw Godfather's memories. She found what she was looking for. Mulark addressed Serena in the flashbacks. Mulark held out his hand and told the siren to come toward him. The girl reached forward. Tears came to the siren's eyes, for she had been searching for Godfather for so long. The girl has been searching for him for over 900 years. Can he hear her? Serena said she would find him. Serena opened her eyes, a tear streaming down her cheek. The girl came to her senses and recalled getting into Jae-hwan's mind. But what happened after that? Serena looked around. Where was she now? The girl was in an unfamiliar place, on the roof of a multi-story building. The girl thought changing her appearance was a good idea. She always wondered if her guesses were right. The siren was right. She was on Earth, with careless people sauntering around her. It was the 194th world, Earth. This place is sometimes visited by nightmares traveling through the roots of the Tree of Illusion. Serena used to come here a lot. Thanks to the nightmare's desperate attempts to protect Earth, she managed to remain hidden from the overlords for a long time. Serena assumed she had fallen into the supernatural, a framework formed in conjunction with the knowledge of Earth. Mulark told Serena that there is some subconscious substrate within the universe, the supernatural. It is formed in conjunction with the place of birth. All the illusions of the world are created through the supernatural. There is only one way to get out of there, to find a piece of consciousness, a guide in the subconscious world. The girl thought that the only one who knows the way out of here is the guide. But where to find him? A boy ran past the girl, who coughed for her to get out of the way. 2 adults ran after the boy, yelling for the rascal to stop immediately. The boy found himself at a dead end, but he did not want to give up. He had a piece of iron pipe in his hands. The child was aggressive and put his weapon forward in front of him. The man in uniform swung a stick at the child and said that children are nothing but trouble. Serena yelled for the 2 men to stop. Why were they picking on the poor kid? One of the men told the young lady to step aside. It was too dangerous here. The man said this child is dangerous. He refuses to grow up. Refusal to become an adult is a grave offense and grounds for execution. It is their duty to pursue this boy. Serena wondered, is being a child a gross violation? Is there such a law on Earth? One of the men said the girl was very strange and headed towards her. This girl has unusual speech, and she's dressed strangely. Maybe she's a cosplayer. The siren was asked for her ID for inspection. The men noticed the girl had horns on her head. Serena remembered that she had forgotten to hide them. Mulark told Siren that if she were to suddenly get on Supernatural, she shouldn't stand out. This place rejects all dissimilarity. If the siren is spotted and realizes she is different, no one knows what awaits her. The girl remembered that Godfather had warned her to be careful, but there was nothing to be done. The girl realized that she would have to resort to magic for self-preservation. Serena activated her fire skill, which completely exposed herself. However, in this case, the magic didn't work. An alarm sounded. The boy shouted for the girl to be more careful. A suspicious body has been reported within the world. It is imperative that we proceed with immediate destruction. A boy came to the siren's aid and began fighting off the people attacking her. The baby did its job and the girl was released. The siren didn't even blink an eye. This child was a piece of consciousness in the subconscious world. The guide of the supernatural was a reflection of the ego's mental age. Serena asked, "Who is he?" The guide of supernatural? The girl asked. Is the young man not afraid of anything? After all, he is going forward so confidently. The boy replied that if he wanted to survive, there was no other way. The child asked, did the girl really think she could stay alive? She seriously replied that she had no problem with it. Does she really seem so helpless? The boy told her to follow him. Serena saw the child's keen eyes and face expressing unwavering determination. It must have been him as a child. But if the guide reflects the mental age of the ego, then deep inside, he is still an innocent child. The boy said, if the girl is telling the truth, it means she's been swept into the ducks of memories. There are fragments that go astray and drag you here. The child said that this girl is the first such creature here. Why is she looking at him like that? Serena thought that this world belonged to the adults, but the child in front of her was an ordinary child. The girl asked why the boy was staying here. The police are always after him. Why is the world trying to get rid of a child who refuses to become an adult? The boy replied, because there are only adults around. Everything is identical in this world, so the system tries to get rid of anyone who is even slightly different. The boy said he also has a question. What is he really like on the outside? Serena thought she didn't know anything at all about Jae-hwan. What would I say to make him happy? The girl replied that he looked like his present self on the outside. The boy was surprised. After all, he was an adult. She seriously said he was a child. Just thinking about him made her furious. The boy was embarrassed. Was he really a child on the outside too? Serena thought he liked it. The boy said he would set her free. The child held out a red crystal to the girl. Serena asked what it was. The child replied that it was a fragment of memories. The girl wondered, had she really arrived here with this? Had this particle gotten tangled in her hair? The girl asked if the boy wanted to send her off with this fragment. Does he know how to do it? The boy replied that that was exactly what he was doing now. The boy said he wanted to bring back memories lost along the way. Serena thought, this is why people like this are called guides. Judging from the red glow of the crystal, these memories were very valuable. The fragments were categorized by importance. Memory particles are divided into white, green, blue, and red. If you don't put the particle back in place, you may have problems in the present. An important flashback is the threat to the monarchs of the 12 regions. Serena asked if the boy could send her back right away. The child replied that it was impossible. He would only be able to bring her back with her memories when the portal opened. The problem is that he doesn't know when exactly the portal will open. The boy said it was getting late. We should take a break in the underpass and continue the journey tomorrow. A tired Serena asked how he would know the portal had opened. The child replied, once the portal opens, the internet signal will become weaker. Then he will use the communication device to pick up the signal. Now the thing to do is just wait for the signal. Tomorrow they'll wake up early and go to the store. The boy said they would have to get something to eat at the store. The store has a large selection of onigiri and burgers. Serena wondered if he always woke up so early to eat. Serena wanted to ask if the boy was okay despite living like this. However, she remained silent. Maybe he's trapped here because of a nightmare. There's a good chance that the Tower of Nightmares is what made his world this way. The horrors that Jae-hwan endured didn't break him, because that's what his world is made of. When dawn came, the young men were already awake. However, there was no signal for a whole week. The boy said that as soon as the device caught the signal, he would go personally to return the memory shard. Serena asked what would happen if the police chased him again. The child replied that it usually happens if he's just unlucky. It doesn't happen very often. Serena asked, does it only put memories back in place? The boy said he was also looking at other memories, not all of them coming back into place. Serena asked if it was unsettling for him to hold such a thing in his hands. The boy said he had a white memory in his hands. He added that memory responds to touch and demonstrated this. Serena saw the boy's memory. It was like a movie. The woman told the child that they were going to read a book now. Serena knew this book very well. It's The Little Prince. It's a popular book among nightmares. The child asked, did the little prince come to Earth? The woman confirmed. The little prince once said, you can't see the most important things with your eyes. This is a story about the little prince looking at the world in his own way. It appeals to adults who are very fond of numbers and think like they are doing something important. It is a beautiful story about a prince who trusts the power of his imagination and values his own innocence. This marvelous story ends with the death of the little prince. Serena thought, maybe this end is inevitable. He must perish, so that his story would forever remain something pure. After all, everything pure and innocent is destined to fade away. The child asked his mother what had happened to the world the prince had left. What's left in this world? The woman said that the little prince was left there. The boy wondered, wasn't he dead? The kid tells Serena that the little prince didn't really die. The child, smiling, added, because he continued life on Earth. Serena thought that the little prince hadn't died and stayed on Earth. Obviously, it was a lie made up for the child, but the little prince did not give up his world. It was an improbable story, but it became the source of his strength. His world was born after a collision with the system. Although it lacks realism, an elaborate world perception system, or an elaborate story, this world is unyielding. All of Jaehwan's true values came from this world. It was the moment of the birth of the world after the destruction. Serena was surprised. Why was a fragment of such a memory white in color? White memories are not particularly valuable, are they? What memories did Jaehwan have to give up in order to survive? The boy flinched and stared at the gadget. Serena was flustered too. Serena asked where he was going. Did the signal get caught? The boy said it started. We need to get everything ready as soon as possible. Serena asked, what has started? Something that looked like a portal appeared in the sky above the city. The boy said that soon it would open fully. The portal would lead her out of here. People began to approach the building with the portal above them. Serena and her companion were already at the entrance. Serena asked, are they running from behind the portal? The boy said that the portal is a foreign object in this world, and people instinctively want to get rid of it. The portal will only appear for a short time. It'll be gone soon. It is necessary to get on the roof before the portal disappears. Monsters tried to get into the elevator with the heroes. The boy began to fight back violently and fought off the oncoming monsters. Having disposed of the monsters, the child told the girl to get into the elevator quickly. Serena was at a loss. The child, however, was not frightened at all. On the other hand, that's Jaehwan's ego. Of course he's not afraid of anything. He's not afraid of anything. There were a large number of monsters outside the elevator doors. The kids started smashing monsters left and right. The girl thought that these were just rules made up by the adults of this world. Monsters don't exist. A lot of people ran upstairs to the roof of the building. But where was the exit? The boy said they had to run a little more. Serena opened the door to the roof and told the boy to hurry up. The monsters were reaching for him. The child said he would hold them off, and she must not delay. She needed to jump into the portal. The boy told her not to worry. He would manage on his own. The portal would close soon. We must hurry. Serena yelled that she wanted to go with him. They should get out together, because if she leaves, the boy will be left here all alone. They should leave together. The boy says he can't do that. It's his world. Young Jaehwan stated that he should stay here. The guy told the girl to hurry up. He couldn't hold them back any longer. At the last moment, the boy said he had one last question. Does he have any friends in reality? Serena replied that he had a great many friends. Jaehwan smiled and said that he was very happy. The boy began fending off the monster's attack again and told the girl to hurry before the portal closed. Serena thought that when she gets back, she'll be sure to tell Jaehwan about the child. When he feels lonely and can't move on, she'll let him know that the version about the little prince, he was told, is real. The little prince, seen by Serena, continues to fight for his world. The girl found herself in a flood of memories again. She realized she was back. She would have to leave the Godfather's memory behind. She didn't know what the time difference was between reality and the supernatural. She couldn't let herself get lost again. Serena did learn something. When she returns, she'll be able to create a new tower. Serena decided that she would go on an expedition with Jaehwan and try to gradually learn more about Godfather. Serena looked at the red crystal. She never opened that memory. It was his memory. But it should be okay. As the boy had taught her, she touched her finger to the tip of the crystal and fell into a memory. Serena saw her godfather. The memory was of him. Opposite the Godfather stood a huge monster, the King of Disaster. A dialogue took place between them. Anyone who wants to enter the depths must face disaster, but fighting it is not at all necessary. Fighting a disaster king is impossible. Even monarchs can't do that. Serena decided that she needed to return to reality immediately. She needed to prevent what was coming, at all costs. Reality was not what they had hoped to see. Jongho said it's been 900 years. Jaehwan said that they were already here. He was holding Serena, who was unconscious. Our hero said that this is the final gateway to the depths. He saw it in Mulark's notes. Our hero, accompanied by his squad, arrived at the last gate. Before them stretched an outlandish factory. Jurgen Cheever asked, "Is the caretaker heading straight there?" Jaehwan said that he was no longer the caretaker. Jaehwan told Cheever not to count on much. He wouldn't save him. Cheever replied that he understood, but to him, the young man was still the caretaker of the fortress. He had already repeated several times that not everyone could go to the depths, and if anyone insists, there will be 3,000 other people by his side. There were too many people behind him. They wouldn't listen to the entreaties to stay. After all, An expedition to the depths had been a long-time dream of all of Chaos. Jurgen Cheever took Serena in his arms. Why does he have to run around with her? But Nightmare could still be useful, so he couldn't just leave her. Cayman said the gate began to open. Captain Carlton wondered why so suddenly. Everyone noticed that horned monsters appeared on the other side of the gate. Jay Huan said they wouldn't let them in that easily. The monsters were coming closer. Cayman grabbed his sword and told everyone to prepare for battle. Region 9. An ancient castle of pitch darkness. The rat monk Laika bowed his head before the leader. Laika thought, his soul may have suffered when he lost his arm in chaos, but he was able to return to his body in the great lands in peace. He couldn't imagine what they'd do to him when they found out he'd returned alone. The leader said that Garama was gone. He knew it might happen one day. What were his last moments like? Was he happy? Ice Monarch Vargas and white-haired Monarch Masaha were in the vicinity of the leader. The leader said that the brothers of the 5 dragons with the rank of Major General had died. Moreover, the 17th Major General Kanail, the 21st Major General Magito, and the 1st Major General, blood relative, the monarch of the secret fragrance, Sam Yungaram, were all dead. However, Laika, a simple brigadier general, survived. The leader stepped closer and told Laika to raise his head and look at him. Laika had a hard time withstanding that look. That guy was strong, but compared to the leader, he was much weaker. The difference in level was too great. Black Shadow strategist Sam Yun Hun is a true monarch and lord. Yun Hong himself said that he had found himself at the top a few days ago. He only wanted to get out of this mortal land. He was full of expectation, for this world is cloaked in nightmares and truly lives up to its name. Laika didn't yet understand the meaning of what was being said. Yun Hun himself said that he had grabbed something and now they would look at it together. Laika replied that he would be honored. The rat monarch searched for an excuse for his behavior. After all, there was really nothing he could do. Who knew that some pathetic product would turn out to be so powerful? Yun Hong himself noticed the painting on the wall and said that it was very odd. Laika said the gentleman has good taste. He had never seen such paintings before. Laika thought that the leader had no knowledge of art at all. There was nothing to see here. Yun Hong himself said that the splendor of this piece was not that it was a painting at all. Laika asked, "What is it then?" The leader asked if Laika knew what was pictured here. The rat monarch replied, "Perhaps it is a teacup." Yun Hong himself said it was a special item in the shape of a tea mug. Can the interlocutor read the inscription at the bottom? Yun Hong himself read to himself, "This is not a tea mug." The creator, when depicting the mug, obviously meant that it was not. Isn't this magnificent? How could such an amazing idea even come to mind? Yun Hong himself grabbed Laika's chin and asked, "Does he really only see a mug here? But it's not a mug at all. It's just something that looks like a mug. But isn't it weird? Everyone calls it a mug, even though it's not real and you can't drink anything out of it." The leader laughed. "Usually everyone says it's a mug. Isn't that weird?" The frightened rat monarch said that it was really very strange. Yun Hun himself said that it wasn't just a drawing. There are countless mugs in the world, and they are all different, but each is generalized as a mug. When you think about it, the question inevitably arises. What is a mug really? Does it even exist? It is both a mug and yet not a mug. He realizes that this work of art makes you think about the meaning of life. Yun Hun himself said that it was an incredible masterpiece. Such thoughts would never enter the mind of an adapter who had adapted to the system. The leader asked if Laika now realizes the true value of this piece. The rat monarch replied that it was magnificent. Yun Hun himself said that in that case, it was Laika's turn to answer. When he first looked at the painting, he wondered, who was the monarch? Laika replied that a monarch is the greatest, most noble and important figure in these lands. The leader asked, "What is the meaning of these words? Does this refer to the Ice Monarch? Or does it refer to the white-haired monarch?" The leader looked at Laika and asked who he was. He failed to destroy any product and returned alone, having lost all his comrades. Yun Hun himself asked, could Laika be called a monarch? A knife flashed in the leader's hands, and blood spilled down the steps. The ice monk handed the leader a rag and told him to wipe himself. Yun Hong himself, looking at the bloodstains on the floor, said that he liked the drawing. The ice monarch replied that the drawing was marvelous. Yun Hun himself said he would call this drawing, "It's not a monarch." Yun Hong himself asked where they were now. The ice monarch replied that they had already reached the outlandish factory. "Then they're about to reach the deep. We must prepare for battle. The 5th and 6th lieutenant generals must be summoned. We must teach that fool a lesson for his arrogance." Yun Hong himself said, "Earth, the 296th world. He likes this planet more and more every day." The leader looked at the instruments on his desk and said that there were many interesting things on other planets as well. Yunhun himself noticed that there was something special here. Manar said he would go there because of him. There was a man crucified on chains under the high ceiling. One must have the courage to accept one's demise with honor. That's a good point. Yunhong himself looked at this man and asked, would he have the courage to stop them? There was a knock on the door of the room. The leader recalled that he had asked not to be disturbed when he was alone. The assistant apologized and said that the situation was urgent. The leader should intervene. The man reminded that the narrow gate is closed. How are they going to get into chaos? Yunhun himself recalled what he himself had said. It was worth accepting one's own demise with honor. We'll have to get rid of him with our own hands. The leader remarked, they have only to heed his words. Yunhun himself said he wanted it to be him, his interlocutor, who went there first. Jae-hwan and his squad were clearing the factory. Gang-hwan couldn't believe there were horned monsters here, so he'd have to use his sword. Kamen and the divine medic were amazed at the way Jae-hwan fought every time. Yong-ho said he's been a little depressed lately. Is he worried that he won't be able to go on the expedition? Kamen could care less. Jae-hwan would definitely take him with him. Jae-hwan thought that he constantly wanted to improve his sword with his horns, and it wouldn't fix itself. The sword was badly damaged in the last battle. Maybe we should have made a new one. But it's a spiritual weapon. It can regenerate. Blacksmith Michael said that the evolution of spiritual weapons had 3 stages. Every time a weapon is improved, it gets stronger and its skills increase. But it doesn't seem to be changing at all right now. In the depths, someone else appeared out of the darkness. Cheever wondered, who else is that? Even from a distance, he could be heard clearly. A huge 8-horned monster emerged from the darkness. The warriors scattered. People didn't know much about monsters stronger than the 5 horns. It was hard to believe they had met a real 8-horn. Cheever thought it would take someone with the level of a brigadier general to handle this monster. Everyone noticed that the monster was heading towards the caretaker. Why is it targeting the master? The octogenarian was furious. Had they really met before? The monster was angry for the loss of his comrades. Kaiman shouted for the caretaker to be careful. Jong-ho said there was no need to worry. The monster fiercely attacked Jae-hwan. Even Kamen covered himself from the descending energy from the monster. Does such power really appear after the beginning of the nucleation? Jae-hwan wasn't afraid, and after resisting, he destroyed the huge 8 horns. Our hero said he could use those horns. Jong-ho said that the leader had handled Gaenak. Our hero and his squad saw that someone else had appeared after the monster. It was the monster at the head of all chaos, the ruler of all horned monsters. He said that the person in front of him was a strong person. However, he couldn't feel the monarch's energy. It had been a long time since he had seen such a powerful creature capable of defeating Gaenak. Jae-hwan and his squad saw that a decathorn had appeared in front of them. He wasn't alone. It was the rulers of the gimmick factory. Jae-hwan knew that there were only 3 10 horns. Jae-hwan, along with his men, waited for the monster to approach. 10 Horn said that he had heard that some people were trying to get into the depths, but he didn't think it would be Jae-hwan. 10 Horn was the owner of the Edsak factory. The owner of the factory, Joniak, said that before them was a brave and virtuous man. The owner of the IAS factory said they were pathetic people. The people thought that before them were beings that were weaker than Sam Yun-garam, but they were far more powerful than the monarchs of Silence and Storm. However, if they pile up all at once, it won't be so easy to handle. Jong-ho said there was no point in fighting them. He doesn't like them either, but the factory owners are not the enemy. Ayas said they already knew the old man. Had he really come back, despite the suffering he had gone through? Edsak told Ayas not to be rude. These men are guests of the great master of the factory. Edsak said for Jae-hwan to come through. The grand master of the factory is waiting for him. Captain Carlton said it was amazing. Who would have thought that all the horned monsters would end up here? Jong-ho noticed that the 8-horned beast that Jae-hwan defeated already seems to be recovering. The old man thought that thanks to their leader's persistence, Carlton had also gotten in. Joniak said a guest, a strong one, a long time ago. Joniak said he was a product. What is this man's name? The young man replied that his name was Jae-hwan. Joniak said Gaenak is a great product. It cannot be destroyed. It is born every 10 years. Jae-hwan thought that because of the difficulty of creating 8 horns, there weren't many of them. Joniak said that the dead demonic warrior attacked and Gaenak suffered a big defeat. Jae-hwan asked, were they fighting against a dead demonic warrior? Joniak said it was at the Gimmick Palace. There was an invasion. Carlton could not have imagined that he would meet the known apostles of God on his way to the depths. Joniak wondered, is it really known about them? Carlton asked, are they apostles of Dias? Aya said these chaos people have light heads. Edsuck said that the men were already in place, with the office of the Grand Master of the factory in front of them. The great master of the Aniak factory asked our hero, was it he, the awakened one, who began the budding? Jae Hwan thought that Aniak sounded rather familiar to him. Our hero thought all the factory owners looked familiar to him. They looked more like product names. Jae Hwan asked the factory owner, had he heard of the planet Earth? Jae Hwan said that Earth is his home. I think they call it World 294 here. Our hero noticed that all the cars here have names. Aniak said they were commissioned to be God's creatures from the world of change. It is quite possible that the world of change is this man's home. Aniak asked our hero, does he know anything about the deeps? If the rulers of the great lands are monarchs, the rulers of the depths are gods. Aniak added that this is a place where the gods vie for influence. The factory owner clarified that he was talking specifically about depths. Jong Ho asked, are the gods playing the role of monarchs in the depths? The roles are similar, but they are not interchangeable. Most monarchs are adapters of the system, and gods and adapters are different. Jae Hwan said that in his world, the gods are almighty. What are the gods in the deep? Aniak said that the gods of the deep are not omnipotent or omniscient. Sometimes it is even possible to become a god. Aniak observed that because he is God's creation, he cannot perfectly describe who he is, but he can tell what God is like. Aniak said that Jae Hwan is a god. Our hero was surprised. Aniak said that the man before him was an awakened man who had begun to bud. The awakened ones who have begun to originate and build their unique world are like the gods of the deep. In a way, Jae Hwan is even higher than the gods. Unlike the gods, the awakened do not need representatives. All gods in the depths need a representative. They can do nothing on their own. They exist by providing their representatives and followers with a special world. The more followers a god has, the more powerful he becomes. And those gods who have few followers usually do not realize their true potential. Jae Hwan thought that the stronger person is the one with more subscribers. It's like some kind of platform. Aniak said that in reality, people like Jae Hwan very rarely reach deity. Most gods are created by more powerful beings. By collecting karma and giving it physical form. They collect karma through control. In other words, these are special, voluntary points. Great beings who have gained enough karma points can become independent as soon as they get permission from Big Brother. Those who manage to take hold of their own unique world and become independent are the gods. Jae Hwan thought that Big Brother was someone from whom every great being had to take permission to officially become a god. Our hero was well aware that this was very important information, but nothing came to mind. Jae Hwan didn't understand why such important things weren't mentioned in Mulark's notes. He asked who Big Brother was. Captain Carlton said that Big Brother was the name of the organization monitoring the system. Jong Ho added that he had heard of it too. Anaik said that this is what Big Brother is to ordinary people. However, he would not want to talk about him so openly. Anaik added, all he can say is God. It is the greatest of all gods, the guardian of the system. That's what he is. Captain Carlton decided to remind us who the monarchs of the Great Lands and the gods of the deep were. The Great Lands have not only high monarchs, but also lieutenant generals, major generals, and brigadier generals. Most of them are adapters. Most of the gods of the depths are evolved great beings. They gain karma through control and are authorized by Big Brother to take the title of God. Great beings are angels and demons who grow and sell the product. The awakened ones who have begun the gestation process are given the right to become as powerful as the gods. Unlike other gods, they can act without a representative. Gods become stronger if they gain followers. Johnny X said the man got it right. Jae Hwan wondered, did Big Brother really destroy their god? Anaik recognized that they had indeed lost their god to Big Brother. That's why they were banished here from the depths. The records of the depths hold tons of information. Anaik reiterated, they lost their god, but because of the useful powers they possess, they were able to make a contract with Big Brother. At one time, Anaik asked for Mulark's help. He wanted him to find their Titan warrior. Our hero didn't know the details, but he already understood a little bit of the gist. They lost their god, but they got here because they were useful. Anaik said that he only came out to see Jae Hwan for one reason. The young man should stop trying to enter the depths. Jong Ho said they'll be the ones to decide and they don't need help with hints. Jas said that the man was behaving arrogantly. Anaik said for Jas not to interfere. Anaik acknowledged that it is not up to them to decide. However, he is trying to convey that whoever has the right to decide is forbidden to go there. Jae Hwan interjected, is the king of the dead stopping them? Anaik confirmed and added that he was very angry at those people. Jae Hwan inquired, was it because he'd killed a Megadead? Anaik confirmed it was the dead Magritte. He was one of the king's most valuable cronies. The King of the Dead is the only creature capable of opening the gates to the depths. The King of the Dead is hysterical like a child over his servant being destroyed. The king takes offense, so he won't open the gates to the depths for them. Jae Hwan said he understood and demanded that the gate be opened. Anaik noticed that the man didn't understand the gravity of the situation. Jae Hwan said he understands perfectly. He'll settle the matter with him personally, so the gate has to be opened. Anaik replied that he couldn't do that even if Jae Hwan asked him to. Our hero grabbed his sword and said that in such a case he was left with no choice. Ayas understood the man's intentions and said that was a good place to start. Yongho assumed that's how it would end. Anaik's face changed, he blushed, and said that there was really no choice. Jae Hwan decided to make an offer that the machine god couldn't refuse. Our hero said, if they opened the gate, he would find the Titan warrior they had lost in the depths. Anaik wondered, how did the man even know about him? Jae Hwan said he didn't want to go into details. Anaik accepted our hero's offer and opened the gate. The machine god said that he had never met people like Jae Hwan before. Anaik asked, the man doesn't think he'll be able to change the King of the Dead, does he? Jae Hwan replied that he would have to try. Anaik says that he sees the brand of deity on Jae Hwan, but the man doesn't use it at all. The branding is one of the gifts the apostles give to people. Originally, they gave it along with a horned monster as a guard. If you use the branding, the horned monsters won't attack. If one encounters other apostles hiding in the depths, he can befriend them through branding. Anaik said they came to a place, next the man must go alone. Jae Hwan thanked him for his help and said he'd be back soon. Anaik noted that the man should be back within the hour. If he didn't, the gate would have to be closed. Jae Hwan says not to worry Anaik. He won't be taking up any more time. Jae Hwan wasn't completely confident this time. Our hero tried to reassure himself. After all, he has Mulark's notes, so everything is under control. This is the only way to solve all the problems. To destroy this world, the protagonist is forced to take this very path. Jae Hwan reached the Palace of the Dead. The gate was made of monster horns. It must be where the dead are locked up. It must have been difficult to create something so magnificent. The king asked, has the man come to give his life? Is he the awakened one? Jae Hwan thought that the mere voice of the King of the Dead made his body feel like it was tearing apart. The king asked how the man had the nerve to destroy his servant and show up at the Palace of the World of the Dead. Jae Hwan stated that he had come to make a deal. How dare a pathetic person who has no right to appear here offer any deals? Jae Hwan said that the King of Chaos is Catastrophe, the first awakened one. He was a deity, but now he is an ordinary king. How did the most powerful god of the depths condescend to a mere gatekeeper? Is this really all he's capable of? Doesn't he want to take revenge on the one who banished him from the depths and locked him up here? Jae Hwan repeated that he had come to make a deal. The king calmed down and said that this man is much more narcissistic than he thought. He is ready to hear him out. The king hoped the words would justify his arrogance. Only then can a man get out of here alive. Jae Hwan said he knew about the promise the king and Mulark had made 900 years ago. Only Catastrophe wondered, how did the man know about it? Jae Hwan said that he would take that promise on himself. King Catastrophe asked, does the man even know what that means? Our hero answered in the affirmative. Jae Hwan stated that he was ready to bring King Catastrophe to the depths. Our hero's squad continued to wait for him outside. Jurgen Cheever was checking the necessary information. Cheever saw that Serena was awake and said that she had been asleep for a very long time. Serena asked in surprise where she was now. Jurgen Cheever replied that they are in front of the gimmick factory. Serena was startled and asked where Jae Hwan was right now. He needs to be stopped immediately. Jurgen Cheever asked in surprise, what's wrong? The man added that the leader had already gone inside the gimmick factory. One of those present pointed his finger upwards and said that fireflies had appeared. His colleague added that it was now considerably warmer. Gang Hwan said he shouldn't touch them. Yoon Young pointed out that they were harmless because they were just fireflies. Yoon Young tried to touch one of the fireflies, but the insect reacted negatively. Suddenly there was an explosion, debris and rocks flying in different directions. Monarchs appeared in front of the factory. But what are they doing here? Yoon Hong himself told the caretaker to come out. Just as he asked, they had come to start a war. Our hero's squad prepared to repel the monarch's attack. Yoon Hong himself had ordered his associates to wipe out all but the adapters above the second stage. He doesn't care what they do to everyone else. But they must destroy this Jae Hwan. They must not be allowed to put up any resistance. Emerald Beetle, Deputy Lieutenant General, and Poison Monarch Nok Myung Chondo participated in the battle. The Poison Monarch said that this man had exterminated some of his family who had traveled to Chaos. Anyone who dared to cross the path of the Emerald Beetle family would have to pay. One of the generals doubted that Sam Yun Hun had launched a war against Chaos just to avenge Sam Yun Garam. He was definitely up to something. The 4th Lieutenant General of the Sam Yun family, Stormblade Monarch Sam Yun Yuha, and the 1st Major General of the 7th Region, White Art Monarch Nashimoto, were also involved in the clash. Nashimoto said that it was necessary to keep an eye on the representatives of the 9th Legion. Judging from the skills of these Chaos people, the level of the caretaker could also be determined. I can't even believe that some product was able to stir up about 100 monarchs. Yunjua himself said that after 3,000 long years, one would have to taste the taste of doom again. Yunhun himself was not deceiving when he said that there would be enough fruit for everyone. Sam Yun Hong, the Deputy Lieutenant General of the 9th Region and strategist of the Black Shadow, was in charge of this expedition. He said that there was nothing to worry about because he was the eldest son of the Sam Yun family first, and then the strategist of the 9th Region. There are so many members of different families here now, and the purpose is horribly obvious. Most likely everyone was deceived by the lie that there was still fruit left. Yun Hong himself said that he had appeared in person, and everyone blindly believed that he would never lie. He felt a little disappointed himself. Yun Hong himself told his companions not to get too upset. Lying is the consequence of unkept promises. The fruits can be obtained without reaching the bottom of the depths. There are 7 supreme gods who rule the depths. They can get what they need by making a deal with the great gods. There's no such thing as something the 7 gods don't have access to, so no deal is possible. However, there is something that even the greatest gods crave: the awakened one. For the gods that exist because of followers, there is nothing better than an awakened who can easily accept a new and unique world. Because of this man, there were a huge number of awakened ones here. Yun Hong himself told Vargas to lead the troops and find the product. The 7th Region and the Emerald Beetle family had not yet fully realized the value of the product and the tower, but when they did, they would be ready to steal it. Yun Hong himself said that the tower was originally created to protect Chaos, but now all of Chaos had turned into the Tower of Nightmares. With the help of the tower, they will train more awakened and use them to make a deal with the gods and take possession of all the fruits. Yun Hong himself added that with the fruits, he would be able to turn the 9th Region into a new palace of rebirth. With the help of the fruit, he will be able to change many things. The 9th Region will be the only place where monarchs will not fear doom in the Great Lands. Enemies will have to surrender and submit to them. All Great Lands will belong to the 9th Region of Pitch Darkness. Our hero's unit resisted and clashed with the arriving monarchs. Kaiman told everyone to stick together and not to split up. Kaiman stated that they could not be allowed to break into the factory until the caretaker was finished. Yun Hong himself said that it was time to smear those nasty insects. The Poison Monarch said to bring a man named Jae Hwan to him immediately. Yun Hun himself saw Serena and said that this girl seemed to be here as well, a nightmare who betrayed the Monarch of Pitch Darkness for his own desires. Serena said the Monarch has another Lieutenant General, and he's the most dangerous. Yun Hun himself told the Poison Monarch that it wasn't too late to stop. Nok Myung Chondo replied that he was too excited to stand back and watch. Yun Hun himself said that he was personally in charge of this operation, so Poison Monarch could just observe. Yun Hun himself attacked the Siren and Gang Hwan at the same time. Kaiman was surprised at such power from just one swing. You just have to put them in their place so they don't even think about coming near. Gang Hwan was lying on the ground, but he grabbed Sam Yun Hun by the leg. He said he would not let the Monarch go so easily. Yun Hun himself noted that these people are pretty resilient. It's interesting to watch them try to get up. The Monarch said he would experience real pleasure when he finally stomped them into dust. Suddenly, the factory owners appeared. Zhang Ho wondered what was going on. Ia said that these people were busy, so they decided to make a fuss. Aniak ordered Joniak to check outside. Joniak said there are scary people out there, subordinates, people who pose a danger. Aniak shouted for the men to stop and not think of running away. Yongho said that his hunch was correct. He foresaw that they would face the Monarchs even after going into the depths. Have they already created a new narrow gate? But that would take months. Yongho thought that these rascals had really risked their lives and crossed the threshold. They want to trample the chaos so that it will never rise from its knees again, just as it did 900 years ago. The wounded warrior told the divine medic that he didn't want to die. The warrior added that he could no longer be helped and held out something to the old man. He motioned for the medic to tell everyone, to tell them that they had not failed, that they had the fruit. Therefore, the expedition into the depths did not fail. The old man thought that when they came back last time, he had said that they hadn't lost, that they had gotten the fruit. He said it to everyone, as if he was making himself believe it. Jong-ho thought that he had endured humiliation for many years, and these rascals wanted to take everything away from them again. Captain Carlton told the divine medic to pull himself together and pull himself together. Jong-ho added that he was no longer the pathetic medic he used to be. The old man urged Mu-gyuk and Kaiman to take decisive action. They must fight back and put up an honorable resistance. Yun-hun himself recognized that desperate medic. Fortunately, there's a not-so-useless awakened one here. The monarch said he was upset because no one would tell him where Jae-hwan was. The old man showed up just in time. Yun-hun himself said that he liked such strong souls, but he couldn't afford to waste so much time. So Kaiman will be the first victim. Kaiman was not frightened and said he was sorry to let the keeper of the fortress down. Resistance continued, and all who could stand on their feet were actively repelling the enemy. Jong-ho was pleased with the coherent actions of this unit. Where did such unimaginable spiritual power come from? Had Kaiman been fighting such a monster all this time? The factory owner asked what Black Shadow's strategist was doing here. What is he doing? Yun-hong himself said that he hadn't met with the factory owner in a long time. The factory owner demanded an answer. The monarch said he was looking for product and would leave as soon as he found it. The factory owner said that this product was an awakened product that had begun the nascent stage. Yun-hun himself asked if he knew who he was talking about. The factory owner said that the monarch hasn't changed even after millennia. He still sees beings with souls as objects. Yun-hong himself expressed his hope that the factory gates would be opened for him anyway. The factory owner wondered what purpose the monarch was pursuing. In any case, it couldn't be done right now. Yun-hong himself said that the product had escaped to the factory. The master repeated that now was not the time. Yun-hun himself stated that the interlocutor did not understand him. Yun-hong himself changed his expression and threateningly demanded that the pitiful pieces of metal open the gate for him. After saying these words, the factory masters were attacked. Is asked how dare he. Had Sam Yun-hun forgotten that monarchs were forbidden to invade the factory? Yun-hong himself said that the factory owners keep hiding him behind the walls. Are they really guarding the king in this way? That's why they weren't touched earlier. Catastrophe is known as one of the 3 ancient gods. This being can only be sealed by all 12 monarchs. It is the strongest god of the depths. Yun-hong himself said that right now the Catastrophe King was just a fallen deity turning scum into ghouls. Thousands of years ago, the supreme monarchies of the 12 regions were much weaker than they are now. He's stronger than those monarchs. The factory owner said that Sam Yun-hun was making a mistake, and it would be better if he stopped. Sam Yun-hun replied that he was Black Shadow's strategist and would not listen to the tin can's words. Yun-young asked the divine medic, after what they had seen, did they still have a chance to win? The old man thought that the Lightning King couldn't see anything anymore. If he had seen it with his own eyes, he would have realized how crazy it was, and would not have asked such a question. You can't beat a monster like that. The woman wondered, are they really going to run away again? The old man's whole body trembled, and he was afraid. Why, while fighting such people, did she continue to believe in her own victory? Yun-young asked the divine medic if the fortress keeper had returned. Jong-ho replied that Jae-hwan hasn't returned yet, because he went to see King Catastrophe. The old man drew his sword forward and said that they hadn't lost yet anyway. Jong-ho added that they could still fight. The warriors believed in themselves again, and began to rise to their feet to put up a decent resistance. Yun-hong himself was surprised. He had shown these people a tremendous power that should have broken their fighting spirit. Where did they get the strength to fight? How dare they look at him point blank? The monarch thought, the majesty read in their eyes. They choose their own destiny. They are not monarchs, but they have nobility, honor, and dignity in their gaze. It can be said about them that they are the mind, honor, and conscience of their era. Such people do not care about the status of the person standing opposite them. It's as if these people are claiming that no monarchs exist. Yun-hong himself thought, if all the awakened ones in the tower are like this, then they can be sold to the depths. The monarch told his men that they were changing plans. Yun-hong himself stated that all the awakened ones here must be destroyed. They would only leave the tower, and the product itself. Suddenly, the gates of the factory opened and Jae-hwan appeared. Yun-hun himself said that the product itself had appeared here. Jae-hwan apologized to those present for coming too late. Jae-hwan thanked his companions for their help, and told them to now run as far away from here as possible. Yun-hun himself asked our hero, "Is he the caretaker of the Gorgon fortress?" Jae-hwan confirmed it. Yun-hun himself was a little disappointed. He had traveled such a long way to meet this ragamuffin. Could it be that the unclean energy hovering around him is the trace of the king? It's surprising that the Disaster King left him alive. It's very strange. It's hard to believe that the man that all the chaos is so sure of is actually some kind of beggar. Had they traveled this far to see this pathetic product? The 5th Lieutenant General of Region 9, the Black Cloud Monarch Megata, said that they had been fooled. The 6th Lieutenant General of the 9th Region, Dragon Leg Monarch, Serum, asked Sam Yun-hun, why did they even come all this way in the first place? Yun-hun himself told them not to worry. It was just necessary. The stone blocking their path to the fruit of the depths, the being who can decide who is allowed into the depths and who is not, is the King of Disaster. If the king won't let them penetrate the depths, they'll have to open the gates by force. Jae Hwan said he wasn't going to waste his tongue all day. One of the monarchs said it was quite entertaining, a unique view of the world. Monarch Megata said a huge window is watching the first nightmare. Monarch Serum asked, isn't that a representation of Big Brother? It is quite unassuming, however unique this world may be. But inside, it's completely empty. Jong Ho asked, what was the young man up to? He hadn't reached the level to fight lieutenant generals yet. The old man said the caretaker must surely have some kind of plan. What a view of the world. You really don't see that often. But he's a long way from the people of Srazlomak. Yun Hong himself asked, is this really all a person can boast of? Our hero was attacked, yet he effectively repelled that attack. Serum continued to press on and said that Jae Hwan was nothing, yet he dared to make so much noise. Serum noticed that there was absolutely no need for them all to fight. He could handle this man alone. Yun-hun himself stated that he wanted to deal with Jae Hwan himself. Yun-hun himself remarked that it was up to him to get rid of the mess he had made. Emerald Beetle Nak Myung-chando said that he wanted to join. Yun-hun himself replied that it was completely unnecessary. The monarch added that he could handle the man himself. Nak Myung-chando was indignant. What was Sam Yoon's strategy? After all, he is aware that his clan has a few issues to resolve with this person. Jae Hwan asked, what does his opponent even want? Yun-hun himself replied that it was a favor that he bestows on whomever he wishes to praise for courage. Sam Yun asked, after all, a person would only remain satisfied after a one-on-one fight, right? Besides, he himself doesn't like it when outsiders interfere in a fight. The monarch said he's prepared everything, so there's no need to fear striking the first blow. He has no doubt that the fight will be a laughing matter. Jae Hwan stated that this would be the last stupid thing the monarch would do. Yun Hong himself wondered, does the man really have something hidden under his clothes? However, it was still too little. Yun Hong himself said that he had seen 10 awakened ones in the past 6 months. Many of them were only at the 3rd stage, but there were also geniuses who had reached the 4th stage. The monarch said that this man was the weakest among the awakened ones in the 4th stage, and all those he had met. Our hero barely held back his opponent's attack. He thought that this monarch was quite strong. Yoongaram himself couldn't handle him. The monk said that the young man started the budding and reached incarnation. He is emitting quite a powerful energy. He hopes it will not be so boring from here on. Jae Hwan showed what he was capable of, and the opponent remarked that it was no surprise to him now that the man was able to defeat Sam Yoongaram. Jae Hwan said the monarch is wrong if he thinks they are on the same level. Yun Hong himself wondered, does one naively assume that one has gotten everything as soon as he started budding? This is only the beginning. Did Yun Hong himself notice that he intended to finish? Or was the person willing to demonstrate something more interesting? Jae Hwan asked what the monarch was trying to accomplish. If he wanted to destroy, he would have done it long ago. Yun Hoon himself said that Jae Hwan is pretty bright. The monarch suggested that the man switch to the side of the 9th region and bring the awakening tower with him. Jae Hwan asked what would happen if he refused. Yun Hun himself was surprised. Does the man not want to agree? The monarch snapped his fingers, and Jae Hwan saw a computer above him. Yun Hun himself assumed that the man was surprised to see a familiar object. However, the gift he is about to give to the young man is much better. Yun Hun himself said he would give a chance to regain the life the young man lost. Doesn't Jae Hwan miss her? He can go back to his old life and also get the rank of Lieutenant General. And that's not all. Yun Hun himself promised to give back all the time Jae Hwan had lost. Jae Hwan replied that he wouldn't be coming back. Yun Hun himself said that he knew it. Judging from his behavior, this guy is the kind of guy who would never go back to his roots. Jae Hwan was surprised. The monarch understands perfectly well, but he's still trying to negotiate? Yun Hun himself said that he wasn't suggesting that the young man return at all. Those nightmare times are never going to go away. Then what's the point of going back in time? Once back, Jae Hwan still wouldn't be able to get rid of the scars, but he didn't need to. For these scars helped the young man find himself. These wounds became a part of him. Is that really why the guy keeps choosing to live in the present? Definitely, he doesn't want to regain the past, but the present he lost. Yunhun himself said that he was still extremely curious. Is this place the real he longs for? The monarch said with certainty that this place simply couldn't be Jaehwan's reality. The times he deserves to be in are the present that he lost unwillingly. Yunhong himself said that he was about to show the boy this very present. Projections of pictures from the past appeared above the young men's heads. It's the present that Jaehwan lost, the people he cared about. It's all still there. If Jaehwan becomes the lieutenant general of the 9th region, he will be able to go there whenever he wants. Jaehwan gripped his sword with both hands. Yunhun himself asked what the young man was up to. The protagonist says he's not going back, he intends to move on. The monarch wondered, wouldn't the lad like to see people close to his heart? Is he going to give up so easily the real thing he's been striving for so long? Jaehwan thought that Sam Yunhun must be right. He really misses his close friends. The guy realized that he would like to see a lot of people. He is also human and has emotions. But whether it's past, future, or present, nothing matters in this world. Perhaps back on Earth, he would feel happy for a while. But why? The monarchs are going to cultivate the planet sooner or later anyway. Yunhong himself recognized this. After all, cultivation is the law of this world. Here, the cultivation of people is the order of the day. And it was far from just one person's fault. It's not the fault of the Cayman, who has forgotten the times when he was a product. It's not the siren's fault she was born and raised with that worldview in the tower. Even the angels and demons in charge of cultivation progress were not to blame. If anyone is to be blamed, it is the one who did not reject this way of thinking. The world itself is to blame. Jaehwan said that's why he has to destroy this world. Yunhun himself replied that it seemed childish. Everything the young man holds dear is part of this world. Is he ready to destroy it with his own hands? In fact, no system exists. It cannot even be touched, let alone destroyed. The system is part of nature. Jaehwan thought that he couldn't defeat this opponent alone. He has too little time to build up his strength. But he would succeed because of what brought him here. A red crystal appeared in the hero's hand. He decided that if he couldn't win with his own strength, he would borrow someone else's power. The kid cracked the crystal. A tornado formed around the hero. Jong-ho and Captain Carlton cried out in fear. What is happening? Yunhong himself thought. This guy had better silently follow them. There was nothing to be done now. He had crossed the chaos while being with a living being, so his brain was connected to his body. If Jaehwan died, his soul would return to his real body. This guy's soul will suffer, so we'll have to forcibly send him back to the Great Lands. However, the monarch noticed that strange metamorphoses began to happen to the body. What is it? What is this foreign energy? He didn't absorb the horn despite the foul energy. There will be a price to pay. What does he want? Jaehwan's appearance had changed considerably. He looked like a monster. He said that he hadn't seen vermin in a long time. This was the descent of the true body of the Disaster King. Had the god really been released? Yunhun himself said it's chaos. That's where Seol Ha is. But what's going on? Huge, aggressive monsters appeared in front of the monarch. How was the king sealed by the supreme monarchs of the 12 regions? It's definitely in the Akasha Chronicles. That's why he thought that bringing 100 monarchs was too much. The Akasha Chronicles are a lie. Now even the presence of the monarch of darkness beyond does not guarantee victory. We have to do whatever it takes to get out of here. Monarch said they're not going to. They just want to get their hands on the product. Disaster King said nothing would come of it. Yunhun himself recalled that the Disaster King had promised Big Brother not to interfere in the affairs of chaos. The king was angry. How dare a monarch speak that name in front of him? Yunhong himself apologized. But as far as he knew, that was why the king didn't choose a representative. King Catastrophe said this guy is not his representative. He's trying to protect his world at the cost of his own life. They made a contract. King Catastrophe said that this matter was not about Sam Yunhun. The king said that only one thing is clear to him. All these monarchs will die here. Yunhong himself became angry. Was King Catastrophe really going to break the promise he had made to Big Brother? The king replied that he had never done anything like that. Such is the power of his forces. There is nothing he can do about it. Yunhong himself initiated the gathering and ordered everyone to gather around him. The monarch said it is necessary to unite now. The king is using the dissension of a dead man to stay here. As powerful as he is, the vessel he descended into is an ordinary man's body. He'll fall soon. We have to make him exhausted. We have to keep him alive for 5 minutes. Emerald Beetle said he didn't want to mess with that monster. Yoon Hun himself can handle him himself and do what he wants. King Catastrophe asked Emerald Beetle, was he the one who explored the world and created the Soul Stone? They're fools if they're going to pass themselves off as gods. Do they really think they can get out of here? They don't even deserve to be dead. The king repeated that no one would get out of here alive. The king offered to look at the trouble they had caused. Yoon Hun himself couldn't even understand how it had happened. There was no sign of trouble. One of the monarchs shouted that if they continued to behave so miserably, they would die a stupid death. As the strategist said, they only needed to hold out for 5 minutes. The king assumed that there were brave men among the monarchs. Some of the monarchs tried to break through and destroy the monster's defenses. Yoon Hong himself thought that as long as the fighting spirit was alive among them, they had a chance to win. Losing a few people was better than losing everything. The monarch strategist has decided to strike a blow that will knock the king out, though no one knows how it will end. The king said he finds it interesting to watch monarchs tearing the hair out of their heads for survival. Well, sitting still is getting a little boring, he added. The king took the initiative and the monarchs were attacked. They didn't even realize what had just happened. Didn't they originally have a chance of defeating the catastrophe? Yun Hong himself recognized that King Catastrophe had emerged victorious, but he would not allow his opponent to achieve everything he wanted here. The king said he hasn't had this much fun in a long time, but using his powers is getting boring. Jae Huan thought his soul was controlling the king's powers, but everything seems fake. The power of the first awakened, the king, is far more powerful than destroying part of the world. He's in charge. This is definitely the last stage of growth. To reach it, you'll have to spend the rest of your life suffering. But even the king couldn't resist Big Brother. Our hero thought he still had a lot to learn. Jae Huan asked how much longer he could use that power. King Catastrophe replied that since the young man wasn't his representative, he could summon him 3 times. One summoning he had already used. The king said the young man would still have to call on him when he met Big Brother. Due to the use of its power, the soul of a person will lose its strength. Soon, the transformation into a dead man will begin. Jae Huan chose this path himself, so he must show what he can do. The man must keep his word. As soon as the connection was broken, our hero felt an unbearable pain in his chest. His body felt like it was about to be torn to pieces. Jae Huan thought that the closer the doom got, the fewer memories were left. Losing your memory is like losing yourself. By losing oneself, one becomes nothing. One becomes a dead man. Jae Huan thought with horror, could this be his fate as well? Our hero felt himself falling to the bottom while in some kind of liquid. The protagonist's memories filled his entire space. At one point, Jong-ho started shaking our hero and telling him to wake up immediately. Jae Huan opened his eyes and told the old man to stop shaking him. It makes you feel uncomfortable. The old man was glad that the caretaker had come to his senses. Jae Huan woke up. Jong-ho said it would be bad if the guy turned into a dead man. Jae Huan replied that he just knew. The divine medic would be able to awaken him with a dead man's punch. Our hero looked at the weapon lying next to him and asked, "Is it all over?" His men had suffered many losses, but many members of the expedition still made it through. They will always have new awakened ones. Everything will be all right after he's gone. Now even the monarchies won't stick their necks out in the chaos. The balance of power in the Great Lands has been upset, so they will put all their energies into solving the problems that have arisen. Chaos has finally found true freedom. However, the monarch was not about to let these plans come to fruition. The man shattered the remains of the cube in his hand and asked, "Did they really manage to get back here alive?" Jong-ho asked what he was trying to accomplish. Jae Huan replied that he risked his life for them, which was very important. The man said that all the souls in the chaos had died. Did the caretaker not get a single fruit from the Palace of Rebirth? Cayman asked, did he really use the single fruit to bring himself back to life? They just wanted their lives back. The man asked, how else can this be explained? Jürgen Cheever stated that it was necessary to remain calm. However, the public wondered where all the fruit had gone. Cheever realized that the people would not calm down. They were about to vent their frustration. Everyone wondered if the fortress keeper they had followed was human. When they saw the abilities of the fortress keeper, they decided to follow him in the hope of regaining their lives. They did not care at all about the changes in the world that the keeper was so eager to bring about. The fact that the caretaker is human, and the events that the crowd couldn't find an explanation for, all started with Jae Huan. The crowd really wanted an answer from the caretaker. Even Young Ho couldn't hold them back. Yun Hong himself thought that the caretaker was in a very miserable state. People are so agitated because of the confusion, but this skill just won't work like that. The jealousy and doubts accumulated over a long time caused this explosion of emotions. Perhaps they had needed a caretaker before. However, these people never trusted the caretaker. Now the question on everyone's mind was, what happened to the fruit? Why had the caretaker been deceiving them all this time? Yunhong himself thought that perhaps the man had thwarted his plans. But now it was time for him to face difficulties as well. Kamen wanted to tell the truth, but Jae Hwan took the sword in his hand and claimed that he was the one who destroyed all the fruits. People were surprised by Jae Hwan's action. Why did he do that? After all, he knew how much everyone needed the fruit. True life cannot be obtained through such fruits. If anyone in the Great Lands were to come back to life through the fruit, war would break out and everything would fall back into chaos. Our hero's associates wondered, what was he up to? Jae Hwan replied that if they wanted to know, they could take a look for themselves. Is that really a mind link? The disgruntled warrior said that the caretaker was really involved with them. He had been deceiving them all along. The warrior added that Jae Hwan used them to get to the fruit alone. Why is everyone keeping quiet? Jae Hwan said that he doesn't care at all about what true life is like. The protagonist raised his sword above his head and declared that the current reality is his life. Yoon Hoon himself gloated as he watched Jae Hwan's behavior, calling him absolutely crazy because he himself had cut off the connection to reason. People wondered, is the monarch Sam Yoon Hun still alive? The keeper of the fortress announced to everyone that he was going to the depths. From the very first day in the chaos, Jae Hwan had been treading this path completely alone. Captain Carl helped the young man up and supported him. Because of the wound, our hero was still not feeling well. Jürgen Cheever knelt down in front of the fortress keeper. No one said anything, but everyone was well aware that countless kings would soon appear in the chaos. However, for the inhabitants of chaos, there is only one king. The last king recognized by chaos, and he is leaving this land. A woman in a black cloak appeared and said with astonishment, "Is this really the chaos I remember?" The woman added that things have changed a lot here. 3 months after he left, she woke up and, thanks to Claire, learned of the changes affecting the lands of chaos. The agreement between the King of Men, the owners of the outlandish factory, and the King of Disaster was cemented by the unification of chaos. The United Chaos built a new fortress on the site of the factory. They called it Seize the Moment. Humans, dead men, and horned monsters feuding in the past now coexist peacefully. However, there's no way Mino can get used to it. Catch of the Moment began to flourish, and then hostile border units began to emerge. All of these people were from the Great Lands. Black Shadow Strategist Region 9 had suffered greatly due to the destruction of the monarch. Other regions took advantage of the situation and started a ferocious war. Now because of this, hundreds of monarchs are killed and sent into chaos every day. Fortunately, Jae Hwan left the Tower of Awakening to chaos. Chaos used it to create awakened ones who could stand up to the monarchs. Major generals with the supreme power of 10th stage adapters are still challenging opponents. So the factory owners came up with a brilliant solution. When monarchs die, they are summoned to a different place. They used to be summoned to the Palace of Rebirth, but the factory owners changed the location. Now they were being drafted into the Catch the Moment fortress. It seemed kind of ridiculous at first, but everything fell into place when Mino heard the reason. One of the monarchs said that they had already died. Is the Palace of Rebirth really gone? They heard a voice calling them insects. What was it? Who would have thought that after rebirth, a king would stand before them? By the king, they were destroyed. The change in the chaos, unchanged for thousands of years, would have been impossible without him. Mino stared at the image of the Disaster King in Jae Hwan's body. Mino thought as she woke up, she was holding a stone, the Stone of Return. Mino heard that on the day she left the outlandish factory, Jae Hwan visited her and put his hand on the stone. Why would he save chaos? He doesn't seem to like people, so he has no reason to show mercy. Perhaps there was some other reason. The girl wanted to know why he had saved the world. Mino wondered if the tower he had left behind would give her an answer. Mino saw the emotions on the faces of the people they entered the tower with. Now she began to understand these people better. Mino thought that Jae Hwan had talked a lot about the destruction of this world, yet he had left behind a ray of hope. Mino thought maybe this is a kind of world destruction. The girl sincerely hoped they would meet again. She didn't know if there was salvation in his world. However, Mino's imagination painted different pictures. It was an unrooted tree with bare branches. Thoughts of his world saved the girl from loneliness. After all, even if everyone gave up on the world, there would be the only one who would protect it to the very end. A world saved by one man. And its name is the world after destruction. The depths is also called Trees of Illusion. The terrain there is divided into sides. Each side is a unique world. The 7 great gods are the supreme deities who rule the worlds. So, what then is the most dangerous corner of the deep? There were times when the gods who were free from worries debated about it for hours. Some said that the most dangerous was the first side, created by Big Brother. Others insisted it was the fourth side, created by a mad god. But even these little gods are mythical creatures that are almost impossible to meet. There is another place that the gods are better off avoiding. This place is the eighth side, the Blue Forest. The goddess wanted an answer. Is there really a fishing spot here? The goddess confirmed this statement. Don't they believe her? The guy said he couldn't find it. Maybe he should go back. What happens if the Dark Soul shows up? The goddess asked. Does he really think the Dark Soul is so easy to meet? More than 100,000 years had passed since the fall of the three oldest gods. No matter how many followers they have, they must all be dead by now. But she's here, so there's nothing to worry about. The boy said that's what he was worried about. The goddess was surprised. What kind of hints are these? The boy asked if it was necessary to gather followers here. The goddess replied that she saw no other way out. The young man thought he had traveled with the goddess to this dark place just for them. In the deeps, the number of followers determines the power of a god. The more followers a god has, the more majestic he is. The more rare items and events he will have. But if a god has no followers, his world will start to disappear. The goddess said that otherwise their world would be destroyed. That's why they're here now. The young man asked if he could just lure people in with speeches. The goddess asked, has he forgotten how the newcomer he attracted stole their cellar and escaped? The goddess reminded them that this was not the end. Then the other god declared holy war on them, for they had poached his followers. Had he forgotten? Catching is a typical way to find followers. The principle is simple. You need to catch the souls of real people. The young man wondered, is there really a place around here? Usually public fishing spots are used, but sometimes you can find secret corners. The young man asked the goddess how she knew about him. The goddess replied that she had heard in Manura's shop. The goddess said she paid 300 to the goddess of luck, Manhwa, who owns a luck shop. The goddess noticed that Manevra's maps told her something. She would have good luck northwest of Caspian, in the deep forest near the water. This is the only suitable spot, and water is the sign of a fishing spot. The young man wondered, is that all? The goddess replied that Manevra had promised to meet someone important here. The young man suggested not wasting time and going back. The goddess agreed, thus admitting her mistake. The young man thought that was too harsh. The goddess must be desperate too, for she has no followers but him. It suggests that the goddess's world might be disappearing. The young man offered to look around some more. The goddess was pleased. The guy said he'd like to find a newcomer. Manevra tricked her, so now we have to make the best of it. The young man thought that every time he heard her voice, he became kinder because he remembered his little sister, whom he had lost a few years ago. She's the only one he has left after losing his family. He has to help her. A young man asked the goddess if she could smell water. The goddess replied that she had no nose, so she could not smell anything. The boy headed forward and told the goddess to follow him. She wondered, where is Runnard going? Ahead was a lake with a small waterfall. Runnard said they had found a place to fish. The goddess said they had succeeded. Runnard said that maybe they would actually find a new follower. Maybe the catch would be good. The goddess said they would gain a lot of followers and accumulate items. Runnard reminded that what matters most is his unique item and history. After an hour had passed, Runnard asked in surprise, does it always take so long? The goddess said, you have to wait a little longer. Catching souls is like catching time. 24 hours had passed. Runnard had lost all hope. Runnard offered to go back and give Manevra a beating. The goddess reminded him that Manevra was a high-ranking god. Runnard looked at the float of the fishing rod and thought they had found a fishing spot. But there was nothing here. Maybe this place has been abandoned for a long time. The goddess told Runnard that the float had moved. We should pay attention to that. Runnard yanked the rod and said he had caught a big one. The young man grabbed the rod with both hands and couldn't understand what was happening. Was someone so powerful on the hook? He hadn't realized that such powerful souls existed. It must be a Murim soul. The goddess said there's something wrong here. This soul is not from the frontier, it's from the chaos. This is not good. Runnard must take off his clothes. Runnard threw off his clothes and told the goddess to plug his story faster. Anderson's story was plugged in. The young man was pulling the fishing rod as hard as he could. The struggle with whoever was on the hook continued. However, the guy managed to pull out the catch. There was a man on the ground. What did they even catch? The goddess said this guy has the power of peace. Runnard looked at the man silently but with surprise. The goddess assumed that they had caught God. A young man lay unconscious on the shore. The goddess said that even if he wasn't a god, he looked a lot like one. Runnard said that he simply could not be a god. There are no gods with souls. All gods exist because of faith and can only manifest with the help of an avatar. This is one of the main laws of the depths. Runnard reminded himself that the goddess had taught him that herself. Could it be an avatar or a follower? If he's studying the power of the world, the goddess assumed that Runnard was now feeling something strange as well. Runnard wondered, who was he? Runnard said that, judging from her words, gods exist only in the depths. Otherwise, all the accumulated knowledge about followers and avatars would be meaningless. The goddess said there is a god in the chaos, and a pretty scary one at that. But he can't have an avatar, so that can be ruled out. Is this soul really from chaos? Goddess said that if it's not an avatar or a follower, then it's definitely God. Runnard asked the goddess to tell him everything, because she knew what was going on here. It was not for nothing that she said it was definitely a god. The goddess asked if Runnard had heard the story of the strong rat. Once upon a time, there was a unique rat who was very strong indeed. This rat did not eat leftovers, but hunted and foraged for its own food. Because of this, it gained incredible power. The rat has learned its strengths and weaknesses. This animal realized that it could stand up to even its greatest enemy, the cat. The animal was still a rat on the outside, but inside it was more than that. When this rat awakened, other rats began to fear it. The only animals that saw the rat as an equal opponent were cats. The goddess said that she called such rats awakened. They are beings who have surpassed themselves and reached the rank of God. Unique rats, creating and spreading their world. Beings who go against the system and are able to resist the predators, cats, with their own strength. The only beings who can gain divine power without losing their souls. These are the awakened ones. Runnard asked in surprise, so this guy is an awakened one? The goddess replied that the probability was quite high. Maybe this awakened one from the rift? What would they do with him? The goddess replied that first they had to figure out if he was a god or not. Either he will become a comrade, or he will have to be absorbed. We have to make sure of that before he comes to his senses. Runnard expressed the hope that he wasn't God after all. After all, if it's a person, it can become a new follower. He could even become an avatar. But if he has to be absorbed, he should not be angry. It is nothing personal. Devouring another god is not an uncommon occurrence in lawless corners like Caspian. It is forbidden in other places, but the only way to expand your world without gaining followers is to devour a god. Runnard said that he would hate to lose the comrade they had been looking for so long. If that person became an avatar, he would become a follower. Runnard was sure that an avatar with such power would be chased everywhere. The goddess would like that outcome too. Runnard touched the man's chest and felt something wrong. He told the goddess. There was no response, and Runnard thought the connection with the goddess was broken. Runnard asked for the goddess to give an answer. At that time, some men were following Runnard out of the forest. The young man thought it wasn't just a disconnect. He didn't feel her presence at all. What's really going on? The king of the dead said that one must follow a corridor to reach the depths. So this is the entrance to the depths? They say it is in the depths where the gods dwell. This place is feared by the monarchy. It's not a place to relax. Jae Hwan thought it was good that all his comrades were around. It was a pity that he couldn't take the Cayman. But it couldn't be helped. After all, the Cayman was the only one he could trust to wreak havoc. Young-ho wondered, what is this going on? Jae Hwan stopped feeling the presence of people. What is this? The young man didn't feel the energy of the disaster either. The girl appeared suddenly and asked, surprised, Jae Hwan? They haven't seen each other for a long time. This is their first meeting after the tournament. Jae Hwan thought it was the captain of the rift the old man was talking about. I think her name was Seol Ha. She's definitely not below the rank of lieutenant general. Jae Hwan asked what did she do? Seol Ha replied that she just turned the barrier around to talk to the young man. The assistant said that they're opposing the king, so the barrier won't last long. Seol Ha replied that she knows everything. Seol Ha said that the rift was curiously watching everything the young man was doing in chaos. But they didn't expect Jae Hwan to contact the king and destroy the monarchs. Jae Hwan asked as Seol Ha got to the heart of the matter. Seol Ha tells Jae Hwan to join the rift. The girl explained that they had left him because he aspired to almost the same things they did. However, they changed their minds when they saw the technique he had recently used. It's unclear where Jae Hwan learned it. The communication strike, better known as disconnect, can only be used in a rift, and by a holder of the rank of captain and above. Jae Hwan wondered if Seol Ha thought that this technique was only available to them. After all, others can use it too. Seol Ha replied that the technique is very dangerous and can destroy the soul. It's only used in Rift. Jae Hwan asked, so she wants him to join them or else he'll die. Our hero immediately said no. Seol Ha stated that she didn't come here to joke around. It was naive to think that a half-dead body would be able to resist her. The aide warned that the barrier would be gone soon, and not to get into a fight now. If they got hit by the comms, they'd be stuck here. Seol Ha wondered if this was a hint of defeat. The assistant explained that she didn't mean that at all. Seol Ha said that this guy will regret saying no. Jae Hwan was surprised. Would they really just leave like that? If he fights like this, he might be in danger. It's a good thing they're silently leaving. He figured he'd wasted too much time on her, and the entrance to the depths had probably already closed. Jae Hwan assumed that the others were already inside. If he went there again, he would probably meet them in the depths. The only question was how to get there. The protagonist's body did not obey. Fatigue accumulated. It seemed about to pass out. The king's voice said that the young man was very weak now and should follow the light. Jae Hwan wondered, what did that mean? The voice explained that he would soon realize everything, and if he was lucky, he would wake up already in the depths. Jae Hwan felt his body weakening, his consciousness fading away, as if he was underwater. He felt at peace, as if he had turned into a fish. Ahead, he saw light a last chance. Jae Hwan decided that he would get out by all means. The girl leaned over him and yelled for him to wake up immediately. Jae Hwan thought, where is he? It's not like the depths. Everything seemed familiar. This was his world. The girl asked if he'd heard. It was all his fault. What to do now? Jae Hwan wondered. Who was she? Why is she making such a loud noise? What had she forgotten in his world? He asked who she was and how she got here. The girl replied that he should not act arrogantly and introduced herself. Anderson, the goddess of the depths. Anderson said this guy just consumed her. Jae Hwan wondered, how come he absorbed her? Anderson replied, he has to figure it out for himself now. He asked in what way. Anderson tearfully asked to save her only follower. At that time, Runnard shouldered the man and tried to get away from his pursuers. Runnard looked around and realized things were bad. The men who had been following them in the forest suddenly appeared and demanded that they hand over their catch. It happened just when the goddess was not around. Retreating, Runnard found himself on the edge of a cliff. The pursuers said the guy was trapped and wasn't going anywhere. One of them repeated the demand to hand over the boy. Runnard recognized the leader as Scythe Belkane. It was the Scythian lord and mid-level god, Belkane, who was recruiting traitors. There were rumors that they had already moved to Caspian. But who would have thought that they would reach the forgotten Blue Forest? Runnard said it was his goddess. Belkane stated that they saw the guy breaking the rules by doing the catching. He should let him go and leave. Runnard thought that if he left the boy, he would lose the goddess. He who loses his god loses his mind and becomes a monster roaming forgotten places. And that's what Runnard feared most. He remembered that Anderson was the only goddess who came to his aid in the deeps. Belkane approached with a menacing look. Couldn't the boy hear him? Runnard put the man on the ground and said he wouldn't give him up for anything. Belkane shoved Runnard and stepped on his chest, stating that he'd have to make the guy leave. He swung his arm to strike, but the unexpected happened. Belkane's arm flew aside and fell to the ground. The man Runnard had fished out rose to his feet. The guy said he was wearing at least some clothes in the chaos. Belkane asked who he was and ordered his companions to destroy him. Jae Hwan put out his sword and began to fight back. Anderson wondered, where did nudity come from? The story came down to her from the most ancient gods. God is powerful, but eccentric. This god was cruel, merciless, and hated clothes. No one was allowed to appear before him clothed. Usually, one would run past him holding his clothes and warning those around him. Runnard thought he was some kind of pervert. Anderson said he had his own philosophy. God believed that clothing breeds duplicity and pretense. The main thing is that the real fight starts when he takes everything down. Jae Hwan asked Runnard if he was a follower of Anderson. He asked the guy for a favor to get her out of his head. The hero used doubt and saw the world entity take the form of history. Is the increase of power the power of nakedness? Anderson responded that it was more like undressing. Nudity and the process of removing clothes are different things. Jae Hwan didn't feel any spiritual energy. This world was very different from chaos. Anderson asked, did he just choose to ignore her? In the chaos, spiritual energy was used to activate skills. But in the depths, everything is ruled by the power of peace hidden in the soul. The hero knew this thanks to Mulark's notes. But in practice it felt completely different. Runnard asked God to take him as a follower. Jae Hwan replied that he wasn't God. Anderson wondered, what's wrong with Runnard? Is he willing to betray her? Runnard was sure Anderson didn't mind. She had told him not to think of accepting this young man as a follower. Jae-hwan told them both to shut up. In the Great Lands, each monarch has his own region, and in the depths, each god has his own earth. The difference is that the gods in the depths manage their lands far more carefully than monarchs do. They call them pages. There are both huge pages belonging to high-ranking gods and tiny ones the size of a village. They are run by middle or lower-ranked gods. Jae-hwan clarified. So it turns out the page is just a certain corner of the earth? Runnard explained. What is earth to the lower and middle gods is sanctuary to the higher gods. Across the page, high-ranking gods can open their own world. This is their weapon. Jae-hwan thought that the chaos catastrophe might have been one of those pages. So there are gods here whose power is comparable to that of the king. High-ranking gods have a hard time spreading their power across the page, so they create stories. Runnard added that undressing is also one of those stories. Runnard declared that Jae-hwan was God, but the latter asked again not to call him that. Runnard asked, "Is Mr. Jae-hwan going to destroy Anderson?" The hero thought the guy was only following him out of fear of losing his goddess. Anderson also asked, "Is he really going to destroy her?" The goddess noticed that she was consumed by this man's unique world, and he could block the exit at any moment. She added that she expected it, felt it from the first moment she got here. Anderson never imagined that the man would turn out to be the very slayer of monarchs. Jae-hwan also had vague memories of the takeover. He remembered his first meetings with Anderson. Jae-hwan wondered, was Anderson really once a cultivator? So why did she need to become a god? Anderson replied that it would sound like a pathetic excuse, but all gods lose their memories of the times when they were cultivators, so it never happened. Because she didn't remember it? Anderson realized what he was getting at. She didn't deny that she'd done terrible things in the past. The hero recalled Mulark's words about higher beings like angels and demons being born to become cultivators, being that they may not have had a choice. But he wasn't making excuses for anyone. Anderson said he could destroy her, but must take Runnard as his follower. Jae-hwan wondered, did Anderson really care about the guy? It didn't make sense to him. She didn't ask for understanding. She just didn't want the young man to be lost because of her past. He probably doesn't understand why this former product was there for him. But not all gods meet his expectations. Anderson said her reasons for living change, but the emotions remain. They belong only to her. Suddenly, Runnard coughed up blood. What's happening to his body? Anderson said his soul was going dark. Jae-hwan remembered that the owners of the outlandish factory were called Dark Souls. Barring exceptions like Aniak, most Dark Souls were just monsters who had lost their minds to despair. He thought that if he didn't help Runnard, he too would turn into a monster. Anderson begged to help the young man. The goddess said that Runnard is just as human as Jae-hwan. Jae-hwan was surprised. She called him a human? Was he worthy of such a title? Anderson said there's no time. We have to help Runnard. Jae-hwan asked what he should do. She replied, take the guy as a follower. The goddess added, if he wanted to, he could erase her from his memory forever. She would not resist. Jae-hwan said it would be better if she kept her promise. Runnard opened his eyes and wondered, where is he? This is not Caspian. What is this place? Followers can see the world of their god, and how they perceive it depends on God himself. Runnard thought that Goddess Anderson's world was like a fairy tale. So this was Mr. Jae-hwan's world? The young man wondered, had Jae-hwan really taken him on as a follower? He saw a huge tree in front of him. The world seemed dark to him. The young man fell motionless. The protagonist thought the man had fainted. Anderson said that Runnard was too young for such horrors. Jae-hwan brought him to his senses and reminded him that Runnard himself had wanted to become a follower, had made the decision himself. Our hero remarked that it was time for them to hit the road. Anderson wondered, so the man wasn't going to get rid of her? Didn't they agree that if Jae-hwan helped, she'd let him get rid of her? Jae-hwan says he's changed his mind. Now Anderson has to prove that she deserves to live. The goddess replied that she would certainly prove it. Caspian, the 84th gate. Our hero found himself in front of them. Jae-hwan noticed that everyone was looking at him in surprise. Is everything okay? Runnard said that the deeps respect any stories. Jae-hwan asked, even walking around naked? Jae-hwan thought they might be right. Humans are different from gods. It's a good thing Captain Carlton isn't here. Jae-hwan wondered, was this really the norm here? Our hero decided that the depths was an awesome place to be. Jae-hwan saw a man handcuffed together. He was also unclothed. The man who met Runnard and Jae-hwan was amazed. Who could come up with a story that gives reinforcement when naked? These perversions are necessary to rejoice quietly in their unique world. What were they doing outside? Anderson said it was weird. They had a pretty normal story. She was definitely registering the plot. Jae Hwan thought he would finish Anderson off. The aide informed the captain that the man was telling the truth. There were records of the story with the exact date. The captain was surprised. Is there really a record? According to the document, it used to be the story of a highly ranked god. Anderson said the story now belongs to an ordinary god. The captain asked, "Is Anderson in front of him and a follower behind him?" That's exactly what the notes say about it. His world power is different, and there is information about only one follower. Anderson told Jae Hwan to agree immediately, or there would be trouble. Jae Hwan agreed. The captain was right and could let them go. Runnard noticed that even among the followers there is a hierarchy based on the rank of the god. He is a follower of a high-ranked god, so he should be polite. Jae Hwan thought he didn't care about such matters. Runnard asked him to be quiet. He'd handle it himself. After a while, our hero said that they had somehow managed to get through. Runnard didn't expect the captain to be such a man. Usually, no one interferes in the stories of other gods. Anderson reminded him that Jae Hwan wasn't the real god. If he was alone, he definitely wouldn't have snuck in here. Anderson said the real gods include those who are not in the Akasha records. Big Brother. Usually after becoming a god, registration is automatic, but Jae Hwan's case is different. The Big Brother factions never recognize him as a god. Jae Hwan said that this world is a very troubled world. The man shouted for everyone to speed up. The gods are waiting. A man with a whip in his hand said that the slowest ones would be sold into slavery. Jae Hwan asked Runnard who these people were. Runnard assumed they were new souls caught fishing. It would be nice to auction them off, but they'd have to serve time in prison first. Anderson said it may seem inhumane, but they have their reasons. If the recently captured souls don't find God, they will go insane. Usually the souls that pop up are the ones that wander around the Tree of Illusion. Jae Hwan pushed the rock with his foot. Anderson said that on rare occasions, souls who died in the Tower of Nightmares resurface. Runnard noticed that Jae Hwan had stopped and asked what was wrong. Jae Hwan saw the young man and asked what Kim Yoon Hwan was doing here. Kim Yoon Hwan was handcuffed, so his soul was caught too. All the captives were sent to serve their sentences, and the gates were closed behind them. One person asked a colleague if he had spotted anyone. The latter replied that everyone looked miserable, most likely to end up on the market. Jae Hwan asked Anderson how many followers he could take. The goddess replied that you can take as much as you want, but you can't say he wants to save his friend. That's exactly what Jae Hwan wanted to do. The man inquired, "Are they from an unorthodox faction, from Pangaea?" The man said it's not the Central Plains, and it's certainly not Murim. It's not some notorious Pangaea or Astrium. Kim Yoon Hwan thought it was a damp and gloomy isolation room. How did it get this way? He got here a week ago. Tried to figure out what happened, but he can't remember anything. What's he doing here? The world wasn't destroyed? Kim Yoon Hwan said he didn't know that name. Jae Hwan. Kim Yoon Hwan was attacked by the coldness of the depths, and now he can't remember anything. Fragile as glass, anxiety hovers in the air, as if it is about to shatter. It's like an insect waiting to explode in the midst of chaos. Kim Yoon Hwan involuntarily muttered Jae Hwan's name. It's like he's saying God's name. The guard called the number of the prisoner, Kim Yoon Hwan, and told him to come out. God is calling him. The girl in the back was also told to get out. Kim Yoon Hwan has been brought to the right place. The man had been confirmed that these people had come out of the tower. Confirmation came from the Nightmare Association. The woman only made it to the 74th floor, but she's very nice. This guy didn't manage to clear the tower, but he made it to the 99th floor. This is a purchase you won't regret. The buyer wondered, shouldn't it cost less? The seller replied that they were following the orders of the Nightmare Association. Only these two people had memory problems. The seller wished good luck and left the buyer alone with Kim Yoon Hwan and the girl. The man told Kim Yoon Hwan to follow him. Jae Hwan grabbed his sword and said he was going. Anderson objected. It shouldn't be done. Jae Hwan wondered, why was she stopping him? Anderson said that he was going to blow the entire detention center to smithereens. Jae Hwan stated that he just wanted to save his friend. The goddess noticed that it was the same thing. Does the young man have any idea how many high-ranked gods there are here? Moreover, there's even a World Energy Suppression Bureau here. This bureau is set up to keep the pages safe, so no god or avatar will be able to use their story's combat abilities in the center of Caspian. Jae Hwan stated that it wouldn't stop him. Anderson warned again that it wouldn't even work to fight here. The man in front of the doors said it was forbidden to enter this place. Jae Hwan replied, telling the man to move aside. Our hero added that he came here for a friend. The man repeated, "This is a restricted area. Does the guy only understand the bad way? Jae Hwan thought of Kim Yoon Hwan, that comrade who had climbed to the 99th floor with him. But then why didn't he go back in time like everyone else? What happened to him? Our hero noticed that he could not feel the energy of the world. What's the matter? Jae Hwan thought that someone was disturbing him. However, when he looked around, he didn't see anyone. The guard said, "If this guy's done with this nonsense, he should get out of here. Where did these guys come from anyway?" Anderson recalled what she had said before. You can't fight here. If a person tried to use the power of the world, the big story, created by the Bureau of Suppression, would apply the seal of the world's energy to seal their powers. Anderson suggested going to the big building before helping a friend. The goddess added that it would be considerably smarter than mindlessly breaking somewhere. Caspian, Bureau of Peace Energy Suppression. Agitated people run to the central office. What's going on? The gate to the lockup appeared to be unauthorized. The director of the bureau and his assistant saw many deactivated people lying in the isolation room. The disappearance of about 80 followers was revealed. What happened here? The deputy reported that a strange energy was seen near the isolation center. The World Energy Seal is a story supported by 100 followers serving various gods. Since the bureau's inception, there has never yet been a time when history has been disrupted so badly. The danger level has been raised to 8. A month ago, something happened that made half of his followers unconscious. It was a fierce battle between avatars and high-ranking gods, but it wasn't that bad. The director said it was necessary to request reinforcements. The energy level of the world must be at least 3, so a battalion would be needed. The assistant asked who to ask for reinforcements from. The director replied that we should ask for reinforcements from the highest-ranked gods. Jae Hwan told the companions that they were already at the location. Anderson confirmed, "This is the same building. There was an auction house in front of our hero. There was a good chance that Jae Hwan's friend was there." Anderson told Jae Hwan to listen to her carefully. "We need to go inside first." Jae Hwan decided that he would act depending on the situation. Anderson forgot that her ID was out of date. The guard warned that gods without ID were not allowed to enter the auction house. Anderson said, "If the young man has at least 5 followers, a temporary license could be obtained." Runnard was trying his best to gain followers. Jae Hwan thought he was doing a pretty good job. The guy had already gotten pretty good at it. He's definitely more useful than Anderson. The man asked Runnard, "Is this some kind of new world?" Runnard confirmed. If the man followed them, he would gain many benefits while becoming a highly ranked follower. The person asked, "What is this world, and what is its history? Why is the avatar completely naked?" Jae Hwan held out his hand to the follower candidate and said that he was about to show everything. The man took our hero by the hand and saw a completely different world around him. The candidate was frightened and experienced shock. Runnard said the man had lost consciousness. Anderson said that they definitely won't gain followers that way. Jae Hwan suggested that they'd have to force their way in. The goddess said that it can't be solved that way. The young man should reconsider his view of the world. Most of the followers of the depths live ordinary lives, but Jae Hwan's view of the world is too bleak. It's already hard enough for them. Who would want to make their lives harder? Anderson stated that we need to make the world a more joyful place. She can lend her view of the world. Her world is called the world of nakedness. In this marvelous place, all followers are naked. The only drawback is the creepy men who appear there periodically, but it's not taboo there. Anderson said it's a fairy tale for adults. If the young man doesn't want to change his view of the world, he won't find any followers at this rate. Jae Hwan said that he won't change his view of the world. Jae Hwan thought that he would watch for a while longer. If nothing changes, he'll just break through. Anderson suggested planting flowers and trees. That way his world would be more beautiful. People passing by were perplexed. Where did all the souls who entered the isolation ward this week go? Is it because week is now the universe? Most likely, all the souls from the public fishing grounds would end up there. Jae Hwan overheard this conversation. Jae Hwan stopped the man and told him to repeat, "Where will all the souls from the fishing grounds go?" Runnard couldn't believe he was in this place. Jae Hwan thought that these people must have been talking about this very place. Jae Hwan inquired, "Where did this come from?" Anderson said that the depths are great and varied, so it's full of crazy people. Among them are those who wish to feel the pain of the product. Having been to so many amazing worlds, sometimes you begin to miss something simple. Our hero didn't expect to see a Tower of Nightmares here. Jae Hwan saw the words on the screen and thought he had encountered them before in the records of the depths. Long ago, a tower was built with the purpose of reaching the top of the Tree of Illusion. The tower was created specifically for the old nightmare to challenge to the end of the world. It was the Tower of Ideals, the meta-universe. Jae-hwan thought that this tower was the meta-universe. Our hero asked the goddess what she knew about this tower. Anderson replied that the worst gods lived there. The goddess added that when she went there, she lost everything she had. Jae-hwan saw the guard who was leading the captured souls. Could it be that Kim Yoon-hwan was among them? Jae-hwan said that the guy walking past the auction house was right. Anderson warned beforehand that it wasn't worth wasting energy. The young man hadn't forgotten about the Suppression Bureau, had he? Looking at the captives, our hero asked what would happen to them. The goddess replied that they would probably become puppets in the hands of the gods. That's what they call avatars who have lost their souls. All the puppets in this tower lose their minds and become the playthings of the gods. But don't gods tend to gain as many followers as possible? Anderson said that the gods who dwell in this tower hate followers. Jae-hwan asked the goddess how he could save his friend. Anderson replied that he would die if he went there. The goddess added that if he wants to save his friend, he must take part in the events of the meta-universe and reach the 7th floor. The puppet auction starts on the 7th floor, but it's very dangerous, so you better think twice. Runnard said you had to buy a ticket to get through, and showed where the entrance was. Runnard remarked that it could be dangerous. Jae-hwan stated that he was going to get there anyway. Runnard said that the goddess Anderson had something to do with this auction. The guard said that admission for a day costs 50 ver. If you bought a week's ticket, it would cost 250 ver. Runnard said that vir is the currency of the deeps. It is the materialized faith of followers. Anderson said that's the kind of faith she's not going to give away. Jae-hwan received a small advance from the goddess. The boy wondered, is that really all? Runnard said, 200 vera here is 2 tickets for 2 days. The warning said that if the paid period comes to an end and is not renewed, the visitor becomes a puppet. Jae-hwan thought Anderson had told him about that. The duty officer showed our hero where to go and through which gate. The man will get a lightning strike if he tries to get through the upper gate, so it's better not to risk it. Runnard couldn't believe they were going there. It was his first time here, and that's why everything seemed so exciting. Goddess Anderson had always forbidden him to go near the tower before. Jae-hwan saw the hooded girl and thought her face was familiar to him. Anderson asked if the young man realized the reality. Is he really going to compete against those monsters? And that's not all. He has no idea how powerful the tower gods are. Jae-hwan stated that he was going anyway. Anderson couldn't understand. Is the man not joking? Anderson is a cultivator who once ran the Tower of Nightmares. For some reason, she hates that tower with all her heart. Jae-hwan asked the goddess if she really lost everything in that tower. Our hero added that in such a case we should return the loot. The director asked the aide if he was sure they were going the wrong way. The assistant said that this is where the reaction was seen. It's faintly traceable, but they're trying to track the story. It's a force of peace, presumably level 8. However, no further traces were found. The deputy said he brought in a witness who was nearby at the time of the incident. The witness said he did not see any fight, but suddenly a naked pervert appeared and made a fuss. The director asked if there were any victims. The witness said that he was just holding a sword. The director asked when this was and if he could look at the CCTV footage. The CCTV footage was immediately presented. The video indeed showed a naked man with a sword in his hand. The deputy said the timing matches perfectly with the time of the incident. The headmaster couldn't believe it. A level 8 warning had arisen because he had just picked up a sword? I'd like to agree and say it's impossible. But the depths is a place where inexplicably strong people meet, so anything is possible here. A month ago, an awakened child appeared, poached the followers of all the high-ranking gods, and disappeared without a trace. The director asked why the video was of such poor quality. There was no response. The interference that appeared on the video is something only a god of high rank could cause. At worst, it's the work of a vassal of the 7 great constellations. But such help would have been detected by the inspection center long ago. Any inspection captains who have noticed anything unusual in the last few days should be rounded up. The aide brought one such captain to the principal. The inspection captain said he saw a strange naked avatar talking about worldviews all the time. But he was a newcomer and a follower of a low-ranking god, so they didn't pay attention to him. The director thought that this avatar's nudity was part of the worldview. Is the name of that god really Anderson? The director asked where Anderson's avatar was last seen. The assistant replied, at the entrance to the meta-universe. The director thought it had been a very long time and people had completely forgotten about Anderson's nudity. The director said that if Avatar Anderson is really here, a disaster on the scale of Caspian is coming. Jae-hwan approached the entrance to the meta-universe. Anderson had warned that they didn't belong here, and neither did Runnard. The goddess stated that she wasn't going to help the man, and then there was no need to complain. Jae-hwan thought that Anderson could do whatever he wanted. He'd be fine without her help. The hero told the goddess to keep quiet. Anderson noticed that he had chosen the wrong path. She said to take the right side. Jae-hwan was surprised. Didn't she say she wouldn't help? It sounds like she's been reborn. But in reality, she's more of a dropout than a reborn. This information about her failures might be useful to them. Anderson warned that the right road would be faster. Jae-hwan replied that the most important thing was that her words were of some use. The goddess demanded silence. He was depending on her now and she had no choice. Some kind of message appeared, but Jae-hwan couldn't make anything out. Anderson explained that the awakened person was unable to see the system. Then the goddess decided to share her eyes with the young man. He would be unlucky if he didn't read the message. Jae-hwan wondered, is this the first floor? But he couldn't see anything. Runnard remarked that one should pay attention to space. The system reported that the person was a passenger on the first floor of the metabus. The hero is now in a safe zone. The power of peace is displayed in the real world and is available to everyone. The system reported that the person didn't have a rank yet. They needed to estimate the strength of the world. Jae-hwan wondered, is it possible to count power? Isn't it similar to spiritual energy? The system reported that it was not possible to measure the force. Anderson explained that the awakening had affected the system data. Metabus is divided into 10 floors. After completing a task on one floor, you can move on to the next. A person can earn and spend faith, currency, to buy items and enhance their view of the world. Passengers may use the parking lots to descend to lower floors, but a fine will be charged for moving more than one floor. Each floor has a boarding bell. You can press it, but they charge a fee of 1,000 ver and half of the floor's earnings for use on the 6th floor and below. Only 9 people can be on a floor, and only they will be allowed to challenge the final floor. A passenger who has reached the last floor will be able to request anything from the metabus host, the driver. Jae-hwan didn't see anything unusual and thought he had 3 tasks in this tower: to rescue Kim Yoon-hwan on the 7th floor, to try out the unique fighting techniques of the gods, and to find out how to get to the top of the Tree of Illusion by finding the clue left by the morgue at the end of the tower. According to the records, the morgue was already here. The girl said hello and introduced herself. This is Renee, who is once again trying to climb to the top of the metabase. She added that she doesn't have any subscribers, so it's not an advertisement. Renee was thankful to be compared to Serena. She's a huge fan. Renee said she had prepared a lot of interesting things, and among other things introduced a newcomer, the kind you rarely see here. She offered to socialize with the newbies because they keep looking at her. Renee stated that she had questions for the newcomer, but she shouldn't be afraid of the first interview. Ms. Renee gave the newcomer 100 ver. If he answered all the questions, he'd get more. Anderson advised that she agreed, and Runnard seconded her. Jae-hwan thought he didn't care about faith, but if it's live, it might help find Kim Yoon-hwan. Renee inquired about the newcomer's name and why he went to the metabasis. Jae-hwan introduced himself and said he came to save a friend. Renee wondered, had the newcomer gone to such a dangerous place for a friend? It was very touching. Renee added that she couldn't pass up a man with a story like that. She asked if the newcomer wanted to team up. It's very dangerous here, and it's better for a newcomer to have an experienced comrade. Renee warned that there were plenty of scary creatures around, destroying for pleasure and not to mess with them. Such actors are extremely dangerous. They are unstoppable. She asked if the newcomer realized how dangerous it was here and reminded him that it was wise to team up. Jae-hwan thanked her for the advice. Jae-hwan asked how Renee was different from the others, if she could be trusted. Renee said the newcomer is very bright. The girl admitted that the newcomer might not believe her, for if the gods asked her to betray him, she would. But if he joins, she'll help him find a friend. The system reported that the first floor of the metabase would open in 5 minutes. Renee asked what floor the friend was on. Jae-hwan replied, on the 7th floor. Renee wondered if he had become a puppet. Would a newcomer be able to reach the 7th floor? Renee smiled and asked if the newcomer's boyfriend was handsome. Jae-hwan was surprised. What kind of questions are these? Renee explained that beautiful puppets can make it to the 8th or even 9th floor, so it could be higher. Renee noticed that the newcomer definitely needed her. There wasn't much time left. A decision had to be made after all. An experienced companion would be needed. Anderson noted that Renee looked strange. Jae-hwan asked when the goddess was last here. Anderson replied, about 500 years ago. Anderson warned Renard not to mindlessly accept gifts from strangers. Renee said that Runnard could buy whatever he wanted. Anderson wondered, did he really want to continue the journey with this girl? Anderson advised caution. This girl has a suspicious energy. Renee is definitely from another universe. The system reported that the entrance would open in 1 minute. Renee said time was almost up. So, they're a team? Anderson noted that there was something about this girl that bothered her. Renee suggested that we switch to you. Jae-hwan refused. Renee said that the newcomer was very rude and was being disrespectful herself. Renee asked, "Thank you, how old is the newcomer?" Our hero replied, 2,000. The girl did not believe and said that in that case she was 20,000. Jae-hwan wondered, "Isn't she joking?" Renee asked, "If you don't believe it, how old would you give her?" The system invited everyone to the first floor of the metabase. Those present expressed the hope that it would not be difficult. The girl inquired, "What's it like for the young man on the first floor?" That change is the planet outside. Nightmares love that place. She had been there several times and each time had a strange feeling. Don't those tall buildings look marvelous? Jae-hwan didn't think that the first floor's furnishings would be the same as on Earth. Runnard said that he had seen this place before when he was studying different worldviews at the Forge. In this world he becomes a hunter and slays monsters. Jae-hwan thought he heard about the hunters from Kim Yoon-hwan. He wasn't really interested in it, so he didn't question it. He should have been more careful. Renee said that he was lucky. Usually in such worlds the tasks are to destroy monsters. There was nothing difficult about it. It wasn't that hard to do. The difficulty depends solely on the monster. With weak monsters, it's very simple. The participants decided that the first floor was very easy. Even if they only fought against goblins, no one would be able to take credit. Everyone expected to take the first place. Here you can get the achievement for mass destruction of goblins. You need to hurry up. One of the participants has already been rewarded for the first elimination. Renard asked what Jae-hwan was waiting for. Renee added that everyone else had already gone ahead. Jae-hwan says he's still here for the same reason as Renee. Renee said that this newcomer is really very bright. He should not act rashly before the floor assignment is announced. The system reported that first floor passenger diners commanded the top spot in points. The participants said that the first 2 passengers had already scored the most points. If we don't hurry, there won't be a goblin left for them. One of the contestants placed a goblin in the water and wanted to see how long it would last. The gods like a spectacle. One participant asked if the gods were curious about what a roasted goblin smelled like. Some of the gods were interested. Jae-hwan said that things are getting heated. Why are they going this far? Renee replied that the goblins have done a lot of damage to everyone, so everyone hates them. The gods will applaud if a human is destroyed by a passing goblin. They're just going to try to gain faith. Renee remarked that she wasn't going to make money that way. Participants were familiarized with the mission of the first floor. Renee said it wasn't what she expected. Usually there is some kind of trap behind such missions. Runnard assumed it was just a goblin hunt. Renee remarked that with such a mission, it was better to hunt separately. Runnard decided to look around. Jae-hwan said they could do whatever they wanted. Renee said goodbye and said they would see each other again. She also advised her companions not to get killed. Runnard said he would go first. Anderson told Jae-hwan not to worry. Runnard is a great runner. He'll be fine. Jae-hwan thought that he needed to find someone as soon as possible. It was necessary to collect 10 tokens. However, there weren't many goblins left. The protagonist has activated the first stage of awakening, doubt. The second stage of awakening is realization. Anderson said the awakened have an advantage. One of the contestants shouted that he was the first to make a 10. The other said he was almost there too. The system reported that the beast target passenger was the first to get 10 tokens. He claimed the reward for completing the mission. The participants said that it was necessary to fight to the last goblin, to work hard until all goblins were exterminated. The system reported that a goblin with 10 tokens had appeared. Many people paid attention to what was above the head of one of the participants. The young man wondered, why had he become a marked goblin? There was a crystal above his head. The contestants with weapons in their hands approached the marked crystal. Suddenly, a goblin with more than 10 tokens appeared. Someone had said that it was necessary to catch people with a token above their heads. People were screaming to corral them. Participants would approach the tagged person and say it was time to finish him off. The unfortunate one said that if he was destroyed, they too would become goblins. The participants said they had to hold out for at least 20 more minutes. We need to deal with this and move on. The young man shouted that he would give up all the tokens and threw them aside. Many people began to collect the tokens. Runnard spotted Jae-hwan and waved at him. Anderson was overjoyed. Runnard said cheerfully that he had collected 9 tokens. Runnard didn't realize that he was in danger. The crystal appeared above his head. The system reported that a goblin with more than 1 token had appeared. Everyone who collected tokens became tag holders over their heads. Jae Hwan thought that one could become a goblin even if they didn't collect 10 tokens. But it didn't say that you could only become a goblin if you collected more than 10 tokens. The mission of the first floor is to destroy goblins and collect 10 tokens. The first floor was originally created for passengers to fight among themselves. One of the participants wondered, did he really become a goblin just because he collected tokens? Runnard was also surprised. The contestants approached Runnard and demanded to hand over their tokens. Jae Hwan walked up to Runnard and told him to wait behind him. Our hero grabbed his sword. Players wondered, what is this newcomer doing? Does he even have tokens? What god does he serve? Jae Hwan counted about 12 people in front of him. That was enough to test the forces in the depths. Anderson assumed that something was about to happen. The participant said that Runnard should just give up the tokens if he doesn't want to die. At the same moment, the players were attacked by our hero. Everything happened lightning fast. Everyone present was deactivated and calling for help. Jae Hwan and Runnard were the only ones left standing. Runnard recognized these people and told Jae Hwan about it. One must be careful because there are many here who destroy for pleasure. Runnard remembered the moment when he was chased after catching souls. One must avoid meeting these individuals at all costs. Otherwise, there's a good chance they'll be followers of a high-ranking god. Anderson said these guys are apostles. They're stronger than the followers, but weaker than the avatars. Someone from the apostles used a token scanner. They determined that the guy behind had 9 tokens, but the one in front had none. So we have to get rid of the loser and take the young man with the tokens. The apostles attacked our hero without a second thought. Jae Hwan effectively repelled the attack using his sword. The apostles were armed with scythes. The main characteristic of the scythe is physical strength, but apostles can use melting. The attacker was perplexed. His opponent's sword should have melted. However, he himself could not reach his weapon. Jae Hwan said that this apostle was in front of him and advised him to eat better in the future. Observers were interested in, what is this participant's story? How much power of peace does he have? However, there was no way to measure the power of peace. Jae Hwan thought that the opponents were acting rather careless. Why are they all saying the same thing? One of the apostles, looking at our hero, suggested that he knew him. Recently, low-ranking followers have been noticed, and this naked guy is probably one of them. The apostle said, if a newcomer dares to go against his men, he must be prepared to deal with the consequences. Anderson said, this is the main avatar of Belkane. He is much stronger than the other followers. God Belkane felt Jae Hwan looking at him. The god Belkane was not satisfied with our hero. Jae Hwan thought, is this really God? Jae Hwan wondered if his energy sensor had rusted. The young man couldn't determine his opponent's power level. Anderson said that the main avatar could use about 90% of his god's strength. Since there was a big difference between low-ranked and mid-ranked gods, it was best to avoid fighting them. Jae Hwan thought Anderson wanted to see him fight. Anderson agreed that she wanted to see Runnard's abusers suffer. Even more, she wants to see how strong the awakened one she's chosen is. I'd like to know the truth about him being a destroyer of monarchs, and gauge the odds of him getting revenge on the tower. A little brother message has appeared in the sky. The newcomer god is supporting Avatar Belkane. Anderson wondered why they were seeing it. Jae Hwan realized how he should act and decided it was time to act. Anderson tried to hold him back. Chief Avatar Belkane realized that his opponent was not aiming for a constructive conversation. He ordered his men to destroy this naked man. However, Jae Hwan proved unapproachable. Moreover, he counterattacked effectively. Renee thought it looked like it was going according to a script. Some of the gods wondered, what kind of silly lie is this? Renee says all that matters now is that Diener is the avatar of Belkane. People call him the Avatar of Advancement. They are what is known as an Annihilation Squad, a rank of people who are always seeking annihilation. They serve the middle-ranked god Belkane and always start from the first floor. Renee said she hates bumping into them. They're just disgusting. The flame god Ignis assumed that Jae Hwan was hiding his powers, but it's impossible for a follower to hide his power. The spiritual weapon in Jae Hwan's hands was incredible, but such a replica could be found anywhere nowadays. Jae Hwan was surrounded, and it seemed like he was about to die. Could he hide his power? If he's hiding his power like that, it looks very suspicious. What's he up to? Another member showed up and decided it was time to help. However, confronting our hero was not easy. When the smoke cleared, the apostles lay defeated all around. They had been severely deactivated. Renee and Runnard thought that Jae Hwan was really hiding his strength. There were still 10 minutes to go, and Avatar Belkane was trying to figure out who was in front of him. The opponent thought that this guy was able to deactivate 5 apostles and a mid-ranked god at once with one lunge. Jae Hwan assumed that a middle-ranked god could withstand a normal lunge. Many gods couldn't believe Jae Hwan's victory. Many gods turned their attention to the battle. Avatar Belkine thought that he wasn't going to waste so much energy on the first floor. But if he started to do so, Belkine would never forgive him. The Scythian god Belkane expressed frustration at the powerlessness of his followers. The apostle declared that he had no choice, and added that now no one should be under his feet. The apostle asked our hero who he was. Was he from the association, or maybe he was in favor of promoting the raid? Jae Hwan said he didn't understand anything. The apostle said that a strong man like this fellow had no business on the first floor. But if he was honest, he would be kept alive. Some gods were interested in Jae Hwan's identity. The apostle wondered how high one could climb with skills like his. The apostle wondered if this guy could not communicate properly. The young man replied that he could personally walk to the 6th floor. Jae Hwan wondered, is that really all there is to it? The apostle, Avatar Belkane, said this guy is good at provocation. The opponent declared that he was about to cut the young man to pieces and rushed to the attack. However, Jae Hwan, trying to avoid a collision, was able to hide from his opponent. The villain demanded to come out and couldn't believe that the young man's confidence was over. He thought that he would now run away. Jae Hwan was choosing the best position for a counterattack to test how strong someone who could reach the 6th floor was. He decided to wait for his opponent to show all his skills. The apostle assumed that his opponent had decided to wait until the time was up. Avatar Belkane considered himself an elite who had received an advancement in the Annihilation Squad. But why couldn't he even scratch this young man? Scythian god Belkane was furious. The apostle was determined not to let the young man's plans come to fruition. Anderson assumed that this apostle was up to something. The apostle grabbed the pendant and declared that he would show how great the gulf between them was. Avatar Diener used a skin. He asked his opponent if he knew why in Metabase they say, the poor get poorer and the rich get richer. The point is that there are items that further alienate the strong from the weak. Thanks to the skin, dexterity, and other stats increased by 20%. This rare secret flavor monarch skin belonged to Sam Yoon Garam. Jae Hwan wondered how Diener managed to take on such an appearance. Avatar Diener said that Jae Hwan now realizes that he has no chance of winning. The Scythian god Belkane came out to support his avatar. There was a powerful explosion. The connection between Avatar Diener and god Belkane intensified. Anderson said that synchronization has increased because of Belkane's support and urged to use that power. The goddess noticed that Jae Hwan might lose this way. Diener attacked his opponent using the Belkane story skill. He said that Jae Hwan could have avoided it if he had just given up the tokens. The apostle added that with his stubbornness, Jae Hwan buried himself. The companions admired Diener, who had slain this monster in the blink of an eye. Diener thought his opponent was finished, given the skin and history. He got too carried away and spent too much energy on the first floor. However, from the rubble of the destroyed building, Jae Hwan appeared and asked, "Is this really it?" Our hero said that he now knew what metabasis was. Thanks to his opponent, he understood the difficulty level of the 6th floor. Jae Hwan stated that everyone here is much weaker than the monarchs. Diener wondered, did the opponent go up as if nothing had happened? Jae Hwan said that the major generals of the Great Lands had repelled the strike 4 times. How long can these apostles hold out now? He wondered. Diener told his companions to connect the power of peace. With the support of the god Belkane, they can deploy his shrine, and now they must all attack together. The world lunge skill was activated. Jae Hwan initiated an all-seeing eye over himself. Many gods were intrigued and surprised by Jae Hwan's behavior. The system reported that the time was up and the conditions for sweeping the first floor of the metabasis had been met. Anderson asked what he had done. The goddess thought that Jae Hwan had accomplished the impossible. The young man wondered, what's wrong with that? The system reported that the contestant had received 86 tokens. The protagonist felt he couldn't waste that much time on everyone who got in his way on the 7th floor. If this tower is the world, then it can be destroyed, he thought. Jae Hwan stated that he decided to break through directly due to this. Renee thought the man was just a know-nothing braggart. Who would have thought he would destroy the metabasis? Renee said this newcomer is more amazing than she thought. Runnard waved at our hero and headed to meet him. Jae Hwan had already forgotten about that young man. Anderson reminded him that nothing will happen to this guy since he's a good runner. Jae Hwan thought that he has only made it to the 5th floor so far, and something has gotten in the way on the 6th floor. There is someone there who is able to block the lunge. Our hero looked up and noticed the change in the sky. He was summoned by the conductor of the 1st floor of the metabus, having lowered a special elevator cab for travel. The system reported that the participant had sent a stop request. Moving past, Jae-hwan saw the pictures of what was happening on the first floor. The nightmare that created this tower has its own agenda, just like the siren and the mulark. On the first floor, everyone becomes a goblin. Some turn into monsters, some hunt monsters. People sacrifice themselves for the tower. Our hero has heard that those who wish to experience the pain of the product have gathered here. The souls of the depths had either never climbed the nightmare tower, or had tried and failed. The gods of the depths were those who had forgotten the cultivation times. Jae-hwan said that once he saw the end of the tower at least once, he wouldn't want to get to it again. Anderson agreed. The elevator stopped and our heroes stepped outside. Anderson said this is a requested stop. This is where the guides are located. Jae-hwan thought that the meta-basic guide in front of him now. A blazing image of a stone appeared before our hero. There were inscriptions on the stone. It seemed to be a meta-base rating. The stone had Rachel Yun's inscription on it. Jae-hwan thought that name was familiar to him. Could it really be her former avatar? Runnard asked. Why isn't Jae-hwan's name here? After all, he broke all the records. Someone with the head of a horned animal appeared and asked if this young man had set a new record on the first floor. He added that he was glad to meet him. Runnard and Jae-hwan thought, is there really a real goat in front of them? Runnard couldn't believe it and asked if he could touch it. Isn't it really a costume? Anderson said he works here now. Times have changed. Jae-hwan assumed that Runnard knew the asshole. Goddess asked to borrow the body from Jae-hwan for a while. She wants to talk to the goat. His name is Virtus. Virtus asked how the fallen god knew his name. Virtus recognized the aura. Could it really be Anderson? Virtus invited the guests to the table, served them tea with kosinaki, and said that there was nothing more to offer. He was having a modest reception. Runnard asked, is this really tea? Virtus replied that he had acquired it in the closed area of Caspian. It is useful for restoring the power of peace. Virtus didn't expect Anderson to come back here. The goddess asked, did he miss him? Anderson asked how Virtus became a guide, since he used to be Saval's avatar. Virtus said that Saval was no longer alive. An avatar who has lost his god has almost nowhere to go. Anderson wondered if Virtus had become a slave to the tower. Virtus remarked that he could not survive otherwise. Virtus inquired as to why she had returned. Anderson said she had no choice. Virtus wondered, had she forgotten? Virtus reminded her that she could die if she went back. She promised the association. Anderson asked, had the association kept its word? The goddess added that she had seen what they were selling during her climb up the tower. Anderson pointed to the screen and asked why it was like this. What kind of merchandise were these? Since when did metabases trade in such things? Anderson added that she saw some monarchs skinning on her way in. Have her faithful been made skins too? The goddess asked what had happened to her followers. After all, Virtus said he would save them. What happened to them? Virtus said it ended miserably. Virtus reminded the goddess that 500 years had passed. That was long enough to become a low-ranking god. Virtus didn't know what they had planned with this comeback. But what Anderson is looking for isn't here. Anderson said she knew that, which is why she came back. The goddess shouted menacingly that she would destroy this accursed association and all traitors. Losing her strength, Ms. Anderson plopped down on the table and said, Peace Force. Runnard and Virtus wondered if Ms. Anderson was okay. Jae-hwan regained consciousness and said that Anderson had fallen asleep. Virtus suggested that because of the lack of peace power, things could have ended sadly. Who would have thought Anderson would use a buff? Jae-hwan assumed that Virtus knew the goddess well. Virtus said it had been 500 years since he had last seen her avatar. Jae-hwan inquired who was at the top of the tower. Virtus replied, the driver. Our hero asked, what other driver? Virtus said he's been called various things. Metabus driver, guide of the 10,000 gods, heir to heaven, master of the star, ancient memories, idle monarch. Virtus added that he was the only one here who knew how to reach the top of the illusion tree. Jae-hwan thought that this was exactly who he needed. Our hero asked if he could meet the driver on the top floor. Virtus replied if the guy could get there. Virtus asked that the man not destroy the tower. Jae-hwan said it was much easier to tear everything down and get to the top instantly. Virtus said that man would pay if he destroyed the playground of the unfortunate gods. It's hard to imagine what this place means to them. Virtus said he heard that the young man came here to rescue his friend. Jae-hwan asked if Virtus knew where his friend was. Virtus replied that he had no such information, but the gods above should know. However, they would not appreciate the young man's actions. Jae-hwan says he's not here to do these childish tasks. Our hero asked if Virtus was really suggesting he become a clown. Virtus replied that he was offering the young man to be a hero. Jae-hwan said he wasn't interested. If you destroy the meta-universe, the arrogant gods will come out on their own. Virtus recognized the young man's strength. The hole in the ceiling would surprise everyone. But this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. It happened several hundred years ago. The rift was doing the same thing as Jae Hwan here. This time, someone from their squad is also participating. No matter how strong the young man is, there's no way to miss it. Inscriptions from the fire appeared in front of Virtus. He said it was a special case. Virtus said that God had paid for everything and asked to send the young man to the top floor. Runnard was surprised as usual. Virtus added that this guy appeared to be of interest to some gods, and he also got an offer from his superiors. Runnard decided they wanted to use them for publicity. Virtus confirmed that the guy could be the symbol of the season. After moving around for a short while, Jae Hwan said that they had arrived. After studying all the offers that came in, Runnard said that Mr. Jae Hwan was even offered 2 million. It was the first time he had seen such an amount. Jae Hwan asked, "Is it really good?" Virtus replied that it was very unusual. Virtus recognized that the souls of the deep are flocking here because of Jae Hwan. He has a more detailed explanation of the conditions of the action. It's about products. The Flame Union has been introducing various products. Currently, there is an event to get skins. Skin of Thor, god of thunder. Skin of Ignis, god of fire. Virtus explained that they are a kind of costumes. According to the selected skin, the appearance changes, and the wearer can use the abilities embedded in it. Virtus showed the most popular skin right now. This was a new legendary skin based on the story of the man who made himself known around the world, King Kim Dok-ja. Jae Hwan thought it was a strange name. Runnard suggested taking that skin. Jae Hwan asked if it was mandatory to buy a skin with the money he'd gotten. Virtus explained that that was the point of the advertisement. There are gods who watch over his appearance. The young man wondered, is that fair? He read something about justice. Virtus remarked that it wasn't something to worry about. Either way, this offer is a good opportunity. I took a nap, and when I woke up, I found that something monstrous was happening. Who's supporting who? They don't need that help. If she has to earn money, she'll do it all by her own labor. Jae Hwan said he's already figured it out. Virtus became frustrated. Would Jae Hwan really just walk away? The gods of the Flame Union thought the young man's choice was interesting. The gods of the Hope Union did not understand this choice. Virtus said the person purposely doesn't choose a sponsor to raise the profile. Jae Hwan didn't want to incur the wrath of the gods until he knew where Kim Yoon Hwan was. Virtus said that if a person declined sponsorship, they must accept compensation. This is an award given only to the top Tier 1 players. Our hero received a set of Level 5 Reynolds combat uniforms. It was a new line of exclusive items, including a combat uniform and a cloak. These were only available in the meta universe. Virtus reported that this set of combat uniforms could be removed at any time with a button. Renard told Jae Hwan that he had a new uniform too. Jae Hwan decided that he would walk around in those clothes for a while. Anderson stated that it was a humiliation for her. Virtus reported that the additional awards have been sent out. Received 2,000 Vir as an additional reward. Access to the 6th level has been opened. Virtus reminded him that some of the gods had bought the guy a pass to the upper floors. Jae Hwan said that something like that couldn't be refused. Runnard said goodbye to Virtus. In parting, Virtus asked that Jae Hwan take care of Anderson. After a while, Virtus was asked if the newcomer had come. Virtus replied that he had been quite recently, had not accepted any promotional offers, and had left. Renee said, "As expected, this newcomer is fun to watch. There are still a lot of people interested in the broadcasts." Virtus inquired why the God of Fate had sponsored his passage. Renee replied that she just felt like it. Virtus hoped that the God of Fate wasn't planning on messing with the tower because the gods might find out. Renee asked, did Virtus really think she was afraid of them? Virtus said the 7 high gods might find out. Is she really going to interfere? Renee asked if Virtus thought it was all for nothing. Renee turned her attention to the screens and said that there are actually many believers. They are trapped in the tower and pursuing a futile goal. Virtus said they need this world. It's the only paradise for them. Renee wondered, is this really heaven? You have to risk your life. You have to earn faith. You have to buy skins and kits. You have to be obsessed. And then have to climb the tower again for skins and offers. Is this really paradise? Renee noticed that the meta-universe had long since lost its original meaning. Doesn't that remind you of the events of 500 years ago? Virtus noticed that the riot had been quelled that day, and the tower system had not been shaken. Renee replied that that was why she would try something else. Virtus inquired, is that why the goddess is helping him? Virtus said that this guy had no chance of making it to the top floor. Renee wondered if that was what she thought. After all, Jae Hwan had set a first-floor record that hadn't changed in hundreds of years since Milad. Virtus said he's not sure if this guy would have succeeded if he hadn't been Anderson's go-between. Renee asked if Virtus might have accepted a bribe from the Union. Virtus replied that that wasn't exactly true. The goddess hadn't forgotten that she was on the 6th level, had she? If this man is really the mediator Anderson, he will fail. He will perish with his god. Jae-hwan has arrived at stop 6-3. The 6th floor assignment is available. Jae-hwan thought there were a lot of doors at this stop. Anderson said it was time to act. After familiarizing himself with the information, Jae-hwan chose to take a shortcut to pass. The passage was open. Jae-hwan and Runnard immediately encountered a huge pack of monsters. Jae-hwan said he was going to mash them with a lunge until there wasn't a living spot left on the monsters. Having dealt with the attackers, our hero said that the deed was done. Anderson noticed that the young man's clothes were almost all torn. Runnard said he almost died of fear. Runnard inquired if they had accomplished the mission correctly. Jae-hwan said that the first map is just survival. It's pretty easy to deal with. The second map is different. It will be a start-stream collaboration with an extreme level of difficulty. There will be other passengers moving around the map. It is necessary to cope with the impending wave of monsters. Jae-hwan declared that he would destroy this world. Everyone admitted that this guy is the strongest here. If he's destroyed, the mission will be accomplished. We can forget about the monsters for now. The mission ended with half the passengers dead. Jae-hwan said that it wasn't his plan, but it happened. Runnard admitted that thanks to Mr. Jae-hwan, they had finished the mission very quickly. At the end of the mission, Runnard recognized that they would become richer. With the faith gained, the entrance ticket can be extended. The god Ignis wondered what mission Jae-hwan would choose this time. Anderson asked if this was the Ignis she knew. Jae-hwan was surprised. Do they really know each other? Anderson stated that in the depths, Ignis knows everyone, and he would never watch such a broadcast. It must be an imposter. Jae-hwan said that this time they will open the door that Runnard chooses. Runnard noticed that all of the unpolished event cards were closed. Only the normal ones were left. Jae-hwan thought that choosing such cards was made impossible on purpose. Anderson said the 6th floor has its own special features. When the major update is released, the previous version will disappear and go to the 6th floor in what is called the Meta-Universe Museum. Runnard said that almost every version here is a classic. Anderson noted that is why there are a lot of passengers here. The goddess added that the metabasis used to be a fairer place. Passengers were given special honors only for merit. Runnard said he could hear the goddess's voice, but he couldn't see her. Anderson said his peace power increased slightly after the first floor sweep. Runnard said he would like to go to a place with good reviews, but there are none with a rating higher than 2 points. Anderson noted that everyone is naive at first. Runnard remarked that if they are presenting the classics to the passengers, there should be the very first version here. He added that he would try to find it. Runnard was not up to the task at hand. Jae-hwan thought that the gods found this tower amusing. Anderson noticed that 500 years ago, things were very different. Back then, there was a feeling everywhere that the end of the world was really near. Jae-hwan inquired of the goddess, "Is she here to have fun?" Anderson replied that she's here for the same reason he is. She wants to save her friend too. Runnard noticed that there are more rewards for a higher difficulty map. Our hero chose Metabasis version 3.12. The young men found themselves in a snowy area. Runnard recognized that it was chilly. Jae-hwan saw the excavation and said that there were marks from him hitting the first floor. Did he really come all the way down here? However, there was no rift in the sky. There must have been someone up above blocking that strike. Anderson recognized that nothing has changed here, just ruins, nothing to destroy. This world was very similar to the 8th floor she had once challenged. Someone fell, someone ran to another floor. Jae-hwan noticed that there were lights directly ahead. Is there really a village there? Jae-hwan said that there were no clues, so you'd have to learn everything on your own. Runnard said it's best not to go to the village. Are they sure they can handle it? Armed guards stood at the gate. The guard shouted for the travelers to stop. Who are they? Jae-hwan grabbed his sword and told the man to step aside. Jae-hwan wondered, what was Anderson doing? The guard saw a strange glow. The power of the world seemed familiar. A very warm feeling appeared. The guard asked, "Is that Ms. Anderson?" The goddess recognized him and said it was Gans. The young men ended up at Gans's house. Anderson thanked Gans for the hospitality and the treat. Runnard said it was very tasty. Gans asked the young man, "Is he a new follower of Ms. Anderson?" Gans inquired if the goddess had condescended into a new avatar. The goddess confirmed. Gans said, "Finally, Anderson is back in the tower." Anderson wondered what Gans was doing here. The man said he lives here. It's modest, but he's happy. Gan said they'd be back soon. Christian and Marianne, the others are here too. By midnight, everyone leaves to labor. Anderson asked who makes them work. Gan said they were doing it themselves in the name of saving the world. Gan stepped to the threshold of the house and saw the men standing not far away. Anderson asked what they were carrying. Gans answered, or found in the ruins or the bodies of monsters that hunted nearby. One of the people who came said he didn't want to come here because of this man. However, there is nothing left. There are no survivors who've survived 500 years with their sanity intact. We'll still have to come back here for resupply. Anderson wondered who they were. These gates can only be purchased from a shop, so they're definitely above the 7th floor. What are they doing here? Gans said it was the Reapers. The Reapers inquired, "Is that really all there is?" One of the Reapers got angry and kicked the man in the chest. Do they really propose to settle for this little thing? You can't even make 5 stones of reinforcement out of this. The girl said it was best not to argue with them. Gans decided to join the conversation and turned to the Reapers. The old man said the monsters haven't been here for days. We should be sympathetic. The Reaper said that in that case there was nothing to be done. We'd have to make up for it with something else. Reaper pointed at the men and told them to follow him. A colleague warned that they couldn't take people out of here. The Reaper said that no one needs them at all. No need to be afraid. Gans said for the Reapers to stop their rampage. The Reaper grabbed the old man by the beard and said that the godless scum couldn't do anything to them. The villain gave Gans a gunshot wound and asked, "Is there something wrong with the old man?" The Reaper said the old man is very proud. He wants to see how long he can last. This kind of rabble can't even defend their god. Do they really think that showing pride will make a difference? The Reaper said for these people to beg for mercy if they didn't want to die. At that moment, his hand was grabbed by Jae Hwan. Anderson said she's using Jae Hwan's body. The villain flew far back. As he flew, he wondered, where did this man get such strength? Does he even know who they are? Anderson said they were pawns of the Alliance. God of Fire Flamers sensed Anderson's presence. Anderson said, "Does some Flamers dare to bully her people?" The offended Reaper said they would destroy everyone here and open a sanctuary. Anderson found herself in the center of the circles of fire. The discovery of the sanctuary has taken place. According to Mulark's records, all the gods of the deep have their own unique worldview. The worldview exists because of the believers. In the worldview, the avatars have almost limitless power. Sometimes a strong god uses his worldview in battle. That's what they call opening a sanctuary. The fire demon colony of the Flamers' Shrine was used. Runnard got scared and called out to Jae Hwan and Goddess Anderson. The Reaper said it was too late to regret anything. A massive explosion erupted. Anderson was in close proximity to its epicenter. Gans pushed Anderson away, and trying to protect her, took the brunt of the blast on himself. Anderson said she'll reset everything, have to spend some ver. Gans's friends heard the music and were very surprised. Where did it come from? Once upon a time there lived a naked goddess. The burned Gans was surprised. The fire had gone out. The goddess hated clothes. Anderson said as the Reaper crossed the line and headed toward him. The Reaper wondered how his rival had done it without opening the shrine. Why was he also walking around naked? It is said that the goddess passed her entire life naked. Anderson grabbed the Reaper's head and said that this world was her sanctuary. Anderson squeezed her opponent's head with all her might. Mulark said that if he were asked to voice his main regret after visiting the depths, he would talk about not meeting a god who inherited the history of an ancient deity. He is one of those rumored to be closest to the 7 great gods. And this god's name is the naked god Anderson. The Reaper looked at the naked man with consternation. Naked Man said for the Reaper to tell the Alliance that Anderson was back. The surviving Reaper turned around and began to run away while he had the chance. Gans and his friends pumped that goddess Anderson was back. She hadn't forgotten about them. Anderson said she never forgot about anyone for a moment. Jae Hwan thought that the people in front of them were Anderson's followers. What had actually happened earlier? Earlier, Gans had shouted for Goddess Anderson to run away. They would take care of everything themselves. The followers thanked for everything the goddess had done for them. Jae Hwan realized that he had Anderson's memories flashing through his mind. It felt like the balance of the world was off, and the memories that came over Jae Hwan were actually Anderson's emotions from 50 years ago. Anderson asked why her followers are treated this way. 500 years ago, Anderson fought to protect this world. The goddess wondered, who dared turn those who fought for freedom 500 years ago into puppets? Now she must destroy this world. Jae Hwan told Runnard that the goddess fell asleep right after talking to her followers. Anderson regretfully said that she had to lie down for a day or so. She had overworked herself and couldn't go on in that condition. She'll tell you all about it later, but don't do anything stupid while she's around. Looking at the Reaper, Our hero asked if he should just leave him. Gantz nodded affirmatively, for he was barely breathing, and his connection with God had been severed. No matter how evil the enemies were, Anderson always spared them. They can't just take out an Alliance Reaper anyway. This man's fate is in his hands. Runnard said that Jae-Hwan should rest too. Gans offered to escort Jae-Hwan to the restroom. Walking through the streets, our hero thought that the street lamps do not fit at all into the image of a medieval village. Somewhere in here is whoever stopped his lunge. It must have been one of them. However, our hero hadn't seen anyone with that level of energy. Runnard looked at Jae-Hwan with surprise. Jae-Hwan intercepted the young man's gaze and asked what was bothering him. Runnard replied that he would talk about it tomorrow. Once inside the building, the young people admitted that this restroom was very cozy. Our hero once again had the impression that things were out of place. First the street lamps, now the nightlight on the table. What technology is out of step with the times? Runnard barely touched his head to the pillow and immediately fell asleep. Jae-Hwan decided that he wouldn't do anything before Anderson woke up anyway, so he'd better rest too. However, our hero did not sleep, although he was for once in a soft and cozy bed. Was it because of Anderson's memories? It had been a long time since our hero remembered the past. Suddenly, memories of the times when he climbed the Tower of Nightmares poured into his head. The first fight with the monster. First night in the Tower of Nightmares after selling their hide. He'd been fighting for survival every day and had almost forgotten about it. Jae-Hwan thought, what did he look like back then? Our hero decided that he would practice his lunge again in the morning. Runnard woke up in the morning, but Jae-Hwan was no longer in bed. At this time, the protagonist was already practicing his lunge. After practicing, our hero thought that after hitting the depths, his lunge became more than just a technique. It was now history. Jae-Hwan saw Runnard next to him and said he woke up early. A surprised Runnard asked if Jae-Hwan could teach him such a thing as well. Jae-Hwan replied that he'd been practicing for thousands of years. It wasn't a skill that could be mastered in a day, Runnard said, just realizing how sweetly worthless he was. He'll only get in the way from here on out. He doesn't want to be a burden to Jae-Hwan and the goddess. Runnard responsibly stated that he too wanted to become strong. Runnard thrust his blade forward and showed the seriousness of his intentions. Jae-Hwan didn't think he could teach the young man much in such a short period of time, but it was still better than nothing. After all, it all starts with the first strike. Practicing will definitely take a lot of time. Although it may seem quite easy from the outside, practicing the lunge requires a lot of effort. To achieve mastery, you'll have to spend days and nights tirelessly honing your technique. When practicing the lunge, there's no other way to do it. A wounded and bandaged Gans asked if he could try it too. The others also joined in this request. Jae-Hwan was surprised, Runnard said, all excited to give it a try. The girl apologized to Jae-Hwan for making such a fuss. Jae-Hwan wondered, is she really here too? The girl said it's not something you see very often in the village. She gave thanks for their rescue the day before. Mirianne was Anderson's fourth follower. Miriana said that everyone came to see Jae-Hwan. After all, he's the new avatar of the goddess. Jae-Hwan said he wasn't the avatar. The goddess just got inside his head. Unreal said that may be the case, but he arrived with Goddess Anderson. This is a huge gift for the villagers. Gans said they had to go. Miriana explained that today was a celebration at the temple. Would Jae-Hwan like to go with them? Everyone's been waiting for this holiday for so long. Tired after practice? Runnard said he wanted to go there too. Jae-Hwan thought that because of the meta-universe, old memories were popping into his head lately. If Kim Yoon-hwan and Se-yeol were here, they would definitely laugh and say that he just can't say no. Jae-Hwan thought that the world of this village was unique. Miriana agreed. The girl added that Anderson herself is unique. Even though she is a goddess, there is a little bit of humanity in her. The other gods she called friends. The village was created by just one of her comrades. Jae-Hwan asked if they were Anderson's followers. If she came back, would they become her followers again? Miriana said she would like that, but it's impossible. They can't become followers now. Jae-Hwan saw a huge temple in front of him that people were flocking to. The god of justice, Justice, and his mediators Ilium, the goddess of the past Artana, and her mediator Jubin, god without intermediaries Ethan Karte. Everyone remembers the four gods, hand in hand through the 500-year revolution. Jae-Hwan asked if there were goddesses without intermediaries. Runnard replied that he had heard about it a long time ago. It is said that there is a god without a follower in the meta-universe. Jae-Hwan didn't know that this god was Anderson's friend. Was Anderson really a great goddess? Runnard noticed that Anderson always avoided talking about events 500 years ago. Jae-Hwan and Runnard found themselves inside the temple. There was an image of a goddess on the stained glass windows. The temple was filled with nearly naked people. Many were wearing only elements of underwear. Runnard said that they're all naked because it's Anderson Temple. Jae Hwan agreed with that statement. Jae Hwan said that the temple should follow their example and show respect. Runnard remarked that Anderson had always said that one should not be ashamed of one's nakedness. Jae Hwan asked Gans where he could sit down. The old man said there was an empty seat in front of him. Gans was surprised to see Jae Hwan and Runnard naked. The old man told Mr. Jae Hwan that this was not the way to behave in a place like this. Our hero was surprised. Isn't everyone here naked? Jae Hwan said that Anderson has a naked worldview. Gans agreed that you have to have a naked soul, but you can't take your clothes off. Jae Hwan realized that he had acted rashly and got dressed again. Runnard got dressed as well and said he hadn't been to the temple in a long time. Runnard said that in his homeland he was forbidden to visit the temple. He likes that in the depths, everyone can believe in their god. Jae Hwan didn't know much about Runnard's past. He was wanted for ordering bread, and while trying to protect himself, he found himself in trouble. That's how he ended up in the suddenly appearing Tower of Nightmares. Souls striving for something unattainable eventually face despair. They have only God to rely on. Jae Hwan says, even if you believe in him, nothing will come true. However, faith is necessary because it makes you feel safe. Runnard really wanted the ugliest king's skin. Runnard asked if Jae Hwan himself prayed. Jae Hwan replied that there was a religious man who lived in the Tower of Nightmares that he had overcome. In his native lands, there was a device that could read prayers. It was rumored that a prayer would be counted even if one did not know the language. Though he doubts that God would hear such prayers. Runnard said it's an amazing device, but it's not really a prayer, is it? Jae Hwan inquired as to what constitutes true prayer in such a case. Jae Hwan thought that everyone was praying for something. Who are these people praying to if Anderson is gone? The protagonist looked at all these people and thought he might try it once too. The young man realized what Anderson was talking about. She mentioned that she lost everyone 500 years ago. Death in the depths makes the soul disappear forever, leaving only an empty shell. Jae Hwan thought that what was happening now could be called a prayer. But why do they do it? They're like puppets. Miriana addressed the audience and said that they had waited a long time for this day. The stranger with the goddess Anderson had come to them. Miriam asked that the man give a short speech for everyone gathered here. Renee announced across the 6th floor of Metabas. The gods greeted Renee. The gods have reported that Renee's new outfit is very beautiful. Renee unveiled the new skin. This is not an advertisement. She bought it with her own money. The skin is called Divine Girl of the Descending Moon Yu Sang Ah. Renee won this skin in the Starstream lottery. Renee said climbing up to the 6th floor was very difficult. Renee said she got the money for the drone through donations. The drone's name is Balbal. Renee says she's here for the new guy from her last stream. It's the one that's been the talk of the last few days. He's taken over the Met Universe and Little Brother. Renee warned that she did not authorize the use of her photos. Renee said as she followed the newcomer. This member has a rather interesting view of the world. As everyone knows, the 6th floor consists of old Metabas maps. Balbal has managed to track down the newcomer. Miriana said that the stranger with Goddess Anderson had come to see them. Would the honored guest please make a short speech? Jae Hwan got up from his seat and said that he wasn't Anderson. Those present, like puppets, asked that the stranger with Goddess Anderson pray for all those in attendance. The same phrase was coming from all sides. Runnard wondered why they were acting so strangely. Jae Hwan thought that these people are still unable to understand him right now. They answer according to their memories. Now he understands what Anderson was talking about. One is immediately reminded of the believer who died in Tower of Nightmares. Couldn't Jae Hwan turn on the box sometimes if he dies? I wonder if his god heard the melody of the box left behind. Would he be able to say something if he did? Maybe even if he did say something, what did the music box have to do with it? Are the gods lonely too? Jae Hwan thought that he now understood why these people prayed all the time. The believer from the Tower of Nightmares must have lived the same way. The gods exist only because of the prayers of the faithful. That is probably why they have been praying for 500 years. They want their god to continue to exist, to leave a memory of him, to remember him. Jae Hwan asked Gans if he could stop praying. The young man added that they had all done a good job. The old man continued his prayer. Jae Hwan stated that it was time to take a break. Gans looked at our hero and asked if he would pray for them. His eyes were like a doll's. Jae Hwan took up his sword. Runnard asked fearfully, "What is the Lord going to do?" Anderson yelled for Jae Hwan to stop. Jae Hwan told the goddess that these were no longer the believers she remembered. It was time to give them their freedom. Anderson is just an egomaniac who is going to keep on keeping them. Anderson asked if his friend turned into a puppet, would he do the same thing? Jae Hwan replied that if such a thing happened, he would finish him off with his own hands. Anderson asked, even if there was a chance to bring a person back to normal, would it still destroy them? Jae Hwan wondered, is that really possible? The goddess replied that it was possible. Anderson said she's not entirely sure, but there's a possibility that the creator of Marionette could do it. Jae Hwan looked around and saw a woman with a bird on her shoulder entering the temple. The woman said that it had been a long time since strangers had come in here. The people present looked at her fearfully. The woman asked, what is this? Jae Hwan thought he had seen this face before. Jae Hwan asked if it was Anderson's former avatar, Rachel Young. The woman said that this aura was familiar to her. She knew who he was. The woman's eyes lit up and she said she hadn't seen her dear friend in a long time. Like the other puppets, Rachel's image is just an empty shell. Is there really a god inside? Anderson found herself back in Jae Hwan's body and asked how dare she. She's going to be in trouble now. The woman assumed that Anderson liked her gift, but she had weakened considerably in 500 years. Anderson asked why did Aiden turn Rachel into a puppet? Eden Karth is one of the 6 strongest gods of the metabasis and the first puppet creator. A god without avatars. A being called the Lord of the Crows. Eden was someone Anderson considered a friend. Anderson said that Eden was not her type. Anderson demanded that Aiden turn those puppets back into humans. 500 years ago, after Anderson's revolution failed, gods from the same faction were either destroyed by the Alliance or banished. Aiden was the only one who hadn't been caught. There were rumors that he defected to the Alliance and betrayed Anderson. Apparently, he is now one of the strongest gods in the meta-universe. Unlike the other broken gods, he still possessed the power of a supreme god. Eden said Anderson has a good attitude, but she's not his equal. He has over 2,000 fights and exorbitant hardships under his belt. Aiden said he had seen enough fighters of her level. Aiden Karth activated the Eye of the Raven skill. Worldview settings, God without followers, unique skill, Eye of the Raven. This skill allows you to display the abilities of all followers in numbers. Such a skill allows you to search for followers with the best abilities. Many followers fell under the Eye of the Raven and turned into dolls. Eden Karth inquired as to who Anderson brought in. Jae Hwan wondered. Turns out it was Eden Karth who held back the lunge. Our hero said that the marks on his opponent's blade could only have come from his blow. Eden Karth couldn't believe he had met the author of that outburst. Jae Hwan said, so now Anderson is out of the way. Our hero bared his blade again. The protagonist announced that he would destroy Aiden Karth and advance to the 7th level. Eden asked, is this man really going to stand up to the power of the world? It had not happened in a long time. Jae Hwan prepared for battle and told Runnard to be careful. Aiden asked in surprise, why didn't his opponent attack? Is he afraid that his blow will be blocked again? Frightened people began to run out of the temple. Perhaps he was waiting for the puppets to flee. Aiden Karth was surprised to see the strength his opponent possessed. He shouted for the man to stop. However, our hero activated the skill series of universe lunges. Jae Hwan could no longer be stopped. Aiden Karth activated his Raven armor skill and asked what the opponent's name was. Our hero introduced himself and called himself Jae Hwan. Anderson told Jae Hwan to beware. Idan rarely asks the names of followers. When he asks for a name, it means he wants to get a hold of a new puppet. Aiden said Anderson brought the magnificent avatar. Jae Hwan says he's not the avatar, he's an ally of Anderson. Aiden wondered, does Anderson still have any allies left? Didn't all the allies die here 500 years ago? Aiden shouted in anger that all of Anderson's allies were dead. Anderson said that Eden was a psycho and still is. Jae Hwan stated that it was just an act. As soon as it came to attacking, he immediately took the residents out. For some reason, he's protecting them. Jae Hwan said that creating puppets and forcing them to pray endlessly won't bring back the old world. Why is Idan doing this? Eden said the man didn't understand anything. Their prayers used to be sincere. The girl said they would all be accused of lying. The appearance of the tower, the destruction of the world, going back in time. Kim Yun Hwan replied that it sounds like fiction. Who would believe what happened to them? But those who came here with them will remember everything. Kim Yun Hwan and Se-yeol, who were talking so carefree, must not remember the past now. Only Jae Hwan made it to the end of the tower and retained all the memories of the training. The days when they fought to protect the present and risked their lives to climb the tower are finally gone. Aiden remembers those events too. That's probably why he still can't leave this world. Aiden said that the common man can't understand it. If he is truly an ally of Anderson, he has to prove it. Jae Hwan turned around and told Runnard to run away immediately. Eden Karth activated the opening of the shrine. Jae-hwan tried to hold back from the attacking energy that came over him. Anderson said that Aiden opened the sanctuary, and that's not good. Jae-hwan saw people clinging to him and asking for help. They were telling him not to walk alone. Eden said that these are Jae-hwan's innermost memories. Jae-hwan experienced consciousness. The people who appeared grabbed our hero by the arms and legs. He tried to resist and fought back. What was happening was not easy to interpret. This worldview has been around for thousands of years. Jae-hwan thought, if it continued like this, he wouldn't be able to absorb it. The stage of self-denial had arrived. Our hero decided that it was necessary to come up with a solution while the train of thought was flying. Anderson asked, "Is there no faith left?" Anderson said the only thing that would fit is the sanctuary. Jae-hwan thought, is this really a shrine? The only difference between the sanctuary and the world is the use of physical force. So, if you add a little embodiment to the world, it all works out. Awakening is the fourth stage, incarnation. Eden Karth couldn't believe it. His sanctuary was disappearing. How could this be happening? At this moment, the sanctuary was open. However, this sanctuary is only accessible to the gods. It's not Anderson's sanctuary. What's going on? Eden Karth said that that sanctuary is God's view of the world. In other words, the sanctuary is influenced by the story and imagination of God. This world is an early figment of Anderson's imagination. Did the man really choose it? The opening of the shrine was activated. It was the world after the destruction. Jae-hwan said that the world of Eden Karth isn't unique either. Eden Karth saw the eye in the sky and asked why it was here. Is this really his world? Eden Karth announced that he was surrendering. This was after Jae-hwan put a sword to him. Eden Karth admitted his defeat. Eden said that it would be hard for his opponent to stop him. He made it up himself, after all. Eden found himself confined to a chair. Jae-hwan thought, why not just destroy him? Anderson reminded him that he had promised to listen. Anderson noticed that the sixth god of the meta-universe was in front of them. He was clearly not that simple. Runnard said that it was quite difficult to predict his intentions, as he very suddenly decided to give up. Anderson said Eden was unpredictable even 500 years ago. People approached our hero. Is Jae-hwan going to destroy Eden Karth? Jae-hwan replied that he had turned them into puppets. Why are they so worried? Gantz replied that Aiden had done them a favor. They had asked him to turn them into puppets themselves. Anderson assumed that this request was in the name of saving her. Jae-hwan himself knows that all the forgotten gods are dying. The pillar of God is this idea. Any idea that is forgotten disappears. Did the Muppets' prayers work? But Anderson didn't disappear. Eventually, they made it to the tower. Anderson said that all the believers were afraid of becoming his puppet. But Eden didn't force anyone. Jae-hwan thought that Eden wasn't so terrible. Anderson said that Eden only turns those believers who are about to die into puppets. Jae-hwan wondered why Anderson rushed to destroy him. The goddess replied that Eden crossed the line by messing with her avatar. Jae-hwan wondered, why didn't Eden Karth explain everything right away? Eden replied that he just didn't have a chance to explain himself, but he could do it now. Runnard had to admit that it wasn't Aiden who had attacked first. Anderson offered to pretend it hadn't happened. Eden said he's completely immobilized now, so they can ask any questions they want. Jae-hwan said his friend was caught here. He heard that they might make a puppet out of him. Eden replied that it was quite common. Jae-hwan stated that he wanted to find his friend. Eden said it's touching, but he doesn't think he can help. He doesn't buy back souls to make puppets. Jae-hwan reminds him that Eden created the first puppet. He must have connections. Eden Karth said he would try to find out. But why should he help this man? Jae-hwan grabbed his sword again and said that if Eden didn't help him, he would destroy him. Aiden was not afraid. If the man destroyed him, the puppets would also die. Would Anderson want that? People shouted that fire had appeared on the outskirts of the city. A fire broke out in the area of a rural warehouse. Everyone scattered in fright. Eden Karth was still chained to the chair. After the fire was extinguished, the first victims were discovered. Anderson said she was very sorry. Jae-hwan asked if there was any speculation. Anderson said it was the Alliance's doing. There can be no doubt about it. Anderson added that one of the burned had an Alliance symbol on it. It literally means God's punishment. She had seen such a symbol 500 years ago. All the marked villages are gone. They said that this village would be punished for daring to defy the Alliance. Eden Karth asked angrily, what had they done to her village? Aiden stated that he had to tell you something. The Alliance would arrive within a week, and there would be nothing left of the village. Jae-hwan heard that Eden Karth is quite powerful. The god recognized it since he is the sixth god of the metabase. Jae-hwan offered to fight. Eden said that if it were possible, he would have already sat in the Alliance. Eden advised our hero to leave the village before they came. Eden remembered that Jae Hwan's friend's name was Kim Yoon Hwan. Eden said he'd found traces of him. Apparently, he had already been taken out of the dungeon at Caspian. There is only one source reporting on movements from the prison. If nothing was wrong, he should have been transferred to this tower. Jae Hwan wondered if his friend was still alive. Eden replied that a person doesn't die when they become a puppet. Some people turn into dolls with no soul. Upstairs, they just love living dolls. Eden said that it seems like Yoon Hwan hasn't been turned into a puppet yet. His name isn't on the list of souls turned into puppets. Jae Hwan breathed a sigh of relief. Is there really a chance? Anderson said that the friend wouldn't remember him. Kim Yoon Hwan may have already forgotten about the Tower of Nightmares. Jae Hwan thought he didn't care about that, because he didn't live to be remembered. Runnard held Jae Hwan's hand tightly. Eden asked if Jae Hwan was going to leave. Our hero replied that he had one thing to do. Jae Hwan stated that he has to destroy this place. That's the mission of the 6th floor. Eden told Anderson to get this lunatic out of here immediately. After all, she knows exactly what the Alliance is capable of. Jae Hwan said Anderson can only talk when he lets him. Aiden said it was clear to him, for this man was not the Avatar. Aiden held out the Raven doll and said the young man could have it. Jae Hwan said, "That's a rather strange title. Why doesn't the doll move at all?" Eden said to let the young man inculcate that into his worldview, and then he won't have to give Anderson's body away. Aiden told the man to turn the key inserted in the doll. The doll responded and the bonding process began. Anderson said she can talk now too. Anderson told Aiden that it's been 500 years. Once again, Eden said he and Anderson hadn't seen each other in a while. 7th floor of the metabasis. Barris said the legendary skin wasn't that easy to get. Is this another hologram? Barris said there are more and more offers coming in. He doesn't know where to get these guys, but if he gets his hands on them, they won't last long. Barris said that God shouldn't overdo it. He had already spent 50,000 vers as it was. Is there really going to be a new legendary skin within a week? Ugly King is something new. Barris asked, how does one even get a legendary skin? After all, they are chosen thanks to donations. It's still good if the gods are satisfied after watching the stream. However, you can't move around the metabase without paying. Ray Ray, the god of lightning, said that there was someone who struck without clothes. Barris wondered if he was really naked. Barris wondered, did they really think this naked man could defeat him? It turns out that among the gods, there is one who has the higher effect. Metaboss is a battle of skins. The cooler the skin effect, the higher the stats. Some gods claimed that one guy had collected more than 100 tokens on the 1st floor. Barris thought that this was not true information. Barris saw this guy's picture and wondered, who the hell is this guy? Ignis, the god of flames, sent 500 fans and asked him to find this naked man. Barris agreed and thanked him for the donation. Barris wondered, are there really naked skins? Does he really strike naked? That's very strange. Barris offered the gods a look. It just can't be free. There are many enemies around him, and he throws them all away with one blow. Some of the gods left the broadcast. Barris shouted, not the viewings! Some gods urged Barris to take off his clothes. Barris wondered, why was he naked? Was it because of this that he had several times more views? Barris answered the phone call. Ignis, the god of flames, wondered how dare he talk on the phone during the streamer. The god of madness asks if Galatian is the leader of the 6th floor alliance. Barris continued to talk on the phone, paying no attention to anyone. Barris called the low-ranking god of Flamwood a bad word. Barris said now is not the time to think about that naked man. Now for a moment of really worthwhile content. Barris stated that the list of 6th floor gods would change. Aiden and Anderson spoke without witnesses, facing each other. Anderson recalled that she had almost disappeared. When she had withdrawn from her grief, all the believers in the tower were already dead. Anderson continued. That's when she met Runnard, which is the reason she survived. 2 years went by like that, and then she caught Jae Hwan. They wandered everywhere and suddenly found themselves in the meta-universe. After this encounter, many strange things happened. Eden interrupted Anderson and asked what happened to the village. Anderson said it wasn't her fault. It was Eden who touched her believers. Eden replied that Anderson was out of her mind. Eden told Anderson to leave the village or she would die. Anderson wondered, would anything really change if she left? To declare war on the Alliance, she sent the puppet back. Aiden said she had really lost her mind. Anderson stated that he knows everything now anyway. She's going to do the mandatory assignment and is counting on help. Aiden said Anderson shamelessly asks again to help destroy the world. Is that really sincere? Anderson asks how long Aiden is going to be in this world. He knows why she can't leave. Anderson thanked her for caring about her fallen followers. However, Eden realizes that you can't stay in the past forever. Anderson wondered if Eden was satisfied with everything. Aiden said it wasn't too late. Aiden added that the Alliance only works in the meta-universe. You don't have to touch them, and they won't touch her. We have to abandon the mission to leave the tower. He'll tell them how to find a way out. Anderson said she's not going to leave, but if she does, she'll find it. She wants to conquer the tower and help this guy find his friend. Aiden asks, is Anderson planning revenge on the Alliance after this? He's sure their defeat is still fresh in her mind. Anderson said that she has remembered that day hundreds of thousands of times. Eden noticed that she realized then that even the two of us couldn't win. Even if all her dead comrades were resurrected, it wouldn't work. No one in the entire universe could defeat that guy from the Alliance, the strongest of the 6 gods of the meta-universe, the leader of the Oblivion Alliance. After his appearance, the place of the strongest man was never taken away. It's like antagonizing one of the 7 great goddesses. Anderson asked, is Eden sure that Rachel and the believers are dead? Is it possible to turn the puppets back into humans? Eden replied that, as far as he knew, it couldn't. Anderson said that in the meta-universe, anything is possible. In the driver's power, absolutely everything. The rules of Metabus passengers state that there are some things that everyone knows are impossible and therefore useless. Passengers who have reached the top of the tower can ask the driver for a wish. Anderson said that all the doom happened here in the meta-universe. This space is neither real nor virtual. It's imaginary. Eden wondered if she thought even the dead could be resurrected. Times have changed. Anderson had no believers or allies now. Anderson said there are allies. Jay Huan said he didn't sign up for that. Runnard reminded that Mr. agreed in Gans's office. Anderson added that she is also counting on Eden. Aiden marveled. Anderson had been through so much, but still looked at the world the same. Why does she have such a positive attitude? Why does she believe so much in ghostly change? Eden never ceased to wonder, how could anyone look at the world through such eyes? Anderson said there was nothing to be afraid of. Maybe it's not that big of a deal. There are people who dream of more absurd worlds. Eden said he'd help. He doesn't really want to do it, but he has no choice, so don't get complacent. It has been reported that the MetaView universe is now owned by the Alliance. Passengers are advised to leave the map within 5 days. Anderson said they hadn't changed a bit. Aiden noticed that even though she'd messed with the Alliance, at least she'd warned him. She had definitely gotten smarter. Anderson asked what Eden was going to do. Eden replied that the time had come. Everyone became alarmed after the news. He had originally planned to make sure she was alive and leave this world with the puppets. Anderson suggested going together in that case. Eden said it was best not to fight with the Alliance. If Anderson fought against them now, she would surely lose. Before the Alliance comes here, we need to complete the mission and go to the 7th floor. Then there will be some chance of victory. Anderson asked, so he had a plan? Aiden replied that there were gods on the 7th floor who remembered her. We need to get their support. The key now is to get to the 7th floor. The condition is to destroy this world. Jae Hwan said he wanted to destroy everything here. Idan asked what he meant by destruction. He's not asking about the meaning of the word. Does she think that the world will be destroyed by getting rid of one village? It turns out you just have to destroy absolutely everything. Aiden said that if he was thinking of punching the ceiling again, he'd better not. He's the only one who can block those blows after all. After the 6th floor, the structure is so strong that you can't destroy it so easily. However, Jae Hwan made his lunge and destroyed the structure. But the hole began to tighten. Aiden repeated, he had said it was impossible. Though powerful, you can't destroy the world with one blow. It is not easy even with a more powerful attack. The world is not so simple. Aiden said the world was destroyed 500 years ago. In the center of the map is a volcano. It all started with a meteorite strike. Simply put, if the volcano can be awakened, the world will be destroyed. It's been asleep for a long time, so it won't be easy to revive it. There's a chance that a whole chunk of the world's power could fall into the crater. A problem can't be solved with a few punches. Jae Hwan looked at the forming structure above his head. Lightning bolts were streaming towards that spot. Eden was surprised. This guy actually broke through the ceiling. Jae Hwan said he just tried it again. Barris showed up and said he'd found the destroyer's head. Barris and his minions were approaching our hero. Jae Hwan applied World Strike Compression, a technique from his own history. Eden said that his strength was already running low. Jae Hwan stood firmly on his feet. Aiden activated Sanctuary, opening out of his last strength. Jae Hwan was going to turn the village into a whole world, hide, and then escape. Eden wondered if Jae Hwan had such a ridiculous plan in mind. Jae Hwan replied that Eden hadn't said there was no other way. If there was no way out, we'd have to use the last option. Jae-hwan grabbed Runnard and Aiden by the shoulders. Many gods have stopped by the stream. Barris greeted the gods and said that they have no gacha on their agenda today. Their opponent is the Naked Destroyer, and he is not alone. The gods must have heard of Anderson. She is the legendary goddess who destroyed the 6 gods of Metabasis. The Naked Destroyer is her avatar, and that's not all. Rumor has it that the Raven King is in cahoots with them. Do they still not realize what's going on? This company is once again plotting to throw the meta-universe into chaos. However, the Alliance didn't consider the situation that serious. According to the World Peace Force Measurement Center, Anderson has been downgraded to a low-ranking god. The Naked Destroyer, though terrifying, is in fact a mere avatar. The only real opponent is the Raven King. He is now one of the 6 gods of Metabasis, and his power was measured 500 years ago. All these years he has been in isolation. He wouldn't have been able to maintain his power without finding a single follower. The reason for all this hype is that there is good money to be made from it. The Alliance will not sit back and watch such atrocities. Galadion, the leader of the Doom Squad, sent troops to the Raven King and warned that the revolution would happen again. Barris asked, "Don't they understand it all? It all started after their priests were destroyed. They're only here to deliver justice." After the stream ended, Barris said that these gods are obnoxious. They pretend to be mighty, but they will still be applauded in the end. The avatar of the Whirlpool god, High Circle Jihan, said that the Diamond Spear would be in the mop-up squad since he had met with the other 6 gods. 500 years ago, Anderson destroyed 3 of the strongest gods of the Metabasis, and nearly passed through the 10th floor gate guarded by the Alliance. If Anderson comes back with her former strength, not even the Doom Squad can stop her. Barris was frightened. Is she really that strong? He was reassured. It was about her power 500 years ago. Right now, she's just a low-ranked god, so there's nothing to worry about. Although it's unexpected that it would be the Doom Squad that would act as the advanced squad. They said that the King of Ravens had come to this world. Barris remarked that he knew this god well. Barris said he wasn't trying to insult anyone. He remarked that there is a lot of envy shown towards everyone involved in this incident. Barris asked, "Wasn't this day foretold? Everything was supposed to happen 5 days later. Can they defeat the Raven King, even if countermeasures are prepared?" Barris said that today was his last day. In his hand he had a mechanical watchbox. Anderson said, "We have to hurry up. The opponents have combat skins, which means they are very fast." Runnard shouted they were almost caught up. Jae-hwan was forced to engage his pursuers using his battle sword. Aiden reminded them of the plan. You don't have to destroy everyone. Anderson said that was nothing to worry about. There are too many stalkers anyway. You can't eliminate them all. Eden and Anderson agreed to exercise caution. Aiden said they had arrived at the site. Now it was necessary to lure the pursuers to the crater. Jae-hwan thought it was an incredible sight. What would happen if such a huge volcano started erupting? In such a case, this world could be destroyed instantly. Eden said it was time to get started. Barris said they didn't know when to stop. Their demise is only a matter of time. A cleanup team will arrive in 10 minutes. What can these people count on by jumping into a volcano? There is no place on this map where they can escape to. We need to send as many people after them as possible. The number of casualties doesn't matter. The pursuers couldn't understand what was going on. They heard something strange. The beginning of a volcanic eruption was recorded. A large number of pursuers were in the immediate vicinity. But why did the volcano suddenly wake up? Barris was frightened. Were they really going to use the power of the volcano against the Alliance members who had jumped into the crater? Were they really using humans as a catalyst? The volcano erupted 500 years ago because of a meteorite impact. Jae-hwan said that sounds like an idea, so we have to drop the pursuers first. The crow bomb has been activated. Eden said it was easier than he thought it would be. Repelling the attack, Runnard said the pursuers turned out to be very numerous. Jae-hwan worked intensely with his sword, but the attackers were not getting smaller. Our hero thought things were going faster than he expected. If this continues, the volcano is about to erupt. Runnard warned Mr. Jae-hwan of the impending danger. Another participant in the confrontation stated with certainty that he would destroy the man. It was the ugliest king skin of Kim Dokja. Barris used that skin. Barris said that ragamuffins like his rivals would never get the thing. Anderson wondered, did Eden really want a skin like that? Eden replied that the skin was very popular now. Jae-hwan wondered, why is he called that? In what place is he ugly? God told Aiden that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. It had been 500 years. Aiden didn't think the Alliance would send him. Did the Shining Spear give the order? The opponent said he came on his own to get even. Ugliest king said Aiden was doing well without the skinks, but it wasn't worth crossing the alliance. At this moment, Jae Hwan attacked the opponents and inflicted irreparable damage. The skinned god was shocked. How could this guy have such speed? The god said that he had a legendary skin, and the opponent shouldn't even try to do anything. However, the protagonist grabbed the opponent's face and knocked him to the ground. The god didn't understand how this ordinary man was able to straighten out his strongest skin. Runnard and Anderson watched this battle and were also amazed by Jae Hwan's strength. Black Crow thought that the backup had already come to an end. The alliance had become much weaker. God said he wasn't counting on the alliance anyway. A rival said he heard Eden is still doing the puppet thing. 500 years ago, when he was his follower, it was even entertaining. I wonder if gods are ever compared to believers. Eden said the alliance treats its opponent well. God stated that he could really use the knowledge of puppets. It was a god with no personality. He only gives power to the world. Some people think he is perfect. Aiden said it was indeed the perfect god for someone who betrayed him and joined the alliance. The opponent said that Aiden was already very weak, so changing the god was a good idea. Eden attacked his opponent and said he betrayed him, so nothing changed. The god without a name said it was a determined attack. The opponent stated he was Eden's favorite follower and understands how sad it is out there. Opening sanctuary, Raven's grave was activated again. The god without a name said that this sanctuary is unstable. Aiden is very weak. The god without a name wondered, hadn't they swallowed up the entire village when they fled? Aiden said his opponent underestimates his strength. His enemies have had enough of the sudden sanctuary. The ugliest king started to run away and thought that at this rate they would all be finished. The god without a name said that he understood everything perfectly well and didn't underestimate Aiden's strength. If the sanctum is fully revealed, there are only a few people in the entire meta-universe who can stand up to Aiden. He didn't initially rely on his own strength alone. The god without a name said that Aiden's madness was to his advantage in some way. The mechanical clock box reappeared in this god's hand. Aiden saw this cube and ordered everyone to retreat back immediately. We must run as far away as possible. Runnard was confused and didn't run away. He found himself in close proximity to the mysterious cube. Anderson asked where he got the time cube from. The opponent said that he had prepared this cube especially for them. Even the sixth god of the meta-universe can't escape that easily. Barris grabbed Raven and Runnard's doll. He said that although the skin was legendary, it had the durability of a paper doll. Barris looked at the cube and said that this thing was really good. It was the one used to defeat Anderson 500 years ago. There were rumors that this cube could seal even level 6 gods. We need to finish this quickly. Anderson will be absorbed by the higher gods of the Alliance. Runnard must be destroyed and turned into a puppet. Anderson said that if he touches Runnard, he won't get off that easy. The Raven doll attacked the god, and Runnard was able to break free from his grasp. The god got angry and hit the Raven doll. Runnard shouted for Mrs. Anderson to be careful. The opponent stepped on the Raven doll with his foot and said it should be sent to the Alliance. I just wanted to destroy it. Runnard found himself surrounded, and there was no way to retreat. Barris was very startled when he realized the broadcast was on. He was sure he had stopped it. Runnard put his sword forward and decided that he would not give up. Barris said that this child had never been taught anything good. Barris pulled out a knife and said, "This is going to be fun." Runnard was frightened and mentally called out to Mr. Jae Hwan for help. The girl said indignantly, "Will the gods just stand by?" Runnard is in trouble now. An anonymous god asked what was so terrible about the death of this young man. Many gods appeared to agree with him. Little Brother is a streaming platform for gods, a kind of open forum where gods who challenge Big Brother can confront the 7 great gods. The girl thought, because of the plans, she tried not to interfere. But you can't just leave newcomers out like that. Maybe it was time to intercede? The girl announced that finally someone had volunteered to help. Serena Armelt was a successful influencer and a true opinion leader. She was on an expedition into the deep with a guy wandering everywhere, trying to find the man she lost in an accident. 2 years later, Serena became a pirate. Zone 5, Ragnarok, Serena said as she saw a beautiful sunset in front of her. Serena asked the assistant when the old man would be back. She was told that it would be very soon. Serena said that if they stayed here too long, they would be caught by the high-ranking gods. The aide said that the mistress hasn't done any broadcasts lately. Serena reminded me that they are always on the run. What kind of broadcasts are we talking about if they're going to be chased? The aide asked if the lady reads the comments. Serena replied that she was tired of the same thing. Ms. Armelt said she was getting tired of being so popular. Serena decided to check out some popular slices and wondered what streamers are on top right now. The girl said someone is copying her manner of speech, even her hair and clothes. The aide said that the mistress was not alone. Serena refused to look. The streamers only talk about how to get more Vir. We should punish them with angry comments. The aide reminded that hater comments are a serious offense. Serena said that piracy was also a crime. Serena's assistant was Captain Carlton. A girl was interested in a stream called Catching the Naked Destroyer. It was going live. Serena said that silhouette looked familiar to her. Serena and Carlton recognized whoever was on the screen. You could tell by the look on their faces. Even the old man recognized the man and shouted that it was Jae Hwan. The girl wondered, when did the old man come here? Jong-ho yelled for the girl to confess. Where is Jae Hwan now? At that moment, Serena was checking the address. Carlton didn't know what had managed to happen, but he understood. Jae Hwan had started a war with the Alliance. The divine medic said that Jae Hwan was as good as ever. The punches he taught him had gotten much better. Serena was surprised. What kind of lunges are we talking about? After all, Jae Hwan only does one lunge. Serena and the old man saw a cube on the screen. No way. The old man asked what it was. Serena wondered where they got it from. Looking at the screen, someone could be heard yelling for Runnard to run away or he might get hurt. Young-ho stated that they need to get in there right away. Serena said, still looking in. The pirate girl stated that it was a level 6 metabasis. Carlton admitted that it was a long way from here. Even if we risked everything, it would take at least 2 weeks to get there. Isn't there any way to get there faster? Serena reprimanded and declared that she had finally found him. Serena Armelt searched for him for 2 whole years, stealing the treasures of the 7 great gods, creating an airship. It was all to find Jae Hwan. The more popular they became in the depths, the easier it would be to find the Lord. The girl thought she had barely found him, but there was nothing she could do now. Jong-ho says there's one place where Jae Hwan can get help. Jong-ho added that this place is right here. Captain Carlton and Serena Armelt wondered, why did the old man delay in such a case? The old man stated that only one thing could help the pirates who stole the treasures of the family of the great gods, destroyed the monarch, and passed chaos. We're talking about the most horrible faction of all. It's an organization called the Rift. Runnard felt exhausted and could barely stand on his feet, leaning on his sword. From the last of his strength, Runnard accelerated and tried to attack his opponent. But his opponent asked in surprise, "Doesn't this young man know who he is?" The god grabbed Runnard by the belt and lifted him off the ground. Runnard took a fist punch to the stomach and crouched down in pain. The Raven doll was already in the cage. Runnard thought he'd just been punched, but it felt like his whole body was broken. Only now did he realize what a monster Jae Hwan was. The anonymous god said he was getting bored and needed to get it over with soon. The skin god added that he was just about to do it. He doesn't think it'll get many hits though. How did that kid even manage to survive? How could God choose such a weakling? Runnard knew he was weak. He always had been. He thought that in this case, his weakness meant nothing. Runnard grabbed his sword again and suddenly attacked his opponent. He shouted that the god he served did not consider him weak. Runnard made a light lunge, just as Jae Hwan had taught him. The opponent received a glancing injury from the lunge. The villain screamed and delivered a fist strike to Runnard's jaw. The skinned god stepped his foot on the body of the young man lying there. He said that at first he wanted to kill the boy, but now he changed his mind. The villain added that he decided to cut off his limbs. At that moment, the raven bird in the cage cried out loudly. Someone on the outside asked, "Is this really the same rotten child?" The girl who appeared clarified, "Is it him, that guy? She's here to save him." It was Jin Eun-se. She had the fastest time to reach level 7. She belonged to the Rift. Those present wondered, what was the Rift doing here? Many gods expressed hatred for the Rift. Jin Yun-se, looking up from above, said that the alliance wasn't bad either. Now it would be even easier to catch the awakened ones. One of the gods shouted for everyone to prepare for battle. "This man is very strong." The god with the cube added that it was just a union. However, in the Rift, everyone in the Rift was an awakened, and it was quite problematic to counter them. Barris cried out, had the Rift really decided to attack them? Jin Eun-se was indeed very strong, and no one could do absolutely no damage to him. Jin Eun-se activated the skill Chumbly. The opponents were furious, but there was nothing they could do. Yun-se's third-grade block, the hammer, was activated. Barris cried out in rage, "What is he doing?" The enraged god added that it was time to put an end to this. The other god shouted for the Rift representatives to stay out of it. It was not their jurisdiction. Jin Yun-se said she had a question. Do they really think the Alliance is a threat to the Rift? Even the 12 monarchs and the 7 great gods fear them. The opponent said that he might not be able to handle the entire Rift, but he might well be able to handle one. God thought it wouldn't be that hard. Jin Yun-se is here alone. Yun-se's 4th-grade block, Honor Stealing, was activated. God didn't understand why there was such a difference in strength between them. Jin Yun-si took away the cube and said that no matter how much the opponent practiced, he wouldn't be able to reach the rift. The deactivated god shouted that Yun-si didn't understand anything about the awakened ones. The villain ordered his subordinates not to stand still and attack Jin Yun-se. Jin Yun-si dealt with all the opponents and said that it's over now. Runnard was surprised. This follower had single-handedly massacred an entire battalion. Is there really someone as strong as the 6 gods in the meta-universe? Jae Hwan thought that even his level was too low. The few surviving opponents tried to resist, but Yun-si suggested that they not waste their strength and just surrender. Suddenly, the Raven doll snatched the cube from Yun-si's hands and soared upwards. Runnard jumped to his feet and rushed after the Raven puppet. Suddenly, an old man descended from the sky to Earth. He said that an uninvited guest had interfered in the Metuniverse system. It was Shining Spear Galatean, the 6th god of the Meta-universe, and the head of the Throat Alliance. He added that this matter did not concern Yun-se. Jin Yun-si had heard of the 6th god, but she didn't think they would meet. She activated the 5th form of the Silver Block, the Revolving Umbrella. Yun-si thought that in terms of strength, the 6th god would be comparable to the leader. Could it be the fact that he's fighting a puppet? Galateon stated that all gods use puppets because there is no worthy enemy. Galateon said, no matter how strong the rift is, they have an obligation to stop further interference. Jin Yun-si thought to herself, what to do? She wasn't going to lose to some puppet. Anderson and Runnard kept running and thought, it would be great if Jae Hwan was around. Jin Yun-si was nearby and asked if the boy could still run away. If that was the case, then we should go to the 7th floor and find the Black Moon Tavern. One of the gods attacked Runnard and told him not to try to take the cube away anymore. Anderson wondered how he did it. God has declared that he is not the man Anderson knew before. She understands why he's here. Anderson said, let him stop. She doesn't know why he joined the Alliance, but he used to be different. The opponent said if Anderson keeps this up, she's dead. Better to hand over the cube and walk away. Then he'll let her and her followers live. They guarantee the safety of the Raven King. Anderson asked, how could he be trusted? The opponent swore by the god of the whirlwind or even the Raven King himself. God said if Anderson didn't give in, we'd have to make her. Barris says this is no time to relax. We need to get the cube back immediately. Galateon is waiting. The partner replied that Barris had nothing to worry about. He wasn't going to give the cube to the Alliance. Barris came to a rage over the death of the puppet. The anonymous god expressed surprise. The opponent said he couldn't wait any longer. Anderson asked what he was going to do. Is it revenge? God said he didn't want the Raven King, but the guy inside. He will consume him and become a follower. Anderson asked, thankful that he was only thinking. Has he forgotten the oath he took 500 years ago? Where did the desire to create a world of equality between men and gods go? The opponent stated that the mouse will never become the cat's friend. The mouse has only one way to get closer to the cat, to become as strong. Anderson said he's only an avatar, he can't become a god. His opponent replied that Anderson had forgotten who he was. From the Raven King, he learned not only how to create puppets. God said Anderson has to choose, believers or a follower in the cube. Jin Eun-se, looking at Galateon, said that a good battle was coming up. Galateon asked, is she really trying to buy time for Anderson to escape? Galateon said there was no point in keeping him here. He added that he was the only one of the 6 gods to arrive here. His opponent told Anderson to hurry up and not keep him waiting. When the god saw an unusual movement in the sky that looked like an attack maneuver, he wondered, how could this be possible? After all, the second faction of the Alliance was the Throat, led by Galateon. Another god appeared in the sky. He asked if the one was thinking of getting rid of Barris's puppet and hiding the Alliance cube. It was annihilation god Rakos, one of the 6 gods of the meta-universe, and the head of the Secret History faction. The owner of the cube did not expect 2 commanders to arrive at once. Now an autopsy is impossible. Rakos said that the rascal was going to betray the Alliance. God shouted for Anderson to hand over the cube, otherwise everyone would die. The mechanical clock mounted on the cube began to collapse. Aiden recalled that he had offered to leave. If you hit with tremendous force, the blow might come back. Aiden added that there were signs of tampering with the system settings. It was done by someone very skillful. Jae Hwan suggested that it was the work of Nightmare. Apparently, the space was turned into a shrine using the Tears of Time waterfall. Jae Hwan asked how to get out of here. Eden replied that it would take at least 10 days to get out. Jae Hwan said that if they stayed here for 10 days, there would be nothing left of Runnard or Anderson. Yoon Hwan can't be saved either. There's no way to wait that long. Eden said not to worry. Time flows differently here. A whole day had passed here, but outside it was no more than a minute. Jae Hwan asked, is that why Eden is just sitting here trading? Eden replied that he can't survive without it. He needs faith so that he won't die. Jae Hwan said that other gods don't need such things. Anderson only uses faith to quickly restore the power of peace. Aiden said that for the gods with followers, it was only a formality. They can do nothing and their world power will gradually recover and increase. He reminded them that he was a god without followers. The gods cannot restore their power of peace, so it dwindles over time. If it is not replenished, it disappears altogether. Jae Hwan said that was the reason he avoided fighting. Eden remarked that Jae Hwan had been lucky. He replied that luck was on Eden's side then. Jae Hwan asked why Eden had no followers. The god replied that he had been betrayed 500 years ago. Eden added that the method of creating puppets was stolen from him and abandoned. Jihan did it. He was not a particularly good-natured man, but he could not be called a villain. He was an extremely determined man. Eden noted that it was determination that had led him astray. Jae Hwan asked, "Are all the gods in the depths so talkative?" Eden said that it happens in different ways. Most Alliance members don't have followers either. The gods in the tower don't like the followers. They see them as insects eating away at their essence. They seek to become gods without intermediaries, so they create puppets. They simply don't need followers. Jae Hwan said that without these insects, there would be no greatest gods. Eden added, "That's why gods have no choice but to cultivate followers to keep their world going." Jae Hwan remarked that this all seemed extremely flawed. Would the followers stay with their gods if they knew the truth? Eden replied that every believer needs a god, because only a strong worldview can survive in the depths. Jae Hwan asked, "Why don't these believers believe in a better god?" He added that he doesn't want to admit it, but Anderson is a good goddess. Even though she is low level, she cares about her worshippers. Aiden agreed, there are indeed good gods in the depths, but not all believers want a god like Anderson. They need a strong god to prove himself. Jae Hwan wondered, "What does that mean?" Eden asked. "Do you really think that believers act on behalf of God?" Did Jae Hwan ever think that perhaps it was God acting on behalf of the believers? He remembered people saying whose followers they were. Jae Hwan wondered, is value really determined by God? Gods need believers, not the other way around. Their value is born out of faith. It is a world in which those who cannot cope alone rely on each other to survive. Aiden said that both gods, believers, and monarchs hate Jae Hwan for one reason. All because the young man is capable of acting alone. Aiden added, interested when he saw his interlocutor's shrine. Was he really acting on his own behalf? Maybe Jae Hwan is also just a believer living off his view of the world. Yoon Garam himself once said, "The difference between an adapter and an awakened one is as thin as a piece of paper." They simply believe in a different world. Yoon Garam himself was a slave to his system. Perhaps our hero was also a prisoner of his own world. Eden asked, "Does this world belong to Jae Hwan completely?" Jae Hwan replied that Eden would know when he saw it himself. Eden immersed himself in the world of a hero. Does Jae Hwan really see that every day? He added that he realized what that eye in the sky meant. Jae Hwan pointed out, "Everyone who's seen it has said the same thing." Eden said that in the depths, everyone knows what it is, but no one wants to look into it. He had once seen someone else create something similar in the sky. The man who had passed the last level of the meta-universe 700 years ago had a similar formation in the sky. It wasn't an eye, but it shared the same features. Jae Hwan thought, so there was a god with a similar worldview. Who was he? Aiden replied, Hwang Sang-soo, the commander of the Nightmare Rift Group. Jae Hwan thought he was hearing about the rift again. Eden noted that the other one had the same gloomy view of the world. But Jae Hwan was lonely rather than gloomy. He asked, had Jae Hwan decided to fight? Does he want to destroy the Tree of Illusion? Why would a man try to save his friends if the world is doomed anyway? Strange. Someone who wants to destroy the world is still trying to save someone. Jae Hwan replied that that guy deserved to see the end of the world. The tower pierced the sky and rushed even higher. Jae Hwan shouted that he seemed to have found a way out and rushed up the inner steps of the tower. Aiden noted, memories from the tower permeate the mind. He thought, this is the same tower he himself had conquered. There were memories of the old blacksmith saying that the boys were in a great mood today. There were other memories too. Jae Hwan promised his injured companion that he would definitely destroy this world. Eden thought he couldn't stand the experience and handed it over to the puppets. And Jae Hwan created a tower inside him. Did he really still remember that guy? Jae Hwan is going through all the memories alone. Perhaps because no one in this world knows his past. If he had let go of the past, those who conquered the tower wouldn't have experienced so much suffering. Although the system was wiping people off the face of the earth, Jae Hwan continued to remember. Both anger, sadness, and despair were alive in him. How could an ordinary man become so powerful? Now Aiden understood how a god with one follower could have such a huge power of peace. This Tower of Nightmares was Jae-hwan's creation. His power of peace was the very memories from the tower. Jae-hwan remembers his nightmare to every single detail, and those terrors fuel his strength. Eden thought that Jae-hwan seemed to already be a god. Jae-hwan asked his interlocutor, "I wonder if he controls his own worldview." He doesn't know that himself. The protagonist remarked that he could only say one thing. He was witnessing the end of this world. Jae-hwan reached the top of the tower. Aiden noted that, for what it's worth, something seemed to have happened outside. Reiko said that this god didn't like him, and the very act of joining the alliance he thought was wrong, was against it despite the approval of the other 6 gods. Reikos grabbed his opponent by the throat and said that he who betrayed once will betray twice. Reikos added that he had left him alive for too long, and it would be a good idea for him to create a new puppet. Anderson said they are now out of sight. While Reikos is furious, they can try to escape. Reikos replied that Galateon would be enough for him. One of the 6 gods of the meta-universe, the leader of the Fire Union, said that certainty is the mother of all things. Anderson thought it was her comrade from 500 years ago. He should be ashamed of his betrayal. It was the god of justice. Justice. The victim didn't think that 3 of the 6 gods would show up. Is it really over? Runnard tells our hero that even though they haven't known each other that long, he knows how cool Jae-hwan is. Runnard added that he believed Mr. Jae-hwan and tossed the cube upwards. The gods tried to intercept this cube. At some point it ended up in the hands of a recalcitrant god. The cube holder said he'll get rid of all of them now. You can be sure of that. The god raised the energy ball above his head to strike. In the process of the clash, many people were hurt, and chaos ensued. The Strapi god said the alliance is no longer an adversary for him. They just can't stand his high circle. With that power, he can do anything. The high god Reikos wondered, was this really all he could do? Reikos activated non-human regeneration and restored the fingers on his hand. Reikos approached and grabbed the Strapi god by the head. Reikos said that was the limit for the insect and threw his opponent down to the ground. The victim was perplexed, for he had certainly awakened. How could this have happened? Reikos must have reached a completely different level of power. Reikos asked, did his rival really think he had everything? It's funny to see him indulging in a passing fancy. Reikos tells his opponent to wake up. They're not done yet. He thought that 500 years ago he had given up everything to gain power. And the result of betraying his comrades and the god who had taken him in was just that. Reikos lifted the leg of his proper opponent and said that he would now be destroyed. However, the unbelievable happened. Reikos' hand holding the cube was cut off and flew upwards. The anonymous god looked at this with astonishment. A young man with a sword in his hand appeared in front of Reikos. When asked, "Who is he?" he said his name was Jae-hwan. Reikos thought it had already been 542 years since he had entered the meta-universe. God had a demand to add new components. How long are they going to keep using these weird settings? He thought. If this continues, I'm going to have to change my worldview. Reikos escaped to the meta-universe from the demanding faithful. To survive in this place, Reikos got rid of all believers. He sold his beliefs. He sold the gods he once trusted too. So, 542 years ago, that's when he became a god. He caught the revolution 500 years ago, couldn't keep power by defeating the 6 new gods that come out every decade. When new skinks came out, he'd hold pranks to attract attention. Several hundred years of the reign of the 6 strongest gods had already passed. The alliance steadily built up power by investing the faith it had earned. Now it's all become routine. Reikos thought that the only thing that could be truly interesting was the Raven King. In front of him now was that naked destroyer. Reikos assumed that this guy was quite tasty. In a place where no one dared to challenge him, he was expecting such an opponent. The power emanating from him made one tremble. Reikos stated that the naked destroyer is incredibly strong by nature. Reikos said he was already anticipating the pleasure of seeing the man disappear. The opening of the Shade of All Maladies shrine was activated. Reikos said he wanted to taste this man's soul alive. Jae-hwan thought that a sight-blocking technique had been used against him. No wonder the 6th god realm wasn't easy to destroy with doubt. Jae-hwan thought that he couldn't even see himself right now. Apparently his sense of touch was also blocked. Our hero could not understand where he was going and what he was looking at. Everywhere he looked, it was pitch black. He felt as if he were locked in a cellar. Jae-hwan noticed that he could still feel pain. For the first time in a long time, he felt like a target. The protagonist decided to explore this pitch blackness. Jae-hwan sensed the approach of another's blade and threw it aside with a sharp movement. Reikos was surprised. He shouldn't have seen anything. How was that possible? Jae-hwan, swinging his sword, repelled a series of attacking blades. Reikos was perplexed. Where did this man get such skill and reflexes? He even thought it was fun to chase after such talent. The Supreme God decided, now we could have a noisy battle. The Naked Destroyer proved to be a worthy opponent. Reikos asked if Naked Destroyer could block his next attack. Jae-hwan adjusted his weapon to Sword of Destruction mode, took the second stance and repelled the attack. Reikos was amazed. What is this customization? It was like this guy was absorbing all his weapons. The High God declared that the young man dared not do such a thing. Destruction awaited him. Jae-hwan replied that if the weapon was so expensive, they shouldn't have thrown it around. Reikos prepared for the Naked Destroyer's attack. He activated the Lightning of All Maladies ability and prepared to reflect the strike. Jae-hwan wondered, was this really all a Supreme God could do? Reikos realized it wasn't just a battle in the sanctuary, but it was slowly crumbling under the onslaught of the hero's settings. Runard called out to Jae-hwan and started to approach him. Reikos couldn't understand why he was so weak. He just had to destroy his opponent. The High God couldn't intervene since the shrine wasn't revealed. Jae-hwan approached the kneeling Reikos. Reikos asked fearfully, "Who is this guy?" Suddenly he remembered some words. In the meta-universe, every few years a real monster comes along and shakes the tower. The legendary nightmare appeared here 900 years ago, destroying the 9th floor and destroying the 6th god. The head of the Alliance created it after support from the 7 gods of the meta-universe 600 years ago. 3 such monsters had already appeared in 2,000 years, so no one would come now, Reikos thought. At first, the Supreme God thought it was just a new game. A toy, a plucky wrestler that no one seriously fights. Reikos thought that the rival was only tagging along to take the place of the 6th god, appearing once every few decades. But now the High God realized that he was wrong. There was a real monster in front of him. Renee was surprised to learn that 2 of the 7 great gods were watching her broadcasts. And that wasn't all. Comments were pouring in from anonymous users. She used to be unable to get on the main page of Little Brother because of her low level. But now all the gods and believers are flocking to her broadcast. The audience is in shock. The defeat of the 6th god of the meta-universe, Reikos. Is the long-awaited change of gods about to begin? It will inevitably lead to war. No one could believe what was happening. Renee was also extremely surprised. Reikos' defeat is a once-in-100 years event. It shook up the entire meta-universe. The real reason for this focus is that things won't end with the change of one god. Of the 6 current gods, 5 are members of the Alliance. The victory of a newcomer over one of the strongest is a hint of the collapse of the entire Alliance, which has ruled the tower for nearly 600 years. Among the lower-ranked gods, the turning of history is eagerly awaited. Renee said there may be more going on than viewers expected. Jin Yunsi knew things would be difficult, but it turned out to be even worse. Galateon said the opponent was tiring and preparing for another attack. Jin Yunsi is so focused on the attack that she forgot about the volcano, and the eruption is about to begin. Jin Yunsi admits that she hasn't lost. She just doesn't know exactly when the eruption will start. Renee broke the terrible news. There was a fissure in the volcano's crater. Things are not going well. If there is an eruption, the outcome will be monstrous, especially if Galateon joins in. Will Jae-hwan and the Crow King be able to win? Renee thought that the victory over Reikos was not a fluke, but a true talent. Not for nothing did Reikos recognize his opponent as a true monster. Jae-hwan asked his opponent, "Is this really all that the dog can do?" The Crow King stated that it was over. Jae-hwan asked if Renard was injured. Runard replied that they were fine. Jae-hwan noted that he was also feeling good. Eden said it was a pleasant sight, not like the traitor's behavior. Jae-hwan suggested keeping the noise down. Anderson told Aiden to calm down. It's been 500 years. Opponents in the sky said it was not yet time to celebrate victory. The god next to Reikos asked why they were talking like this, as if it was already over. There is a report that the 6th floor is beginning to collapse. In 20 minutes, the world will completely disappear. Jae-hwan inquired if the eruption was really about to begin. God replied that he no longer had time to watch this game of friendship. Eventually, they returned with renewed vigor. Reikos, with his arm restored, and Galateon, determined, were beside him. Runard thought, did Jin Yunse really lose? God said it was a great battle. It was fascinating to watch. Who would have thought that the Reikos shrine would be destroyed so easily? The High God offered one last time. Would this man be willing to join them? The Flame Union offers the best conditions and free medical insurance. Anderson said he joined the Alliance and began to emulate the Alliance. He betrayed his comrades 500 years ago. The god of justice also guaranteed the safety of Anderson and the believers. Anderson said she feels like he wants to take them hostage. He wants them to fall into his trap. Justice swore he wouldn't do that. Eden asked, swearing in the name of justice? The Raven King wondered why he was using that silly nickname then. God of justice, justice. It's very funny. Justice said that he hadn't seen Aiden in a long time. Eden replied that he should have known who he was talking about when he first heard the nickname. Aiden noticed that neither the flame god Ignis nor Cage could handle him. The Raven King said that if he explained what he was talking about, Justice would lose his soul. Justice noticed that it wasn't time to relax yet. The Raven King wondered if his opponent would have the courage to speak like that after meeting the Naked Destroyer. The King of Justice recognized that the Naked Destroyer was strong. However, Aiden had apparently forgotten who the Alliance was. Aiden has no idea what the Alliance has become in the past 500 years. Aiden saw the giant door. It was the weapon of the Great War, the Nebula. Justice asked if the opponents were now ready to negotiate. The Crow King said that the rivals, for the sake of fighting them, even used this. Are they really that eager to start a war? Apparently, in the Alliance, both threats and shelling are methods of negotiation. Jae-hwan remarked that they were misunderstanding the negotiations. Our hero added that if the opponents really wanted to talk, they should bring their leader. The protagonist gave 5 minutes for everything. Jae-hwan demanded to bring his friend who had become a puppet from the 7th floor. Our hero added that only then would he keep his opponents alive. The King of Justice said he's hearing some nonsense, but if the Naked Destroyer wants it that way. Justice inquired what this friend's name was. Jae-hwan stated that it was Kim Yoon-hwan. Justice checked the information and said he couldn't find one. Perhaps he is already registered as a puppet, or is waiting for his turn. Jae-hwan said the opponents don't seem to be ready for negotiations. Jae-hwan added that he'd go up and find out for himself. The protagonist added that he only needs to conquer the tower to do so. The King of Justice asked why Jae-hwan was going there. Our hero replied that he had already explained everything. Justice stated that the wealth, fame, and power that the Naked Destroyer would receive after conquering the tower, he could get from them as well. Jae-hwan said something they can't give. Galateon stated that the conversation was initially useless and rushed to attack. Justice joined in the attack and said that this stuck-up awakened man thinks he's the only one. Jae-hwan repelled his opponent's attack and made it clear that he was ready to counterattack by swinging his sword. The protagonist said he plans to smash opponents' heads in. The King of Justice asked his opponent if he knew what makes a person vulnerable when they become God. It's prayer. Anderson shouted for Jae-hwan to use extreme caution. A multi-level attack was used against him. Our hero lost his balance and began to fall. The Raven King and Runner jumped up in time to grab the young man, preventing him from touching the ground. Justice asked how opponents like God's world, some hear the cry of justice, and some hear the cries of doom. There are gods who hear only the voices of death. Some are only interested in naked bodies. No god can hear all prayers. Justice noticed that God chooses only one topic and ignores the rest, such as life. Wave prayers are a special weapon against the awakened. Such a technique allows one to look at the God world in the mind of the awakened one. Those who fight on the basis of faith cannot help but hear it. If you simply close your ears, it will be impossible to utilize the power of awakening. Justice noticed that long ago the second leader of the Rift had turned the metabasis upside down. Who thought the weapons the Alliance had created against the awakened would be used again? Jae-hwan said that through this, the Alliance will have an awakened puppet. Justice thought it was impossible. The awakened one couldn't resist after all. The awakened one either gets lost and perishes in the flood of prayers, or closes himself off from the voices. The flame god Ignis supported Jae-hwan. The anonymous gods are rooting for him. Justice said it was a waste of time. It's not a soul they can conquer. If you can't get it, you have to get rid of it. Awakened, torn by prayers, unable to stop. Jae-hwan's mind flooded with an endless stream of voices, and he felt a piercing pain in his skull. Unlike other gods, Jae-hwan doesn't know the main topic of his prayers. However, he can hear all the screaming, and it's unbearable. But his spirit is so strong that not even the loudest of shouts will break it. Jae-hwan isn't a god of nudity, or even a god of destruction. He said he's not a good person at all. He is a man treading on the ruins of this world. The protagonist thought that too much of the world's power has already been spent. This is the limit. The mind splits with prayer. There's too little strength left now. It's hard to resist. If friends had been around, perhaps the strength would have been augmented. Runnard and Anderson shouted they were near. Justice was surprised. Would it make a difference to add more mana? Jae-hwan activated the Anderson nudity setting. This time he decided to borrow some power. Justice wondered why they weren't retreating and what they were doing. Jae-hwan activated extra strength and increased offensive power. but in naked mode. Aiden said it was the personal weapon of the Awakened One. Beings who are not gods live rather dismal lives. Justice wondered if they were going to interfere with him again. The Raven's King admitted that Justice is hard to call a good person. Justice said Jae-hwan is rude and has no respect for his elders, and he undresses anywhere. Justice King remarked that he didn't bear any ill will towards this man. Jae-hwan asked Justice, "He doesn't have much world power, does he?" The Raven King recalled that he talked about not having followers, but he didn't say he had little power. Jae-hwan thought that Eden was really taking strength and fighting him. Be that as it may, the Raven King is clearly above the level of a general. Justice told Rakos and Galateon that he needed help. They need to follow the warship. The shelling could be very dangerous. Justice stated that the opponents lost as far back as 500 years ago. Did they naively think they could stand up to the Alliance now? The fierce battle did not stop for a moment. Aiden wondered if Justice knew what he had been doing for the last 500 years. Eden said that when he was alone, he would buy items and then sell them for more. The Raven King said he was now ready to show what the power of one of the 6 gods was. Aiden converted hundreds of millions of vert into the power of peace. Jae-hwan thought that the scale of Eden's shrine was on a completely different level than before. This is the true power of Eden Karta. Justice called on all forces to attack the opponents. He will personally deal with the Raven King. The orders were to get rid of the Awakened Man and capture Anderson. Aiden said that Justice seemed to have forgotten. This was the world they had fought on 500 years ago. As long as his shrine is open, countless sleep-immersed followers endlessly live past lives. The Raven King has stated that he has no intention of losing this war. The marionettes came to the rescue. Gon said, "This is the day. Now they will all fight together." Justice thought that the Raven King really wasn't easy to resist. Fighting the puppets is simply useless. It is necessary to get rid of Aiden, who supplies them with the power of peace. Eden asked if the opponent has time to applique. He is very confident. Justice said he couldn't stand Aiden Karth as much as before. The Raven King reciprocated. Aiden grabbed his rival's head and said he had always been annoyed by Justice's creepy temper, but couldn't think the man would betray his comrades. Aiden wondered why the man had done that. Did he want to get a little power? Justice thought that Aiden Karth had been hiding here all this time. Had he really managed to fully recover his strength? The Raven King said the jokes were over. Justice knelt in front of him and said that Aiden didn't understand anything. Aiden said that if Justice didn't stop, he would have to destroy him. His opponent said that the Raven King had no idea what he had to go through to get here. Eden has no idea what he's willing to do for his goal. Aiden asked in surprise. What had happened to Justice? What had the Alliance promised him? Justice betrayed his dying comrades and stabbed them in the back. Are Alliance promises worth the blood? That's not the only reason, is it? Less than 10 minutes to go until Justice's shrine opens. Justice said it was Aiden who drove him to it. Justice stated that Eden had taken Anderson away from him. Once upon a time, Justice was a loser who was exiled to the meta-universe to return here with the remaining believers. The believers said that even though Mr. Justice had been kicked out of the sanctuary, he could still develop here. If you work hard together and create your own worldview, you will succeed. They were believers who followed God and a young God full of ambition. However, the harsh reality of the meta-universe awaited them. Justice told the follower that it was too soon to give up. If they followed their goal, they would one day achieve everything. The follower said he was tired of the pathetic games of Justice. Thus, Justice lost all the believers he cared for. When Justice began to turn into a forgotten god, he was rescued. Eden and Anderson asked what Justice was doing here. Maybe he was lost? Justice told them to go away. Aiden was very surprised. After all, they were his comrades. Justice didn't want to see anyone. Artina began to argue, proving that Anderson's piece of bread was bigger. Tired of arguing, the friends settled around the fire. Justice often wonders where he would be if Anderson and Artina hadn't saved him then. What would have happened if Eden Karth had not been in his place that day? These thoughts constantly kept Justice on his toes. That's what Justice told Aiden Karth, that he was the one who drove him to it. Eden Karth took Anderson away from him. At that moment, Justice pierced Eden's body with his sword. The Raven King asked, "Is it still only possible to manifest in the sanctuary of another god? It would be better if Justice changed his name to God of Bedbugs." Justice said that Aiden had always laughed at his name, but he had already said that he was a god of no justice. Justice said he was the god of clarity. Aiden Karth knelt, pierced through with his sword. The world is ruled not by justice, which protects existing orders, but by clarity, which affirms existence itself. Justice said that his divine name existed precisely because of rascals full of prejudice. Aiden replied that he was hearing this for the first time. The Raven King said to let Justice show that clarity. Justice said it was best not to provoke him and kicked Aiden. The King of Clarity strikes once more with his sword. Aiden knows of his sanctuary, and yet he tries to resist, for it is foolish, even if only for a short time. But he can change the power of damage just by fulfilling a few conditions. The only weakness was short-termism. If he could hold on for another 10 minutes, he would have a chance at victory. The destruction of the world of the 6th floor had begun. In 10 minutes, the world view would be destroyed. Just how much time was left for his abilities to act? Justice said, "This is Aiden's fate if he chooses to let him live. The Raven King can prepare to die." He thinks Anderson will be happy to see the one she loved so warmly. Justice sticks his sword in Aiden's shoulder and says that Rachel was Anderson's go-between. Anderson came to save him. She might be disappointed in him now, but in the end, her true comrade is him, not Aiden. Aiden said Justice was crazy. He's the one who fell into a trap 500 years ago. Justice said he wasn't interested in this worthless conversation, and that Aiden wouldn't understand their connection. Justice swung his sword and said that Aiden was about to die in the world that was so dear to him. Jae-hwan appeared from behind the trees. Justice wondered if this guy had followed him under a stream of endless prayers after all. The King of Clarity stated that the man is a real monster. Jae-hwan told Justice to get his hands off Aiden. Justice recognized that Jae-hwan is strong. Except for the head of the Alliance, no one is his equal. Justice added that he thought so until he opened his sanctuary. However, our hero didn't finish listening to this monologue and struck a staggering blow at his opponent. Jae-hwan offered to repeat what he had to say. Justice wondered why his skill wasn't working. The condition was a direct contract with the soul in the shrine. The Naked Destroyer said that the Raven King was right. Justice was defeated, or lying on the ground at our hero's feet. Jae-hwan added that the gods themselves were captive to their own worldview. Justice tried to pull back. The wave of prayers was pretty strong, but the situation was out of control. Our hero noticed that the High God had decided to intervene again. Rakos decided that until he dealt with Aiden Karth, the crows and puppets would not end. Anderson shouted for Justice to come to his senses and come to his senses immediately. Did Justice really think Aiden was against him? Would someone who knew all about his abilities test him? Justice said he didn't believe them. Do they still think they're heroes? Anderson said that was 500 years ago. They don't care about that now. Anderson wondered if Justice had really come to fight them. He himself had recently said he was guaranteeing her and her believers' lives. Anderson said Justice didn't come here to fight. Did he come as soon as he heard about her return to the tower to protect her from the Alliance? Anderson says Justice is a coward, but of the Loyalists. She can't accept his offer. They will fight the Alliance. Justice said Anderson will lose. Anderson said that's why she doesn't want to question the reason for the betrayal. Just asking for help. The volcanic eruption has begun. This world is about to disappear without a trace. God said that this world is also finished. Justice warned that they would die if they went higher. Justice added that it would be better if they got off the route here. Aiden thought Justice was a master at causing trouble. Anderson stated it wiped out half the army 500 years ago. The Raven King said that Anderson had done a good job. The goddess replied that she had no choice. There was no time left. 3 minutes before the volcano erupted. Aiden said that he will let them know where to get off the floor. They need to get off their feet. Jae-hwan said that Aiden was full of confidence in victory not long ago, but now he's giving up easily. Aiden Karth said that expectations don't always match reality. We should try again. Better that than to die here together. Jae-hwan said if Aiden is going to leave, he can do it himself. Anderson said to let Runnard add faith. He did, after all, gain a lot of faith from the Alliance representatives. Naked Destroyer said they're going to the top. Runnard passed the required amount of faith from hand to hand. Aiden said the Naked Destroyer might work out. The Raven King offered to lend his worldview. Sanctuary is the fruit of a divine view of its unique world. A world built on stubbornness and prejudice. Connecting two completely different worlds seems absurd. Moreover, Jae-hwan's worldview is designed to destroy other worlds. The world of Eden Karta was no exception in this case. Justice saw this world and marveled, for the sanctuary of Aiden Karth had no such settings. There was a merger of the shrines of Jae-hwan, the world after destruction, and Eden Karta, the grave of the Raven. What kind of worldview did this turn out to be? Aiden Karth ordered his sanctuary to move forward. A female pirate watching the events during the streamer yelled out that it was not necessary to take off clothes while doing so. Pirate Jong-ho asked, had they reached Caspian yet? The girl reminded him that the journey would take more than 2 weeks. However, it seemed strange, because a man from the rift was supposed to come to the rescue. Why is there no sign of him? Captain Carlton reported to Miss Serena that the enemy was moving strangely. Serena said that's where their ship is. She'd created a defense against attack, of course. but there was no time to use it now. How can a person without the right equipment handle such a weapon? Young-ho wondered, was there such a thing in Jae-hwan's world? This was Mr. Mulark's second creation, a tower of nightmares, a fortress of regrets. Serena figured Godfather was watching this too. The man who destroyed Mulark's tower shows contempt for the gods. Captain Carlton noticed that even the monarchs were beginning to join the broadcast. Serena thought that the news about Jae-hwan had reached not only the abyss but also the Great Lands. It was possible that even the 12 lords were present on the airwaves. A few years ago, Jae-hwan had already slew the monarchs of the Great Lands while fleeing the chaos. It was quite possible that the gods associated with the monarchs would move as well. How far would he be able to go? The Shrine Association still existed. Unification of sanctuaries. In contrast to God's absorption, which is sheer predation, it is an act of total acceptance of another's world. A scene of two worldviews and opposing values coming together. Even for Anderson, who has lived for thousands of years, it's only a legend. Jae-hwan was surprised when he realized that Eden wasn't dead. Then why was Eden acting this way? It's not time to relax, the fight isn't over. Renee, continuing the broadcast and watching from the sidelines, said that the Naked Destroyer was moving forward. Even after the blending of worlds occurred, the confrontation continued with renewed vigor. Galatean wondered how much longer Justice would be involved in this pointless fight. If the leader found out, they would all be finished. Galadion said that unlike that guy, their troops weren't involved in the war on the 6th floor. If the world was destroyed, so would they. Even if one's reputation is damaged, it's better to leave. Reikos disagreed with this way of putting it. Does Galatian really think he can handle such a monster on the 7th floor? They can't let him go any higher. Justice said they can't send him to the leader. We need to deal with him here at all costs. Galatean said that in that case, we'd have to all attack together. Justice recognized that was impossible. Justice said that if they are tied to the shrine, it could be dangerous. Galatean asked what to do in that case. Justice looked up and said they had another trump card. At the top was a ruined clockwork. Galatean asked in surprise, was Justice really serious? What would happen to the Alliance troops then? Justice said he couldn't see anyone. The deputies told Mr. Justice that another unit was needed. They can't do it with this squad. Galatean stated that it can't go on like this. The assistants asked fearfully, why are the gates closing? After all, they are still inside, Runnard said in surprise as the high gods closed the ship's door. What are they trying to do with that? Anderson said Nebula's true power is revealed when it is controlled by God. They are going to be gotten rid of with one last blow. Justice said things could have been different if they had surrendered right away and joined the Alliance. Justice added that Awakened has himself to blame. The opening of the Shining Spear Shrine has taken place, Galateon said. The god of destruction, Reikos, also opened a shrine. The god of clarity, Justice, opened the sanctuary. Many gods were amazed at the inaction of the 6 gods of the Midoniverse. Justice said that no god or monarch could survive this bombardment. Justice was sure that the rivals were finished. The Raven King said he held out as promised for 30 seconds. The Raven King added that they could not continue this war forever. He lent his power, but everything has a limit. They both spent too much energy. Soon the shrine would collapse. 3 of the 6 gods had time to recover. Jae-hwan said again that there was a way to turn things around. We need to hold on a little longer. We need at least 30 more seconds. After the time had passed, Jae-hwan said that Eden had done well. There were countless experiences in fighting the strongest. Jae-hwan had fought Monarch Sam Yoon Garam and other high-level opponents. Our hero stood face-to-face with catastrophe, appreciating the power of the 12 lords and the 7 great gods. Our hero realized, if he doesn't deal with his opponent now, he will never destroy the world. Despite the despair and frustration, there was no way to give up. Justice thought that this guy was going to attack 3 gods at once. Jae-hwan said they didn't join forces just to show worlds. There is meaning only when there is a willingness to accept someone else's world. Galatean said the rival destroyed not only the puppets, but also the worldview. Reikos shouted that he didn't want to die. Jae-hwan said that this is his world. The world of the Awakened One. Justice was told to find something he could think about forever. That would be his world. Long ago, under the guidance of the guide in charge of his awakening, Justice had a vision of the gods. The lesser gods had joined forces to take over the lands. The other gods rallied to recruit followers. They were overjoyed at the arrival of a new believer. He met Anderson and Artena, joking about each other's worlds. They bragged about their mediators until late into the night. It was a time when they longed for companionship, though they couldn't afford it. The days when he could rely on them were full of betrayal. Justice held out his hand to Anderson. Burning to the ground, Justice said Anderson ended up staying with him. Jae-hwan took Eden in his arms and said that he finally woke up. The molten lava spoke of a volcanic eruption in progress. Eden asked if Jae-hwan was going to do that to all worlds. He remembered very well his world that had opened up when the shrines were united. The horrifying truth and grim loneliness. No one would want to live in it. He doesn't want the people of this world to recognize him. He hopes that the end Jae-hwan dreams of won't come true. Jae-hwan said that if Eden has the strength to talk nonsense, then there's nothing wrong with him. Eden said that Jae-hwan should get rid of his loneliness. Eden Cart said that Jae-hwan will get what he wants anyway. But before the world is destroyed, we have to protect Anderson. Eden promised our hero he'd give him his settings. The settings of the meta-universe of the six gods will still be useful. Jae-hwan says he has to go now. He still has some things to finish up. Anderson wondered, what is he talking about? Eden said he would take the Muppets and go with them. Eden said he had something for Anderson as well. Eden Karth concentrated on power transfer. Rachel hasn't become a full-fledged puppet yet. Eden said he couldn't bring her back to life, but plunged part of her soul into sleep. Anderson asked why Eden was controlling Rachel. Eden said that Rachel had to be taken away. He hadn't been able to save her. However, there will be someone at the top who will help her. Jae-hwan says he'll put Rachel in his shrine. Eden told them to leave quickly. There wasn't much time left. Anderson inquired if Eden was really coming. Eden replied that you have to trust him. Anderson stated that Eden just has to come. Runnard stated that they would see each other on the 7th floor. The gate to the 7th floor began to open. Eden asked Jae-hwan to promise to fulfill his request and said goodbye to Anderson. When Eden was left alone, the message came that he did not have enough faith. Eden said that the whole 500 years was a protracted battle. For a long time, Eden stayed with the puppets, building up faith. And though he remained torn to shreds, thanks to him the battle had finally come to an end. Eden thought it was a high price to pay for such an experience. Barris said that Eden was holding up pretty well. Eden asked, was Barris waiting for an opportunity to devour him? Barris replied that he wouldn't survive such a thing even if he was absorbed. In addition, both hands capable of using divine absorption were destroyed. Barris shouted that the body had already survived the doom. The scoundrel Rakos had taken everything from him. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he would forever be a nobody. Barris took a seat next to him. Eden hoped that Barris would disappear. Eden said it was serene here until Barris showed up. Barris asked if Idana was really okay with that. Is he not at all eager to see the world after destruction? Barris added, hasn't the raven flown enough yet? Barris tells Eden to make him his puppet. He has power and faith. If he makes a puppet, he can survive. Eden replied for Barris to stop talking nonsense and go up to the next floor. He was seriously injured, but he could still survive. Barris said he was aware of his condition. Time is short, he won't last much longer. God without a mediator takes only perishing followers as puppets. Eden warned so Barris wouldn't regret it later. Barris said it was good that you didn't need hands to pray. After all, Eden was a god who never cared about such nonsense. Barris added that he had already forgotten about the equality between God and man. But what's the point now? Their age has come to an end. Barris said that the passion burning in his soul had faded. The people dear to him had died, leaving nothing behind. He had long sought a god who would give the desired peace, but his last world ended up being this one. In hindsight, though, it wasn't so bad, especially the world that could be seen now. Although against the backdrop of the erupting volcano, everything looked catastrophic. Barris thought it was his last prayer. Live God without a mediator. The world of the Age of the Great Revolution has been destroyed. No surviving passengers. All tasks on the 6th floor of the meta-universe have been completed. The meeting place of the families of the great gods is the Sacred Hall. It was a shock. The 6 gods of the meta-universe were dead. Who would be the next ruler of the meta-universe? The inferior gods knew how to savor the fight. The third among the 7 great gods, the Lord of Tropical Night, the mediator of Ignis, the god of flame, asked what Ignis thought about it. Ignis said that Naked Destroyer is a very curious guy. The Lord of Tropical Night noticed that they were late again. Although the 7 great gods had never yet gathered on time, the Lord of Tropical Night said that one god would not appear again. Ignis admitted that he'd never seen him either. Though he might already be here, they just don't see him. The second among the 7 great gods, the Lord of Hell, the dragon god Droyan, said that he was a little late. Another god appeared and also apologized for being late. The god looked like a cat. The cat said he was perpetually late and deserved to be punished. He was sorry. It was Droyan's personal companion, Mimi Meow. However, he had been summoned knowing he would be late. The tropical storm lord thought it would be easier to destroy this cat. Ignis said it was okay to let himself be unrestrained. The Lord of Tropical Storm said they're not just anyone. Seventh among the 7 great gods is the Lord of the Age, the god of madness, nameless. The speaker said there are 3 of them now, but their meeting is very important. Despite the fact that one of the 6 gods never properly attends, the guy who's always looking at the Muppets turned out to be a regular at the meetings, and the one who never uttered a word in their meetings. Why didn't the 4th and 5th gods come? After all, everyone was invited. A participant asked, "Is this about Caspian's meta-universe?" Lately, the 3rd god has been obsessed with that naked young man. What does Mimi Meow think about that? Why did Ignis rarely support the Awakened? Mimi Meow said it smacks of Ignis cheating. The Tropical Storm Lord replied that it was more of an observation with interest. God said if it's not support, then they'll take it away. The speaker stated that a colleague can do whatever he wants. The speaker added that with such behavior, one may not live to see another day. The god said that it was time to determine the superiority between the Black Flame Dragon and the Red Flame Dragon. Tension was rising. Aggression appeared at the round table. Something had to be done to defuse the situation. The nameless god opened his mouth and shouted loudly for the first time in 200 years. Aren't they here to discuss something important? These childish squabbles could be left for later. The speaker thought it took a lot of strength for this god to say such a thing. The Lord of the Tropical Storm said that one of the 7 great gods had broken the Treaty of Neutrality. The Neutrality Treaty states that the 7 great gods cannot interfere with what is happening in the neutral zone. According to the treaty, this place became the 8th zone, Caspian. Mimi Meow asked who did it. The 5th among the gods, the god of time, Kronos, did it. Droyan asked, where are the facts? The speaker said that everyone has heard about the strength of the Alliance in Caspian. Everyone knows that the Alliance has been running the meta-universe for 600 years. The head of the Alliance is the right hand of Kronos. Even though their leader wasn't among the 7 great gods, if one were to take the 50 strongest gods of the depths, his name would definitely be on that list. The beliefs earned by the Alliance total over 100 billion. The meta-universe is a special tower where everyone competes against each other. The Alliance is at the mercy of the leader. The other 7 great gods cannot be together even if the Alliance faiths leak away. The Tropical Storm Lord said that not too long ago, the meta-universe faiths were discovered in the area of Zone 5. A playground for the misfits of the meta-universe and a ruin for the gods. The 7 great gods did not interfere in the affairs of the universe, as internal problems never got out of hand. If this universe started interfering with reality, things would be very different. The speaker added that additional circumstances have been identified. A few days ago, Kronos' tactical squad, the Blind Watchmen, secretly infiltrated Area 8. The Tropical Storm Lord said that, as far as he knew, they were heading toward the meta-universe. So the target was obvious, Droyan asked. Did the Watchmen really intend to catch the Awakened One? The Tropical Storm Lord replied that this guy had destroyed 3 of the 6 gods of the meta-universe with a single sword. So it's not out of the question. Droyan wondered what to do with the 3rd god now. The Tropical Storm Lord said they are starting the vote. The Silent God noticed that the leader had brought in Kronos' elite troops. This was already proof that the Alliance was no longer confined to the 5th zone. Kronos is probably moving troops now to intervene. The Tropical Storm Lord said that assuming the pre-water is correct, it won't end well. The 3rd among the 7 great gods, the flame god Ignis, intervenes in the state of affairs of the meta-universe. The 7th floor stop. Our heroes are following in the given direction. Runnard wondered, could they really be entering the 7th floor already? Anderson said it was necessary to go in. After the 7th floor of the tower, the strongest player's territory begins, and it's very different from what they've seen before. Runnard asked, didn't Mr. J. Huan defeat the 6 gods? Anderson replied that that would only make it more trouble. Anderson added that they should definitely side with the Alliance now. There are 2 of the 6 gods left in the Alliance. They're both stronger than Justice. No matter how strong J. Huan is, it won't be easy with the head of the Alliance. Runnard wondered what kind of god this head was. He seemed to be the reason the revolution had fallen 500 years ago. Anderson said it's a long story to tell about him. The only thing she can point out is that you can't fight him one-on-one. There is no god in this meta-universe that can stand up to him. Eden seems to be delayed, so there is a suggestion that we enter the 7th floor ourselves. Jae Hwan said he was tired but ready to move forward. Anderson thought it would be strange if Jae Hwan wasn't tired after such a battle. We can take a break for a while. There's no hurry. Jae Hwan said he had to find Kim Yoon Hwan. Justice replied that he couldn't find a soul named Yoon Hwan. However, it's possible that he missed something or just lied. The protagonist decided to check things out for himself. The participants have entered the 7th floor of the Metro universe. You can go to the 7th floor one at a time. The missions of this world will be available after entering. Jae-hwan thought that they couldn't all go to the 7th floor together. Our hero was asked the question, what is he looking for in the meta-universe? Jae-hwan replied that he was looking for the sword he entered the tower with. The protagonist was called out by a man and asked what he was doing here. Our hero recognized Kim Yoon-hwan. That's where they met. Jae-hwan asked Kim Yoon-hwan if he was okay, if he remembered him. Had Yoon-hwan forgotten everything in the Tower of Nightmares? Yoon-hwan wondered, what was this conversation even about? Yoon-hwan said they need to go soon. Need to come up with a plan. The scientist Sakamoto said that Yoon-hwan was still out of it because he'd gotten a good beating the day before. It was the same Sakamoto who was talking about the different dimensions. The herbalist Hai Lin, who brewed the best potions, said that Jae-hwan had been waiting for everyone for a long time. Blacksmith Jae, who always kept an eye on the weapons, was also here. He said that Sol-yeol would be here soon. So-yeol soon appeared and hugged Jae-hwan. So-yeol asked, did the succubus go crazy yesterday? Jae-hwan remembered that they had cleared the 66th floor of the tower yesterday. He kept thinking about the succubus he had met. So-yeol asked what was he thinking about. Jae-hwan said he remembered a long dream. So-yeol was surprised. What long dream? Jae-hwan really thought it was a long dream. A dream of him conquering the Tower of Nightmares single-handedly. Sakamoto came back. Jae and Hai Lin were gone, and So-yeol and Yoon-hwan were dead. He alone made it to the last floor, destroyed the tower, and went into chaos. In the chaos, he met Mino, Old Man Chan-ho, Carlton, Cyrena, and the people of the Gorgon Fortress. He fought the monarchs, chased Mulark, and reached the depths, a branch of the Tree of Illusion. In the depths, he met Aiden, Anderson, and Runnard. After that, he engaged in battle with the gods. The protagonist calmly told the people in the tower about his life. Sakamoto said that the fantasy was excellent. In a parallel universe, such a thing could really happen. The day when reaching the 100th floor of the tower turned to tragedy. A time when despair overwhelmed everything around. So-yeol wondered, was there a new world waiting at the end of the tower? The depths? Chaos? However, Jae-hwan continued to talk about the future, overcoming the wounds of the past. The period that had been a nightmare for everyone became the warmest memory for our hero. Jae-hwan told the girl that he would like to believe it himself. So-yeol asked in surprise, why did Jae-hwan bring this up? Our hero's friends, deceived by the Stone of Return, may have once felt the same way. Maybe they trusted this wonderful time and decided to believe in a new reality. The protagonist, unfortunately, couldn't believe it because of the damned awakening. There was an unauthorized explosion, and So-yeol, startled, screamed loudly. Kim Yoon-hwan was seriously injured in the explosion. Jae-hwan said enough of the jokes. He had encountered such illusions too many times, and it was even boring already. Jae-hwan said for the opponent to come out, he will completely destroy him now. Who would have thought such a man even existed? This is a world he can't destroy. All his 5 senses screamed that the world is real. Huge figures of people appeared around our hero, calling his name. This world is real. All the emotions that people feel and the fears that overwhelm them are real. Does Jae-hwan not trust himself? It's not too late to stop. Why is Jae-hwan so sure of himself? The protagonist knew it was only a pathetic fiction. Jae-hwan felt strong. The young man wondered where his friend was. Everyone already knows about it. He's the only one not in the know. Most likely his friend had already died, whether he was in metabasis or prison. A being without God cannot stay alive. Participant Jae-hwan has passed the entrance mission. The 7th floor of the metabase is a team quest. The team will be determined depending on the completion of the mission. Our hero was given the status of a terrorist. Jae-hwan was surprised. Jae-hwan saw Anderson and asked, wasn't she locked up? Anderson said she is subservient to his worldview. In other words, they have one body for 2. Jae-hwan found himself in the cocoon hall. The young man wondered, what is this? Anderson told Jae-hwan to follow her. They needed to find Runnard. There were cocoons everywhere, and our hero counted at least 1,000 of them. Was it really all the passengers who had climbed to the 7th floor? They looked happy. Anderson said there's a metabase power room in front of them. Anderson explained that this is where the tower produces faith, using it as currency or a means of expanding power to activate mainstream worldviews. Our hero did not expect the system to draw the world's energy directly from the passengers. He assumed that such a place existed, but he didn't think it would turn out to be like this. Anderson said it was a reward for getting through all the floors without learning anything. It had been much worse before. She wanted to free them all. Runnard was found in one of the cocoons. That's where he went. Jae-hwan said he could take him out. Anderson warned him not to do that. If he was careless, he'd get a blow that would damage his soul when it broke. Jae-hwan was cautious, but broke the cocoon. The liquid that contained Runnard rushed out. Runnard appeared to be fine. The connection hadn't completed. Jae-hwan asked how the guy was feeling. Runnard said he had a nightmare. Everyone was naked like Jae-hwan. Anderson wondered, what was wrong with the nudity? After the cocoon ruptured, an alarm went off, and dangerous insects appeared in the room, attacking our hero and his companions. Anderson shouted that they needed to run away. Jae-hwan said he can't deal with these insects yet. The world's lunge isn't ready yet. Anderson spotted the exit and said there was an urgent need to get out of that room. By increasing their speed, our heroes were able to escape from pursuit through the necessary passage. The protagonist figured that with Runnard, they couldn't run forever if they were chased or didn't stop. Jae-hwan said that if there was no other way, he was ready to take the fight and bared his sword. Anderson tells Jae-hwan to stop. It's too much for his body. Jae-hwan thought that, as always in such cases, there was only one thing left to do: fight until the end. Our hero was indestructible, and the opponent's attacks did not reach the target. Suddenly, Renee appeared. She said hello, and said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The girl reminded him that she had promised to take him to the 7th floor. Renee told the newcomer that she kept her promise. Renee decided to talk a bit about the gods of the deep. The stronger the gods, the higher they are in the pyramid. They resemble the monarchs of the great lands in some way. Among them are the Supreme Monarch, Lieutenant General, Major General, and Brigadier General. The 7 great gods of the Abyss are powerful gods who are on the same level as the Supreme Monarch of the Great Lands. Anderson decided to talk about the 6 gods of Metabas. They have nothing to do with the hierarchy of the gods of the depths. Metabas has its own rules. The 6 gods are those who occupy the first 6 places in the rankings. Right now, Jae-hwan had struck down everyone from 3rd to 5th place. Jae-hwan said that Renee arrived faster than they did. Renee admitted that she could be considered a real veteran. Renee tells our hero that there's someone she wants him to meet. It's a real fan of his. The young man said he was pleased to meet the Naked Destroyer. Jae-hwan asked who it was. It was the god Ray. He felt sad that he had been so supportive of Jae-hwan all along. Anderson and Runnard turned away, squinted, and said they had to put out the fire. Renee explained that the god was confused. Is it hard to understand him? Jae-hwan assumed that Ray was the god with the strange name. Ray said that he was following the Naked Destroyer because he was able to defeat 3 of the 6 gods. God noticed that the other participants were also eagerly waiting for Jae-hwan to appear. Our hero was surprised. Is there really someone else? Ray said there's more than one. Guys want to escape from the 7th floor. They gathered in a safe place called Black Moon Tavern. Runnard said he knew such a place. His rescuer had told him. He said he would have to find it when they got to the 7th floor. Ray said it was good that they got there so quickly. Ray said they don't know when the drones will attack again, so we have to act first. At the Black Moon Tavern, Renee said that the one everyone had been waiting for so long had arrived. It was the Naked Destroyer. Could he really win this time too? Renee said that all these guys are pretty well known too. Gale, the god of rain and wind, was good in battle. This guy is a mid-level god. The mediator of the Red Dragon god, Drake Pilgrim, said that our hero has a magnificent sword. Has the Naked Destroyer ever hunted a dragon? Jae-hwan thought that the pressure of the world is extremely high. This pilgrim is keeping up with the 6 gods. Renee said they're done with introductions and will slowly begin. Everyone's been waiting a long time for this. The girl said that a mission will be announced soon, so you have to be ready for anything. The contestant has joined the terrorists. Now you can familiarize yourself with the conditions for victory. It is necessary to capture the factory and declare yourself in front of the inhabitants of the 7th floor. The more factories will be released, the higher the reputation will become. It is necessary to free the residents captured by the factory and gather the people. 24 hours after the mission starts, the election will begin. If you win the election, the team wins. Anderson said that the 7th floor hadn't changed much in 500 years. Jae-hwan asked if the goddess wanted to help this time. Anderson said she is always very helpful. Runnard didn't understand what a factory and an election were. For him, there were a lot of difficult words in the assignment. Anderson said there's nothing complicated here. Take over the plant, free the residents, win the election. It's very simple. The goddess suggested that Runnard look out the window. From the window, they could see the factory where the room they had passed earlier was located. The occupants are referred to as the passengers inside. Runnard was also in that trap. We need to capture the factory and free the inhabitants. Anderson remarked that it would be faster to experience everything firsthand. Jae Hwan, Runnard, Renee, Ray Ray, and Pilgrim were on the team. Renee said hello and announced that she was starting the stream. They have special guests today. The anonymous god shouted Jae Hwan's name and called for revolution. Runnard noticed that there was a huge amount of comments on the stream, with many gods praising Jae Hwan. Renee, looking at the screen, said that Mrs. Siren was here again. Renee announced that today they were going through the 7th floor of the metabasis. Anonymous god asked if just a good team is enough to get through the 7th floor. Renee admitted that she chose to side with the terrorists in this tournament. She reminded viewers that she has a naked destroyer on the same team as her. Runnard wondered why many people think their team is bad. Anderson added that viewers think their team is not only bad, but also annoying. Anderson noticed that on the 7th floor, you don't have to complete the mission if you choose the right team. The king, the leader of the country team, could open the door to the 8th floor at any time. Runnard asked if it would not be better to change teams immediately in such a case. Anderson inquired as to who would be the king on the 7th floor. Renee announced to the audience that they were heading out. Renee stated that the team's strategy is pretty simple. Gale's team and others occupy the plants on the edges. They plan to go from the A56 plant, the most difficult location, to the central area. To capture the factory, you must occupy all 5 points and shut down the power. Pilgrim said the plan is very clear. He added that he has high expectations of working with the naked destroyer. Pilgrim shouted forward, and everyone sped off in the right direction. Jae Hwan reported that the world's powers had recovered a bit, and now they could go. Pilgrim suggested activating instant breakthrough, to which Ray Ray replied that he'd like to be able to do that too. The team members saw people approaching the gate and wondered if there were too many of them. The competitors noticed Ray Ray and Pilgrim, and decided to test them out. One of the opponents stated that he wanted to test Ray Ray personally. However, when the competitors saw the naked destroyer and without clothes, they were frightened. It is said that he removes articles of clothing one by one when he is serious. The opponents decided to retreat. No one expected to meet a naked destroyer here. Runnard said they scattered as soon as they saw Jae Hwan naked. Anderson remarked that they needed to show who they were dealing with. Renee reminded the audience that the newcomer had defeated 3 of the 6 gods in the Tower of Nightmares. The anonymous god praised the destroyer's head. Right now, the reputation of a newcomer to the metabase was even higher than the 6 gods. Our heroes have arrived at an intermediate destination. Runnard wondered, hadn't all the passengers completed the entry mission? Anderson replied that half of them had. What happened to the other half? Anderson explained that they had chosen the country team. Such passengers become residents of the 7th floor in exchange for supplying them with the power of peace. As Anderson said, if you choose country, the mission of the 7th floor can be avoided. In addition, you can get eternal yesterdays. That's what they call their dreams. In these dreams, some gods make it to the top. Some even reunite with loved ones. The meta-universe was originally a tower for such people, a gathering place for those who have lost something in the real world, who are trying to escape or save what is not in reality. Passengers who reach the last floor will be able to fulfill a wish from the driver. In pursuit of an illusion, they come here, and maybe find what they've been looking for in their dreams for so long. Runnard objected that this was wrong. It was only a mirage. Anderson asked if Runnard believes there is truth in his understanding. Jae Hwan said that truth doesn't require proof. Runnard agreed that was the truth. Only a fake requires proof and comparisons to the unshakable truth. Truth is what one feels. Anderson asked, are all these faces real? Some people probably know they are seeing an illusion. Nevertheless, they are happy because they have found in mirages what they were looking for. Jae Hwan thought that this was also how they had once used the return stone. Runnard asked if there were people with a single dream. Anderson explained that this place is the day before yesterday. This is where those trapped yesterday gather. The large building is the castle of the countries. On the terrace of the castle stands the queen. Jae Hwan asked the companions if they knew this queen. Anderson nodded affirmatively. 500 years ago, she just loved the attention, and now she's in charge. She is now called the Goddess of Yesterday. Anderson reported that it was her former associate, Artina. Artina, Goddess of Yesterday, one of the 6 gods of the meta-universe, head of the Prayer Union. Like Anderson, Eden, and Justice, she is one of 4 heroes who lived 500 years ago. Jae Hwan thought, was it really her who sent him the illusion during the entrance mission? However, people from the day before yesterday don't seem very happy. They only quarrel and shout. Runnard looked at one of the men and was surprised at his behavior. What did that man from the day before yesterday just do? Anderson replied that he was playing Little Brother. There's a lot of the day before yesterday. You can do everything anonymously here. The anonymous god laughed at the Naked Destroyer and said that it wasn't really real. The Naked Destroyer's victory over Reikos was just a fluke. Runnard was outraged. What is he saying? Runnard thought, was this the yesterday they were looking for? Renee saw her companions and shouted that she would cut off the plant's power. The power has been cut for 10 minutes. It is now necessary to free the people. Runnard stated that it was wrong to be tempted by the trap of this world. They will listen if you talk to them calmly. It might not be easy at first, but they would come to their senses when they awoke from their sleep. Runnard still remembered how it felt. Runnard told people not to be surprised. They were just trapped in a sleep. Runnard added that accepting reality can sometimes be difficult. The man asked fearfully what had been done to him. Why had he been awakened? The Cocoon Man pounced on Runnard and shouted that he would finish him off. Jae Hwan told the man to let the guy go. The Cocoon Man realized that the Naked Destroyer was in front of him and jumped back in fear. The rescued man was terrified and said to be spared. He wouldn't do it again. Jae Hwan said that he wasn't going to straighten him out. You don't have to be afraid. The man decided to climb back into the cocoon and said he couldn't live here. All the people in the plant were going back. Runnard assumed that this was the case with everyone. The man wished the Naked Destroyer good luck and told him not to be awakened again. Runnard pumped for the man to back them up and not leave. The team of participants failed to free the people. The team was unable to take over the factory. Renee was surprised. Did it not work? The anonymous god had said there was nothing special about the Naked Destroyer. Renee said that there have been failures here before too. She realizes that Naked Destroyer is new, and it's hard for many here to cope. Renee said it was time to leave. The drones would be arriving soon. Runnard looked out the window and asked, "So the room with the cocoons is the factory?" Renee said that no matter what the Naked Destroyer does, there's no way people will leave yesterday. Renee looked up and said that under that light, someone is having a beautiful dream. And someone else is having a dream no different from reality. Whether the sleepers are happy or not, they live it. You must continue to complete missions, capture new factories, and recruit supporters. The election will start in less than 24 hours. Those stuck in yesterday, unwilling to face today, do not want to get out for anything. Jae Hwan asked, "What if there was no yesterday?" Renee replied, "If a participant fails, he or she will be forcibly expelled from the meta-universe." Runnard decided to tell where they were now, the progress of the meta-universe. Jae Hwan goes to the meta-basis to rescue Kim Yoon Hwan. In order to do so, he has to participate in a doll auction held above the 7th floor. Jae Hwan cleared the first floor of goblins and took first place. Then he got an express pass and went straight to the 6th floor. Renee stopped Renard. She said she didn't know what he was up to, but it felt like he wanted to destroy the 7th floor. Anderson asked what Jae Hwan was thinking about. Our hero replied that he was a little tired. Jae Hwan said that he needed to rest for 12 hours and fully recover the power of peace. Anderson warned them that they would be kicked out of the metabase if they didn't take over the factory in 12 hours. Pilgrim and Ray Ray once again failed to save the residents. Pilgrim said that all the gods had gone mad. Runnard wondered if this mission was so difficult to accomplish. Why don't any of the humans want to wake up? Runnard thought that many of the gods were against the alliance. Ray Ray said it was because people were used to it. Runnard countered that it was only an illusion. Ray Ray said it doesn't matter whether it's true or fiction. When you become a god, you have more worries. You have to develop your worldview, to call and manage believers and make necessary adjustments. Closely monitor the little brother to keep up with trends. You also have to constantly compete with other gods and take care of followers. Years, decades, centuries, it repeats forever. Ray Ray added that everyone is just tired of today. Runnard was surprised. He didn't think they all had such a hard life. Many gods do far from everything, so followers prefer other worldviews. Still, most gods don't have it easy. Ray Ray said that it was on the 7th floor that they could forget the hardships. The hardships are taken care of by the god of yesterday. Originally, the gods were not very attracted to the 7th floor. They remained the proud masters of their worldviews and did not want to give up so easily. But for them, the worldview, followers, and settings are being managed here for them. They realized this very soon. Having felt this comfort once, they quickly became addicted. In places where their outlook is taken care of, they have only drunkenness and idle revelry to indulge in. The gods who glorified here can be recognized. Ray Ray noticed that he too had once been such an anonymous god. He'd been in yesterday's day for quite a while, so everyone there had heard of him by now. Runnard wondered why Ray Ray was out. Ray Ray said it was hard for him to give a specific reason. He just felt like he wasn't living this life right. Renee told the man in the cocoon to wake up. They will destroy the alliance together. The cocoon man didn't react to Renee in any way. Runnard was surprised. Was Renee really going to drive the alliance out of the tower? Ray Ray was of the same opinion. Renee continued streaming despite the low viewership to expose the alliance. Now she has a naked destroyer by her side. So the chances are there if you take over the 7th floor. It's where most of the alliance's income is stored. If you capture this place, the extermination of the alliance won't seem so unrealistic anymore. Ray Ray said that he had seen the tower being challenged time after time and had gotten brave as well. There were only 10 minutes left until at least one factory had to be captured. Runnard was at a loss. He didn't know what to do. Pilgrim said, "Why not just destroy them all in that case?" Renee said, "We can't do that. If they hurt the other anonymous gods, the entire forces of the 7th floor would be sent here. If you turn all the gods against you, you certainly can't win an election." Ray Ray said not to worry. There is a way to avoid banishment from here. Ray Ray looked at the information board and said there was text in small print next to the notice. By paying 3,000 ver, the participant gets 12 extra hours. Anderson wondered if that was what everyone did. It must be the only way. It turns out that instead of fighting the Alliance, they just chose the path of least resistance. The Alliance is convinced that no one has the power to change this place. They are only earning faith and extending time. That's been the Alliance's strategy for 500 years. The Alliance used the tower to delay the revolution. No matter how many disgruntled gods gathered, the heat before the revolution would eventually just subside. Eventually, the gods just got tired of it. That's when the Alliance sprang into action. Velo's speed, God says the player is out of touch with current trends. Anderson wondered if Artana was using what had led them to defeat. At this rate, they'll lose the support of all the gods. Will they lose again? Renee thought, I wish someone would help them. It was reported that the team had managed to take over the A57 factory. The information about taking over the factories kept coming in. Runnard was very surprised by this. The man who came out of the cocoon said he didn't intend to come out. Why was he woken up? The cocoon man looked at the naked destroyer and asked who he was. Naked Destroyer said for people to get up immediately. Our hero was followed by people who also had no clothes. Jae Hwan gave everyone 3 seconds to join him. Renee was surprised. What's going on here? The conditions for releasing the factories for the election have been met. It was the first time Renee had ever seen them move to Phase 2 so quickly. Anderson said there will be elections in the 2nd phase. Terrorists who gain enough influence during the 1st phase can run for the king's seat. Runnard realized, here, whoever wins the election becomes king. It was time for the candidates' campaign speeches. Runnard made a statement. Also speaking was the candidate, the goddess of yesterday, Artina. She promised to turn the 7th floor of the metabasis into a true paradise. Everyone would live in yesterday's day, as promised. Excellent service will be provided for gods who do not wish to work. Believers will grow on their own, even if they are not cared for. With a customized delivery service, no one will be behind the trends. The gods will be rewarded for their labor. Those who have worked all their lives for followers will be able to find again what they lost on the 7th floor of the metabase. Renee also performed her program. Renee responsibly stated that a worldview cannot exist without effort. Would they continue to forget about the past, indulging in the illusion of yesterday? Runnard said it's a great speech. Anderson acknowledged that the speech is really quite sincere. It doesn't make false promises. Pilgrim said, so much the worse. Runnard wondered, why? Pilgrim explained that by doing so, Renee was revealing the truth of the 7th floor. That way, all the gods will turn their backs on Renee. There's no way people want to hear the truth. Renee said the Alliance was taking advantage of their trust and promised to give them everything back. Pilgrim added that few people are willing to face reality. Renee's speech was true, but you have to say what people want to hear. Pilgrim said he had a speech that would win people over to their side. Speaking, Pilgrim claimed to be Drake's avatar. If he becomes king, he will rebuild the castle using dragon bones to increase reputation. There will be a dragon hunt every 2 weeks to improve the standard of living. Pilgrim says that's what they want to hear from him. He wants to be chosen. It's about powerful dragons. The next candidate to speak was the mid-level god Gale. Ray Ray, the god of lightning, spoke next. He began to stutter in embarrassment. After the speech, Ray Ray said it was the first time he had spoken in front of so many gods. Runnard introduced himself and gave his name. Runnard said that if he became king, he would give each god of the 7th floor 1 million ver. Next, all candidates awaited the results of the vote. Runnard wondered if they could win. Ray Ray asked, if Runnard wins with such a ridiculous speech, where will he get so much verve from? Renee said they could team up. The key is to get at least 1 vote. Since the terrorists are not in the most favorable position, it would be possible to pool votes in the election. They could field more candidates to overtake Artina and then pool the votes. Renee looked at the information board and said that they had too few votes. Even if you added up, Artina would have more. Ray Ray assumed that most of the gods were against the change. Artana, with a glass of wine in her hand, said the attendees did a great job. Artana was the leader of the Players' Alliance, the goddess of yesterday. Those present were in the castle yesterday afternoon. It was hoped that Artana would hold on with this success until the end of the election. Someone said they would take care of public opinion. The goddess can rely on her advisors. Artana looked at the group of terrorists and couldn't believe it. Had they really destroyed justice? Artana thought Anderson had changed. Does she still indulge herself in the dream of equality between gods and followers? She said that with equality there would be world peace. But she was wrong. Artana thought that the gods she had seen were hopeless. The conflicts won't end until they give up their worldview. Artana decided to get rid of the controversy in her own way. If she can't get rid of all the garbage, she'll just create a dump where she can manage all the crap. The Gods Cultivation Project has been successful for 500 years. All gods who enter the 7th floor of Metabos are stuck there. They also receive the unlimited power of the world. They break their will, giving them a false illusion and turning them into anonymous gods. You can do whatever you want with such gods. They are easily manipulated. Artana thought she could make all of Metabos submit to herself by ruling only the anonymous gods. Whoever showed up, the kingdom of yesterday would not fall. A new candidate showed up and said yesterday was over. It was the Naked Destroyer. Everyone was scared. Where did he get the cube? Everyone started scattering in different directions. The Naked Destroyer could trap them in his cube. He had captured most of the gods. The Naked Destroyer warned that this is not a speech. From now on, they will all live for today. The young man was slapped. He was told to get up. The boy wondered, what is going on? Anonymous God said it's time to practice. The man stated that he was no longer the anonymous God 37. He told the boy to join those people. People said they were scared. Even anonymous gods are present. The young man didn't understand what was happening to everyone. The guy asked, what did the anonymous God 37 do? Where's the skin he was so proud of? Why is the anonymous God naked? God says they have a duty to survive together. Artana will save them. Anonymous God says to fight for life. Everything will work out. He too at first thought someone would come and save them. However, everyone who believed in it had already died. The Naked Destroyer towered in front of everyone. At this moment, he was not quite naked. The young man shouted that such a terrorist would never succeed and there was no way he would support him. Jay Huan replied to the young man, if he's not happy with something, he can leave, and they'll even show him the way. He added that all he had to do to leave was to defeat him in a fight. It was an unexpected turn for the young man. Intense training was required to win. The coach was surprised. No one forced them, but they worked hard themselves. The young man, exhausted from his training, thought he was being torn apart. When would it all end? Tired, he wondered why no one was helping. Where had Artana gone? Time passed imperceptibly, and all the gods stopped waiting for rescue. It seemed as if they had been abandoned. Now it's time for them to survive on their own. To step forward, to step back, to lunge. They have to do it over and over again. The only gods left around are the ones who make lunges for days on end. One god reported to the Naked Destroyer that he had managed to make 5,000 lunges. One of the gods thought that everyone had gone crazy from this training. They had all gone crazy. Eventually, the tortured young man decided he had lost his mind. For a moment, he heard a pleasant sound. His mind cleared. His worries went away. He stopped envying other gods with cool skills and items, as if he had returned to the time of the abyss. The young man heard the voices of forgotten followers. Someone asked, has God returned? The followers confessed that they missed Martis, the god of the meadows. The Naked Destroyer said the job was excellent, and now the young man could go. Martis saw a dark passage in front of him. Martis had to decide what to do next. The other gods warned, we must run. He would imprison them in a cube, as he had once done to most. Martis wondered if the time outside was even passing. He had been in that cube before, and now he was not afraid to be there again. He thought he could go back to yesterday. Not much time had passed, and everything was still the same. The other gods asked if Martis had finished his training. The gods offered him a break and refreshment. Martis sensed that something had changed. The time cube is almost expired. Jay Huan thought the cube was at its limit and tried to make it look like the Tower of Nightmares. He succeeded. The ratio of time in the cube is 10 years for every 10 minutes. 10 minutes here equals 10 years there. Each team is allotted exactly 10 years. This was sufficient for training, and the method proved to be extremely effective. Artana was furious. Her 7th floor had been destroyed by some perverts. She is enraged. What god could do such a thing? How many years had he spent in the cube? Turns out only 200 years. And now all the gods are backing him. Naked Destroyer kept climbing up the rankings. We need to finalize the list. Artina was determined to prove that yesterday would not disappear so easily. Pilgrim said he knew the Naked Destroyer would do well. At this rate, they could win if they combine the votes. Runnard thought he wanted to help this time. Anderson stated that Runnard is not a god, and some things are beyond his control. The current opinions of the candidates were published. Pilgrim wondered, would there really be a public vote? Renee cautioned caution. This is not just a public opinion. It was a copy of Serena. Renee demanded that the broadcast be turned off, not believing that a tertiary streamer could get through. Ray began to stammer. He always acted like he was above others. Who would have thought he would look so humiliating? Renee shouted that she had said nothing of the sort. Serena wondered if she'd gotten upset, earned her trust, and was now looking down on her. Runnard is a follower of the Naked Destroyer? Better to leave him alone if you have any conscience. Better to leave the metabasis. Such a useless man must have some brains. Anderson demanded that Artina stop sending out such messages. Artina replied that this was just the beginning. She wasn't going to stop. With such weak determination, were they really going to become the kings of the 7th floor? The messages they hear are only a fraction of what she hears. Are they really ready to give up already? Pilgrim wondered, does she really hear this every day? Anonymous God mocking the terrorists. Anonymous God asked if they were going to become kings with such determination. Runnard covered his ears with his hands and didn't want to hear anything. Jae Hwan shouted, "Enough!" Runnard got excited when he saw him. Anderson asked why it was so late. The other gods said that the god of yesterday had crossed the line. If he harmed their captain's comrades again, they would destroy him. Artina stated that she wasn't going to stop. She didn't start this war. Artina said the Naked Destroyer destroyed her cocoons and put strange thoughts into people. Jae Hwan said he didn't do anything. They chose to live today by themselves. Artina asked the dear gods, was their life in yesterday's day so insignificant? The gods replied that Artina had used them. If Artina had done it right, they would still be living in yesterday. Artina wondered, weren't they happy in yesterday? Mardis said they have changed. They have chosen to live for today with their own strength. Artina said that sounded great, but did they feel bad in their yesterday? They were happy in yesterday's day too. No one made them suffer. Artina asked, did they really think they could survive now in today's day? If they want to live right today, they should have done it yesterday. Only then will they be able to live properly tomorrow. Artina said that these gods can't even live without her in yesterday. Do they really expect to have a good life today? Would they really leave everything they had behind yesterday? Today will sooner or later become yesterday. Why haven't they realized that yet? Artina told them not to act as if they'd had an epiphany. They might feel a sense of freedom once they were free, but they would soon realize it was illusory. Have the gods forgotten what the deeps are? They will be displaced by fierce competition and will be left behind. As soon as the gods tire of the endless race, they will remember yesterday again. They will wander and remember Artine. Artina said that you shouldn't do something you'll regret later. What's wrong with remembering only the happy times in life? You don't have to make your life so complicated. That's not what makes you happy. The gods remember how beautiful their life was yesterday, Renee asked as they stopped and gathered themselves, not to take Artina's word for it. Jae Hwan said whoever wants to come back can do so. He didn't expect anything anyway. Jae Hwan says he can't help them in any way. He's not their babysitter. If they prefer the familiar past, they can go back. Jae Hwan knew it was useless to convince them to live for today. That was how it was when he was training alone. All of them had fallen into the nightmares and had been deceived by the return stone, exactly as the anonymous gods were being tricked now. Most gods don't know what it's like to live in the present day, so they've been taught to lunge to use it in the present. Today that arises in yesterday is only an illusion that makes gods believe in the righteousness of their lives. The true today is created by patience and pain. Many of them simply can't stand living in the present, because there is no guarantee that today will bring more happiness than the oblivious yesterday. Artina wondered, what is he doing? Jae Hwan said it's up to them, but he can promise something. Those who remain in yesterday's day will die there too. Artina wondered, he would be a common enemy of the Deep Ones, wouldn't he? Is he really challenging the Deep Ones? The anonymous god said it was just a bluff. Renee said you can't cross the line, there's no going back. There's no way he'd pay off such a sin. Jae Hwan said she's a good god, trying her best to save them. Wants to stop him because it's the right thing to do. Jae Hwan remembered his friend Kim Yoon Hwan again. Our hero wouldn't have gotten this far if he just wanted to be a good god. What happened next confused everyone. The instability led to the general destruction of factories. Explosions occurred in various places. Many gods were shocked by what was happening. In the current situation, the naked destroyer felt surprisingly calm and confident. In total, nearly 200,000 gods had died on the 7th floor of the metabasis. The gods thought that the naked destroyer was indeed very strange. The high god said that the messages from Little Brother were pouring in like this, with no end in sight. Soon word would spread that one of the 7 great gods had descended to Caspian, the third of the 7 great gods, the host of the 3rd page of Tropical Night, the avatar of Ignis, god of flame. There's no need to play it cool. He can't do anything about it anyway. The host of Tropical Night asked, "Is the neutrality agreement really that important?" Avatar Ignis said he would like to ask for a vote. The silent god said that the commander-in-chief had dragged the elite army of Kronos into the affairs of the Alliance. This shows that the Alliance is definitely connected to the 5th page belonging to Kronos. Drake said Kronos is now moving his army and trying to meddle in the affairs of a neutral region. Avatar Ignis said that assuming all circumstances are true, the third of the 7 great gods, the flame god Ignis, intends to interfere in the affairs of the metabasis. The silent god said they couldn't approve it. It's circumstantial evidence. There's not enough proof. There can't be animosity between page 5 and page 3. On the day the 7 great gods fought amongst themselves, the northern border was completely destroyed. They don't want a repeat of that history either. Avatar Ignis said they would just observe for now. Maybe in the future there will be a reason to prove interference. A little later, the higher gods discussed the girl they liked for a while. Although she was indeed beautiful, they also appreciated her weapons. The weapons were indeed noteworthy and praiseworthy. When the girl turned around, they wondered, what was the Rift doing here? It was the captain of the 2nd squad, Yuseol Ha. Next to her was the captain of the 3rd squad, Imai Kazuki. Imai Kazuki asked his companion if they could definitely go. The leader didn't give them permission. Seol Ha said that they can't wait any longer. They can't contact Yoon Se, who was ordered to enter the metabasis. Imai Kazuki recognized that Yoon Se isn't strong enough to fight the 6 gods. Seol Ha agreed. She doesn't understand why they sent him in the first place. When was the last time you heard from him? There's a record of him contacting Young Ho. That old man is still alive. Seol Ha said they would go there together. Kazuki shouldn't go alone. He might be made to look like an asshole. Imai Kazuki heard that he is here. There's no need to pretend like she doesn't understand anything. He knows she's not just here because of Yoon Se. Is Seol Ha really trying to poach him again? Seol Ha stated that it could be useful. However, she admitted that there were some things about him she couldn't understand. The terrorist team was once again confused. What's going on? Could it be the work of a 3rd force? In fact, Jae Hwan had broken the cocoon's connection to yesterday. The power was devastating. Some of the gods associated with this time simply ceased to exist. However, the mediators and puppet masters were unaffected. They had to be a mere shell while the gods enjoyed yesterday. Some died, and some found freedom. The election was suspended early, and a state of emergency was declared on the 7th floor. Anderson acknowledged that the election was initially just a show. The real thing is just beginning. Artina said they had made a stupid choice. Now neither of them would get out of the 7th floor alive. Runnard shrieked as the sky turned into a cocoon. Anderson explained that Artina planned to use the accumulated power of the world on the 7th floor to expand her sanctuary. Jae Hwan warned everyone to run as far away from her shrine as possible. If they realize they can't make it, they must go down to the 6th floor. Our hero decided to destroy the main place of power accumulation, the foundation of yesterday. If this place is destroyed, Artina won't be able to spread her sanctuary throughout the 7th floor. The protagonist has achieved his goal and destroyed what needs to be destroyed. The sanctuary of yesterday has been opened. Jae Hwan felt the same as when he first entered the 7th floor. It was Artane's sanctuary. He realized that he was in yesterday's day. The unique world created outside was about to destroy her sanctuary. It would soon take over the entire 7th floor. There was clearly no hurry. Jae Hwan wondered, is this the yesterday that the gods who died at her hands lived in? Artina asked if the naked destroyer felt the lives of multiple gods being broken. Not all gods need approval. Many just live at their own pleasure. Artina stated that the lives of gods who are content with yesterday are not as simple and worthless as they may seem. Jae Hwan doesn't understand how the common gods lived. He doesn't even realize that some of them are content with their lives in yesterday's day. The goddess recalled that the naked destroyer had destroyed hundreds of gods with his own hands. Jae Hwan said he earned 5,000 gold from completing missions, collecting items, and selling gear. He'd paid that much to high-level players trying to sweep the Tower of Nightmares. Arthena smiled. It appeared that he had gone through that too. Does Jae-hwan miss the good old days? Jae-hwan replied that everyone who got money from him decided to return to the 77th floor. Artena asked if that was the reason he hated the gods of yesterday so much. Artena has once again invited our hero to join the Alliance. After all, the Tower of Nightmares isn't everything. With the Alliance, he can create the world he has long dreamed of. Jae-hwan said he heard the same thing when the money was taken away. Artena wondered, how did the Naked Destroyer have so much confidence? She ordered me to capture this man. Whoever defeats him gets 100 tickets to the new skins raffle. There were a lot of people willing to do it. Jae-hwan had to fight off the attackers. He successfully scattered anyone who wanted to hold him back. Artena sent a new wave of guardsmen and ordered it destroyed. The protagonist remembered the words of the divine medic. Weapons will not always be at hand, but a true master does not need a sword. Jong-ho remarked that he sometimes practiced lunging with his bare hands and showed what he could do. Jae-hwan told his attackers that he didn't even need a sword with such opponents. He activated the World Power Lunge with his fists alone. Artena admitted that she didn't even aim to win. The commander on the floor above understands that too. Her job is to simply grind her opponent to waste energy. Jae-hwan replied that it wouldn't work out for her. Artena stated that she has a backup plan. Jin Eun-si appeared in front of the hero. Will the Naked Destroyer and him be able to fight against the rift? What is an awakening? It has different definitions on the Tree of Illusions. Monarchs refer to it as a mistake of the system, and gods refer to it as the path to becoming a god. Interpretations change depending on society and rules. What does awakening mean to the awakened one? Eun-si clearly remembers hearing the phrase, "He is free." He endured the training of hell and achieved awakening. Awakened ones are people who can go against God with a human soul without obeying the adaptation rules. That's exactly what Jin Eun-si became. But shouldn't he be free? Where is he now? Using separation and reassembly, the answer is unclear. Has he really been kidnapped? Eun-si has heard stories from the monarchs and gods of the depths about the abduction of the awakened ones. But who kidnapped him and why? Artena stated that he knew this would happen, and built himself up to be a strongman. Had he so underestimated the meta-universe? She called him a pathetic child, and reminded him that he had spoken of the 6 meta-basic gods as nothing. Eun-si covered his ears so he wouldn't hear and cry. How many gods had died at his hands? He didn't understand what was going on, and no one was going to feel sorry for him. Eun-se no longer realized who he was or where he was. It was yesterday. Artena said that Eun-se is now a puppet. He was ordered to destroy the Naked Destroyer. Artena once again asked if Jae-hwan would be able to fight Rift. Jae-hwan said he wasn't afraid of anything. He wondered if Artane had made Eun-se her puppet. Anderson suggested that Jae-hwan had a fight coming, and reminded her that they were now a unit. Anderson asked if Jae-hwan would give her some time and got 3 minutes. Anderson said Arthena would be finished in 3 minutes. She better stop before it gets worse. She doesn't want to die like Justice. Anderson knew that Artena was having a hard time maintaining this sanctuary. The plant had stopped supplying the power of peace, so she wouldn't last long. Anderson didn't believe it at first when she heard that Artena had become queen of the 7th floor. The Artena she knew would never have locked up and used other gods. Artena said that no one was forcibly held at yesterday's world. Anderson agreed, but added that they had become dependent and could not exist on their own. Artena said that even if they get out, they won't get the life they dreamed of. Beyond yesterday, the reality of Metabos awaits them. Artena asked what would happen to the gods if you let them go right now. They will take the chance to take revenge and destroy innocent puppets. They'll have no regrets. Does Anderson really believe that such gods can change? Artena said garbage belongs in a dump. The deeps need a dump of sorts too. Jae-hwan said that 3 minutes had already passed. Artena gave Jin Eun-si a command to act. Anderson told our hero to be careful. Eun-si is a famous ranker, and an awakened one besides. The opponents clashed and our hero deactivated the puppet very quickly. Jae-hwan said it was nothing personal. Artena clarified that she wasn't trying to scare her opponent with the rift when she mentioned where it came from. The rift is the organization with the largest number of awakened from the entire Tree of Illusions. The rift knows the most about the awakened ones. Artena said that there was no way the Naked Destroyer would defeat this child. The opening of the World Without Adults shrine was activated. Jae-hwan felt his soul dissipate and disappear. Anderson noted that something strange was happening to his body as well. The only way to defeat the shrine is to open another shrine. He can't defend himself since he has already revealed it before. Did Artena come up with something while his world after destruction was confronting yesterday? Artena asked if Anderson could see it. The awakened one she had so much faith in was defeated. A world without adults. This sanctuary only works against awakened ones with the concept of adults. Artina said she slew a monster capable of destroying half of the 6 gods of Metabas and protected yesterday. Jay Huan wondered, a world without adults? What a busy worldview. Young Jay Huan says there are only adults in his world. This is the first time he's seen a child. Jay Huan asked Yunsi if there was no one else here. Does he know a girl named Serena? Artina was surprised. How could Jay Huan become a child? Was it a mirage, or had he been like this from the beginning? Yunsei asked who he was. The boy replied that his name was Jay Huan on the outside. Yunsei covered his ears with his hands again and lowered his head. Jay Huan asked if he was okay. Artina asked, what is Yunzi doing? He should slowly get rid of that boy. Customization of the rule system has taken place. Light print block. The second form of the block is toy hammer. A hammer actually appeared in Yunzi's hands, and he showed extreme aggression. Jay Huan flew aside from his opponent's blow and fell on his back. He said it was a toy weapon. Did Yunzi really just want to have fun? Jay Huan was clutching a bat in his hands. He said he didn't have any money, so he didn't have many toys. Young Jay Huan decided to fight back against his opponent's aggression and move towards Yunsi. Yunsi gets a decent counterpunch and flies backwards far away. Jay Huan laughed, turning everything into a game between the boys. Jay Huan asked, does Yunsi really think a toy hammer can compete with a baseball bat? Young Jay Huan apologized for breaking the hammer, but it's not like he was even bothering. The broken parts of the hammer began to change in structure and appearance. Our hero watched with interest to see what was happening to the parts of the hammer. Jay Huan says he's even jealous. Yunsi has so many cool toys. Jin Yunsi activated the first stage of awakening, decay. Yunsi attacked the hero again, and the boy, losing his balance, fell down. God asked in surprise, is this really how it's going to go on? Sul Ha will not stop, will it? But this experiment is to test the limit of awakening. The project to improve the awakened cannot be abandoned. One of the cocoons contained a small child. All awakened ones are born by bypassing the system, but they cannot escape it completely. That's why the Rift had an idea. What about awakening a child minimally influenced by the system? Even though the project failed, Yunsi managed to survive. Young Jay Huan said that Yunsei must have had a hard time. Did adults bully him? And that's why he built such an inner world. Artina shouted for Unsei to not stand there and straighten out Jay Huan. Was he really going to defy her orders? Artina said that this guy couldn't even do a simple task. Yunsu asked her to stop. Jay Huan wondered why Yunsei was listening to her. Yunsei said he'd be punished if he didn't. Jay Huan notes that this is the world of adults, always telling children to obey. Jay Huan noticed that adults aren't always right, so now Unsei can be an adult too. You don't have to listen if you don't like something. Artina told Yunsi to move. He must destroy the boy next to him. Jay Huan asked Artina, who was she anyway? Jay Huan asked the woman, isn't it clear? After all, he is a child. The gods appeared and attacked our heroes. God Tantos wondered what was going on. Where did the naked destroyer go? Ray Ray said there was no time to go into details. The attack came unexpectedly and immediately turned into a violent clash. Renee asked Renard what he was doing here. She told him to stay away. Renard said Anderson and Mr. Jay Huan were there. They traveled to yesterday. Renee said she knows everything. There's no way to help them now. The situation is dire. The number of gods who have decided to move into the present day is slowly decreasing. Martis said they barely managed to get today back. It must be fought to the bitter end. The enemy must be defeated. An aerial attack was organized using aggressive insects. The gods who chose today were becoming fewer and fewer, but Martis continued to fight for the present. He already knew that the concept of today was not so great. Martis had said, if we were to die, it would be today. He also knew that the feeling of excitement he had just experienced was only a temporary realization of his reality. The other gods are just like him. Despite all this, they kept fighting because they wanted to create a tomorrow out of the present they had finally gotten. However, things could not be resolved so easily. Artena's shrine had been unlocked using the power of the world, which she had been saving up for at least a few years. The only solution was to stay put and hope it all worked out. They could no longer hold the battle line. Renee wasn't sure what to do yet. There were no good ideas yet. Renee figured that most of the anonymous gods who watched the streamers knew the god of fate. She realized that one day people would find out, but she didn't expect it to be revealed here. If she reveals her shrine and uses fate, they'll be fine. The only problem is that the effect of fate is slow to regenerate, so it's not so easy to use. If you use it for nothing and deprive yourself of the opportunity to use it later, everything she's worked so hard for all this time seems wasted. Renee clenched her fists and decided they had no choice. The girl was determined, and a plan of further action arose in her mind. The tower was exposed to the outside and began to deteriorate. A huge rift appeared in the ground, extending to the horizon. A vague doubt appeared in the minds of our heroes. At the spot where the smoke cleared, everyone saw a boy with a bat on his shoulder. The boy turned into a naked destroyer. Runnard happily announced that Mr. Jae-hwan had returned. Everyone realized that Jae-hwan had succeeded. Anderson suggested that there was an error in Metaboss's system due to the complete destruction of the plant. Artina wondered where her gods were. They must unite and destroy the destroyer of yesterday. Their world is falling apart before their eyes. Artina said the gods look pathetic. They're just trash. Artina opened her eyes. She was lying in the bed. Her body was unharmed. Justice wondered, weren't they supposed to leave early today? Another god says he's sorry. He can't believe there's a goddess getting up later than Justice. The little girl asked why Artina looked like she was about to cry. Is she not feeling well? Artina said she had a dream about something. The 7th floor of Metaboss. They are ready to climb to the next floor to defeat the Alliance and look up to the top of the tower. Justice used to talk a lot about the tower rankers. Aiden could see that Justice was making too much noise. Then they all dreamed of tomorrow together and moved forward together. Artina shouted that it was all nonsense. They could rot there for ages. They're nothing. The girl suggested that Artina play in the water. Artina replied to Anderson that they could get things wet. Artina asked why it had come to this. Anderson wondered, what was she talking about? Artina said that everyone wanted to be good gods once. Why is everyone laughing at this dream now? Anderson replied that she wasn't laughing. Maybe everyone has lived too long already. They have seen so much that nothing surprises them. They've already become gods, after all. Anderson said it doesn't matter now. Once tomorrow comes, all that's left is to keep living. Artina said Anderson was too kind. All missions on the 7th floor have been accomplished. The new king of the 7th floor of Metaboss was born. Anderson asked, is Artina imprisoned in Cuba? Jae-hwan replied that it was likely. Anderson asked if she could have the cube to herself. Jae-hwan replied that he was fine with it. Anderson can do as he pleases. Anderson suggested that in Cuba, Artina is dreaming of yesterday. She will be there until she runs out of the power of the world altogether. Anderson knew it would work out this way, but she didn't want to remain her enemy. The goddess asked our hero what had happened to him. What happened during the battle with Jin Yun-si? He said it was a world without adults. Our hero remembered only how the soul dissolved into white smoke. A voice came after that. Jae-hwan himself didn't know what had happened. His memories were vague, and he had a strange feeling. Jae-hwan asked. Anderson couldn't make out what was going on? The goddess replied that she couldn't see anything, so it didn't work out. I think she saw the child's shadow. Runnard, while on Earth, called out to the goddess and the naked destroyer. Renee, addressing our hero, said that he couldn't be called a rookie anymore. Jae-hwan heard that Renee defended Runnard. Runnard was supporting Yoon-se at that moment. Renee said she had no choice. Too bad the stream was turned off at the time. Renee said that there are rumors that Jae-hwan is supposed to be part of the 7 Stars. 6 Gods of Metaboss is a respected company, but 7 Stars is something on a whole other level. Jae-hwan asked, are there gods stronger than the 7 Stars? Renee replied that there are the 7 great gods that everyone knows, as well as the 7 heavens that are lower in power. They are usually called the 7 thrones, the 7 heavens, or the 7 stars. The 7 heavens and 7 stars are powerful gods. Most of them are related to the 7 great gods, who themselves lead a huge army. Renee wondered if he was more concerned about the enemy. Jae-hwan replied, forewarned is forearmed. After this battle, our hero realized that he shouldn't underestimate the worlds of other gods. He was lucky with Artina, but Yoon-se made him nervous. Renee brought up the 7 stars just because of the commander. Jae-hwan asked, is he one of them? Renee replied that he was the 1st star. The chief military chief, the god of wealth of Edukshini. Not much is known about him, only that he is a close friend of Kronos, one of the 7 great gods. The other gods have never even seen him. Renee added that he has 3 sacred treasures. Runnard asked, are we talking about ancient treasures? Renee said that Runnard would be smarter than his god. Renee replied, if he really had the 3 sacred treasures of the ancient gods, Edukshini would not have remained among the 7 stars. Lone King Catastrophe was also an ancient great god. It turns out that the Sword of the Void could be one of the 3 treasures. Renee said not to underestimate its treasures. They don't know if they're objects or story settings. She also heard that no god has ever been able to see all 3 treasures. The commander isn't the only enemy to worry about. Jae-hwan is now the Alliance's #1 enemy. Renee added that Jae-hwan's actions had turned many alliances negative. Our hero wondered what she meant by that. Now Metabas is thriving. If news of the destruction of the 7th floor gets out, more gods will flock here. Then the Alliance can rebuild the 7th floor at any time. There is no access to Little Brother. So many gods upset by this fact will climb up here just to look at the naked destroyer. Even if a part of the 6 gods of Metabas is no longer there will be many candidates to take their place. Jae-hwan asked, "Does the commander expect him to climb to the next floor?" Renee stated that Jae-hwan has finally become the king of the 7th floor. Does he have a plan? Our hero replied that he would go to the next floor. Jae-hwan added that they need to get rid of this place. Renee wondered, why the hurry? He could play along with the commander's plans. Why not wait for the other gods and gather his army? Jae-hwan assumed that Renee likes it here. Does she want to become the goddess of yesterday? Renee replied that the 7th floor is the only place in Metabas where gods can remain anonymous. Jae-hwan said that Renee had forgotten what happened because of those anonymous gods. Renee stated that they were misled. She doesn't see any problem with anonymity. This was the only way for the weak in the depths to go against authority. Jae-hwan asked, "Why hide your identity?" Renee explained that no one wants to die. Not everyone is able to live like him. She knows how dangerous this place can be, but because of the king, the place could change significantly. Jae-hwan inquired, "Does Renee want to be queen?" Renee said she wasn't going to challenge him. The Alliance is waiting for Jae-hwan on the floors above, and he needs an army against the Alliance. Renee added to have Jae-hwan manage this floor by himself. Jae-hwan says he's not going to raise his own army. He can do it alone. He's going to go higher. Our hero was given a ticket to the 8th floor. As a reward, he will receive 300,000 ver. The power of peace accumulated on the 7th floor of Metabas was turned into faith and channeled to the participant. Jae-hwan said that the Alliance is already making a good profit from just being here. But isn't the tower owned by the driver? Why does the Alliance get all the benefits? Renee said that the driver is also struggling, because it's not easy to run the tower either. But he's always busy, so the Alliance takes over. The driver approves the Alliance's business and later divides the reward equally. Jae-hwan said that approval for everything is still given by the driver. He suggested that the girl turn on the stream. The gods Ignis and Trojan connected to the stream first. Our hero gave his name and said he had destroyed 3 of the 6 metabasic gods on the 7th floor. Jae-hwan noted that he also destroyed yesterday's day. Most of the gods were shocked by the utterances of the naked destroyer. Jae-hwan announced that there would be a special event on the 8th floor of the metabase in 3 days. Anyone can come. No one is forced to come. Only those who are really curious can come. Anderson asked Jae-hwan to stop immediately. Jae-hwan said that everyone who came would receive a small token in return. Our hero stated that he wanted everyone to witness a certain contest. This opportunity will not come again, so you should think carefully. Jae-hwan says he'll challenge the commander to a position among the 7 stars in 3 days. He wants everyone to see him fight. The god of flame Ignis is eager to hear from the Alliance. The god Trojan is eager for a fair fight. Many gods are looking for a way into the metabasis. Renee was surprised and asked how Jae-hwan was going to deal with the aftermath. He recalled that Renee herself said that fighting the entire Alliance was careless. So he'll remain stupid even if he gathers all the gods. Better to just drag them into a one-on-one fight. Renee wondered, would they accept the offer? Jae-hwan replied that he had given them 3 days, so they had no choice. At first, the Alliance will refuse. But after a while, different things will start to happen. And then they will start to think of ways to make money. That's how the negotiations with the driver will begin. After a day or so, the gods' curiosity will begin to grow, and the Alliance will realize that it is to their advantage to accept the offer. Renee wondered, if there were faiths involved, wouldn't it be better to ask the audience to take their side? Jae-hwan replied that few people would be willing to follow someone else's instructions, no matter how much money was offered. Many gods are even willing to be betrayed. Renee asked, was that why he had invited the gods to be witnesses? Would the commander really fight alone? Jae-hwan clarified. Didn't Renee say that he was the strongest among the 7 stars? Renee replied that just because he's strong doesn't mean he's not a coward. Jae-hwan remarked that if he refused to fight, he would have to live with the label of a coward for the rest of his life. The competition is already publicized and many gods have seen the announcement, so it won't be easy to refuse. Renee said that the Alliance can block the information once they go higher. They might even spread rumors about Jae-hwan not showing up for the match. Jae-hwan replied, that's why Renee is here. Renee confessed that it's sometimes hard to understand Jae-hwan. Is he really crazy? She agreed to give it a try, no matter how it ended. She would record every second of the battle and show it to the gods. Even if it didn't make sense, it would be fun. The girl added that if they started, they'd get off to a great start. Renee activated the drones and engaged the unique device story. Anderson asked if Jae-hwan really trusted Renee. The man replied that he did not trust him at all. Jae-hwan announced to everyone that he would be climbing to the 8th floor soon. Those who want to go can leave now. There's no need to force yourself. Ray Ray said he'll go too. He's been through a lot, and he's definitely not going to fold. The other god said he also wanted and looked forward to the fight between Jae-hwan and the commander live. Pilgrim said he couldn't join. His god forbade getting into fights, so he would only be a witness. Martis said they'll go together, and if the Alliance refuses and attacks, they'll fight on Jae-hwan's side. Our hero warned that they could die. Martis stated that it wasn't that important. Their avatars wanted to help too. Renard pointed at Jin Un-se and asked Jae-hwan-san if Viti would be taken with him as well. Jae-hwan thought that if he left Yun-se here, the gods aligned against the rift wouldn't just leave him. He still felt indebted to him, so he would take him with him until he came to his senses. Jae-hwan looked down from above at all the people willing to go to the 8th floor with him. They don't know what's beyond the portal. Maybe there's an Alliance army waiting for them, which they'll get rid of as soon as they go in. But if they can kill the commander, they can find out where Kim Yoon-hwan is. And if they reach the last floor, the mystery of the illusion tree will be revealed. Anderson thanked our hero. She had waited 500 years for this moment, to avenge her comrades and fight the Alliance leader again. Anderson went through a lot for this one. Jae-hwan warned that the fight could start right after the entrance. If need be, they're ready to stir up the entire 8th floor. The participants entered the 8th floor of the metabasis. It was much quieter than expected. Renee said that everything seemed to be coming out exactly as Jae-hwan had envisioned. Artaina's death had already been reported to the right people. If the Alliance didn't send their army, then they accepted the offer. Anderson said it's not that simple. The 50-year-old classic is a throwback to that period. In Metabasis, a battle of the gods is unfolding. The honor of the 6 gods of Metabasis is at stake. Ray Ray knew that the Alliance was obsessed with faith, but apparently they didn't have much confidence. The atmosphere may seem peaceful, but the terrifying pressure of the world hangs everywhere. Our hero believed that anyone who climbed so high was by definition crazy. If the ordinary passengers are so strong, I wonder how strong is the commander. Considering that the 6 gods of the metabasis are about the level of a lieutenant general or major general, the commander is definitely stronger. He could be as strong as the 2nd lieutenant general of the 9th region, Sam Yoon-hun, or Sam Yoon-juha, the elder of the Sam Yoon family, or Nok Myung-chondo. Our hero's squad saw the gods and wondered, why are they naked? Something unimaginable began to happen. The gods, seeing the incomprehensible glow, began to close their eyes and turn away. Runnard squinted his eyes and said he couldn't see anything. Can Anderson turn off the lights? Anderson said it was finally her time. Jae-hwan thought, are there really naked bodies in the Murim? What a strange place this is. Runnard said it was strange to hear that from Mr. Jae-hwan. Runnard noticed that if you looked closely, they weren't really naked. It was just skin. But why do they wear that? Anderson replied that trends are fickle. Now it's time for her worldview. Runnard noted that her world has never been on trend before. The legendary skin, Naked Destroyer Jae-hwan, is available. The gods have said that the Naked Destroyer is simply a legend. The gods were determined and were willing to use all faiths. Runnard thought that if everyone walked around naked, it would be easier for Mr. Jae-hwan to avoid being caught. It would even be to his advantage. The magical skin, Renard, Little Child of Tears, has appeared. Anderson said she wanted her own skin too. The My Anderson skin appeared. Martis told our hero that he would like to escort them out. He added that he had been to the 8th floor several times before, and could walk them to the history or objects shop. Jae-hwan said he wanted to find someone. Martis speculated, is the Naked Destroyer in search of a certain soul? Anderson wondered, is there a black shop on the 8th floor? That would be the easiest place to find him. Martis said they didn't have to go there if they were looking for someone. Jae-hwan told his men that he had to go. They'll see each other a little later. Renee said she was going to go check on her fellow 8th floorers. Ray Ray said he would gather the gods for emergencies. Anderson said they'd go to the black shop. Jae-hwan asked what it was. Anderson explained, it's a prototype of the oldest black market that's been around for 500 years. You can find the latest information there. Hotel Murim, black shop. Martis stated that they are at the location. Anderson stated that nothing has changed here. Jae-hwan wondered if the goddess was already here. But Anderson replied that not much had changed outside. Is it still the same god running the shop? Martis touched the door and immediately flew backward, falling with his back on the ground. Everyone was startled. Jae-hwan thought a barrier had been set up here. He told Martis to wait outside and decided to enter first. Jae-hwan activated the doubt skill and got inside. The armed men in the black shop turned their attention to the stranger. One of them asked how that person got here, since they're still closed. Jae-hwan replied that he was looking for someone. The man asked who told the stranger about this place. Our hero replied that he had learned about it from Anderson, a crow sitting on his shoulder. The man wondered, had the stranger come here on the advice of a crow? The hero was contacted by the gatekeeper Baek-ho. He ordered the others to destroy the stranger. Jae-hwan didn't stand on ceremony and responded to the attack harshly. After a short time, everyone present was deactivated and froze. Runnard was scared. He hoped that Mr. Jae-hwan wouldn't wipe everyone out. He replied that everyone was still alive. He couldn't kill those who would later find him Yoon-hwan. The gatekeeper Baek-ho asked, "Who is this guy?" He hadn't appeared on the 8th floor before. Jae-hwan said the person he's talking to is strong. If you can't use your wands alone, you'll have to use more power. He warned the gatekeeper not to dare to perish. The confrontation had to be stopped. The young men were told to wait a minute. An old man appears and says that his disciple has behaved badly. He apologizes and begs not to beat the student. Jae-hwan left the gatekeepers alone. The old man thanked him for that. Anderson said she hadn't seen the omniscient sage in a long time. It had only been 500 years. Had he forgotten her voice? The all-knowing sage replied that 514 years had passed. Anderson came in late. His name was Ho Pun. She said that the old man had grown old, but his memory remained good. The old man wondered, how could the gatekeeper of the black shop not recognize this face? Baek-ho asked, is this one of the 6 gods of Metabas? Ho Pun wondered, does the gatekeeper of Little Brother not even look? He said the man was one of Metabas' most famous guests, fighter god Jae-hwan. Anderson said she came to pick up some things she left for the old man 500 years ago. Time to return the favor. In the past, you had to see for yourself. Only the most trusted professionals were given such assignments. The gods bought information from a black shop. Anderson said that in the past, this old man was one of the best. You could get everything from him. History, subject matter, information. The old man replied that it was all in the past now. Anderson wondered if Hopun had survived despite the Alliance onslaught. The old man said that he was barely surviving lately, not easy to ingratiate himself with others. Anderson wondered if no one was coming in at all. The old man replied that after the Alliance launched the Little Brother ads, the visitors disappeared. Now the Alliance reports everything important, and you can buy anything you want at Metabos's shop. Anderson said that the all-knowing sage could sell information to Little Brother. The old man admitted that he tried, but it didn't work out. There were already plenty of such businesses, and there wasn't even enough money for advertising. Anderson recalled telling the old man 500 years ago to settle up higher. It's not enough to be just a pro. You have to make a name for yourself, make yourself heard by the gods, and then show what you can do. Hopun agreed, but said it wasn't just about getting attention. Anderson wondered if someone had slandered him. The old man replied that it was about something more fundamental. The gods don't want to know anything more about this world. All they're interested in is food. They don't care at all what they put in their mouths. Anderson agreed. The old man brought food and said that now, Little Brother was supplying information that could interest the gods. The others simply don't have a chance to draw attention to something more weighty. He added that everyone is so busy absorbing endless streams of information that it doesn't occur to anyone to be curious about other things. However, it is not for him to judge, for even his gatekeepers are like that. Anderson said that gods who have discarded reflection cannot be considered gods. Hopun said that Anderson has not changed. It's not that the gods aren't interested in anything, they've just stopped trying. Does Anderson have anything left that she's curious about? Anderson said she was actually tired herself. That's when they met. The old man asked, "Is this guy the shell that Anderson has been looking for 514 years?" Anderson said time would tell. After a while, the all-knowing sage announced that the food was ready. There were freshly cooked dumplings on the plate. Anderson tasted the dumplings and said it was pretty good. Jae-hwan thought he'd eaten cooked food in the chaos, but it had been a long time since he'd tasted something that reminded him of home. Hopun asked our hero why he wasn't eating. Had he lost his appetite? Anderson said he's an extremely cautious person, the kind of person who only eats tested food. Anderson says these dumplings are top-notch as always. Jae-hwan can eat. The old man isn't from the Alliance. The old man said it was the only thing that had remained unchanged in 514 years. Jae-hwan said that Runnard could eat. It wasn't worth repeating twice. Our hero agreed to the entreaties and tried one dumpling. The taste was peculiar. During his travels through the Tower of Nightmares, Chaos, and the Depths, Jae-hwan had completely forgotten the taste of food. And in this unexpected place, forgotten feelings were suddenly awakened. Jae-hwan said it was extremely delicious and asked what was inside. Ho-pun called the young man a connoisseur and replied that inside were memories. Memories of an ordinary life. Happy moments, sad moments, painful moments, and all sorts of things. Jae-hwan wondered if it was a metaphor. The old man replied that he couldn't say that. It was the secret of the recipe. Anderson said that the old man makes the best dumplings in the world. We need to get him to teach his charges, or the recipe will disappear with him. Ho-pun declared that he had no one to pass on his secret recipe to. Now no one is interested in such things anymore. The gatekeepers are the only ones who are at least trying to do something, though he's more suited to eating than cooking. Baek-ho told our hero that he would win the dumpling eating contest. Jae-hwan says he's not participating in any contest. Baek-ho heard that this guy had destroyed 3 of the 6 gods of Metabas by breaking them in half with a single blow. Is that really true? Anderson wondered. Is this gatekeeper always this nasty? Baek-ho said that this guy defeated the kid next to him. Jae-hwan replied that he hadn't fought him yet. Baek-ho explained that he was referring to the boy lying behind him. The gatekeeper, he said, was going to destroy the commander. No one expected the naked destroyer to show up here. Ho-pun asked where he was going. The gatekeeper said he wanted to stretch outside. Also need to fix the traps this guy broke. Ho-pun said that Baek-ho is the only strongman among his peers. He even challenged Galathion. He was really hurt by today's defeat. Anderson said that old man owed her something. Therefore, anything could be forgiven. The old man confirmed. Whether it's the secret of the universe, the location of hidden legendary items, or stories, you can ask about anything. If the black shop has it, he'll get it. Jae-hwan says he's looking for his friend. He heard that guy was in the tower. Ho-pun stated that he had heard about it. It surprises him that someone would climb Metabas for that. It must be a close friend? Jae-hwan said he was a comrade in the Tower of Nightmares. God's greed caused the messenger of destruction to be born. The old man decided to feel the pulse of our hero. It is necessary for further work. Ho-pun inquired about his comrade's name. Kim Yoon-hwan. The old man told the young man to think of something that connected them. Just by name would be hard to find. Jae-hwan remembered Yoon-hwan pondering what to wish for when he went up to the top floor. To bring back all those who died? Or ask that such a tragedy never happen again? Back then, our hero believed that the top floor of the tower was indeed the top. He couldn't answer Yoon-hwan. Maybe he just wanted to delay his answer. But he wished that Yoon-hwan would survive. He wished for a friend with a truly bright soul to make a wish on the top floor for him. It didn't make any sense now. The old man said he hadn't seen such sincere recollections in a long time. Anderson declared that his story was omniscient. Almost no one in the depths can escape his eye. Ho-pun told our hero that his friend wasn't here. Jae-hwan wondered if he might be on the 9th floor. The old man stated that his eyes see everything that happens in Metabas. His comrade is not here. The old man added that the guy is alive. He's just not here. In fact, he's not that far away. The old man said this guy is suffering. There's an exit in the room. There's someone behind him. It feels like this person isn't going to hurt him. The old man suddenly fell to his knees and clutched his chest. Anderson was afraid. Was Ho-pun okay? The image of a huge stranger appeared before our hero. Anderson asked who the old man confronted. Did the commander intervene? The old man apologized and stated that he had nothing more to say. That was the limit of his ability, but it's someone above the commander. The old man told our hero that it was better to forget about his friend. Jae-hwan asked who had kidnapped his friend. Ho-pun asked, "Is that guy an awakened guy too?" Jae-hwan replied that he didn't seem to be. The old man said that in that case, he came out of a special nightmare tower. The products that came out of the Master's Tower are highly prized, especially those that came out of the first-generation tower. Jae-hwan asked what the old man had learned. Could this certain someone be stronger than the Catastrophe King? Ho-pun asked, "Is this the ancient god of chaos?" Not even the 12 monarchs or even the 7 great gods could oppose him. Jae-hwan wondered how strong he was. He doesn't care who he is. The old man said the young man is crazy, but he can't say anything else. The old man said that this guy was too talented to take his life so carelessly. Anderson was surprised. If even the old man said that, then this someone was really terribly strong. Ho-pun said he wasn't that far from here. He only managed to mark the approximate terrain. The old man said that since he had not been able to find the fellow, It could be considered that his debt was unpaid. Hopun said he couldn't help, so he will give other details that may be helpful. It seems the alliance has just made its first move. Anderson asked if the commander is directing them. Hopun stated that the commander does not like to fight in a crowd. He doesn't take part in the wars, just stops passengers trying to cross to the 9th floor. Anderson's been through it herself. It seems that it was the counselor who gave the order. The 8th floor assignment has been updated. The old man said that not everyone knows everything yet, but he can show everything thanks to his omniscience. Climbing the branches is a competition in which participants must follow a set route and reach the goal first. The competition will begin in 3 days at noon. Special buffs can increase abilities. Passengers receiving the buff increase agility and speed up stamina regeneration. If a passenger with an active buff is destroyed, the participant takes over all reinforcements. Anderson wondered, what kind of assignment was this? Had the driver interfered? Runnard wondered, wasn't it cool that they already had a buff? Jae Hwan said that as soon as the assignment was announced, he would be hunted down by everyone who wanted to steal the buff before the competition started. The more strength he expends, the more disadvantaged he will be in the battle with the commander. They've come up with a pretty good plan. They want to corner him and avoid criticism for not coming to fight. The old man assumed that they had planned the whole thing with the driver. Hopun stated that the commander is not the only problem now. Once the competition starts, everyone in Metabus will target the young man. Only 8 people will be able to move up to the 9th floor. A lot of people want to go to the top 8. Anderson told the old man that this guy had defeated 3 Metabus gods, and he was already aiming for the 7 stars. Hopun thought, would Jae Hwan be as confident if he was confronted by someone from the 7? He hadn't been able to find out who they were, but 2 of the 7 heavens had already entered the tower. There is also information that the 7 heavens have moved out, and that's not all. The 12 monarchs' subordinates are already climbing up the tower as well. Jae Hwan has made enough enemies on the illusion tree. Jae Hwan said he destroyed the narrow gate so there's no passage. But how did the monarchs get here? The old man said that there were those in the deeps who possessed tight gates. They don't work as well as the narrow gates, so they can't be used by creatures of the 12 monarchs level. However, monarchs of a slightly lower level can use them. The great gods, the 7 heavens, and even the rift. Which of them are aiding monarchs? None of them can be resisted without some kind of training. Jae Hwan thought, if they all came here at once, it would be really difficult to fight back. Since he couldn't save Yoon Hwan, all his attempts to climb the tower would be futile, if he didn't at least meet up with the driver. Jae Hwan asked if the old man knew the first nightmare. Hopun was surprised. Does the guy really want to crawl to the top of that tree? Hopun replied that he knew nothing about the first nightmare, but he knew someone who could tell. Neil Crush, the mastermind who created Metabus, is always looking for the first nightmare. He created this tower to get to the top of the Tree of Illusion. Jae Hwan assumed that the driver on the top floor knew something. That's another reason to keep climbing. Hopun asked, why is the young man so stubborn? He doesn't discourage, it's just not the time. The first nightmare is the place Jae Hwan first saw in the first generation tower built by Mulark. If the speculation is correct, the first nightmare is indeed at the very top, and that's where one should aim to go. The old man said that this young man is really talented. If he gathers more power from the world, he can enter the 7 great gods. Why climb the tower now? Jae Hwan asked, why does the old man make dumplings? Hopun replied that he just liked it. All of the gods living in the deeps realize that they are unable to ever reach the end of the Tree of Illusion. It's a matter of time. Some realize it sooner and some later. However, every god goes through this realization. One day there comes a point when you have to recognize that no amount of effort will get you to the very end. At the same moment, the omniscient sage started making dumplings. He made dumplings again and again, forgetting the reason. The sage was making dumplings to survive in these depths, and in the same way, Jae Hwan couldn't stop in his tower generation. Jae Hwan said that the dumplings were delicious. They were the best he'd ever tasted. Hopun asked if he wanted more. Jae Hwan replied that he would some other time. When the sage heard Jae Hwan's question, he realized he couldn't hold back the destroyer. The young man said he would leave the others to him. After all, Jae Hwan's question already inherently contained the answer. A squad under the command of the god of extermination, who was one of the 6 gods of Metabus, advanced to avenge the damage. Metabus's strongest ranchers are the offensive and retreating brothers. The Alliance, the Killers, the corpse cleaners of the gods, all were striving for a set goal. Everyone arriving wanted to deal with the god killer. Each of the squads felt it was their duty to get the head of the killer god. Martis said the captain had an important mission. The support group was close by. The arrivals wondered. Had Martis really joined the killer god? Had he really become a pervert? The gatekeeper said he was not a pervert, but a god of today. The arrivals saw that Baek Ho, the gatekeeper from the black shop, was also against them. Had the killer god turned to the old man for help? However, those wishing to devour the buff clutched the circle and continued to advance. Baek Ho warned that they are not open for cooperation yet. Everyone should disperse to their respective locations. The offensive linemen decided to take by force and continued forward. The naked companions moved towards them to repel the attack and stop the advance. This place must be defended at all costs. The clash was fierce and fierce. The opponents said that the opponents, even in the cocoons of yesterday, were not worthy opponents for them. Do they really think they can stop them? Martis thought that they used to be gods, stronger than them. But now they didn't seem so scary, all thanks to Jae Hwan's training. Thanks to the narrow gate, they are now an equal number. The arrivals began to interfere with each other and settle their relations, claiming the right of primacy. Martis said he's about to show all his enemies something. It's his time. Martis was holding a battle sword and was determined, the god of fields. Martis activated the opening of the shrine. The god of today also activated the opening of the sanctuary. The sanctuary connection of God Martis and the god of today has been activated. Sanctuary bonding allows the sanctuaries of gods of different levels to be united. It's a dangerous technique that can destroy any involved god if something goes wrong, and the power of the world goes over the edge. But these aren't just gods anymore. The gods of today had experienced the same emotions over the past 10 years. This was the technique they had honed for a decade. They had originally worked on it to destroy Jae Hwan, but things were different now. The opponents saw their sanctuary destroyed in one blow. Martis told the opponents to retreat while he was being kind. Jae Hwan is the one they can't defeat even if the shrines are united. One blow would be enough for him to get rid of all the enemies. Opponents wondered, how did these weaklings from yesterday become so strong? What had the Naked Destroyer done to them if they had changed so much? If Martis is telling the truth, they're in for a rough ride. Do we really have to back down? Martis got really angry. He said Jae Hwan could nail them with one finger, blow them away with one breath. It's better to leave before Jae Hwan gets here. Suddenly, another member of the resistance appeared and told everyone to stand back. The man asked, where did these anonymous gods come from? Martis asked, what is he doing here? The newcomer asked, is he really known here? Martis said that everyone in the depths knows him. Before Jae Hwan, he was the one who was called the Killer God. It was the 5th star and god of the deep seas, Russell. Russell asked, how is the old man from the black shop? The gatekeeper asked if there was any request for the old man. Russell said he came to see the god they were hiding. Baek Ho replied that he was just alone with his master. Russell was determined. Baek Ho said it was better not to mess with that man, because it would be bad. Russell said to let the guy finish his thought. Russell added that if the young man didn't step back, he would have no choice. The god of the deep seas said he was determined to have some fun with them until he met the killer god. Everyone present began to grab their throats and gasp. They couldn't breathe. Russell stated that he would tear each one to pieces. Fear burst through Martis's heart. He realized that he was about to die. But it was fear that made him realize that he was still alive. It was something he had never felt in yesterday, so he laughed. At the same time, Martis was crying because he knew that they would experience such a tomorrow, and there would be no more tomorrow. He wouldn't regret dying fighting for Jae Hwan. It would have been great if he had met him earlier. Jae Hwan showed up unexpectedly, released Martis and told him to go inside. There are some really good dumplings there. Russell was told by our hero that it wasn't a bad job. Baek Ho said to be cautious when dealing with one of the 7 stars. Not long ago, he was considered a god killer. Russell asked our hero, was he the one who got his nickname? He was just looking forward to meeting whoever took the seat. Jae Hwan asked Russell, what is his rank among the 7 stars? Russell said those ranks mean nothing. They're made up by people who know nothing but rumors from Little Brother. Jae Hwan said that means the opponent's rank isn't high. Russell wanted to say something else, but our hero started to run away. The god of the deep seas shouted that this guy needed to be caught up. Everyone's lost sight of Jae Hwan. Where did the killer god go? Those present could not understand what was going on. There were many people, and it was unclear who was who. Who was the killer god, and who was the naked destroyer? As we ran past, our hero saw a place of climbing branches. The top of the tree is pointing toward the top of the 8th floor. There's a good chance that's where the commander is waiting. Our hero is surrounded by rivals and told that the god killer is caught. He must be destroyed. The opponents told the god killer to come down from the roof immediately. He alone against 100 won't be able to cope. Jae Hwan said he's far away, so it's okay. A battle sword appeared in our hero's hands. The protagonist said he was far away from the black shop now, so he could trash the place without fear. The attackers thought, something is wrong here. Why isn't the killer god running away? This should be different. Would he really try to fight back? Russell said this guy values his fellow man. He goes along with his emotions like followers and avatars. Could he really destroy over 20,000 gods? Russell activated the water god cannon, the story of the god of the deep seas. Jae Hwan replied that he hadn't counted them. Russell assumed that the man would start when his comrade died. Russell wondered, was his opponent really able to slay 6 meta-basic gods with this level of skill? After another attack, the god of the deep seas recognized that this guy was pretty good at dodging. After our hero's attack, Russell noticed that such attacks are very primitive. But it's commendable that he got this far with just lunges. Since he said this guy is too weak to bear the name of a killer god, Jae Hwan thought that his current opponent was really strong. Not even all 6 metabasic gods combined could resist him. Russell says he's seen enough. They've met. Now it's time to move on to a serious fight. People looked up and saw water spreading over the surface of the house. What is that? Russell told his opponent to show him the technique he used against the metabasic gods. The one that cuts the heavens. If the opponent doesn't show his true abilities, the newly minted god killer will die. Jae Hwan said that if Russell was called god killer before, it means he only fought weaklings. Everyone present scattered. No one wanted to get hurt accidentally. Jae Hwan wasn't scared and decided to take the fight to the ground by going up against the water beast. Our hero has activated the awareness skill. Jae Hwan thought that every particle of the wave is shaking at an incredible speed. The moment it touches flesh, it begins to tear it apart. The image of the shark is just a distraction. It is the wave itself that strikes the true blow. Russell asked, is this guy really going to use some pathetic tricks like this? Jae Hwan activated the skill Self-Denial. Russell said, no matter how fast an opponent's punch is, it's all useless if it doesn't reach the victim. Jae Hwan thought that his opponent was completely calm in controlling the huge wave of particles. He has impeccable control. However, Russell does not have control over the entire wave. Our hero was sure that Russell could apply the full force only to specific particles. Russell said he was encouraged when he heard about the 7-star candidate's appearance, but it turns out his expectations were too high. The king of the deep seas asked if his opponent would be able to shatter the heavens. Jae Hwan replied that he would do it if asked. Russell defined the flow and essence of each particle of this infinite wave. Jae Hwan realized what kind of training the man had gone through. Jae Hwan practiced lunges every day. Russell was learning about particles and learning how to manipulate them on a daily basis. In this battle, our hero confronted one of the 7 gods with all his might. It was a battle of the fittest. It was the first time our hero had participated in such a battle. Jae Hwan was sure that there was no way he would lose. The time Russell had spent watching Jae Hwan through Little Brother was no more than a week. However, for our hero who trained in the time cube, 200 years have passed. To cope with the lunge speed beyond his body's control, Jae Hwan relentlessly questioned the strikes and eventually perfected the technique. Since the radius of impact can be limited, the smaller the radius, the more force the impact has. This technique is applied later but has a faster impact. If Divine Medic Chang Ho was here, he would say, the young man had fully grasped the principle of letting others make the first move before using overwhelming force. It was the fastest lunge Jae Hwan could perform right now. The Way of the Wave, second form, Jae Hwan's series of strikes was activated. Those observing said it was simply astonishing. How do you achieve such an effect? Did one of the 7 stars just change? Russell was defeated. The gods congratulated our hero on his victory. Some looked at him with envy, since he said that from now on, Jae Hwan had indeed become a killer god. Those below watched the aftermath of this confrontation with interest. The protagonist pointed his sword at his lying opponent. Jae Hwan threw Russell down and said that if anyone knows him, they should drag him to a healer. Ness, the goddess of the lakes, said Russell helped her once. She can have him. The reason Jae Hwan cut off the avatar connection but left Russell alive was because our hero felt guilty for destroying a huge number of gods. At the last moment, he was touched by Russell's gaze. Jae Hwan said he'll destroy the next one. Fleeing the metabasis won't save them. He can cut the connection and get rid of anyone. Jae Hwan inquired, does anyone want to be next? One of the attackers said that you shouldn't be afraid of him. He is only one, and there are quite a few of them. He is exhausted after the battle, so it is only necessary to strike a decisive blow. Jae Hwan agreed that he had used a lot of power, but there was still enough to destroy the entire 8th floor. There are probably alliance men hiding among them. He knows the commander is watching from the sidelines. Jae Hwan reminds him that they have to fight the commander in 3 days, but he didn't warn him that he was going to climb up. However, feeling cheated, he takes back his words. He stated that the choice was theirs to either fight him or watch the instant destruction of the 8th floor. People started scattering in different directions. The guy is clearly not himself and is probably going to use his skill. He's clearly set on destruction. Jae Hwan thought that he didn't have enough peace power to apply constellation damage. Fortunately, Anderson was nearby. Anderson said she saw everything on the streamer, and if Jae Hwan doesn't have a reserve of strength, she does. She warned the guy to be careful. There are still strong opponents here. There were at least 3 of them, and all of them quite dangerous. At this moment, the one-eyed watcher, the elite of page 5, appeared. Anderson noted that the armband with a number on his arm was a sign of being a watchmaker. Jae Hwan asked if he was the only one from the Alliance. Anderson explained that a watchmaker's strength is determined by the number on his armband, and considering he's 9th, he's pretty strong. The one-eyed watcher was the best of assassins. Jae Hwan asked his opponent if he had come to deliver him to the commander. The hero realized that a simple lunge wouldn't work against this guy. He had come to assess how much strength Jae Hwan had left. If it's confirmed that the hero doesn't have enough power for the skill, the opponents will attack all at once. Are they really going to corner him? Jae Hwan pondered whether he should attack first or wait for the strike. He decided to act quickly and was the first to go on the attack. Suddenly, someone yelled for everyone to stop. Seol Ha showed up and stated that they had business with this person. Seol Ha says she heard that Jae Hwan has Jin Yoon-se hidden somewhere. She expressed her desire to bring him back because she values the boy. Jae Hwan replied that it would cause problems. He clarified that Yoon-se was in a safe place. Seol Ha asked if he was holding the boy hostage. The one-eyed watcher took umbrage at the rift interfering with page 5's business. Is that allowed? Did the rift decide to go against Kronos? One of the men present suggested that if threats were made, have Kronos come here in person, or at least send a commander. The warrior approached the one-eyed watcher and said that they were not worth an egg. Disregarding the representatives of page 5, the rift warrior ripped off the watchmaker's head and threw it at their feet. There was a clash in which page 5 showed itself to be not very confident. The rift warrior called Kronos' toy that fun. Watchman forbade his opponent from saying his name. Seol Ha stated that she wasn't done yet and ordered everyone to stop fighting immediately. The co-worker noted that he was not looking for trouble. His actions were only due to good intentions. Jae Hwan thought that Seol Ha was really at the head of the rift, and that she was much stronger than the guy who had just lost the fight, Russell. Seol Ha gave Jae Hwan a choice: bring Yoon-se in 10 seconds. Otherwise, the crow would get hurt. Anderson wondered what she had to do with it. Jae Hwan replied that he couldn't give up the boy. Anderson wondered why he was picking a fight. Seol Ha asked, did he really think he was her equal? What did he think he was? Jae Hwan says that next to Rift, Yoon-se will suffer again. A co-worker asked to speak to Seol Ha. Jae Hwan said that he wouldn't give up his child to such monsters. One of the companions shouted that he was about to explain everything. Seol Ha got angry and asked what he meant. She warned that if he didn't explain himself immediately, today would be his last day. Anderson tells Jae Hwan to stop. Doesn't he realize that Seol Ha is from the Rift? If he dies, she dies too. Jae Hwan replied that he knows everything. Suddenly, Jin Yoon-se appeared and ordered everyone to stop. At the tavern, they ordered dumplings and a plate of noodles. The conversation was to be held at a round table. The warrior said he has always wanted to try these dishes in Marima. Runnard asked if they were really from the Rift. When he received an affirmative answer, he wondered if they ate dumplings at the Rift too. The man replied that it doesn't happen often. That's why the dumplings are even tastier. Runnard asked who would win if the Great Lord fought one of the 7 great gods. The warrior admitted he didn't know. He'd never seen such a thing before. The gatekeeper couldn't believe that Runnard had asked about the captain of the Rift. Runnard asked again who would win if his interlocutor fought one of the 7 gods. The old man suggested enjoying the dish first before moving on to conversation. Runnard asked Jae Hwan if he could join the meal. Jae Hwan replied that there was no need to ask permission. Seol Ha says she's heard everything from Yoon-se already. Jae Hwan remarked that he hadn't promised to give the boy to the Rift. Seol Ha replied that they didn't need his permission. Jae Hwan stated that there was no reason for Eun-se to come back. Yoon-se thanked Jae Hwan and said he had to go back to deal with things on his own. The man said incredulously that Yoon-se was a rascal. The captain was here and he dared to interfere. Seol Ha decided that the boy should be dealt with. Seol Ha admitted that she and her co-worker don't have the best relationship. She promised to take care of the boy and not give any cause for worry. Seol Ha reminded that her offer stands and asked what Jae Hwan would say to that. Is he ready to join the Rift? Jae Hwan reminded him that he didn't want to do that. Seol Ha offered to give him an enviable position. She promised to make Jae Hwan the captain, but he refused. Imai Kazuki was surprised. Seol Ha asked why he was refusing, since he too hates gods and monarchs, and would be able to take his revenge on them in the Rift to his heart's content. She says she knows why Jae Hwan hates them, but it's not too late to unite. Captain Rift is really looking forward to meeting him. Jae Hwan remembered Eden talking about the captain of the Rift, who also has something like an eye in the sky. Our hero replied that he would deal with the Rift captain himself. Seol Ha warned that there were dozens of people waiting for them outside, and asked what he imagined would happen when they got out of here. Jae Hwan said he didn't care. Anderson clutched her head. What was he saying? Seol Ha said that in that case, she wouldn't persuade him anymore. The woman added that she should repay her for saving Eunse, and asked if Jae Hwan wanted her to deal with the alliance. Runnard told Goddess Anderson that the Rift was offering to help. The goddess agreed. Jae Hwan stated that he didn't need any help and asked to stay out of his way. Seol Ha asked if he wanted her to straighten out the commander. Imai Kazuki wondered, was Seol Ha really serious? Jae Hwan thought that Seol Ha might have challenged the tower before him, so she made it to the top. No one uttered a word, but everyone knew, just recently, the strongest metabase god had appeared on the 8th floor. Seol Ha said surprisingly, the day had finally come when he personally showed up on the 8th floor. Imai Kazuki noticed that there were too many of them. Is this a sentry unit? Are they really here for revenge? Anderson said it's fine if they didn't come to fight. The killer god was informed that the commander wished to meet with him. When our hero walked out of the tavern, everyone started chanting, "The naked destroyer has appeared. The god killer has appeared." Seol Ha says that this guy is popular, but no more so than themselves. Jae Hwan asked Seol Ha why they were following him around like that. Seol Ha replied that she was just bored, and that was the only reason. She asked if they minded going too. Our hero's adherents were fishing out fans who tried to annoy the killer god. One fan, with tears in his eyes, asked for help to become as strong. All the gods were proud, for they had fought in Big Brother and developed their own worldview. Only stubborn and arrogant gods could defend their view of the world, and so could our hero. The fan said he wants to become strong enough to protect followers. He added that he's been practicing lunges for a long time and asked how long he has to practice. Jae Hwan replied that he didn't know. Some laughed as they looked at the fan. The others nodded in approval. The gods of yesterday also approved. Some hesitated, some understood, some were disappointed. That was the difference. Alliance headquarters is a high-rise palace. The one-eyed watcher stated that only the god killer could go any further. Seol Ha asked if Jae Hwan was really going to fight the commander. He replied that he would if he could. Imai Kazuki, holding a dumpling in his hand, said no need to be silly. The guy would lose to the commander anyway. Kazuki asked when he was able to reach that level of theory. Jae Hwan replied that it was a few years ago. Imai Kazuki thought that Jae Hwan was capable of destroying the shrine, and he had a pretty powerful peace power. Kazuki said that if the guy trained for a few more centuries, there wouldn't be a fighter equal to him in the entire Tree of Illusions. But not yet. Even though they are both members of the Star family, Russell and Edukshini's strength is on a whole different level. Edukshini is the kind of person who can fight even someone who is at least 7 stars stronger than him. Jae Hwan assumed that Kazuki knew a lot about the commander. Kazuki replied that Jae Hwan will figure it out for himself when he fights him. Imai Kazuki said that Jae Hwan thought too much of himself just because he became one of the 7 stars. Jae Hwan followed his guide in the distance, who was provided to him by the one-eyed watchmaker. Along the wall were various pieces of weaponry. A serpent spear, a green dragon blade, a true artisan sword, a double dragon sword that pierces the sky. Jae Hwan silently followed the guide. The two of them didn't utter a word. Anderson, sitting on our hero's shoulder, said that all of these items were collected by the commander. They are either originals or exact replicas. Jae Hwan remarked that the security here was too lax. Anderson stated that they were confident. No one would dare to go as far as stealing. One of the exhibits was a book called Notes on Metabos and the End of the World by Mulark Armelt. From the back of the room, someone asked, "Is the young man really interested in this book?" Usually, everyone wants to get a weapon. The man said he was glad, for the young man had accepted his offer so willingly. It was the god of wealth, Commander Edukshini. Jae Hwan grabbed his sword and asked, "Is he the commander?" Edukshini said he didn't invite the young man here to fight. Edukshini felt the flow of the world's power. This man could safely be listed among his 3 most powerful opponents. The commander said that this young man is stronger than the rumors say. With this pressure from the power of the world, he has already passed the 4th stage of awakening and is on his way to the 5th stage. Jae Hwan asked, "Does the commander really know about the awakening?" On the table in front of Edukshini was a large number of gear elements. Jae-hwan saw a tower in front of him. Our hero asked his interlocutor, "Is he really the driver?" Edukshini replied that he was substituting for the driver. "The driver is extremely lazy. You could say that's all he gets by staying in the tower." Looking carefully, Jae-hwan thought that the gods in this tower were moving, and the tower was being restored. Jae-hwan asked, "Edukshini was watching the whole time? Why didn't he do anything when he destroyed the tower?" The commander replied that there was no need to worry, though he understood what the young man was thinking. The driver also knows everything. He left the control of the turret to him for a reason. There were still those who wanted to deal with the killer god. After all, he was the one who destroyed the tower. Edukshini said it's been a long time since anything like this happened. Watching this guy's actions, the commander was stricken to the core. Edukshini said it's been 500 years. Pointing to the volcano, the commander said that this map could no longer be recovered. It was fun a long time ago. Anderson agreed with that statement. Edukshini said Anderson has changed. She used to look more like a human being than a god. Anderson replied that she is still the same. Anderson thanked for Aiden, Justice, and Artena. Edukshini said he wanted them to live longer. Edukshini inquired if she was here to avenge her comrade. Anderson replied that not only that, she wants to avenge her followers. Edukshini reminded them that they had become puppets. Anderson stated she knows. Edukshini was not involved. He never cared about that kind of thing. However, he's in charge of the alliance, so he'll still have to take responsibility. Edukshini admitted that he had no excuses. Anderson didn't expect that he was still in that tower. It seemed that he had already seen the top floor. The goddess asked if the tower still seemed the same to him as before. She thought she would be angry when she met him. Anderson added that Edukshini looks pathetic right now. Maybe there were questions left in the tower that were never answered? The commander said that some questions were destined to remain unanswered forever, even though he was looking forward to a day like this. Or maybe he was just looking for someone to continue asking questions for him. Edukshini inquired, "Why is Jae-hwan climbing the tower? Do you want your worldview to be recognized?" Jae-hwan felt a painfully strange yet familiar feeling. Exactly the same feeling he had felt when he saw Sam Yoon-garam. There was a certain aura that was emitted by those who suffered endlessly because of their worldview. In front of him stood a man who was curious about the end of the world, or maybe he just longed for it. Our hero replied that he was here to find a friend. Jae-hwan adds that unfortunately, he's not in the tower. Therefore, he doesn't want to meet the driver and ask him about the first nightmare. If the world can be destroyed so easily, then it is destined to be destroyed. Edukshini said that the guy is right, but the driver is unlikely to be able to give an answer. These are two fundamental questions. You have to realize that. Edukshini added that God alone cannot answer them. That is why it is necessary to divide the questions into many smaller and less significant ones. Jae-hwan asked, "Does it appear that one should start with small lunges?" Edukshini replied that you could say that. Who's stronger, the god Edukshini or the hitman Jae-hwan? Is the smallest question a young man can ask right now. Edukshini said he could give the answer right away. But if he were the young man, he would not want to recognize him. Jae-hwan wondered, why? The commander replied that the guy wouldn't get an answer. Jae-hwan asked, "Because Edukshini was on the upper floor, right? What questions did he ask the driver?" Edukshini replied that he could not say that. Jae-hwan assumed that the commander didn't get the answer he wanted either. So he decided to stay here to climb to the top again. Edukshini said that there was no point in continuing the conversation. The reason he called the young man is painfully simple. He wants him to join the climb, which will start in 3 days. Jae-hwan said he won't join. Edukshini said the guy has no choice. Threats are useless too. Edukshini added, if Jae-hwan wants to, he can try. Our hero grabbed his sword. Edukshini said the young man reminds him of Anderson 500 years ago. He saw the technique the boy used to take Russell down. This technique is impressive, but perhaps that's it. There are at least 10 creatures in the depths capable of destroying a young man with the flick of a finger. Jae-hwan wondered, what does Edukshini mean by that? The commander replied that he could see the guy getting stronger. He's clearly the kind of guy who's willing to perfect the same technique until he's blue in the face. The kind of person who will ask the same question over and over again. He may be unrivaled in this, but he loses the opportunity to ask other questions. Jae-hwan focused on the upper floor, but missed the chance to sightsee from the 2nd to the 5th floor. Jae-hwan said he didn't come here to take a walk. Edukshini replied that that's why the young man should be more careful. The Nightmare Tower is like a work of art. If you don't look closely, you can't understand anything. That's why he's giving the boy 3 days. That should be enough time to prepare fewer questions. Jae-hwan wondered why his interlocutor was giving him time to get stronger. Edukshini replied that Anderson already knew that the young man couldn't beat him now. Anderson accepted his invitation because she trusted him. He honors that trust. Jae-hwan was lucky to be an extremely naive god. Edukshini added that the guy can consider this his second chance. Jae-hwan should be grateful that he has time to ask questions at all. Jae-hwan, Seol-ha, and Imai Kazuki were once again in front of the entrance of the majestic pagoda. Seol-ha wondered, hadn't Jae-hwan just entered? Anderson said that this was the commander's ability to 3 looted treasures. He had met none other than the 7 great gods for a reason. Edukshini has the ability to turn back time, Jae-hwan asked. Was it really not an illusion and he had really changed the flow of time? Jae-hwan said he knew a demon who claimed that such a method was impossible. Anderson understood why he said that. But time can indeed be turned back. Although it's only on the lowest level, it would be hard to call it a rebirth. Jae-hwan assumed that this ability had a limit. Runnard saw our hero and said he thought Jae-hwan had decided to hide. The old man said that they wanted to go to a safe zone, but the Alliance had spotted them, so they decided it would be safer to defend themselves here. Jae-hwan assumed that the Alliance knew how many people were on their side. If they challenge the commander now, they'll just be wiped out. Jae-hwan told Renee that they decided to fight in 3 days. Renee was surprised. Would the commander really go for such a thing? Jae-hwan admitted that Edukshini is pretty weird. Our hero added that, for what it's worth, he's going to stay here for another 3 days. He needs to be alone with himself. Runnard asked, what should he do? Every day he practiced. Jae-hwan asked if the guy could do a normal lunge. Runnard replied that he couldn't very well. Runnard must continue to train with the other gods. He will not participate in real battles until he learns how to make a strong lunge. Anderson asked our hero sitting on the roof of the house what he's going to do for those 3 days. Jae-hwan said he was going to look at the lower floors of the tower. Jae-hwan added that he remembered something he had long forgotten. He had heard that the nightmare who created this tower was the master, so he must have left some kind of secret behind. Serena already mentioned it. All the towers have a trace of Nightmare's intent, so there must be clues in the metabase. Anderson said the guy's not sitting still. Jae-hwan thought that it was difficult for metabases to go back to the old days because of the Alliance. There is no magic kit that would allow them to solve the mystery of the tower. Seol-ha appeared nearby and asked if the guy should be covered for the next 3 days. The protagonist said that he would have to be protected while he was practicing. Seol-ha asked, is that all he'd ask for saving Unsei? Jae-hwan said he won't repeat himself. Seol-ha said to let Imai Kazuki protect this guy. Yunsei said he'll help too. Anderson, in the character of a little girl, as in the distant past, sat on the ground and drew figures with her finger. Jae-hwan wondered what she was doing in someone else's unique world. Was Anderson scared when he came in? The goddess wondered, why had he come? Wasn't he going to train? Jae-hwan said there's a tower here. Now the metabasis isn't what Nightmare created it to be. Our hero stated that he wanted to take a look at the oblivious metabasis. Anderson, as always, was surprised. Jae-hwan asked, the goddess is very familiar with the metabasis of the past, right? The protagonist and the goddess find themselves in a metabasis from 500 years ago. The reason the gods can't get to the end of this world is simple. It's too hard for them to climb the steps. These are the words left by Nightmare, who created this tower. Jae-hwan asked the goddess if she had fought the commander before. Anderson replied that it was a long time ago. The goddess said she'll tell everything, but her lesson won't be easy. Jae-hwan remarked that that's exactly what she wanted. One of the attendees said he heard a strange sound, like the hands of a clock. Seol-ha immediately eliminated the 2 Alliance representatives. She said that one of them surprisingly had good hearing. The one-eyed watchmaker said the woman destroyed their guards. Doesn't she realize what she's in for? Seol-ha, looking at the numbers on the bandages, assumed that they were probably assigned timelines in increasing strength. But would they be able to stop her? The woman stated that she did not want to waste any time, and demanded that the men call their commander. Someone became indignant at the noise and stated that they didn't know what was going on at the rift. If the woman didn't leave, we'd have to bring in Alliance troops. Seol-ha asked if this was a new Alliance military advisor. The woman thought that the opponent, although not at the 7-star level, was clearly stronger than the 6th metaboss god. Seol-ha wondered if he had ordered Yunsei's abduction on the 7th floor. The woman got into a fierce confrontation with the Alliance warriors, intending to punish them for what they deserved. The fight was brutal and bloody. Seol-ha was dealing damage while remaining out of reach of the opponents. Seol-ha reiterated that she was waiting for their commander here immediately. She stated that no one present was afraid of the rift. Seol-ha continued to fight alone against everyone. The woman wondered, had their reputation completely fallen? That's no way to treat the rift. Seol Ha applied the Sea of Blood of the Dead skill. There was a great multitude of the defeated. The woman noted about the eldest of the opponents that he did not even notice when his head was cut off. To the two survivors, Seol Ha told them they could leave. She was willing to spare them. The woman added that she can't wipe everyone out. Someone has to get the word out to the rest of us. Suddenly, the commander appeared in the square. He said he hadn't seen Seol Ha in a long time. The woman noted that he had come before the news had reached her and was also glad to see him. The commander, as always, was quite restrained. Seol Ha asked why he had come. The commander replied with a question. What did she think? Seol Ha wondered how much longer he was going to play commander. The rift wants him to come back. Doesn't he think the leader is waiting too long? Seol Ha adds that things haven't been going well at the rift since they left with Junho. He himself knows that a leader can't do it alone. The opponent responded that they could no longer stand on the same side. Seol Ha asked why he crawled to page 5. Maybe he stole the time virus from Kronos. Why not just go back 700 years and save his brother? The interlocutor admitted that he would like to get rid of the rift and the 7 great gods, and bring back times without gods and monarchs, but it's too hard. Seol Ha asked if he realized he couldn't do anything and decided to stay here? That he was still asking the same strange questions? The commander admitted that he had recently begun to question the origins of all the questions. He became curious about the questions others were asking. The man told Seol Ha to leave and never come back. If he sees her again, there will be no feud. Seol Ha replied that she was going to leave, but now it seemed better for her to destroy him first. Seol Ha stated that Edukshini's god of wealth, former 2nd Squad Captain Kim Si-yoon, should get rid of him. She added that his skills were nothing against her and rushed to attack. When she saw the time cube in her opponent's hands, the woman thought he had circled her with a time shift. Kim Si-yoon told Seol Ha that she could rest and activated the time cube. The commander added that the 3-day time limit would expire soon. We've received word that the 8th floor mission will begin in 5 minutes. Captain Carlton said he had not seen such a thing for a long time, and in his hurry, expended all his accumulated stores of faith. Serena said that there's no need to worry about finances right now. She asked if Carlton had found Jae Hwan. Carlton replied that he hadn't found it. Serena said he had contacted the rift and should be somewhere nearby. Carlton saw the men practicing lunges and realized they were followers of the Fortress Keeper. They called themselves the Naked Destroyer Unit. I think he had seen them in Little Brother. Carlton told these people they were doing it all wrong and immediately regretted his words. People were indignant. If he doesn't like something, let him try it himself. Carlton showed his ability, and people realized he was serious. There's really a lot to learn here. Runnard recognized that the man was very good at lunging, but asked, "What kind of lunge is that?" Carlton said that this lunge by Yong Ho was a technique invented by the divine medic that he himself sometimes taught. Runnard heard about the imminent start of the climb and said he had to go. Carlton asked him to be careful. Carlton was invited to touch the nearest route to go to the mission field. He took advantage of it. The captain was moved to the correct location, in a tree. After the start, everyone rushed forward, pushing Carlton aside. If he wasn't going to run, he shouldn't get in the way. Carlton looked up and realized he was going to have to climb in a spiral. He decided to get to the top in one breath to meet the keeper of the fortress. However, the officer relaxed and realized that the climb was not going to be easy. An obstacle appeared. The armed men said they would not let them through so easily. They had to go around them first. Carlton didn't realize where he'd broken the rules. These people are more like brigands. The officer explained the rules in place. You can't raise your sword first. The armed man stated that this was a double standard. Carlton responded that the law says you can't interrupt a person during a conversation. Carlton waved to the people below and continued on his way up. The officer finished climbing the ladder and saw a tree trunk. Would it really be necessary to climb up here from here? The captain thought the scale was much larger than he had expected. Given the many passageways, there must be survivors here, rising from other routes. The caretaker must be here somewhere too. Suddenly, Carlton was attacked, but was able to dodge the enemy sword at the last moment. Carlton immediately read the rules to his opponent that you can't raise your sword. The opponent told Carlton that he was in about the 4th stage of awakening. The One-Eyed Watcher has stated that Carlton's main storyline will be Silver Chains and the Sacred Spear. Serena told Carlton to run. Don't get so caught up in the laws. This guy is one of the One-Eyed Watchmakers. He's as powerful as the 7 stars. Carlton wondered if Serena had been watching him. But she needn't worry, he wasn't that stubborn freak anymore. The officer stated that if he could at least keep these people here, he would definitely help the caretaker. Carlton's rethinking. Carlton's skill was activated, a strong lunge. However, the attack did not reach the target. The captain thought his opponent had repelled his lunge with his bare hands. The one-eyed watcher told the officer to reveal his sanctuary. If he does not, his days will be numbered. Carlton again read out the rules under which he was acting, and resisted his attackers. He believed that by using silver chains he was doing justice. The captain declared that his life would be dedicated only to the keeper of the fortress. The one-eyed watcher said it was very curious. The officer must have decided to die. The one-eyed watcher approached his opponent and said he wanted to stop this childishness. Carlton has the blood of celestial and humankind mixed in his veins. He was born from the root and would fall into chaos if he died. That's why he has no home. The place where he grew up and lived for a long time. The world that called him captain of the Northern Gate. You could say it was his homeland. It was the place everyone called chaos. This chaos was now behind him. Captain Carlton met with the keeper of the fortress. Jay Huan told the captain that he saw his lunge. Carlton has reached a level that is only available to those who practice relentlessly over and over again. Whether it's chaos or the depths, Carlton is very pushy everywhere. The captain said he hears this from someone who is everywhere, smashing and breaking things. Jay Huan said he could help the captain. Carlton replied that he didn't come here for help. The captain told Jay Huan to follow along. He would delay the enemies. Jay Huan noted that this guy might be difficult to deal with. The protagonist said he relied on the captain and moved on along the established route. Captain Carlton was left alone with the one-eyed watchmaker. However, the hero was unable to escape the pursuit. He asked his rival, "Is it one of the 7 stars?" The one-eyed watcher replied that he didn't care about those nicknames. Jay Huan thought that this guy was weaker than Russell, but still extremely strong. He's clearly at the 7 stars level. Jong Ho was right when he said that there were many strong fighters hiding in the depths. There was a reason why the phrase "strong man of the depths" appeared. Jay Huan was forced into a confrontation. Even Mino, who met our hero in chaos, confused him with a strong man without depths. The watchman told Jay Huan not to get distracted. Don't underestimate him. The opening of the Nightmare of Noon Shrine was activated. Jay Huan was surprised. Unsay, you've already turned him into a child. It turns out that shrines could be used in this way as well. The one-eyed watchman was intrigued. How much longer could his opponent maintain his supposed calmness? You need to hold out for 10 minutes or you could get a critical hit. The one-eyed watcher said for the god killer to try to dodge now, if he could, of course. The clockmaker claimed that Jay Huan wouldn't be able to withstand his time flow. He couldn't win in a battle of speeds. He might even try to use the technique he used against Russell. Jay Huan said that the gods of the depths were very fond of talking to their opponents. Our hero agreed with his opponent. He is not that good in the battle of speeds, so he decided to direct all his forces to one lunge. The one-eyed watcher thought he saw the technique his opponent used against Russell. This technique is quite powerful because of the accumulation of force, but the body won't be able to withstand the recoil. He's just used his one and only Ultima. Now we must attack swiftly. One-eyed watcher was terribly frustrated. He didn't know that his opponent would be able to use the ult twice. Could he have become so strong in such a short time? Definitely. Against Russell Godkiller, he used a different technique. Jay Huan used a strong lunge. 10 more lunges followed. The watcher thought that the technique was strong, but it was used without revealing his sanctuary. We have to corner him again, withstanding all the attacks. The opponent won't be able to use such a technique again. The one-eyed watcher has decided that this is his chance to strike when his opponent is exhausted. That should be soon enough. Watching the battle, Captain Carlton decided that the fortress keeper had gotten even stronger. The one-eyed watcher has been deactivated. Godkiller is a real monster. Why is he so powerful, even without a shrine? Unlocking the sanctuary is a technique that turns an area into a personal field. It consumes a larger amount of world power, but it's not worth wasting it. That's exactly what Jay Huan thought. What was the point of opening the shrine for the sake of getting out? In the past 3 days, he had come up with a different technique to fight against the strongmen of the depths. Jay Huan had narrowed the spread of his shrine as much as possible. The one-eyed watcher thought this was some kind of madness. Not so long ago, he was on Russell's level 1 of the 7 stars. In just a few days, however, things have changed drastically. Captain Carlton turned to the keeper of the fortress. There was no time to wait. We must go upstairs as soon as possible. Another man was rapidly approaching the scene of the battle, loudly declaring that he would not allow the hero to be stopped. Thanatos, the rock god, said with a sneer that this old man was boring and still living. An old man came closer and said his name was Shiyu. Had anyone heard of him? Some gods were astonished. The god of aging had appeared here, and it had caused controversy. After all, this was no place for one of the 7 heavens to intervene. Jae-hwan thought in surprise, is this old man really one of the seven heavens? The seven great gods lead the seven heavens. In their honor, a constellation of seven stars shines in the sky. Together they make up the 21st strongest god of the depths. One of the seven heavens appeared in front of Jae-hwan. The old man explained that he didn't want to outshine the young star, but he hoped the young man would back off. The hero felt no hostility from the old man but wondered, why are they trying to stop him? Shiyu said that the young man was quite brave, but if he defeated the commander, it wouldn't be over. He would turn the wrath of all the depths on himself. The old man asked if the hero knew who really runs the metabus. Jae-hwan replied that he wasn't interested. Shiyu advised to think about it. Then it would become clear that climbing to the top of the tower was as foolish as trying to stop time. Jae-hwan clenched his sword tighter and declared that he didn't intend to talk anymore. He would finish off anyone who got in his way. The old man noted that he sees potential in the hero's young eyes. One of the seven heavens admitted that he had come at Kronos' request, but having seen the young man's talent, he was now afraid to destroy him. Shiyu warned, don't take life lightly. The hero has enough strength to become one of the seven great gods. Over the past 1,000 years, the seven stars and seven heavens had been changing, as unusual people had appeared before. There were even those who became extremely powerful after finding the relics of the ancient gods. But the seven great gods are a different matter. They rule the depths, possessing power that can surpass 12 monarchs. Many gods do not attain even a shadow of their power, even after training for a lifetime. Now, one of the seven stars, the god of aging, sees in Jae-hwan the potential to rise to the highest gods. Jae-hwan noticed the people approaching. They were outraged. How dare the monarchs invade this place? The scoundrels from the 5 clans shouldn't be here. Judging by the force pressure, there were lieutenant generals and above. The hero was ready to use force. If they were alone, he could handle it. But the situation was getting more complicated. One of the seven heavens was among them. Captain Carlton promised to buy some time for the fortress keeper. The naked destroyer squad, including Runnard, rushed to attack. The opponents are at a loss. Why are they all naked? Runnard ran up to Jae-hwan and didn't ask if he'd seen that powerful lunge. Carlton recognized the young man. He had seen him at the roots of the tree. Carlton thought it was a brilliant lunge, but it had no name. Had the hero really become so strong so quickly? Runnard did not get distracted as he continued to deal damage to the enemy. The attackers were outraged. Who is this guy and where did he come from? The gatekeeper of the dark shop entered the fray, and the opponents immediately felt threatened. The old man noticed that the opponents weren't too strong. They were only an advanced unit, but more powerful ones would be coming soon, so vigilance shouldn't be let down. He assured that Jae-hwan should continue climbing. Runnard supported those words. Captain Carlton ordered the killer god to keep moving. The fortress keeper shouldn't stop either. He'll help delay the pursuers. All the allies supported Jae-hwan and believed in him. Renee asked why Jae-hwan was still hesitating. He has to climb up and destroy the commander. The hero became even more determined and declared that he would destroy the world. Jae-hwan asked Renee, didn't she say she needed to protect the tower? The girl replied that she hasn't changed her mind. She's helping, but she still doubts the success. If he does end the world, he will show everyone his own world. Shiyu stated that the young man would still not be able to pass on. The blood flower has been activated. Imai Kazuki, an associate of Seol Ha, joined the confrontation. Shiyu didn't understand why the Rift Captain was helping, but asked to back off. Imai Kazuki stated that he will not back down. He has his reasons. He wants to have more fun. The captain of the Rift said the old man is strong, and now needs help to focus. The captain reported that Seol Ha had gone missing 3 days ago, and had probably gone in search of the commander. Her return is extremely important to the Rift. Imai Kazuki was counting on the killer god. We need to get Seol Ha back. Jin Yunsei appeared with hammer in hand, saying he would cover for the allies. The opponents were terrified. Gods, monarchs, humans, all had come here to rise higher. They accumulate the power of the world, level up, and capture towers to climb higher. Those who couldn't go up came here to go down. There are endless wars going on between the gods and monarchs. Cultivators grow food, and the souls that could not be harvested become appendages of the gods and monarchs fighting in this endless hell. Perhaps the Nightmare who created this tower wanted to tell this very story. Why did Nightmare show this tower to Jae-hwan? Was that what he wanted to tell him? What lesson could be learned from such feelings in this meaningless world? Edukshini asked Driver, had the Rift Lord met him at the top of the tower? The driver nodded affirmatively. What did he ask? Driver replied that knowing the question would not make any difference, because after all, he had given up. Edukshini said that the driver could not answer if he did not want to. Edukshini saw our hero, and said he finally made it here. Jae Hwan took up the brass and said he was ready to begin. The commander stated that this would be Jae Hwan's last fight in Metabase. Runnard and the old man climbed up, and the young man shouted with joy that they were already here. The old man wondered how they had done it. Runnard explained that they had used the lunge to get here quickly. The young man asked in surprise what that last section was. He almost choked. The old man explained that it was an area with a high density of space and time. Such a thing is found in the depths. Renee declared that they seemed to have come here for a reason. Martis marveled at the way he had dealt with the monarchs. Renee said that Ray Ray is still fighting the captain at the gate. The others are still holding out as well. The old man asked what had happened to Beck and the rest of the gatekeepers. Martis replied that they were with the Naked Destroyer army and fully prepared to fight back. These are strong gods, so there's nothing to worry about. NC and Captain Carlton also came up. All 8 climbing participants were chosen. They received an entrance ticket to the 9th floor. The maximum number of people allowed on the 9th floor has been reached. Martis stated that he had spent his whole life on the 6th floor and never thought he would see the 9th floor. The old man also thought he would be making dumplings on the 8th floor for the rest of his life. Captain Carlton was sure he would forever be an inspector and never be in a place like this. The old man asked the captain who he was. The officer replied that he had known the keeper of the fortress for a long time. Suddenly there was a powerful explosion. Everyone present tensed up and marveled. Captain Carlton was the first to react and rushed to the aid of the keeper of the fortress. The old man shouted for the man to stop. If they interfered, they would become a burden to Jae Hwan. The old man explained that a battle between such gods could only involve the power of one of the 7 stars, or an even more powerful being. Jae Hwan was indeed continuing the battle with Edukshini. Edukshini noticed that Jae Hwan had gotten stronger. The hero asked, who was he to evaluate him now? The skill Self-Denial was activated. Edukshini, fending off another attack, told the young man not to be so pushy. After all, Jae Hwan himself knows how hard it is to find a worthy opponent to fight at full strength. There were less than 10 people left in the depths who could fight him right now. Jae Hwan said that it would soon become 9. The 3rd appearance of the Sword of Destruction was activated. After that, the Black Amugi skill was applied. Jae Hwan stated that today is the day Edukshini must leave this sorrowful world. Edukshini never thought he would lose in a battle where the pure power of the world decides. He did not expect his opponent to be so strong. Jae Hwan thought that the man in front of him was one of the divine relics that defeated Anderson. He now looked like the ones the hero had seen at the factory. Probably an imitation of the god the guys at the factory were looking for. Edukshini wondered, does this guy still have time to be in the clouds? Jae Hwan activated the Raven Armor skill. Edukshini was surprised. He himself had tried to use this technique against opponents. The commander said that this young man would definitely not last now. An energy ball glowed in his hands. Edukshini offered his opponent to surrender, but was firmly refused. Edukshini had no doubt that he would get just such an answer. Our hero activated Far Lunge, one of his most powerful skills. Edukshini said that no matter how hard the guy tries, he won't leave a scratch. In his world, the hero saw Anderson sitting in front of a tree. What's she doing there? The song was, Once Upon a Time, a naked god roamed the world. Anderson said she wanted to have fun like 500 years ago. Anderson added that he only has the avatar, while she has the hereditary power of an ancient god. It's a battle between the strongest skin and the world's most perfect naked body. By strongest skin, Anderson was referring to her associate, Jae Hwan. Renee activated the drone and said that it was necessary to show everyone this battle. Whoever won would be engraved in the history of the depths. Runnard assumed that Mr. Jae Hwan would win. Edukshini no longer felt the same confidence he had before. His protective suit was badly damaged. The old man said it was too early to rejoice. There was a belief in Metabase that no one could defeat the commander one-on-one. Runnard was astonished. Was the commander really that strong? The old man replied that the young man would soon see for himself. The commander said he hadn't lost his skin in a long time. He was just torn to shreds. Anderson cautioned, caution should be exercised. Edukshini uses a second divine relic. Jae Hwan noticed that the commander's movements suddenly became very fast. The protagonist heard the sound of an explosion behind him. What would it mean? Had he accelerated, undermining the ground beneath his feet? Anderson shouted, "Behind you!" And the connection with her was severed. Our hero didn't think that his opponent could use this moment, but he had already lost the connection with his body anyway, so there was nothing to appreciate anymore. Anderson realized what steps her opponent was going to take and shouted in desperation, "Jae Hwan!" What followed was a storyline based on the Pentagon from the Ashes rules. Edukshini said the sword he holds in his hands earned him the nickname God of Disasters. Jae Hwan asked, Does he even have weapons that mimic the ancient gods? Edukshini clarified. Did Jae-hwan realize he was the king? This sword of catastrophe is an imitation of the sword of void. The commander revealed the name of his weapon. In one-on-one combat, a special ability was activated. Anderson thought they weren't getting anywhere. The goddess told Jae-hwan not to fall under that sword. He would be swallowed by the power of the commander's world and turn to ashes. Jae-hwan asked, Edukshini kicked Anderson out to fulfill the condition for using the sword? The commander confirmed. The commander explained that the sword has a limit. It can only be used in one-on-one combat. That's exactly what he needed in an arena like this. Jae-hwan thought it was an item with the power of creation and a storyline that allows one-on-one fighting. He's not even hiding his story, which means he's confident that no one can beat him in this arena. Anderson said that Jae-hwan should get out of the arena and team up with the others. But our hero replied that he could fight one-on-one as well. Jae-hwan said he was looking forward to this moment. After all, it's one of the 3 treasures. But now he was somehow disappointed. Edukshini wondered, what does that mean? The character had a strange feeling as if he had seen this story before. The commander thought that the opponent had spent too much effort to get here. But why was he still holding on? Edukshini apologized to Anderson. She seemed to have a lot of affection for the guy. Jae-hwan didn't expect that his opponent could detonate his sword and would be willing to sacrifice his arm. Anderson shouted again for Jae-hwan to exercise the utmost caution. After another attack, Edukshini was surprised. He had hit his opponent. Why was he still standing? Jae-hwan said that the commander had only left a scratch. Edukshini didn't understand. Why didn't he turn to ashes? Jae-hwan replied, because he has a strong body. The commander asked in surprise, did the opponent take off his clothes? Jae-hwan replied that he often did. The commander inquired, had the rival met a lone god? The hero replied that he had met disaster. Edukshini said the catastrophe is not the ancient god that rules the garment. The commander asked in amazement, doesn't Jae-hwan know what clothing is? Edukshini couldn't believe the guy took off his clothes without knowing what they were. It's unbelievable. His talent is even frightening. Jae-hwan thought back to his training as he practiced the same lunge over and over again. His teacher had said that he wasn't getting stronger because he was practicing a simple technique. Jae-hwan said that no one had ever explained this to him before. But in the depths, he had heard it often. Our hero declared that it was time to put an end to this battle. Watching the battle, Runnard said that the fight was dragging on. Is it his imagination, or has the sand in the clock stopped falling? The old man suggested that time flows slower, or perhaps the sand itself falls at a slower pace. Runnard replied that this was very strange. It seemed to Runnard that Mr. Jae-hwan was gaining the upper hand, but it felt as if the commander's counterattacks had become noticeably faster. It seems as if the commander is learning by copying Mr. Jae-hwan's punches. Martis said, even if it is true, the commander is much more seriously injured. Carlton said that the caretaker's victory is a matter of time. Runnard remarked that they had a problem. Time was running out, and the commander still had the 3rd treasure. Renee noticed that he was already using all 3 treasures. Everyone was surprised. Martis asked, how long has it been? Renee replied that she wasn't sure. After another attack, our hero asked his opponent, when did he have time? Edukshini was surprised. What are we talking about? The commander says he's just getting the hang of it. The show goes on. Jae-hwan said he would ask the question again, when? When did Edukshini manage to turn back time? The commander replied, when he realized that the sword was useless against his opponent. Jae-hwan asked how many times he had changed the flow of time. Edukshini replied, about 1,800 times. The commander noticed that time management had affected his opponent's mind. But how did he notice it? Jae-hwan replies that he doesn't know. Maybe because he can't bear to go back in time? Edukshini said it's very entertaining. Jae-hwan added that he had his reasons. Is turning back time also an imitation of the ancient god's skills? The commander explained that it was a little different. This skill was created by one of the 7 great gods. Jae-hwan asked how far back in time he could go. Edukshini remarked that if he told him, it wouldn't be as much fun. Our hero said that the opponent does not turn back time at all. He just changes the sequence of events within a certain space. Most likely, the commander can only turn back time by a few minutes. Obviously, this ability has limitations. Edukshini said that hiding it any further is simply futile. Jae-hwan wondered if the commander wanted to go back in time. Edukshini remarked that the road to the past should be traveled when you want to get something back. For example, this is the case with former comrades. Jae-hwan asked, how many years would the opponent have to overcome to save his comrades? Edukshini replied, 700 years. Jae-hwan thought that after so many years, the souls of his former comrades had turned to dust and scattered in the vastness of the depths. Our hero said that the commander should realize that he wouldn't be able to return so easily. Edokshini said he could do it if he changed the course of time of the whole world. Jae-hwan said that the opponent has gone completely crazy. Edokshini asked, "Are there really gods who have reached the heights and retained their sanity?" Jae-hwan asked, "Is the driver capable of creating such an illusion?" Edokshini replied that even he couldn't, but the first nightmare could. Jae-hwan assumed the driver at least knew something about the end of the world. Our hero said that the opponent will not get what he wants. The commander replied that he knew that. Edokshini asked his opponent, "Has he restored the power of peace yet?" The protagonist said he did it because of the commander. Edokshini activated the time delay. Our hero thought that lunges alone would be difficult to win. Maybe he could do something by striking faster than the speed of light. Then he would destroy the very concept of time. It was his only way out. The full disclosure of the sanctuary, peace after destruction, was applied. Runard noticed that the entire 9th floor had turned into Mr. Jae-hwan's shrine. Martis agreed that it was his shrine. The time delay was interrupted. Edokshini wondered, how could Jae-hwan do that? Our hero said it's just a story going back to yesterday. However, in his world, no yesterday exists. Edokshini said that not everyone sees the world that way. You don't have to live in such a world to be happy. The commander said, "Let everyone look at this world. It has enough completeness." The opponent said, "Let him see the true world." The opponent said he couldn't let people turn their backs on the truth. Edokshini said that Shiwun is also concerned. Shiwun replied that one should destroy everyone, whether they were enemies or allies, even if it means destroying himself. He wants Edokshini to see the same kind of world. Jae-hwan inquired, "Was it the Rift Lord?" Edokshini didn't answer, but he further increased his onslaught during the attack. Jae-hwan told his rival that he hadn't lived all this time to revive his comrades. He lived for the sake of retribution. The commander created the 3 treasures and climbed up to become one of the 7 stars. He then became a subordinate of Kronos and commander of the Alliance, for the sake of destroying one man. However, as is usually the case, his plan of retribution was not destined to come to fruition. No one knew if they really broke through, or if he just didn't bother trying, foreshadowing the end. That was how he wasted his time. But due to some circumstances, he met Jae-hwan. Anderson again told Jae-hwan to be careful. The explosion sounded again. Our hero didn't understand how the opponent could still hold on. Jae-hwan activated the wave path skill. Our hero remembered Captain Carlton telling the fortress keeper to move forward. He would distract the enemies. Jae-hwan also remembered how the gatekeeper of the black shop had come out to his side, repelling the attacks of the attackers. Renee told the newcomer to climb up and destroy the commander. Imai Kazuya also assisted our hero as much as he could, helping him move up. All these people had helped Jae-hwan in achieving his goal. And now he was standing in front of his defeated opponent, the commander. Jae-hwan asked his opponent, why didn't he reveal the shrine? Edokshini replied that he had no shrine. He had lost it long ago. The commander said that now that he had seen the opponent's world, he felt calmer. Edokshini asked the Rift Lord, does he still see it? The answer was in the affirmative. He cannot touch, smell, or feel it. He only knows that it is high in the sky. How is this different from a dream or illusion? How does he know that it is really there? Can a truth visible to only one person be true? The commander says that the young man has found another question. He hoped that the question Jae-hwan found would be interesting to him as well. Edokshini said he denied the truth for a long time. He wanted to believe that peace was possible without it. That's exactly one of the reasons he's running Metaboss. The commander added that one day would come when the young man would be confronted with another truth. If there are 2 truths in the world, then inevitably one of them is inevitably a lie. The commander hopes that the truth the young man sees will turn out to be genuine. Edokshini looked at his opponent and asked, does he feel sorry for him? Jae-hwan replied that he once regretted destroying an enemy like the commander. That person helped to reach the 4th stage, face theory and nascence. Edokshini asked, what is Jae-hwan implying? Our hero replied, if the commander didn't give him 3 days, even raising the shrine a level higher, he wouldn't be able to win. Jae-hwan said that it could be considered. He'd paid his debt. Edokshini stated that it is useless. He doesn't have the power to roll back time anyway. The commander grabbed his head and shouted loudly, if Jae-hwan wants to go to the next floor, the guy should destroy him right now. Jae-hwan thought that the opponent was turning back time. Did he really cheat by saying he didn't have the power of peace? Anderson said it wasn't the commander. One of the 7 gods has descended. God said to destroy this guy and protect the metabasis. Anderson said she shouldn't fight him. They're no match for him right now. Jae-hwan replied that there was no escape anyway. The opponent who appeared was extremely aggressive. God asked Edukshini, is he really going to break his promise? Anderson told our hero that now is not the time to delay. Once the sanctuary closes, everyone will be in danger. Jae-hwan replied that he knew that, but continued the confrontation and effectively carried out his decisions. The disruption of the space-time continuum prevented our hero from concentrating properly. Thoughts from the recent past troubled him. The commander said there was no time, and it was necessary to destroy the opponent. Anderson repeated that now was not the time to delay, because once the sanctuary closed, everyone would be in danger. Edukshini stood his ground. The young man must destroy him immediately. One of the 7 gods attacked our hero hard, and the young man, losing his balance, flew far back. Anderson, in Jae-hwan's arms, said she was choking. Jae-hwan let her go and said she was in the way and could go rest. Jae-hwan rose to his feet and decided to continue the confrontation. One of the 7 gods said that this guy had destroyed so many gods, but hadn't lost his simple human senses. However, to get to the top of the tower, you'll have to get rid of those feelings. No matter what our hero did, it was all in vain because the god could turn back time. Jae-hwan found himself lying at his opponent's feet. God had said that it was possible to climb the tower with human emotions, but only those who had destroyed them could reach the top. The commander made it to the top floor, but eventually became the driver's puppet because he didn't get rid of his petty feelings. God was curious to see what decision Jae-hwan would make. Our hero gathered his strength and attacked his opponent. God said it was all useless. Will the young man make it to the top, or will he protect his comrades? The god attacked Jae-hwan again and anyone who was willing to give him support. God added that Jae-hwan had made his choice. He didn't deserve to get to the top. The gods watching from the sidelines were shocked by what they saw. However, our hero changed in appearance and said he hadn't seen Kronos in a long time. Kronos cried out, "How dare the catastrophe creep in here?" After all, his era had long passed. Kronos said the catastrophe broke a promise. Kronos had in no way expected that he was destined to meet the disaster that was in this young man's guise here. Kronos stated that it was now clear to him why the Ashblade didn't work. Catastrophe said he didn't authorize the communication. Who dares condescend? Kronos showed no signs of life. The voice said the awakened man still had the same arrogant tone. Jae-hwan said that this time, since he did things his way, he would be allowed to use the blade. The voice replied, "As the awakened one wishes." Catastrophe said that he won't help the young man anymore. If his target was really Big Brother, he was able to deal with the 7 gods on his own. Catastrophe added that the awakened one must climb upward with all his might. Our hero was approached by his companions and asked if he was okay. Runnard looked at his hand and asked how Mr. Jae-hwan was feeling. Jae-hwan remembered Anderson's request, who asked that he save her only follower. Anderson asked our hero to take this child with him. Jae-hwan told Runnard that he's fine. You don't die from something like that. Runnard said he was glad to hear that. He thought Mr. Jae-hwan might be in big trouble. Our hero thought these problems were real. When Kronos had descended into the commander's soul, they had been at bay. Rene tells our hero that he's not just a rookie anymore. Rene added that this young man is now even 7 stars inferior. Captain Carlton congratulated the keeper on his victory. The old man also congratulated the killer god and added that he was honored to be here. Everyone present recognized that there was no one stronger than Jae-hwan in the entire meta-universe. Even the highly ranked god shed a tear. He wiped away the tears as if ashamed and realizing that such emotions were foreign to God. Unable to control the pressing feeling, he cried sincerely like a human being. But Marchus was not ashamed, for it was because of the man that he was here. Anyone who saw Marchus's face could confirm that he was directly in the moment. He shared Jae-hwan's victory more faithfully than anyone else. They won, and the meta-universe lost its master. The old man inquired of our hero if he was acquainted with the Lonely King. He thought about it when he heard about the destruction of monarchs, but he didn't think it was true. He was afraid to imagine the hardships that awaited him on his journey. The Disaster King's descent into the depths was even more shocking than the discovery of the final floor of the metabasis 600 years later. The old man added that with the coming of the catastrophe, the prisoner of chaos, everything had gone beyond the meta-universe. Rene observed that it wouldn't be long before the 7 gods and 12 monarchs began to act in earnest. Jae-hwan advised him to leave those worries for later, because tears can't help the grief. Rene says that maybe at least someone will sympathize with her. She's worried that her expensive streaming equipment will get damaged. Jae-hwan replied that in that case, it's worth worrying about what lies ahead. Martis and Rene started to get into a beef with each other over the girl's streamings. After Renee ran out of arguments, she punched God in the jaw. Martis told Renee to calm down. Renee promised that she would control everything and keep a tight grip on things. Renee told our hero that she, too, owed him a debt of gratitude. Jae Hwan held the cube in his hand and felt the pressure of the world from within. He remembered Imai Kazui's request to look for Seol-ha. Jae Hwan said he was going to the driver's side. Runnard stated that he had never dreamed of seeing the top floor of the tower. Renee stated that they got the mission when they came up here. Martis reminded them that the conditions of the mission were the destruction of the commander. It was reported that the 9th floor mission had been accomplished. The next task stated that only one passenger could enter the 10th floor. Renee wondered, since they had all traveled a long way, why would only one be able to get further? The old man said there was no point in arguing about who would go next. The old man added that if it wasn't for Jae Hwan, they would have never even seen the entrance to the 9th floor. Carlton said that if it wasn't for the caretaker, they never would have gotten into the meta-universe in the first place. Martis said that thanks to Jae Hwan, he saw the 9th floor, and that was enough for him. Anderson said it couldn't have been otherwise. Runnard congratulated Mr. Jae Hwan. Edukshini thought they were all fools. Everyone present wondered, was the commander really alive? The commander asked, did they really believe that it was possible to unite and defeat the enemy so easily? Did they really naively believe that such a fairy tale was possible in the world of men and gods? This was not what the tower was created for. Edukshini said that long ago the words, "The reason why the gods cannot ascend to the end is extremely simple," were written on the entrance to the metabasis. They're too heavy. Message received. To get to the 10th floor, you must destroy all remaining passengers on the 9th floor. You must destroy all the passengers and free the metabus. Only the last survivor will receive a ticket to the 10th floor. The reward will be a personal meeting with the driver. Edukshini said that whoever wants to see the end of the world must leave everything he has acquired. The small brother system has been triggered by the driver. Broadcast resumes on the 9th floor. The driver offers a 9th floor assignment to the gods. Jae Hwan read the information that the passenger heading to the 10th floor should wipe out all the other passengers on the 9th floor. The flame god Ignis wondered, why such a task? The god Thanatos thought it was a good way to revitalize the metabasis. Many gods are intrigued by the impending bloodshed on the 9th floor. Everyone on the 9th floor is on edge. Edukshini said he wondered what choice Jae Hwan would make. Would he make it to the top of the tower, or would he protect his comrades? If he wants to get to the top, he has to get rid of any emotions. Jae Hwan asked the commander, did he eliminate his comrades to get to the next floor? Edukshini said that 700 years ago, all he had to do was revive his fallen comrades. He thought that meeting the driver would be enough. The commander added that he didn't succeed the first time. Jae Hwan asked if that meant that if he tried, he might succeed. Edukshini replied that he wanted to make sure of it, but ended up just being disappointed. Why does Jae Hwan look like this is a surprise to him? He was just an ordinary product before. Didn't he know about anything when he entered the tower? Edukshini asked, what does Jae Hwan think this place is? The gods here mimic human emotions, crying, laughing, sometimes destroying other people's puppets to learn how people feel. It's just a game to them. This place was created to promote the Seekers. Only those who are able to understand human emotions, yet renounce them, are able to reach the end in peace. A carefully crafted fake system. The tower in which the true Seekers revolve. This is the meta-universe. Edukshini notices that the little brother gods love stories about people like Jae Hwan. The young man breaks the system by reminding them of their own dreams, as long as it doesn't threaten the other gods. If he continues like this, the gods will see him as a threat and try to get rid of him. No matter how strong Jae Hwan is, will he survive when all the deeps are arrayed against him? The commander said that the young man must get to the end of the tower. At the very top, he would get the reward he wanted. Jae Hwan replied that he didn't want the reward. Jae Hwan turned around and said he would take off in his own way. In parting, Edukshini told the young man not to think he would be lucky to be on the 6th floor again. Our hero said he didn't destroy the Tower of Nightmares for that answer. Jae Hwan realized, if he didn't even have 1,000 years, he would strike for twice as long. He was ready to strike endlessly. And even if that didn't work, he would continue until he got results. However, the impact he made at that moment did not reach the top. Something was wrong. There was no ceiling. Edukshini asked, hasn't the young man realized yet? Unless he destroys everyone here, he won't get to the next floor no matter how much he tries. Jae Hwan performed a powerful lunge together with Runnard. The young man said that it was a technique he had practiced for a long time. Captain Carlton noted that it reminded him of the old days in Chaos. Martis added that no matter how many years pass, he will be on Jae Hwan's side. The old man admitted that he hadn't fought in a long time. Jin Yun-se, hammer in hand, also promised to help. Many gods were shocked by the actions of the passengers. Some frowned at what was happening. Anderson asked, "Aren't you tired of playing by the driver's rules yet?" Edukshini shouted, "Does Anderson really think no one has ever tried before her?" An anonymous puppet donated 500 ver to Jae Hwan. Such donations continued. What's going on? Not a single soul has become a puppet of their own free will. Does Jae Hwan think that no one has ever tried before him? The puppets' desperation reached its limit, and they defied their own gods. They had been waiting for this day for hundreds of years. Following on the heels of the puppets, Jae Hwan fell into a different kind of ecstasy. Jae Hwan's first technique, adaptation, was activated. He then used the star lunge. If this wasn't the height of fantasy, then there was a ceiling after all. The gods wondered why Jae Hwan didn't give up. Why is he getting help? Glowing yellow bubbles appeared in the air. Everyone looked at them in amazement. Our hero took notice of them too. Runnard wondered if Jae Hwan remembered the story he had told him. The story of the music box that sounded like a prayer when wound up. What was happening now was very reminiscent of that. Edukshini couldn't believe what was happening. These were the delivered pleas of the puppets. Runnard and Jae Hwan, holding their breath, continued to watch what was happening in the air. It appeared that Jae Hwan had reached the top floor of the tower. The young man heard a voice. The voice didn't think the guy could break through the ceiling made of imaginary metal. Plus, Jae Hwan set a record time. That's amazing. The horned animal from the ground floor reminded him, asking him not to touch the tower again. Jae Hwan replied, "I made it here. Isn't that enough?" Trump said it's not up to him. Justice is not in his hands. Then he took hold of the door and added that the young man's typist was waiting. The door opened and our hero stepped inside. There was someone sitting at the front of the desk with his back to Jae Hwan. The person sitting at the console said that it's impossible to break through time. Jae Hwan asked what he knew about Big Brother. Jae Hwan thought, was it really just an illusion? But who could it be? Is it really a disaster? However, who was Catastrophe talking to? Catastrophe said it was Deus. They lost their god because of Big Brother, so they were cast out of the abyss and ended up here. It's sad. If only they had a giant mechanism. Could disaster find it for them? Jae Hwan thought about the dialogue between Catastrophe and Deus and began to understand something. It was about the ancient Trinity. Our hero assumed that Deus could see him now. Deus, looking at Jae Hwan, asked, "Disaster?" Deus put his hands on the young man's shoulders and said the word, Ouroboros. Jae Hwan didn't understand what it meant. Jae Hwan thought that the two men uttered unintelligible words and left. Rude cheered with a sigh of relief when she saw that Jae Hwan had returned. Edukshini walked up to Jae Hwan. The guy saw the mask on the commander's face. The awareness skill had been activated. Edukshini asked, "What is it? What did you see? Did you meet the Trinity?" Jae Hwan asked his interlocutor if he had seen them before. Edukshini tried to say something, but the mask prevented him from speaking. A stranger appeared and said that he had forgotten to take off his blindfold. Although who said it was necessary to make such a fuss right away? Plus it even looks good on her, so you can wear it longer, he added. Jae Hwan asked, "Is he a machinist?" The stranger confirmed and greeted the hero at the end of the meta-universe. Edukshini tore off his mask and shouted that he was back, and now Ganak must keep his promise. The old man wondered, "Are you really Ganak, Lord of Sloth?" Runnard and Carlton were surprised too. "A lord driver?" Jae Hwan asked again, "Is Gainash you?" The interlocutor confirmed. The young man added that Sam Yoon Garam had asked him to send him a message. Gunash remembered who he was talking about and said he hadn't heard from him in a while. "How is he doing?" Jae Hwan replied, "I destroyed it." Gainuk said he knew he would eventually suffer such a fate. Ganache added that he was just a pawn of the system. They hadn't seen each other in 800 years. Now he was dead, so there was nothing to discuss. The driver stated that he was ready to hear their wishes. Who's gonna start? Renee said she would go first. Greenish noticed that he could fulfill a limited number of wishes. Everyone present should understand what he meant. Renee knew that not all wishes could be granted. Edukshini got angry, because this is a meta-universe. Nothing is impossible here. Gainuk puts the mask back on Edukshini and says that this is the last warning he is giving Jongsu. The people present were surprised. The driver suppressed the 7 Stars leader so easily, he is extremely strong. That's how he is, the driver. Gainuk repeated the question. What do they desire? Renee requested the 7th floor anonymity system. The driver looked where he was going and said the 7th floor was destroyed. Isn't that right? Renee replied that she knew. It wasn't the floors that were destroyed. But there are other branches of the meta-universe, aren't there? Runnard wondered if there was more to the meta-universe. The old man confirmed. The platforms are not as big as this one, but they are already expanding to other pages. True, the last floor only exists here. Still, everyone will eventually reach this tower. The old man added that black market information can be trusted. Guinak said that if they know everything, he has no choice. Does Rene want to get to the 7th floor of the other branch? The driver added that he couldn't give everything away. If Rene insists, he can become the god of yesterday, or the guide of the 7th floor. Rene stated that she only wanted the anonymity system. She wasn't interested in the 7th floor itself. Guinak said that the god of destiny needs anonymity. Does she really want to undermine the authority of another god? Everyone was surprised to hear that it was about the god of destiny. Rene didn't say she was going to do that. Does she really need to explain everything? Guinak clarified. Does she only need the base of the system? Suddenly there was a powerful release of energy. Everyone tried to protect themselves and squinted. It was very bright. The driver said he uploaded the 7th floor database into her mind. We can check it out in our spare time. Guinak asked, who's next? Anderson said she will try it now. The driver said she didn't. Anderson was surprised. Guinak noticed that she hadn't even paid to get in here. Anderson wondered if she could pay now. Guinak said it was hard to call her a single god. It wasn't like she was on a mission by herself. There's no point in explaining. Anderson knows it all perfectly well herself. Anderson asked Jae Hwan to try to get out of here, needing to group up with his comrades. Jae Hwan reminded the goddess that she had lost Rachel. Anderson said that it was inevitable. More importantly, thanks to Jae Hwan, she was finally able to get her revenge after 500 years. The goddess noticed. If she started getting greedy now, Rachel wouldn't like it anyway. She'd rebuilt her body, so there was a chance of getting her back. Runnard asked to revive Rachel Young. Anderson was very moved by this wish of Runnard. She said that this great wish of the meta-universe was the reward of the last floor opening after 600 years. Anderson thought Runnard's hands were warm, small, and caring. Now he could finally get back the warmth he had been giving out. Runnard said that was originally his only wish. Guinak said it was so touching he even got tears flowing. The driver noticed that Rachel Young had died in the meta-universe and was now in a puppet state. Normally, you can't recover a person from something like this. However, the power of the meta-universe is capable of many things, so we shouldn't be surprised. Guinak asked, can Jae Hwan pick up Rachel Young? Jae Hwan put his hands up and a girl came crashing down from above. The driver stated that her memories were severely damaged, but it could be tried. After a while, Runnard told the goddess that Rachel was coming back to her. Our hero also noticed that the girl in his arms began to regain consciousness. Guinak said that everyone will know when she comes to her senses finally, but her memories are damaged, and she will never be the same again. The driver said we had to hurry. There were too many people. Those present began to voice their wishes. The goat looked at his watch at the same time. Guinak said it was the first time he had seen so many people, even a little tired. The old man was the last to voice his wish. The old man said that when he first came to the meta-universe, he had many wishes. But now that he has a chance to make all his dreams come true, he doesn't know what to ask for. Martis wondered. The old man had lived so long. Had he no desires left? Rene suggested asking to expand the black market. After all, the old man said he was tired of competing with other shops. The old man said he had one idea about the black market, but he was afraid everyone would laugh. It may sound strange, but he wants to find an apprentice he can trust to make his dumplings and tell him about the secret ingredient. Martis wondered, wouldn't any man be suitable for this role? The old man remarked that it wasn't that simple. He's had a few apprentices before, but it didn't work out. He needs someone who will really understand the meaning of the recipe. The driver said the dumplings were really worth passing the recipe on to other generations. He sometimes ordered his own home delivery. The old man thanked for the praise. Runnard was delighted. Even the driver liked the taste. I should have eaten more. Gainach said that a disciple would be hard to find, even if one searched all the depths. Food created by processing memories does not exist in either the permanent or imaginary dimensions. Gainach suggested sending the recipe to other dimensions. They could look for an apprentice there. The old man asked which dimension we were talking about. Gainich replied that it was the Star Stream, another world in the macrocosm. The driver said he could send the dumpling recipe there. Maybe someday the old man would have an apprentice who would master the recipe for making dumplings. The old man said it would be like putting the recipe in a jar and throwing it into the sea. However, the old man decided to do just that. He gave the recipe to the driver and said he was only thinking about his dumplings now. Gainach said that soon the border between dimensions would thin. He had business on other worlds, so he would deliver the recipe. The driver looked in the corner and asked, "Did Virtus catch everything?" The goat nodded affirmatively. Genik said there was no need to post anything. We should just edit the resurrection scene and the crow's reaction. We have to make sure that the inner structure of the 10th floor is not revealed. Everything needs to be edited well and cut into small clips. Gwyneth said, "You shouldn't look at him like that. There must be proof that he's granting wishes. There must be honesty. He does it for a reason." Genik said they were almost done. The driver said it was now the killer god's turn. Jae Hwan has reached incredible heights. No one has ever made it to the top at this speed. If a young man wants to ask a question, he can get 2 answers. Gaina realized that the question would be about Kim Yoon Hwan. The driver said that unfortunately this person is not in the meta-universe, but he is not far from the Caspian Sea. Yoon Hwan is well protected, so there's nothing to worry about. There's no safer place in all the depths. Jae Hwan told the driver to bring Kim Yoon Hwan here. Gainik replied that it's beyond the abilities of the meta-universe, and that doesn't sound like a question. Jae Hwan asked, "Who has Yoon Hwan?" Gunach clarified, "Is that a second question?" He can answer, but as soon as he calls out a name, this someone notices. The driver added that he couldn't say how this situation would affect Kim Yoon Hwan. Jae Hwan remained silent. The driver said that was wise. Now he wants to hear the second wish, the end of the Tree of Illusion. Jae Hwan says he wants to know how to get to the first nightmare. Gainik knew the young man would be interested in the end of the Tree of Illusions. Martis noted that there's a millennial story, and in it a common phrase. Let anyone who wants to know the end of the world get to the top of the meta-universe. Runnard wondered, why was everyone interested in the end of the world? Martis replied, because it is a riddle. Runnard remarked that there are many other riddles. For example, Jae Hwan's last name or his thoughts. The attendees said they've always wondered what Jae Hwan was thinking. Martis said that he was thinking about destruction. That's obvious, right? Runnard repeated his question. Why does everyone care about the end of the world? There are so many interesting things around. Yunsei said it's a fundamental question. If you find the answer to the fundamental question, you can find the answer to all the other questions. Runnard thought that Jae Hwan's last name was written somewhere at the end of the world, the young man said surprisingly. Usually such strong fighters don't ask questions directly. Those who are interested in the first nightmare usually have a twisted mind. They think too much and enjoy thinking. Even when the driver gives them answers, they don't get angry. One immediately wonders, are they really looking for the truth? Maybe they just want to make sure their own answer is true. Jae Hwan says he's tired of the preamble and just wants to hear the answer. The interlocutor said that getting to the first nightmare is pretty easy. One must follow the methods of those who challenge the first nightmare. Collect all 3 divine relics of the ancient gods. After that, at the top of the Tree of Illusions, the young man will find his own way to it. The driver saw Edukshini's look and said that he hadn't told him about it earlier because he hadn't collected all 3 relics anyway. Edukshini understood it all perfectly well himself, so he asked for another trick. Gainich wondered, hadn't Jae Hwan heard about the trick from the leader? There was another way to get to the first nightmare, but it could only be used by the driver. Gainak said he could use that method if he wanted to, though he doubted the lad would choose that route. Jae Hwan asked, what kind of method is this? The driver replied, is that the third question? Gainich explained that a driver who gathers the power of the world for thousands of years in the tower is able to climb to the top of the Tree of Illusion. Everyone present was shocked by this admission. Gainak remarked that it was actually quite simple. Jae Hwan said he was clear and grabbed his sword. The protagonist asked if he destroyed his interlocutor. Would he be able to become a driver? Gainak replied that the young man would simply become the one who destroyed the driver. The position needs to be passed on. It's not enough to just become a driver. You have to harvest the power of the world for millennia. Jae Hwan said he was willing to wait. Gainak stated that he knows what the guy is up to, but it's not that simple, especially for a god like Jae Hwan. All this time he's been surviving by doing the same thing over and over again, but it won't work forever. Gainak added that one day, Jae Hwan will simply turn into an idea of God. Anderson explained that such a god is stripped of emotion and personality, only the idea remains. He still has the power of peace, but God himself is like a dead man. The awakened one must beware of alienation. He who sees too much will inevitably become blind. Jae Hwan thought that the dulling of his emotions might have something to do with alienation. Gainek said that the thousands of years the driver had lived were extremely different from the years the young man had spent alone. One would have to endure time that flows meticulously and precisely. Moreover, one would have to work day and night despite countless stimuli. Jae Hwan inquired, what is to be done? Hynak replied that it was necessary to gather faith. Renee couldn't believe it. Would that really be enough? The driver repeated that it was. Sell skins, kits, buffs, all sorts of potions. You have to sell it all to the gullible gods to gain faith. Anderson thought back to her purchases. Renee wondered why they would do such a thing. Ginach repeated, for the sake of faith. The girl asked, what will they be used for later? Ginach wondered. Is that the question? Is it really to use as energy? The tower is the starting point for a driver who is able to reach the top of the Tree of Illusions. It is simply a starting point. Everyone wondered again, what point are we talking about? The driver explained that given the scale, it would take at least 1,000 years to save up faith. Renee asked, who were the drivers anyway? Ginach wondered, what was wrong? They found a way to get to the end of the world without gathering all 3 divine religions. Renee said that wasn't the point. Renee wondered if the driver knew what would happen to the puppets and agents because of him. Ginach replied that it was exactly the same in the depths. Weak gods perish, and unlucky followers who chose the wrong god become puppets. The driver added that these are the laws of the universe. Renee, you've already come here thinking it's better than the depths. The only difference is that such a tragedy is fuel in this tower. Renee wondered, in what way? Everyone looked up and saw pictures from the past. Everyone looked up in amazement. Ginach said the tower gave the gods what they wanted. Even those caught in the contest of the deep have found a dream. The gods who dreamed of freedom and equality were given the illusion of companionship. Those who longed for peace were given salvation. Those who sought the end of the world, however, were shown the way. The driver said he gave everything they wanted. Why not muster up a little faith? Renee says it's all lies, for the driver gives only illusions. He sells deception to support himself. The driver replied that it wasn't cheating, just like tears shed by a crow. Ginach stated that the tower is selling the experience. Stories of gods and believers. The stories of those who save their comrades. Stories of those who dream of the end of the world. Stories of the great tower walkers. Does Renee really think this is all a hoax? These people entered the tower of their own volition, and the tower gave them the story they desired. Edukshini told everyone to be quiet. It was his turn to receive his reward. Ginach asked what he wanted. Edukshini replied that the driver already knew what he wanted. He wants the time of the Tree of Illusion to go back 700 years. The old man said it's impossible. There's only one wish. You have to think hard. Edukshini said he created an entire alliance, gathered faith. He even did the work for the driver. Edukshini pulled a gear from his pocket and threw it at the driver's feet. He said he lived for this moment and deserves his time back. The driver admitted that he promised to turn back time. He hadn't forgotten anything. However, as the commander knows, the power of the driver is not enough. Ginach added that Edukshini was lucky though. He had gathered enough peace power. The driver has his limit, but if he abdicates, that's a different matter. Ginach snapped his fingers and steps appeared, leading upward, high into the sky. Those present wondered, what was this ladder? An old man suggested that it was the chariot to the first nightmare. Anderson explained that it was now called a spaceship. There's an incredible amount of world power here. Maybe they can actually make it to the first nightmare. Ginach began to climb the steps and said that as soon as he left, the interlocutor would become the driver. If he got to the first nightmare, he would fulfill his wish. The driver added that the opponent could now look after the Metasilina. Jae-hwan asked Edukshini if he would become a driver. Our hero asked if he needed more time to think. It is very easy to find an answer in this world. Edukshini must follow the great stream and become one of the many gods. If he makes a mistake, no one will notice. He himself will be able to dictate to others how to be. However, he didn't want to, decided to be alone, and contrived to turn back time 700 years. Edukshini asked if the young man thought he was mistaken about something. Jae-hwan replied that he must have realized it himself. Edukshini too knew that there was no way the driver would keep his word, and his wish would never come true. He tried desperately to accept it, tried to convince himself. Still, Edukshini didn't give up, holding on to a tiny glimmer of hope. His hope was vain, but too bright to give it up. His obsession lasted 600 years. Edukshini asked our hero what he would have done if he were in his shoes. Previously, Jae-hwan said, "If that's the way, so be it. I'll climb the tower my way." Edukshini said he understood everything, what the young man's path was. Ginach, as he continued his ascent, thanked everyone and added that it had been fun. At the end of his wanderings, it was time to finish the memorial service. At some point, on the stairs of the climb, there was an explosion. Everyone raised their heads in horror and looked over there. What happened to the driver? The driver uttered one word with surprise: darkness. Edukshini rushed in that direction. The commander told the god killer to stop the driver. If he didn't, the power of the world accumulated over millennia, and all the puppets who had died in the tower would be lost. The commander added that there was enough force to bring them back. The driver asked why Godkiller was trying to stop him. Didn't he want to see the end of the world? Didn't he destroy so many people along the way for that purpose? Jae-hwan replied that that was probably the case. Gainich said the young man appeared to be another broken god. Jae-hwan said he understood the driver. He kept hearing voices asking for help. Jae-hwan reiterated that he understood, so he couldn't make the same choice. The opening of the Peace After Destruction shrine was activated. Gainich told the boy to remember everyone he had destroyed on the way here and who he had failed to protect. Is he determined to continue on his path? Is he willing to bear such a burden? Jae-hwan climbed the tower in a rather unusual way, opening the gate to the 10th floor without destroying a single comrade. He is quite capable of stopping the driver, if only it can handle the power of the world accumulated over millennia. Ganesh told the killer god that one day they would meet again. The protagonist realized that he had missed the driver. Jae-hwan saw thin rays in the sky and realized it was a connection. The driver receives the power of the world through these threads. Virtus said it was very reckless. Jae-hwan asked, "Does Virtus really want to interfere with him?" Virtus replied that he won't interfere, but he's sure it won't work. Even Jae-hwan can't stop such a flow of power. It's harder than collapsing the ceiling of the 9th floor. Jae-hwan said that was a good idea. Metabasis supplies the power of peace to his vessels. Virtus said the man wouldn't dare do that. Jae-hwan stated that he would have to destroy the Metabasis, the source of power. Virtus pounced on our hero and said he warned him not to do that. At the last moment, Edukshini shouted for them to stop and end the confrontation. The commander added that very soon they will face the end of the world. They have no extra time. Edukshini told Virtus to give the gods from the other floors a message. Virtus must send a message to the gods of the other floors. The Metabasis is about to disintegrate. Virtus obeyed the new Metabus driver. Renee wondered what would happen to the gods on the lower floors. Edukshini announced that it was time for them to come out. Renee asked if Edukshini is now the new driver, and why doesn't the new Metabus owner care? Edukshini replied that he was not going to stay here and was not going to defend the Metabasis. He asked if the goddess of fate really cared if the driver would keep his promise after 1,000 years, or does the goddess think he can meet his comrades again? Edukshini remarked that 600 years was already enough for him. The old man reminded him that now was not the time to worry about the dumpling recipe. Martis promised to go with Jae-hwan all the way. Edukshini said the end of the world is near. The commander demanded that Gainach be stopped the rest of the way. How much strength was left? Jae-hwan replied. Almost nothing. Edukshini remarked that they only need the strength for one time. However, the hero has given such a flood of power that it is almost impossible to control it. Perhaps he still has something left? Edukshini said he's been saving his power for 600 years. The god killer must hold on, or no one will be saved. The commander reminded them to hurry. The lower floors could no longer hold anyone. Edukshini again noted that time has stopped. The power of the world he feels is not from Kronos, so the driver has something to do with it. The commander assumed that Gainash had gotten his power from the Kronos, but wasn't about to lose it. Time acceleration was activated, and all passengers were given a new mission to dodge the killer god's strike and escape from the Metabus. Martis shouted to stay together, not to fly apart. He unfolded the ball for cover. Jae-hwan found himself on the edge of a precipice. Below was the abyss. Gainach asked the old man if he was going to leave, for he was on the verge of death. The old man said he had to look after the tower. Jae-hwan wondered if this was a new illusion. The old man asked if he was the new driver. The man replied that he was happy with the outcome. His end of the world is here. Gainach said that someone in the tower is able to get to the true end, alluding to Jae-hwan. Metabus has been reported destroyed. All passengers must evacuate immediately. Seol-ha grabs Jae-hwan, explaining that she's trying to pay him back for saving Yun-se. The destruction of the Metabasis occurred. The center of the Caspian, which had stood for thousands of years, fell. Everyone wondered, is the Metabasis destroyed? What's going on? The young man said that was the way to go. Metabasis used low-ranking gods anyway. It was a gambling den. What happened to the gods? Didn't they die? The young man heard strange sounds and wondered what it could be. The support team was hurt, but all survived. Runnard asked for a rescue team to be called. Old man Gans saw the bird and asked if it was Anderson. Many could not understand where they were or how they got here. Even Ethan appeared, who was also confused. Most of the souls of those who died in the meta-universe come back to life. The friends met, hugged in silence and cried. After a while, Jae-hwan woke up and realized he was in bed. He saw an old man at the headboard and asked where they were. The old man replied that Jae-hwan had destroyed the meta-universe, so now they were in a safe place in the Caspian. Jae-hwan looked out the window and realized that everything around him was destroyed. The old man said he doesn't blame the young man. Everyone is grateful. The creatures of the meta-universe now have a chance at a normal life. Everyone has already appreciated Jae-hwan's accomplishments. Someone wants to give him a new title, but first we have to taste fresh dumplings. Jae-hwan said he hadn't seen dishes like this before. The old man replied that it was his new creation, chicken broth. Outside the meta-universe, we'll have to learn to live again. It was a broth full of memories. Jae-hwan thought that his life was still ahead of him. In the backyard, Captain Carlton was teaching Runnard how to lunge with his sword. Jae-hwan appeared on the doorstep and said that both of them are doing it wrong. Runnard rejoiced and threw himself into Jae-hwan's arms. The protagonist asked not to get so close. Jae-hwan noted that Carlton had gotten stronger. The captain replied that the caretaker had changed for the better. The captain added that this place was similar to the northern shopping street of Gorgon Fortress, and Jae-hwan agreed. Anderson was upset that Jae-hwan didn't say anything after he woke up. Jae-hwan assumed that the goddess was in a good mood. Anderson said she had new followers. Guy admitted that he'd already heard that from the old man. Some of the puppets had come back to life. Anderson added that they are still inside a unique world. Their memories haven't fully returned yet, but many are feeling better. Jae-hwan asked where the others were. Runard replied that Yunse had left. He had to catch the escaped lord. Runnard added that Eun-si left a little message. He owes Jae-hwan a debt of gratitude, so he'll always come to his aid if you call him. Seol-ha also left, not lingering here. The woman said, lest she be misunderstood. Jae-hwan thought he didn't know what she meant. Renee, sitting at the table, told our hero that she knew initially he wasn't a rookie. Renee added that Jae-hwan was using her. The young man agreed. Renee confessed that she was going to be the new driver. Jae-hwan had told her earlier that they should live for today, not yesterday. However, there is no hope for true depth. The gods overutilized their privileges by deceiving others. Cultivators turned gods against each other, selling them as if they were a pathetic product. The gods gave up and eventually succumbed to temptation. Now their worlds are just a projection of lust. Renee noticed that it had been ages since Big Brother had last interfered in the affairs of the deeps. However, the world was even tougher than it had been in Big Brother's time. No one believes in saving the world anymore. It's like pretending intoxication comes from a drink that isn't intoxicating at all. Renee added that saving the depths is nothing more than a silly production. The girl noticed that this world cannot be changed by the efforts of one person. Jae-hwan inquired, was that why she was trying to take over the meta-universe? Renee confirmed, but it didn't make sense now. Anderson wondered, why the gloomy mood? Just because the meta-universe has fallen doesn't mean it's the end of the world. Renee stated that she had seen destiny. Soon, the deeps would be destroyed. Anderson wondered, why would the depths suddenly collapse? Renee stated that if the meta-universe goes, so do the depths. Such is the condition of the great destiny she saw. Anderson wondered, Renee knew and didn't say anything? The girl replied that she was curious about the destruction the newcomer wanted to see. Maybe one that leaves nothing behind. Renee added that the destruction might be better than they thought. Jae-hwan stated that there is no such thing as better destruction. Renee said that everything revolves around him anyway. Renee noticed that Jae-hwan knew all of this. The guy wondered what she was trying to say. The girl replied that she had put the blessing of fate upon him. Renee added that it couldn't be detected so easily. She had placed it on her back on the first floor of this universe. Jae-hwan had survived the blows of fate. Didn't he find that strange? Jae-hwan asked why she was helping him. Renee repeated, she was just curious. This idle interest of the goddess of fate. The girl added that thanks to Jae-hwan, she had made friends in the tower. Now she's going to explore other regions of the meta-universe with them. Even if destruction was inevitable, they should experience it to the very end. Renee said goodbye. Anderson said Renee left very quickly. Martis stated that he plans to travel with Lady Minerva for a while. He wants to meet up with old comrades from the depths. Martis added that thanks to Mr. Jae-hwan, he is able to live today again and is always ready to help. Jae-hwan still didn't understand why Martis, the god he met on the 6th floor, followed him. There were many other gods around when he trained him, so memories were hazy. Watching Martis walk off into the distance, Jae-hwan thought that it wasn't he, but Martis who truly realized the essence of today. Maybe someone who has always lived in the present understands today better than someone who lives for the future. Carlton told our hero that he would go to Old Man Jong-ho and Lady Serena. They definitely shouldn't be left alone. Jae-hwan replied that he won't go with the captain. He has other things to do. Our hero said he would continue the conversation when everyone had gathered. Runnard asked Jae-hwan if they would go somewhere else, maybe visit another page. Anderson said he's not going anywhere. The goddess added that right now the hero was only concerned about the lunges. Our hero wondered, who were those people at the wall? The answer was that they were comrades who spent their lives locked in the tower. The old man said that if you tell them to do something, they'll do it. They've been in the meta-universe so long that they can't live on their own anymore. Jae-hwan said he's not their babysitter. The old man replied that they didn't need to be babysat. The boy had freed them, so he could give them at least their first assignment. One of these men approached our hero and bowed, asking permission to become a servant. Jae-hwan refused the request. Anderson said it was cruel. Judging from the aura, it's either a servant of the god idea or a follower of a low-ranking god. If he's not taken away, he'll have nowhere to go. Jae-hwan said to let this guy rest somewhere nearby. The young man agreed. Anderson noted that Jae-hwan would have accepted them anyway. The others who were freed also rushed to our hero and asked for errands, promising to fulfill everything. Jae-hwan sent them to the corner to do lunges. Instructor Renard was teaching the new warriors the skill of lunging. The old man remarked that these men could make a good army. Jae-hwan replied that he preferred to act alone. The old man recognized that it was easier to be alone, but it was difficult to find happiness in such a case. He may have fought alone all this time, but now he had comrades. The old man noticed that Jae-hwan's scabbard was completely shabby. The old man said he's not an expert because he uses kitchen knives. But if the guy destroyed the meta-universe, his weapon was obviously damaged. If the young man had a new journey to make, why not visit a blacksmith first? Jae-hwan wondered if there was a blacksmith. The old man replied that a famous nightmare had paid a visit to Caspian. He's not a master, but he has plenty of skills. He's in the neighborhood. Nightmare has opened the shop for the duration of the festival. A festival in honor of the destruction of the tower. It's the season of the Caspian festival. The old man told the young man to be sure to stop by Caspian's great auction if he had time. Something in this auction might interest Jae-hwan. Jae-hwan asked, "Yoon-hwan is at the auction?" The old man wondered why Jae-hwan wouldn't stop talking about this guy. Rumor has it that the great auction will feature one of the 3 artifacts of the ancient gods. Our hero found himself in the city. Runnard noticed that it had been a long time since the 3 of them had traveled anywhere together. "Will they always travel like this now?" he asked. Anderson replied that it wasn't serious. Runnard wondered if the items created by the nightmares were really that good. Anderson admitted that they are very nice, but a little pricey. They're called luxury goods for a reason. Runnard asked why the nightmare items were needed specifically, since humans could also create such things. Anderson explained that nightmares are guided by imagination. Anyone can create an object, but those who create nightmares have special details. Nightmares are usually obsessed with all sorts of weird stuff, from ideas of freedom or eternity to emotions and lust. Sometimes they focus on humans or orcs. The details of each item created by the nightmare are different. There are things in the world that can only be generated by true madness. At the entrance, our hero was told that if he was headed to the auction, he needed to pass a background check. Does he have an ID? Anderson was surprised. She didn't think ID would be needed here. Jae-hwan replied that he had an ID. Anderson was surprised. Jae-hwan explained that Wang Li had made it for him. The officer on duty said it was obviously a forgery. Isn't it a shame to issue such documents? Jae-hwan replied that he wasn't ashamed. The man, pointing at the paper, said that it was clearly a forgery. If the man continues to defy the man, he will only bury himself deeper. Jae-hwan said he didn't think so and grabbed his sword. A man ran up to our hero and asked, "Is he the killer god Jae-hwan?" Everyone whispered that this man was a killer god, the same destroyer of the meta-universe. It seems he's become the new heaven. The man apologized for not acknowledging the god killer. Anyway, the rules are the same for everyone, even the heaven killer. Jae-hwan continued to hold his sword. The man asked, "Doesn't the guy like the title of heavenly killer?" Jae-hwan stood there listening to the rumors being spread about him. People called him crazy. Why does he take off his clothes during a fight? People were scared because this man is holding onto a sword. That's a big problem. Is he even crazier than usual right now? An officer appeared and said that these people were with him. They needed to be let through. The officer had the Star Chaser emblem on his chest. Our hero thought it was strange. He didn't notice the man until he grabbed his arm. Behind stood his comrades. Jae-hwan could feel the extra energy. It was a wonder. Why didn't anything feel right from this man? He wasn't listed at all. The man asked, "Isn't his name on the list?" The person in charge shouted that there was no such thing, for the Starstalker had already confirmed his identity. He apologized for the long wait. The person in charge said the young man and all his companions could come in. Jae-hwan asked Anderson, "Does she know anything about this man? Who is he anyway?" Anderson inquired, "How long has he been here?" Jae-hwan was surprised. Did she really miss it? The guy said they call him the Star Chaser. Anderson has heard that nickname. It's the leader of the Third World Federation, pretty famous in the depths. Is that really him? Jae-hwan said he completely forgot to say thank you. The Star Chaser was surprised. The stalker realized what he was talking about. It was about the entrance. He added that he was honored to help this man. Jae-hwan asked, "Does the interlocutor really know him?" The Star Chaser wondered, "Is there really someone in the depths who doesn't know the Heaven Killer? Hasn't the guy heard his new title? There's a top 21 great god in the depths. The 7 stars sit at the top. Beneath them are the 7 heavens. Below are the 7 stars that light up the heavens." Star Stalker said that Heaven's Killer was the title of the 8th heaven's depths. Just a few days ago, Jae-hwan had become the 8th sky of the depths. The Star Stalker and his entourage told our hero that now, Sky Killer will be known by everyone. The Star Stalker said such titles are not given for nothing. Jae-hwan said that he doesn't recognize the title of Heaven Killer. The old man said that people everywhere are talking about Jae-hwan's accomplishments. Everyone is terribly eager to give him a new title. The protagonist thought it was a kind of nonsense. Jae-hwan asked the Star Chaser what his name was. The guy replied that his name was Declan. Declan asked where Sky Killer was going. He's willing to escort him. Jae-hwan said he wanted to ask Nightmare for something. Declan stated that there is only one Nightmare who takes requests at the festival. He has a case for him too, so they can go together. The man told the old man to get his bling away from his store. The old man said they were very valuable items. The man said that this old man and these trinkets annoy him a lot. Declan, who happened to be nearby, said, "Would a man please remove his foot?" He was going to buy the necklace the man had just stepped on. The man lifted his foot and said that he should have stomped on it altogether. The man was taken by the shoulder and told to stop. He turned around and saw the Sky Killer in front of him. Our hero said that if the man didn't stop, he would be left naked, which is exactly what happened that hour. The naked man, running away, said that he would get back at those perverts. Declan asked the old man if he was all right. The old man recognized Declan and said the face was familiar to him. Declan told the old man that he wasn't the one who helped him. The old man thanked the young man standing next to him. Declan and the old man talked for a while and all the jewelry was sold. Runnard ran after Jae-hwan-san. Runnard said he was looking for the Lord and thought he was lost. Jae-hwan said he'd been gone for a while. The companions asked Declan where he'd gotten all this stuff. Watching Declan and his comrades, Jae-hwan remembered the good old days. Jae-hwan tells Declan that he has a great relationship with his comrades. The Star Chaser said he didn't expect to receive such a compliment from Jae-hwan. Is he really considered a good person? Declan said he had a gift for Jae-hwan. It was a necklace with inventory settings. Jae-hwan said he didn't need it. Runnard told Jae-hwan that Declan was just a great guy. He gave a lot of goodies. Declan asked if Jae-hwan belonged to any faction. With such popularity, there must be a lot of offers coming in. Jae-hwan replied that he preferred to be alone. Declan noticed he was the same way. 900 years ago, he too had traveled alone. He believed he could exist alone in peace. He was close to one nightmare. This nightmare once told him, no matter how great the imagination, one cannot fill the world alone. He remembers what was said to this day. Jae-hwan inquired, "Are they going to that very nightmare?" Declan replied that his friend had left this world a long time ago. Declan said they had arrived at the site. It was Ignel. Anderson wondered, "Is this really Ignel's forge?" Jae-hwan asked, "Do they know each other?" Anderson shook her head negatively. Declan showed where the entrance to the forge was. Anderson couldn't figure out where she was or who she was. Declan said hello and said they hadn't seen each other in a while. The man at the entrance stated that he was just waiting for Declan. The Star Stalker said that these people came in with him. The man warned that only one other person could come in besides Declan. Declan asked, "Can I at least bring the boy with me some more?" Runnard tearfully held on tightly to Declan's clothes. Anderson told the boy to be ashamed. The man looked at Runnard and agreed to let another child pass. The man warned that pets were not allowed in. Anderson resented being called a pet. Jae-hwan said it's not a pet, but an inventory. Our hero thought that nightmares were mostly created by towers. This was true, but towers don't necessarily exist as buildings. Jae-hwan asked, "Is it really all towers?" Declan replied that the young man was savvy. Our hero thought, if towers are created to cultivate, what do these towers cultivate? Jae-hwan saw a divine collection under the glass. Oz, coexistence. Declan said this is the first time he's seen the manifestation of a collection of divine relics. It was Ignel's signature handwriting, a challenge to the legacy of the ancient relics of the 3 gods, his personal masterpiece. Declan asked if Jae-hwan knew anything about the 3 divine relics. Our hero knew it was an incredible tool. Declan remarked that he could tell a little about them. He likes to explain things. Jae-hwan said he didn't need to. Declan still wouldn't stop talking. He said that to understand better, we should start with the 3 gods. Before Big Brother came along, there were 3 strongest deities in the deeps. the killer god; Disaster, the destroyer of causality; Deus, the destroyer of illusions, Gestalt. These were legendary gods who had independently reached the peak of the depths. They were called the three ancient gods, three divine relics left behind after their disappearance. These are the real artifacts. Sword of Void Disaster, Eye of Gestalt, Ex-Deus Machine. Declan assumed that Jae Hwan had heard of them. Our hero assumed that they were at a pretty high level. Declan said it was. The three divine relics were created by the great masters of all time. It was a wonderful era. Back then, all nightmares dreamed of creating a single tower. No artifact had yet been able to surpass the three divine relics. The bearers of these weapons had become the three ancient gods, and the weapons themselves had become ancient relics. Declan added that the power of a weapon is determined by its owner. Someone appeared and said that Declan's laughter hadn't changed a bit. The stranger asked our hero who created this scabbard. Jae Hwan replied that it was Michael from the Twilight Forge. The stranger asked how his student was doing. It was the greatest teacher of the era, Ignil of the Deep Twilight. Declan said it seemed odd, a master repairing a scabbard made by his apprentice. After a while, Ignil brought out the scabbard and said he had done his best. Ignil said that the young man had told him about his apprentice, so he would make at least one scabbard for him. Jae Hwan was surprised. Couldn't he just fix the old ones? Ignil responded that it would be a very poor job. Jae Hwan remarked that this thing meant a lot to him. Declan agreed that the scabbard was very skillfully made. It was even hard to believe it was man-made. Declan noticed the marks on these scabbards. The craftsmen who made them must have been trained in machining for years. Wanted to take another step, even though he realized he would fail. The will to fight fear is what is hidden in these sheaths. Declan assumed that Mr. Jae Hwan treasured them because he felt the same way. Declan said he's willing to look at man's creation. It is even more valuable because it is man-made. Ignil will be able to recognize the hidden value of this work. Ignil said the base material is very poor. The scabbards themselves are based on awakening horn. It would be difficult to make them better. Declan wondered, would it really be difficult even for Ignil? The blacksmith stated, it's not a matter of hard or easy. It's just that the fixing itself is pointless. Even if the work is rough and sloppy, it has its own order. Though the work is low level, but it has a built-in skill of nobility. First of all, the creator's intention to hide the true value of the sword is obvious. It must have been requested by the customer. Declan thought he was talking about settings that even Ignil himself couldn't touch. Ignil said he could, but he wouldn't. Ignil asked the young man to show the sword. He realized it was a spiritual weapon. Was the sword self-created? Declan assumed it was someone else's creation. Ignil said that was an incorrect assumption. There are not only two possible options in the world, as adaptation and the awakening of the New World Zone. Declan wondered, don't those two options in this case cover every possible option? Ignil stated that he would have to do a little research to find out for sure. Ignil said that if the young man left him the sword, he would reinforce the scabbard as he wanted. He wouldn't even charge for it. Jae Hwan was surprised. Wouldn't he take the money? The blacksmith said that this man didn't look like someone who had anything to charge. The blacksmith wondered how the young man would value his work. Surely, he would make some outrageous offer to take something else instead of money. Runnard said he was thinking about it. Should they not pay them back with Ms. Anderson? Jae Hwan asked how long it would take. Ignil said he could do it in a month. Jae Hwan said that was too long. Ignil said that if the young man was not satisfied, he could go elsewhere. But he does not know if there is a craftsman nearby who can do it. Jae Hwan said he'd be back in a month, and added that he needed a sword he could use in the meantime. Ignil offered to pick any of the ones outside. Jae Hwan said to let Runnard pick out something for himself, too. Anderson was surprised. After all, they didn't have any money. How would they buy everything? Instead of money, Anderson was left with money. A replacement sword was chosen. Ignil said the boy was a quick thinker, but he asked for the level of 3 divine weapons. Didn't he say that the level of a gun is determined by the level of its owner? Ignil said it was the 3rd model of his collection. Depending on how this sword is handled, it can either be completely useless or truly become a level 3 divine weapon. Jae Hwan asked if there were any other series similar to this sword. Ignil replied that there are things like the fathers of this one. The first model was taken by Ignis. The second was stolen by Cronus. Ignil noticed that he hesitated to make such a sword, even for a customized order. Jae Hwan thought it sounded like the roar of a predator. He asked the blacksmith, "What's on the other side?" Ignil replied that it was the growl of a sword he had made. He is not selling it, however. The blacksmith added that this sword is not yet finished, and there is no hope that he will finish it. He is too picky. Smith added that even if he were complete, He is so willful that one even wonders who would be able to handle him. Jae-hwan stated that he would take the sword in that case. Ignel reiterated that the sword was not for sale. Ignel said that if the guy looks closely, he'll realize it's total chaos. If he can hold that sword, then he gets it. If he can't, then we'll have to charge him to repair the weapon. There was one small stone. It rained, snow fell, and the stone endured strong winds and scorching sun for a long time. Some people had seen the stone before, but passed it by without digging it up. One man recognized it as black adamantium. Some people felt that it had not fully matured. They would come next time. Perhaps then it would already have a soul. They tried to unlock the stone's potential early. Meanwhile, the stone grew stronger and stronger. It was as if it had been born for a single purpose. One day a rock had the idea that it was probably the hardest rock in the world. The commander was told that this stone might be useful. The man stated that it was a spiritual stone. However, he noted that they couldn't take it away anyway. Those were the memories of the sword. Ignel said that was impossible. Jae-hwan asked what the name of that sword was. Smith replied, "Single." Anderson was outraged. How could Jae-hwan sell it? The guy replied that he was going to stash it away until he had enough money. Anderson said that if that crook hadn't paid for her, she would have been Ignel material. Runnard said it was wrong to call the man who saved her a crook. Jae-hwan stated that he called this sword loan. Anderson stated that it was an 8th grader's syndrome. Jae-hwan suggested that it was a name she liked. Jae-hwan told Declan that he owed him a debt. Declan smiled and replied that if one could make an acquaintance with the Sky Destroyer for just a sword, it wasn't such a loss. Jae-hwan and Declan decided to stop by the auction together. Declan asked if Jae-hwan was looking for something specific. Our hero replied that he was probably looking for the same thing Declan was looking for. Declan said Ignel's work is certainly impressive, but it can't be compared to the 3 divine relics. Jae-hwan recalled that his interlocutor had said that it was the one who wielded the weapon that mattered. Declan had said that because he was standing in front of Ignel. There are weapons that can help you win a fight that is basically impossible to win. Weapons that give you a chance to overcome an obstacle that you can't overcome alone. If the current 7 divine lords obtained the 3 divine relics, they would be able to reach out to the ancient 3 deities. Jae-hwan added that a weapon of such strength would simply devour whoever took it. Declan said that's exactly why he's eager to test the weapon. He wants to see if he is worthy of the 3 divine relics. Declan added that if he'd known he'd get along so well with Jae-hwan, he would have found him long ago. They could have become good friends. The auction building could be seen up ahead. It was Hachinold's great auction house. Jae-hwan wondered why Declan was showing such concern. Declan replied sincerely that it was because he needed something. Declan told Runnard that he wanted to try the dumpling and asked for a piece. Runnard replied that it was his lunch with Mr. Jae-hwan. Jae-hwan told the young man to give Declan his portion. Declan gladly received the dumpling from Runnard's hands. Declan eagerly tried it and said it was delicious. As expected from the Purim house. Jae-hwan asked Declan if he hadn't just come for the dumpling. Declan replied that there was something else. Declan said the entrance to the auction house is divided into 2 parts. The Golden Gate, where the regular auction takes place, and the Hidden Gate, where the most expensive merchandise is traded. Those invited to the Hidden Gate could bring one companion with them. This time, quite a few friends came here, and everyone brought someone strong. Declan added that there's an unspoken competition between them as to who will have the best companion. He would like Jae-hwan to be his companion. Jae-hwan asked, "Declan wants him to be his ally? Then he shouldn't have done that." Jae-hwan drew his sword and showed what he could do. People nearby were knocked off their feet by the shockwave. Jae-hwan stated that he knows who Declan is. Jae-hwan remembered Yoon Garam himself saying that one should be afraid of Mayad. If he found out that the guy had discovered the beginning of everything, he wouldn't just let it go. It had been a very long time since he'd seen someone who carried it over his head. Just like Jae-hwan. It wasn't really an eye, but something else. Not everyone can see the world that Jae-hwan sees, and not everyone needs to see it to feel happy. The young man said that it was necessary to destroy everyone, both friends and enemies, even if that enemy turned out to be himself. Jae-hwan said that the person in front of him was Mayad van Declan. The frightened people shouted that it was necessary to run away. Mayad was about to destroy them all. Mayad said he was sorry. He was sure he had disguised himself well. How could Jae-hwan have guessed? Jae-hwan says that there must be something in Declan's world that he's bound to see. However, he wasn't there. People stopped in indecision and did not understand what they were doing here. Where were they going? Mayad said he didn't want to be exposed. Usually when people find out his identity, they have prejudices immediately. Jae-hwan thought it was the ability to break the bond of memory. He said that prejudice would only get bigger now. Our hero once again asked why Mayad wanted him to be his companion. Mayad replied, because Jae Hwan sees the same world as he does. Mayad said he wanted to introduce himself formally. His name is Mayad Saint. Declan. In the depths, his friends call him the leader of the rift. Caspian, Hachinol's great auction house. Anderson said that Jae Hwan is out of his mind. Doesn't he know who the rift leader is? Or is he so cocky from being the eighth heaven? Jae Hwan said he knows everything. Anderson was perplexed. How could he go with the leader of the rift, realizing who he was? Why did he follow then if he was so wary? Jae Hwan said that he needed to personally check out the 3 divine religions. Declan said he had prepared a dress code outfit for the meeting. Jae Hwan admitted that he looked good. Declan asked if Jae Hwan had forgotten what he'd offered him. Jae Hwan asked, "Is it about participating in the auction?" Declan confirmed it. He himself is officially ineligible to participate in the hidden auction. Declan noticed that they were almost there. Here was the entrance to the hidden auction. Jae Hwan said that he didn't trust anyone here. Declan replied that there was no need to worry. He would pay for the trust. Declan says that if Jae Hwan wins the lot, he'll lend him 3 divine relics. Anderson said that beyond that gate are the strongest gods from the depths. Inside, the pressure of the world is so high that she might just fall asleep. Jae Hwan said it's quiet and nice. Anderson stated that she would be in her own world anyway, so he could wake her up if he needed to. Declan and Jae Hwan entered the room where the gods participating in the secret auction were located. Jae Hwan noticed that it had gotten quieter. Mayad explained that it was a kind of rite of passage. Declan said that the 2 at the next table were 7 stars level personalities. They turned their attention to Jae Hwan. The young man became an 8th heaven without even being in the depths for a year, so they are jealous. Declan said Jae Hwan will have to accept that there will be both approving and criticizing views. Declan pointed to a table and told the young man to take a seat. They would be seated next to each other. Intercepting his gaze, Declan said Jae Hwan recognized his opponent immediately. His name is Dark Sky. It was Derek Milt, the god of solitude. Declan reminded him that the young man was considered the 8th heaven by everyone. If Dusk was the right hand of Cronus, he is the left hand. Mayad noted that Derek Milt is the main contender at this point. An old man came over and said that he hadn't seen the rift leader in a long time. It was the god of old age, Siu. The old man said he was glad to see the Sky Destroyer again. They are meeting here again. Jae Hwan said they're not in a position to greet each other joyfully. Siu said that whatever was in the meta-universe, let it stay there. He had no animosity for the young man now. He even felt a little sympathy. Siu said that thanks to Jae Hwan, the depths had calmed down a bit. An 8th of the community in Little Brother was spamming messages from nameless gods. But the young man destroyed the meta-universe they inhabited. Because of this, the young souls of the depths returned to work. It will be right for the young ones to work hard and train hard. Another god came up and said, "It doesn't matter if he lives hard or not. In the end, he will still perish like everyone else." God said that this was the first time he had seen the Sky Destroyer. He wanted to go to the inn with him, but they seemed to have missed each other on the way. He didn't think he would be traveling with such a senseless type. Jae Hwan asked his interlocutor, "Does he know him?" The interlocutor replied, "Is there anyone in the depths who doesn't know the Sky Destroyer?" The interlocutor said that he was the god of inevitable doom, Thanatos. He is usually called the Heaven of Doom. Jae Hwan said he thought he'd heard that somewhere before. The ancient god Gestalt said that the strongest is the one who remains naked until the very end. Thanatos turned around and said he would wait to see what happened next. Siu also remarked that they would see each other again. Declan noted that Siu and Thanatos are showing sympathy. Surprising. Jae Hwan is really popular. If he had been delayed, it might not have been possible to go along with the young man. Jae Hwan inquired, what kind of treaty did Declan have in mind earlier? Mayad replied that it was an agreement between the 7 thrones known as the 7 Thrones Agreement. According to it, the 7 thrones cannot take possession of the 3 divine relics. If any of the 7 thrones obtains all 3 divine relics, from that day forward, the depths will cease to be part of the 7 thrones and become part of the one god. Jae Hwan clarified. So Declan is also part of this agreement and is part of the 7 thrones? Declan regretfully replied that he wasn't a member of the 7 thrones. Jae Hwan wondered, why had he joined the agreement then? Mayad clarified that he was just curious. Jae Hwan could ask directly. They are all here now, the 7 great gods. You can ask them a question. The 4th throne of the 7 great gods, the Lord of Syndrome, the god of illness pest, said that he was happy to meet the Sky Destroyer, Jae Hwan. Jae Hwan felt that he was in a strange, unfamiliar place. There were dead bodies and unsanitary surroundings. Declan grabbed his companion's hand and asked how Mr. Jae Hwan was feeling. Pest put his hand on the young man's shoulder and said that Ignis had told him a lot about him. Shredding Ignis's avatar? Jae-hwan thought the creature was mildly disgusted. Pest asked if he had the Sword of Desolation. Jae-hwan answered in the negative. Pest said the young man should have used it. There was whispering at a neighboring table. The Sky Destroyer used the weapon of the ancient gods, the Sword of Desolation. He was seen in Little Brother. Someone remarked, "It's unbelievable. The catastrophe will be encapsulated in chaos." Had he really gone to the depths? Pest asked. If the young man is silent, is it true? Our hero thought that he wouldn't want to fight this creature. Jae-hwan asked, "Does he have to answer?" Pest said, "The successor to the catastrophe, the worst epidemics." He added, "It is not known if the young man is infected." A swarm of insects circled above the table where Jae-hwan and Declan were sitting. The mediator of the flame god Ignis, the caravan of heat, appeared and inquired if the meeting was over. Jae-hwan asked his companion, "Is he also from the Seven Thrones?" Declan confirmed that he was the ruler of the third zone of tropical night. The third throne among the seven great gods is the mediator of the flame god Ignis, caravan. He said that he was glad to meet the killer of the gods. Would it be possible to ask for the young man's autograph later? Their god is his biggest fan. Declan greeted Caravan and said they hadn't seen each other in a while. Is Mr. Ignis doing well? Caravan wondered. Had Mayad been Jae-hwan's companion all this time? It looks like he'll only be observing the auction now, Declan remarked regretfully. If Caravan was calm now, what would happen if he took possession of the three divine relics? Caravan said Mayad could try, if he wanted to die. The host checked the microphone and announced that they were ready to open the secret auction in this closed room. Everyone present was asked to take their seats. Caravan said he's going back to his seat and reminded him he still wants Killer of the Gods' autograph. The host introduced himself, Nightmare Reynold, the person in charge of this auction, and welcomed everyone. Reynold briefly explained the rules. Bidders bid when an item of interest appears. If the maximum bid does not change within a minute, the bidder with that bid wins the auction. The first lot was the secret sword of the Lord of Blades. The attendees remembered that 500 years ago there was such a person, a very famous swordsman. Mayad said that Mr. Jae-hwan can participate too. His betting limit is up to 5 billion. Mr. Jae-hwan replied that he would take it into consideration. The chariot of the Temple of Thunder was auctioned off. The Ice Dragon bracelet also made an appearance here. Those interested could purchase a prototype of the Reinhold's bunker. The host announced the next item, a cloak of boundless underspace. Declan noted that it was a good item. Would Jae-hwan like to place a bid? Declan added that this cloak might suit him. Jae-hwan wondered, did Nightmare create this thing too? Mayad suggested that it came from outer space. Jae-hwan remembered the driver offering to pass the dumpling recipe to another dimension to find students there. He thought, this is what the driver was talking about, another dimension. Declan remarked that this was surprising. Perhaps there was a world unaffected by the Tree of Illusion. He reminded him that Mr. Jae-hwan could safely bid if he liked a certain item. Reynold caught the attention of those present and asked the question, did they know what this item was? It is an ancient book by one of the Nightmares, written 900 years ago, The Master's Thoughts. The girl at the next table asked her companion why he was so excited. The boy assumed that the manuscript contained something interesting. Reynold explained that unfortunately the contents of the book could not be deciphered, as the entries were made in the ancient Nightmare language used at the time. Moreover, the book has a unique language structure. Even if someone were to translate it, it would still be impossible to understand the content correctly. Someone in the audience asked, so it is impossible to read it. Then why is it being exhibited? The auction host said that such a composition was used by many masters of the past. If you decipher the book, you can discover the great mystery. As a true dreamer, he highly recommends this lot. Jae-hwan thought he had just seen Mulark's handwriting. There might be information about the Chronicles of the Depths in this book. Jae-hwan stated that he would buy the manuscript. Mayad didn't know Jae-hwan was interested in such a thing. Reynolds said, if someone is interested, you need to name your price. One of the participants said, if Nightmare says that, then the book is probably authentic. But they can't solve the translation problem, so they put it up for auction. If the text could be deciphered, the Nightmares would be the first to do so. However, there is Little Brother. Why read a book at all? Reading books is a boring hobby. Jae-hwan thought that others were not interested in this book. There was no need to shout to get attention. The guy raised his hand and said he was offering 500,000 trusts. In response, someone offered twice as much. Derek Milt offered 1 million. There was another 1,200,000. The bidding continued. The atmosphere was heating up. Those present wondered, was this book so interesting? What was so interesting about that ancient book? Derek Milt asked if Jae-hwan liked books. He's not going to give up on it. The young man can give up. Jae-hwan said that tonight is the first time Derek Milt will lose. He can give up himself. Jae-hwan added that this is an important thing for him. After fierce bidding, Reynolds announced that Master's Thoughts had been sold to Mr. Jae-hwan. The host then announced the next item, the one everyone had been waiting for. Unique settings that increase the Tower Conqueror's power. The settings increase strength by up to 5 times, depending on the original power. It's the strongest giant of the deeps, the Deus Ex Machina. Exquisite finish with ornate engraved patterns. Jae-hwan thought that anyone who looked at it would immediately realize this was the work of a master craftsman. The Sword of the Void seemed like a weapon that did not know the word control, but no particular power could be felt from this weapon. Reynolds was ready to announce the starting price, and everyone holding their breath listened intently. Jae-hwan thought that the energy of this weapon was rather strange anyway. Pest said he was late. The caravan told Mr. Ignis that he had arrived, appeared with great noise. Everyone saw the appearance of Kronos, the 5th throne of the 7 great gods, the master of the 5th territory, the god of time, Kronos. Reynolds said he had a problem with the sound. The microphone went bad. He'll try again. Reynolds spoke again. The last lot is the components of the ancient god Deus. The starting price is... Everyone held their breath again. Derek Milt said he was offering 2 billion trusts. Those present wondered, what was the price? The auction host asked if there were any other bidders. No response. In that case, he will start the countdown. Caravan said that Kronos could not participate in this auction. He hasn't forgotten about the 7 Thrones agreement, has he? Kronos said that it was not he who was involved, but Dark Sky. The caravan asked, does Kronos mean to say that it was all Dark Sky and not him? Kronos said that Dark Sky is no longer his left hand. He became independent some time ago. Caravan asked, the severed hand no longer his? Declan said that this is a difficult situation for Ignis. Regardless of whether Kronos told the truth or lied, it's difficult to watch from the 7 stars' perspective. Reynolds said there are 10 seconds left. Are there any others? Pestle looked doomed. Caravan was angry. Kronos rejoiced. Time was running out. Derek Milt was already celebrating the victory with a glass of wine in his hand. At the last moment, a new price was sounded. 4 billion trusts. Reynolds was dumbfounded. Such a price had never been quoted here before. The presenter repeated, do they really give 4 billion? Did Sky Destroyer really name such a price? Does he have that many trusts? Such a sum is impressive even for the 7 great gods. One of the bidders said it was the first time he had heard such a name, and he had 4 billion more. How is that even possible? This member is sitting next to Plague. Is he a companion to the disease? Jae-hwan activated the doubt awareness. The people present noticed that the table in front of them was already different, and the atmosphere was unusual. How long has he been there? Jae-hwan thought that there was no such feeling of oppression as from the 7 great gods. At the same time, there was almost no sense of life either. Jae-hwan asked Declan, was that his true purpose? Mayad wondered, what are we talking about? Jae-hwan asked again, is Declan really planning to pretend he doesn't know anything until the very end? Declan said he was sorry, but he wasn't pretending. Jae-hwan said, 20 billion. Declan was really surprised. Reynolds said it's a lot of money. He doesn't think there will be any more bidders. Deus Ex Machina has been sold to Mr. Jae-hwan. Kronos asked, does anyone really think this guy can pay 20 billion trusts? One-eyed watchmen appeared in the room and they were armed. The caravan shouted that Kronos might be involved with these watchmakers. Kronos announced that the auction was over at that point. Those present said that Kronos was right. They are not going to accept such an auction. Many people shouted that the auction should be stopped immediately. Reynolds tried to quiet the discontent. The people present looked at Jae-hwan and said that he was the one who offered 20 billion. Many of those who disagreed with the outcome of the auction shouted that this character should be dealt with. A guy like him can't possess 3 divine relics. Jae-hwan rose from his seat and drew his sword from behind his back, showing the seriousness of his intentions. The event later went down in history as one of the 5 major incidents involving Jae-hwan. The Hechinol disaster broke out at that time. Caspian is a cluster area for illegal moonshadow sites. Seol-ha immediately announced that she was not officially cooperating with him. Does he realize that? Jong-ho replied that he wasn't burning to work with someone like her either. Seol-ha stated that she's helping because she needs the world power detector that the nightmares created. Once she finds the one she needs, the case will be over. Jong-ho reminded that he and Serena have to get to Caspian first. Jong-ho asked, who is she following after all? Seol-ha answered, the leader. She saw him run almost all the way to the border and vaporize. Jong-ho clarified, "Is this about Shiwun? Is it true that he lost to Jae-hwan? He hasn't practiced in a while." Seol-ha said that the old man didn't understand anything. He had become too strong. Jong-ho replied, "So there's someone Seol-ha recognizes." Seol-ha added that the old man hadn't weakened either. Jong-ho remarked that she recognized him as well. Jong-ho noted that he had already passed the fourth awakening and reached the level of cognition. Now, he could very well fight Seol-ha as an equal. The woman laughed. The old man got angry. "Is she the one who mocked her teacher now?" He offered to fight right now. Seol-ha asked the old man what he thought peace was. Jong-ho was surprised. "Why such a question?" Seol-ha replied that the old man had said that he had reached the level of knowledge. That's when the question came to her mind. Jong-ho said that no one knows what it is. The world they can know is limited by their belief in it. If on the third awakening everything was reduced to the realization of the truth of the system, on the fourth awakening, when man becomes a god, he experiences a perceptual revolution. He is flooded with an avalanche of data covering everything: sight, hearing, touch, smell, taste, matter, and metaphysics. Some gods get euphoric in this state, thinking they have become omniscient. But there is too much information, it drowns, and then comes despair, chaos. To keep from going insane, the gods close their eyes and ears, refusing to experience the vast world. Such a phenomenon is called alienation. But we cannot say that alienation is always bad. If you want to preserve yourself, it is a necessary choice. In return, they lock themselves away in a tiny world they themselves have created, and live by growing it inside themselves. The old man asked if Seol-ha knew what the gods called this world. Seol-ha replied that she knew. Sanctuary. The old man agreed that this was the world they were seeing. But the old man realizes it's not the whole world. This guy has seen Big Brother, and so has Yeol-ju. He must have overcome his alienation a long time ago. Jong-ho remarked that if a woman wants to know, she can go through alienation herself. Then she can see the real. Seol-ha said it's easy for an old man to talk, but he can't. Jong-ho yelled that he can, but he just doesn't want to. Seol-ha kept thinking, what kind of world is this where alienation has already been overcome? A world where someone dares to look the terrible Big Brother in the face and not back down. Can it really be said that this world too is just one of many sanctuaries? And will it be enough? Seol-ha said that they had already come. Jong-ho was surprised. An antique store? A woman knocked on the door. On the other side, she said, "What's your business?" Seol-ha said they needed help. Seol-ha demanded as she immediately opened the door. "Didn't I get recognized?" The gatekeeper opened the door and asked what was the reason for the visit. The woman was running out of patience. Jong-ho told Seol-ha not to make any noise here. He would talk to the man himself. Seol-ha pronounced, "Prisoner of freedom, the point of truth, the scales of equality." The woman added the word rift, and that one was spotted with action. An irate woman asked the supervisor, "Does he always greet like that at the entrance?" The man replied that there were rules for everyone. The host asked what the guests would drink. Seol-ha replied that they didn't need anything. They would be leaving soon. Jong-ho ordered a double hwacha. The old man asked Seol-ha if she thought the type's face looked younger. The woman said that the fifth squad leader was a manipulator. He can change his face every day at will. The old man thought this was a very enviable setup. It would be nice to have such an option. The master asked the woman, "Is the old man with her?" Seol-ha confirmed. "You could say he's an ex from the rift." Seol-ha added that she was vouching for him. "There are two of them, this old man and the nightmare. They want to enter Caspian illegally." The shopkeeper replied that this was not a good time. The recent collapse of the meta-universe had created a tense atmosphere. However, if Seol-ha wants to, he can let him in. The old man said his name was Jong-ho. The man wondered, is this really the same lusty old man? The old man wondered if they were saying that he was lustful. It was something new to him. Seol-ha also wondered, why is it said that he's lustful? The owner of the antique store said he was himself, not a killer of the gods. But he was well known in the East of the Deeps. He is, of course, a powerful awakened one, and leads a group of pirates called the Leaders of Destruction, who destroyed the deputies of the high gods. They say he has a keen interest in beauties. Maybe it's a namesake. But either way, Seol-ha should be cautious. The woman said she understood, and would be careful from now on. Master said he had already contacted the guide and he would be here soon. Didn't Seol-ha say she was going to Caspian? It's best to avoid Hachinol's great auction area. There was a conflict in the area. It was said that 20 deputy supreme gods had died. Seol-ha was surprised. Were there even 7 divine thrones present at such a large auction? If there was a fight, it's almost war. Was Yol-ju there too? He confirmed it, but don't worry. Katsuki is fine. Seol-ha said, if they beat each other up themselves, she has no reason to worry. The man reported that all of them were eliminated by one man. There was no confrontation between them. Seol-ha wondered, who was this madman? The old man asked, is this really the guy everyone is talking about? The antique shop owner tried to remember his name. The man remembered. It's Jae-hwan's Killer of the Gods. Seol-ha was very surprised. The battle at the auction was no laughing matter. The caravan said that this guy was just incredibly strong. Ignis noticed that he had changed his sword. Caravan wondered, does a god even know such a thing? Ignis replied that it was the basis for a fan. However, he didn't seem to have reached the level to be called Sky Destroyer yet. Ignis advised him to wait for a while, and then he would show himself. Jae-hwan continued to repel the attack of everyone coming at him at once. Caravan thought that the black sword in his hand was very dangerous. Those present were startled by the fact that their settings had been knocked off. Ignis said, as expected, it's the settings destroying other settings. The skill this guy is using is destruction. Customizations. Destroying customizations. So he has a dual system. Caravan had previously speculated that there was no other dual system except for their flame danger. Ignis said that the black flame dragon that dragon god uses is also a dual system. It seems that the basic base of customization of the system's amplification has been combined with customization of the system of laws that violate the customization. This is very interestingly done. Ignis noticed that the people who got caught up in this guy's crush actually died. Most of those in attendance didn't even dare to try it. The caravan wondered, is it really total destruction? But then that's a big problem. This is the first time since Big Brother and Catastrophe that someone has acted brazenly. Caravan asked if it could be left like that. Right now, Sky Destroyer has 20 billion trusts. Ignis said that Caravan was very naive. How could anyone believe such a thing? If he had such means, why would he bother with all this? Someone created the situation itself. They also turned things around right before winning the auction. The caravan assumed that if that was the case, he would appear soon to take the 3 divine relics. Ignis said his goal is not a deus ex machina. Ignis was surprised that Caravan still didn't understand anything. There's no way the real 3 divine relics are going to be auctioned off. Jae-hwan realized during the bidding that it was a fake. The opponent fighting our hero said that this guy is fine even after the spear filled with his world power. The 8 heavens are the 8 heavens. That was the god of spears, Kurisu. Jae-hwan asked his rival. He wants to get his hands on the 3 divine relics, right? Kurisu stated that he wasn't interested in such a thing. 20 billion is a different matter. Jae-hwan kept steady on his feet, and no one could handle him. The opponents couldn't understand why this god was helping the god-killer god. Is there really a connection between the similar killer gods? Jae-hwan saw that Russell had come to his rescue. He asked why Russell was helping him. Russell replied that he was merely repaying a debt. It could be considered a reward for saving the life of his intermediary. Now you have to be careful. You have to catch the book thief. The opponents realized that there were now 2 of them. Another headache. Bao needs to get ready. Kuris just needs to get a decent shot in. Kurisu, the god of spears, and Bao, the god of snow, united the shrines. Jae-hwan told Russell that they too could join forces this time. Our hero added, if left to his own devices, Russell's middleman could die. Russell, the god of the deep sea, has opened his sanctuary, the deep sea. Sky Destroyer Jae-hwan opened his sanctuary, the world after destruction. The linking of the shrines took place. Jae-hwan didn't know if it would work, because creating connections through a shrine wasn't a method that could be easily implemented. However, Jae-hwan didn't feel that he was in for a setback because the wave directed at him in the meta-universe was no longer his enemy. Jae-hwan thought that such a connection with the shrine consumed a huge amount of world power. Russell said this guy was a real psycho. The meta-universe wasn't enough for him. He blew up the auction house. He's going to be the main enemy of the depths. Jae-hwan wondered, isn't Russell a public enemy too? The explosion rang out again, the shockwave from which reached the partners. The man who appeared next to him said he never thought he would ever do it. Jae-hwan thought, a familiar voice. The stranger noted that this guy lived up to his big name. A giant appeared in front of Jae-hwan. Russell thought, this is a real giant. Jae-hwan wondered, is this really a giant? The combat weapon of the depths is a giant. Its unique ability is World Force Augmentation. Depending on its power, it can increase the world force up to 1.5 times or even more. All giants descended from the god of machines, a god unrivaled in manufacturing, customization, and components. It was Deus, the destroyer of probability. Deus ordered, "Go and destroy all the rebels." The rebels scattered in different directions, trying to avoid colliding with the giant. It was like a holy war. Raz warned Jae-hwan to be careful. The gods that control the giant greatly amplify his world power. Jae-hwan replied that he knew that, and that they would definitely survive and meet again. The opponent shouted that he would destroy the Sky Destroyer with his own hands. This was revenge for the destroyed Bao. Jae-hwan said it was a very touching friendship. The giant warned Jae-hwan not to be too cocky. Jae-hwan realized that destruction didn't work here. There was no stopping the giant with such an attack. The caravan watching the confrontation from above asked Ignis if the Sky Destroyer was really going to die. Ignis asked Kronos if it was his business. Kronos replied that he did not understand the question. Caravan explained that the giant below was probably planned by Kronos. Kronos said he knew nothing about it. Caravan replied that he did not believe him. Caravan asked why the giants don't touch only watchmakers. Kronos replied that Caravan could also think, but really didn't know anything. Caravan was sure that Kronos had a hand in this, and told Ignis that it made sense to undo the Seven Thrones agreement. Ignis warned that Caravan's interference could lead to a great holy war. The entire Hachinold could be destroyed. Anderson tried to bring Jae-hwan to his senses, telling him to get up. The character was upset. Had the injuries he'd sustained in the meta-universe not healed yet? The giant said he was holding on tight to life, but it wouldn't help him this time. Anderson replied that there was no time. He needed to get his clothes off faster. The giant wondered, was his opponent really naked? The song came on again. Once upon a time there lived a naked god. He didn't like clothes. All his life this god has walked around naked. One day he got bored and went outside. God met his first friend on his journey. God suggested to a friend that we have fun together. What is that? Looking at the friend, God said it was not a garment. The friend agreed, it's really not clothes. God cried out that everyone was lying to him. This made everyone terrified. Everyone realized what the real power of the naked god meant. It was the original setting. The giant was deactivated and destroyed. This setup was created specifically to stand up to the giants. Caravan asked Ignis if it wasn't cheating to get stronger by singing songs and stripping. Ignace wondered, maybe he had misunderstood something. God can't still be alive. Could this be his successor? Caravan said it was the first time he'd seen such customizations. Ignis suggested that there are not many in the deeps who are familiar with these settings. These settings were created 210,000 years ago. The wounded giant shouted for the naked destroyer not to come near them again. Deus figured there was nothing to worry about. Even the craziest psycho couldn't handle multiple giants. Ignis said that these settings were created by a mad god who hated Deus fiercely. He added that they didn't just hate each other, they fought. The caravan continued to wonder. The legendary three gods who could not be defeated by hundreds and thousands of gods of the highest level. Only those of equal strength can stand against them. It wasn't just undressing. Ignis thought that the sanctuary he believed in now seemed unfamiliar. The giant tried to crawl away from the naked destroyer. It was the disease of the depths, causing a loss of world power. The giant was completely destroyed. The terrified god lay on the ground, curled up. It was the collapse of a world view. The only god capable of causing the collapse of the Gestalt is the Punisher of Illusions Gestalt. Jae-hwan thought, did it really have to be necessary to sing this song? Anderson responded that only through song can strength be fully demonstrated. Jae-hwan wondered, are they deliberately leaving their enemies alive? Anderson said that they just can't destroy them. They have taken off all their clothes. If the opponent is also naked, the naked setting does not work. Jae-hwan thought then that these settings weren't originally created to destroy the enemy. They exist solely for undressing. Anderson said it's amazing. Anderson warned Jae-hwan not to let his guard down. It was just beginning. Everyone around them was shocked by the incredible price offer. She asked what the young man was even thinking when he did that. Jae-hwan was watching Declan intently. Anderson wondered if he was even listening to her. The attackers decided to strip. After all, a naked destroyer can't destroy a naked destroyer. Jae-hwan thrust his sword forward, preparing to repel the attack. The first one who approached was instantly deactivated. The others retreated in horror. Could the naked destroyer even destroy the naked? Anderson suggested backing off. Their world power was slowly depleting. If they stayed, only they would suffer. But Jae-hwan replied that there was something he needed to know. He asked Declan why he had said it would be over quickly, and it had been quite a while. Declan noticed that the enemy was indeed formidable. Jae-hwan suggested that his world power was at the level of the Seven Thrones. Mayad admitted it was a dangerous moment that made him unable to hold back. After all, the enemy was very strong indeed. Jae Hwan asked Mayad why he actually brought him to this auction. Mayad replied that he wanted to get the 3 divine tools through Jae Hwan. Then Jae Hwan interjected, "Why did Declan put the Deus Ex Machina up for auction? After all, Declan is the one who owns the lot."